The sound of pots clanging echoed loudly, with someone shouting, "Wake up, Ingrid." Feeling groggy, placed her hand on her forehead and slowly came to. Zem was next to her bed, getting ready to put on his shoes. Grumbling,
Poop.
"I think there is something in my shoe." His frustrated shout jolted Ingrid wide awake. "Damn that bug," she silently complained, wishing he would just keep it down. She remembered her name was Ingrid, after causing so much chaos. She had been demoted by the squad leader because of those troublesome guys. Zem was busy warming up his shoulder, while Krace had just woken up, yawning as he stretched. Next to them, someone was praying. Vagan was still completely out of it. Blissfully unaware, Jackson had been awake for a while, diligently sharpening his blade. And she recalled the moments when their troops went into battle. The commands shouted. The attacks launched. The army surged forward like a swarm of bees. The battle cries mixed with the clashing of weapons, creating a deafening cacophony. She had no special powers or anything. She made it this far through relentless training. Ingrid fought with every ounce of strength she had. But her opponent countered, landing a blow right to her stomach, pain crashing over her like a wave. But this was the end for her. Ingrid lay still on the ground while her opponent continued to strike ruthlessly. Just then, a teammate appeared, slicing off the head of her attacker, saving her in the nick of time. Ingrid's trembling hand stretched out desperately to retrieve her sword. She had no talent, and she knew her dreams were out of reach. Finally, she managed to stand up and keep fighting. Suddenly, an arrow flew towards her with incredible speed. It struck the soldier behind her right in the head, a perfect shot that took her enemy down. Ingrid turned around, mouth agape in shock. She had hoped that even when everyone mocked her, this moment would never come to pass. Hardly having a moment to recover, another soldier charged at her with a sword, her expression still frozen in disbelief. But as long as she held onto that sword, she believed she would become a knight. But maybe that was just a futile dream. In that instant, Ingrid was stabbed in the chest by that soldier. Blood gushing out, she stood there in shock, unable to comprehend that she had just been hit. The urge to cough blood hit her instantly, a bright red spurt spilling out, and Ingrid collapsed to the ground. Pain spread throughout her body as she bent over, face to face with the puddle of blood pooling beneath her. And she could not even fathom how pitiful her death would be. A flickering blue flame appeared out of nowhere, and Ingrid, exhausted, struggled to open her eyes. The scene in front of her was a blur. She could not make out anything. The pain and exhaustion felt like a vice tightening around her, and her eyes began to squint. Ingrid felt as if she were sinking into another world, a void of silence. Suddenly, the clanging of pots and a call rang out. "Wake up." Ingrid opened her eyes wide. Shocked awake, she could not believe her ears. Was this a dream? Zem next to her questioned.
Poop.
"I think there is something in my shoe." It was the same familiar scene. Zem flipped his shoe upside down. That damn bug again. Ingrid glanced over at Zem in horror. What? Was it just a hallucination? That scene continued to replay. From the moment she fought those soldiers, until she was unexpectedly attacked again, only to be stabbed once more. Killed for the second time. And for the third time. It was still that soldier who plunged his sword into her chest. By the fourth time, the sound of the panbanger echoed in his head. Wake up already." Ingrid stared into the void, the enemy's sword piercing through his throat. Pain surged, blood gushing out. The battle continued to rage on, merciless and devoid of humanity. He gripped the sword tightly, filled with resentment. Ahead was the killer who had already taken his life 3 times. Approaching once again. Same script, sword in hand, charging to take Ingrid's life. Repeating endlessly. Hendrik cast a cold, sharp gaze directly at his attack. His eyes were laser-focused, locked onto every movement of the opponent. Memories flooded Ingrid's mind like a movie reel. Perfect stab. He helplessly watched the sword he had seen for the 17th time. As if resigned to fate, he closed his eyes, waiting for death. The sword pierced Ingrid once more, marking his 17th death. Blood spilling out when the sword was pulled out. Blood gushed from the wound. He blamed himself. If only I had trained a bit harder. If only I had put in a little more effort. Maybe I would not be dying here. After the killer struck, he walked away, leaving Ingrid motionless in a pool of blood. Ingrid seemed to lose consciousness, sinking into nothingness. A flickering light appeared in the darkness. Then a mysterious voice whispered in his ear. "Do you really think that way?" The mysterious figure spoke to him, urging him to try fighting back. Feel it and then give up. The despair before a wall you cannot break through. Ingrid sat in the endless void, his gaze filled with rage. Teeth clenched. Once again, the sound of the pan brought Ingrid back to reality. He calmly reflected on what he had experienced. Zim glanced at him curiously. "Team leader, you are up on time today," Ingrid warned him. "There is a bug in your shoe." Zem looked down in confusion, yelping in horror as he discovered the bug. He squashed it underfoot. He angrily questioned as Ingrid walked toward the door. You really put it there, did not you? What kind of prank is this? Ingrid replied. Shut up. I just saw it crawl in, he quietly recalled. This was the 18th time he had seen this bug's corpse. He had seen it a few more times. Could he end this day? Ingrid reminisced. I had been training with a sword since I was a kid. My swordsmanship was taught by a former mercenary who happened to visit my village. That person had once expressed surprise at Ingrid, amazed that if he was this good, the kid could become a knight. He continued his train of thought, starting to dream. A knight. A knight who could take down hundreds on his own and change the tide of battle. He imagined himself as the protagonist in a song sung by a wandering bard. Leave the village and become a knight. The mocking words during drunken nights echoed in Ingrid's head. Do you see that pathetic rookie? A coward like that dog still dreaming of becoming a knight. He could not even make it as a freelance mercenary. He realized that he, who had left the village to join a mercenary corps, understood that his talent was not that extraordinary. But it was still too early to give up after one failure, because effort won't betray anyone if you lack talent. Do you really believe that with time and effort, you can overcome everything? You gain experience. You gain the strength to be recognized by those around you. You are getting stronger. You could become a knight. You can become a knight. And you can become a knight. But that fierce hope is starting to shatter. The kid from my village challenged me to a duel, mocking me like, "Hey, old man, you love it over there." I silently judged him, a 12-year-old who just started swordsmanship 6 months ago. Meanwhile, I had spent over a decade swinging a sword until my hands bled, only to look pathetic against a 6-month swordsmanship prodigy. Is all my effort in vain? Is there really no other way? Increase was still deep in thought. He wanted to become a knight. Everyone looks down on me, saying it is a hopeless dream. Spending less time eating and sleeping than others. Swinging the sword, and swinging the sword. Increase trained like a madman until one day, he swung his sword straight into the tree in front of him. Each strike was then pulled back, only to be swung again. Increase was drenched in sweat, gasping for air as he stared at what lay before him. In the distant horizon, a glimmer of light shone like the hope rising within him. Increase focused his eyes ahead. The cuts were now deeply etched into that ancient tree trunk. He was tired but kept watching intently. Increase gripped the sword tightly, thinking, even if I can become a knight. He gathered all his strength and swung it high. Increase tightened his grip, launching a powerful slash. Gritting his teeth, he told himself, at the very least, Increase could be an experienced soldier. Sweat poured down, but it would not make this young man give up. Increase opened his mouth wide, letting out a shout of determination. He kept training diligently for 3 years after that. Now, in the Capros district, the 4th Company of the 4th Battalion is flying its flag in the wind. Increase continues to move forward. He became the squad leader of the 2nd Squad. That was the best position Increase achieved through relentless effort. Still, being a regular soldier is better than being a wandering mercenary. He turned around to call out to the guy sitting Edley. Hey, Jackson. Jackson glanced up, questioning. Increase, can you do me a favor and cover my morning shift today? He silently stared at him. Jackson reluctantly got up, reminding him, next time, remember to return the favor. Jam watched the guy walk away, muttering, oh man, what a damn stray cat. Jam shot a glance at him. Increase spoke up quietly. What are you asking me? Are you trying to push more work onto me? Increase suggested to him. My heart's racing. I want to learn again. Jam looked a bit stunned. He silently observed him. Jam laughed mockingly. I thought you had given up a long time ago. Do you think learning again will be effective? The sky was incredibly clear at that moment. The sun radiates dazzling rays. Increase can't help but remember. The battle between Nal Lilia and Aspen kicks off again. He died in that fight because back then, he was stabbed by the enemy's sword. He resurrects and starts reliving those days, relentlessly fighting and training. Although Increase has learned a lot from each resurrection, he still can't keep up with the sword that pierced his throat. Right now, Increase has to grit his teeth and hold on. Suddenly, his pupils dilate. Today. Definitely. At that moment, the evening light has fallen. The soldiers stand in neat rows, gathered here in full force. They raise their weapons, screaming wildly in chaos. Increase is no exception. This is the 20th time in the same battle. He and his teammates charge bravely into battle. Out of nowhere, a dagger is pressed close to Increase's neck. He can't keep up with the sword's trajectory. He thinks he has memorized this situation perfectly. He dodges the thrust from behind. Immediately, Increase leaps up to avoid this deadly blow. Next comes an attack from the guy behind. He quickly uses his shield to deflect it, and Increase's sweat pours down in streams. His gaze becomes more determined than ever. A fellow squad member. He turns to look at those who are fighting fiercely on the battlefield. Face becomes extremely tense as the enemy's sword gets closer. He thinks he has completely memorized this ongoing situation. He dodges the thrust from behind. Immediately, Increase leaps up to avoid this deadly blow. Next comes an attack from the guy behind. He thinks he has completely memorized this ongoing situation, and Increase's sweat pours down in streams. His gaze becomes more determined than ever. A fellow squad member. He turns to look at those who are fighting fiercely on the battlefield. His face becomes extremely tense as the enemy's sword gets closer. He thinks he has fully memorized every moment. One person in the battle panics. What the heck? While someone has raised their weapon, preparing to ambush from behind, the plan fails. Increase rushes in and strikes him with his shield. A body slowly falls not far away. Increase breathes a sigh of relief. All right. Although he blocked the arrow before, the guy is dead. He did. Although he blocked the arrow before, the guy kicked it away immediately. He has completed his first goal of the day. Suddenly, he glances over there. His pupils shine brightly. What remains? A guy plunged a sword straight into Increase's teammate's chest. The sword was then pulled out. A drop of blood fell onto the other person's face. He stood up straight. He swung the sword back. Increase stared at that blood-red figure. He felt an overwhelming bitterness. He always faced the bitter end of a humiliating defeat at the hands of this jerk. Meanwhile, the two were locked in a brutal battle. He had stabbed Increase in the throat and killed him 20 times. Increase swung his sword in front of him, showing a fierce determination. This time, he flashed a wicked smile. He leaped up, aiming the tip of his sword at Increase. But Increase always held one thought in his heart: would survive. Increase recalled Zem's words as he threw the axe into the air. He always closed his eyes tightly whenever he found himself in danger. Just then, he managed to grab the axe's handle. Zem decisively swung the axe, letting the blade graze the nape of Increase's neck. Increase also squeezed his eyes shut. He warned him. Look out. Look out on the battlefield. If you do that, you will die instantly. His warning echoed in Increase's ears. Be braver. Don't be so easily shaken. Become someone who does not know what death is. Return to the battle at hand. Increase frowned. His eyes widened in fear. He remembered Zem's advice. Like a beast, there he was. While Increase was lost in thought, this guy charged at him with a blood-stained sword in a life-or-death situation. He stared wide-eyed, only thinking about his heart. He did not know what he was doing. A beast that did not know what death was. He leaned back, questioning himself. Am I afraid of death? Increase's body recoiled. Green light shone. He silently affirmed, death makes me stronger. Instantly, Increase leaned to the side to dodge this blow. Increase's entire body stiffened. He could only furrow his brows at what he meant. He did not know what that meant. He meant life. He did not know what that meant. He shed all his skin, only able to furrow his brows as the sword was pressed against his throat. Ingrid's heart pounded rapidly, each beat echoing in the air. He instinctively lunged forward, leaving Increase standing there, shocked. For the first time, Ingrid glanced back, surprised at himself. Today, for the 21st time, I dodged his punch, and he was not any less surprised to see Ingrid evade. He gathered his spirit and swung the sword once more. He quickly reversed the sword's tip, pointing it backward. The move was so quick that the sword darted straight at Ingrid. He could not believe it. Gaping at that disgusting thing under his neck, Ingrid's pupils flared bright purple. With that, he drew his sword after piercing through the boy's throat. Ingrid grit his teeth, staring down at the blood spraying everywhere from his body. Another dimension unfolded with a long pole touching the surface of the water. He seemed to be transported to a river, separated from everything, where an ancient soul was rowing towards Ingrid, who was slumped over. In that endless day, he was trapped, feeling pain and despair. A mysterious voice echoed, urging him to give up and get on the boat, to accept the weakness of man and free himself. Ingrid became silent like the water there for a moment. He broke into a cryptic smile, resolutely refusing. That would never come. You bastard. It was precisely because at that moment, he had seen the tip of his sword with his own eyes and dodged it. That memory ended with the sound of someone knocking. Zem sat beside him, tying his boots while observing Ingrid's gloomy mood, worriedly asking, Squad leader, you woke up on time today. Ingrid silently made a resolve. He was moving forward step by step. This time, the 22nd, Ingrid would challenge it one more time. Meanwhile, the soldiers from both sides began to fight fiercely. Ingrid opened his eyes just as the sword's tip was about to touch him. It was already the 33rd day, and he could clearly see the trajectory of the blade. He immediately spun around to evade the fatal blow. Ingrid calculated silently throughout the battle. I will dodge before it reaches me. At that moment, the blade once again grazed his throat. Blood sprayed out. Ingrid gritted his teeth. Damn it, he's too fast. Moments later, he collapsed to the ground, his body motionless. The chain around Ingrid's neck snapped as if signaling his death. The pendant fell straight to the ground. Flickering with light, suddenly, fragments of memories surged into Ingrid's mind. Back when he was a hired soldier, he had taken on several missions to eliminate monsters. It was not as though Ingrid had to accept these tasks. He just happened to receive requests for help from villagers in the places he passed through. The reason Ingrid chose to help them was that he had the ambition to become a knight, and protecting the weak was a knight's responsibility. Just as he was about to leave, a villager pressed something into his hand. "We are in dire need, so this is all we have to repay you." Ingrid glanced down at the object just given to him. He turned it over. It was a protective charm. It was a joke compared to the price of Ingrid's life. At the same time, the villagers whispered softly, "This charm can grant you your deepest wish." Back in reality, Ingrid lay on the ground, blinking at the pendant. Could it be this? This charm that makes today repeat itself? Because of my wish to become a knight, a soldier approached, taunting. "You must be in a lot of pain." The man suddenly raised his sword, emphasizing with each word, "This is my mercy." Ingrid opened his eyes wide, his expression filled with defiance. Damn it. Mercy. At that moment, the murderous intent in his eyes hit Ingrid straight on. Seeing the man smirk mockingly, Ingrid was silently screaming in her throat. Clearly this creep was getting off on stabbing others. Meanwhile, the group was banging hard on the metal sheet, the sound echoing loudly. At the same time, Ingrid announced, "I just dropped a bug in your boot." He immediately shot up. "What the hell?" Zem roared in anger. "What kind of nonsense are you pulling right after waking up? Have you lost your mind?" Ingrid stomped her heel down hard. "Stop hiding and come out." She shot him a blank stare. "Teach me the heart of a wild beast." Zem sat frozen in place, his gaze still following Ingrid. Outside, the sunlight was practically scorching everything. He swung the axe back, while Ingrid furrowed her brows, her face showing clear tension. Instantly, Zem swung the axe toward her with a surprise attack. She dodged to the side, and he noticed the sudden flurry of strikes. Zem could not help but feel puzzled. She was acting a bit strange today. Where was that fierce courage coming from? Ingrid replied nonchalantly, "It is from training." He still wore a bewildered expression, but this was moving way too fast. They had already gone over this conversation more than 10 times, and now Zem emphasized, "My family's secret technique is not something you can just pick up." He was right. Ingrid had gained this skill through countless life and death experiences. Hearing that, she turned around. "Is it really that important? I guess I just got lucky and learned it." Ingrid returned to the weapons, lifting them up in her hands. Moments later, she came back with a sword, challenging him again. "Come on, fight me one more time." Upon hearing this, Zem almost lost it, his eyes glued to Ingrid. After a moment, he smirked. I heard that. Deep down, she knew that even if she learned the heart of a wild beast, it would not be enough if she could not land a hit. Meanwhile, Zem charged forward, swinging the axe down without hesitation. Over here, Ingrid only focused on dodging, her eyes locked on the axe blade. He roared angrily, his face unyielding. "How long are you planning to dodge?" "Ah." Squad leader. Just then, Zem spun his weapon fiercely and struck straight at Ingrid, leaving a wound on her face. The only sword technique Ingrid knew was the one from the mercenary Valen, a bizarre technique created by a mercenary named Valen. Many mocked this technique, calling it a cheap trick. Right now, Zem charged decisively. His lower body strength was quite terrible. Ingrid immediately spread her legs back. But now, among what she had, this was probably the least effective. She quickly got into a fighting stance, gripping the sword tightly. Noticing Ingrid's unusual expression, he hesitated a bit. Meanwhile, the face of the soldier suddenly appeared before her. Instantly, Ingrid swung the sword at him. At the same time, Zem quickly knocked the sword out of her hand. It dropped to the ground, spinning on the grass. Ingrid looked down in confusion at her trembling hand. What had just happened? She was shocked to realize she had just countered the stab from that creep. Ingrid clenched her hand a few times, having been struck about a dozen times. Her body was gradually remembering it. At that moment, Zem could not help but feel grateful. Damn. That was a close call with bloodshed. He calmly remarked that among everything he had seen so far, that stab was far from impressive. Ideally, it should have been unleashed like this, with a bit more power. You know, Zem shifted his gaze to Ingrid, saying, your skin should have been tougher." He was running out of words, stumbling over how to express it, almost as if he sensed Ingrid hesitating when he threw that punch. Then Zem realized, oh wait, this move of yours could slip past your opponent. But what if it gets blocked? What then? At this point, he was almost spelling it out. Your hand should strike with determination of no way, you are getting away, and say, you are done for, buddy. In the final moments, Zem emphasized again. That is how you should wield the sword and unleash those killer moves. Ingrid stared at his palm. Even though his explanation was pretty terrible, it clicked for him. At that moment, he realized the stark difference between his stab and that jerk's stab. The memory of his own death loomed larger in Ingrid's mind. After a moment, he calmly concluded that he lacked the conviction and strength in his swordplay. Meanwhile, he pointed his sword down at Ingrid, declaring, "This is my mercy." As the soldier plunged the sword down fiercely, Ingrid snapped back to reality. Realizing he needed to deliver a decisive strike back to reality, Ingrid let out a scream and charged forward wildly. This time, Zem effortlessly knocked the sword from his hand. The soldier roared angrily, "This is my mercy." Then he lunged in to stab Ingrid right in the throat. Ingrid kept repeating to himself, step by step. The soldier shouted again, "This is my mercy." Ingrid continuously reminded himself that he would keep moving forward, even if it was just half a step. Suddenly, he was stabbed through the neck. "This is my mercy." On the 111th day, the soldier repeated the familiar phrase, "This is my mercy." On the 123rd day, he shot Ingrid a sharp look, "This is my mercy." The soldier charged forward to end Ingrid's life. Finally, on the 124th day, he bravely shouted out. Suddenly, the tip of the sword shot towards Zem, and he froze, his eyes wide with shock. Over here, Ingrid did not stop. He swung his sword fiercely. At this moment, Zem turned with a disgruntled look. "You have lost it, have not you?" Ingrid's palm suddenly blood, dripping onto the ground. He stared in horror at Ingrid. "Your hand is bleeding out." Zem felt a shiver run through him. "Why are you smiling like a madman?" Suddenly, Ingrid smirked, laughing like a lunatic. He had mastered that jerk's stabbing technique with a fierce determination to take down his opponent. Ingrid's first stab failed. At that moment, the soldier swung his sword back, his eyes blazing with rage. He charged forward, gripping the hilt tightly, delivering a straight stab like a lightning strike. The sword tip grazed the soldier's protective gear. At the same time, the soldier's blade slashed across Ingrid's throat, blood gushing out like a flood. He gritted his teeth, silently resolving, "I won." Blink. Ingrid keeps reminding himself, refusing to let go of the sword. Yet, he can't escape the dizzying effects of blood loss. Everything that has happened, from the previous sword fights to the stab just now, floods his mind. Suddenly, the soldier strides up and stomps hard into the center of Ingrid's chest. The soldier smirks condescendingly, his face twisted in pain. He points the tip of his sword directly at Ingrid, enunciating each word, "This is my mercy." Just as the soldier is about to finish Ingrid off, he unexpectedly speaks up. "Tomorrow." Ingrid's eyes widen, locking onto him. "You will die." That is all that is on his mind. Upon hearing this, the soldier scoffs, roaring as he drives the blade down hard, "And if you die, there is no tomorrow for you." At that moment, the pendant, also known as the amulet, suddenly appears. Meanwhile, a fly buzzes on the ground, only to have a foot stomp down forcefully on its tiny body. Ingrid places his hand on the hilt of his sword, gazing into the distance. "I just saw him coming." Jem hesitates for a moment, then says, "Thank you," before suddenly proposing, "If you are grateful, then be my bodyguard." He mutters softly, unable to hide his irritation. How can he order me around so casually? On the 125th day, another loop begins, and Ingrid suddenly calls out loudly, "Big-eyed one." Christ turns around, puzzled. He rattles off a list, "Find me leg armor, and a dagger. I will pay you back later." He shoots out, his face incredulous, "Pay you back later." As he watches Ingrid's figure begin to fade away, Christ immediately shouts, "I only trust you because you are the captain. You know, normally, I do not help anyone. You know that." Jim approaches from behind. "Did the former captain give orders like this too?" Jackson chimes in with a somewhat teasing tone. "You guys always push the work onto him. Do not, you lazy bum." The hero threatens. "What did you say? Want to taste my blade?" Auden suddenly clasps his hands in prayer. "Good luck, brother." While Jem glances at Ingrid with a concerned look, this guy is acting weird today. He feels a bit skeptical. Normally, he is not this tense. Meanwhile, Ingrid wildly hacks at the tree in front of him. Ingrid grits his teeth in fury. "Every time I die, it hurts like hell." He is nearly frozen, the image of the soldier reappearing vividly. What if after thousands, tens of thousands of times, I still can win? If I find a way to escape, what will happen? Can I wake up tomorrow? Or will I still have to live today? He looks down at his trembling feet, the ground eroded by the flowing water. "I am stronger now. Should I feel satisfied?" A moment of silence passes, and Ingrid opens his eyes wide. I do not have that option. I have to overcome this. On the other hand, he falls back into the illusions of the past. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, Ingrid constantly reminds himself, I have to break through this wall and learn how to fight. The blade pierces through the layers of the tree's bark, and he screams in his mind, I will not waste this blessing. Over here. Ingrid, furious, pulls out his sword and relentlessly stabs. He grits his teeth, staring intently at the blade plunging into the tree. I must keep pushing forward. Meanwhile, Ingrid slaps the iron armor he is wearing. He bends down to put on the iron shoes. Right after that, Ingrid pulled out a shield in front of him. His gaze flashed with a cold sharpness, ready for victory. At that moment, the group blew their sweet war horns in unison. A formation of 6, with Ingrid leading the charge. Moved forward. 2 lines of soldiers clashed head-on, gearing up for an intense battle. His eyes locked onto the enemy. Ni, lacking any skills, somehow managed to survive this fight thanks to 3 things. Ninka pushed the shield towards him: preparation, luck, and a cool head. On day 46, his left shoulder was smashed by a thorny branch. On day 47, Ingrid dodged the branch but got hit in the head by another enemy. In that moment, an idea flashed in his mind. He had to spin around and strike first. On day 71, a guy chopped off Ingrid's leg, leaving him unable to fight back. However, this time, the blade only grazed his thick armor. Ingrid immediately charged forward and slammed the shield down onto his opponent's head. On day 89, some guy's axe took his head clean off. If he let him live, he would meddle in this fight again. So there was no way to spare him. Ingrid had mastered the art of weapon throwing after countless experiences today, making it a breeze. After all that, the enemy was right behind him. A sharpshooter known as the Claw of the Sunken Fang appeared, and he had no time to deal with him. Ingrid decisively severed his opponent's head. Now it was time to face the wall. At this point, the soldier was all alone. Panic was evident on his face. Suddenly, his eyes ignited with a fierce fire. At this moment, Ingrid turned around, his gaze locking straight onto the soldier. In the midst of the chaotic battlefield, they slowly closed the distance. In an instant, he charged like a steel arrow, gripping the sword tightly, the blade glinting in the moment. The clash of metal rang out like thunder before it collided head-on. At the same time, he spun away like a whirlwind. Dodging and attacking would never lead to victory. This was a better approach. Meanwhile, the soldier frantically slashed down, their blades crossing, sparks flying, both of them straining in that moment. Ingrid could not react in time. He was just a regular soldier. But wow, he was strong almost at the level of a genius. The soldier's eyes widened in confusion, seeing him attack, yet somehow blocking the blow. Ingrid immediately concluded that he lacked real combat experience, making him vulnerable. In an instant, Ingrid slammed his head into him. The fluctuations of Valen's sword techniques would definitely affect him. The soldier was instantly knocked backward, his toes digging into the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Ingrid charged in with a relentless counterattack. In the final moment, Ingrid let out a shout while swinging his sword fiercely. The soldier's eyes bulged, veins popping out. Right at that moment, he unexpectedly turned, pointing the tip of his sword straight at Ingrid. The blade barely grazed Ingrid's neck, both of them at opposite ends. While the soldier's sword plunged forcefully into the ground, his eyes lit up, his body spinning back around. Over here, Ingrid also turned back, his focus locked onto the soldier. Now he understood. You quietly observe every movement, just waiting to see through that strike. Ingrid tightly grips her sword, charging straight at him. You see 2 swords clash, and suddenly the soldier's weapon breaks apart. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure silently raises his bow. In an instant, the arrow is fired, piercing through the chaos of the crowd. At the same time, the soldier's grip loosens, and his sword falls. Ingrid stares at him, determined to win. Meanwhile, the arrow speeds toward the 2 of them. At that moment, Zem's axe suddenly spins through the air. It flies in to slice the arrow aimed at Ingrid. Turning back to Ingrid, you pierce straight through the soldier. Zem roars in anger. I need to take down that scumbag clawing like an eagle. Seeing this, Jackson calls out to stop. It is too late. Do not waste your strength. At the same time, Ingrid lifts the enemy with one hand. You decisively withdraw your sword, and blood spills from his throat. On the other side, the soldiers are still fighting fiercely. Ingrid coldly strides over the fallen soldier. Meanwhile, the crowd continues to slaughter each other. Just then, beams of light suddenly flash past you. Ingrid's gaze drops to the ground, where the soldier is collapsing. His body shakes violently, anger evident in his eyes. Seeing this, you raise your sword high once more. Ingrid speaks coldly, her voice booming. This is my mercy. Immediately after, she cleanly beheads the soldier. The corner of Ingrid's mouth twitches upward, her face showing satisfaction. Finally, she has broken through the wall. At the same moment, Ingrid suddenly jerks back. In an instant, she is thrown aside. Ingrid clutches her body, writhing in pain, her cries echoing. Seeing this, Zem rushes to her side. Suddenly, the voice shouts, "He is a frog!" The frog wizard stands tall, his face showing cold indifference. Ingrid's face twists in utter agony. The frog wizard's voice drops, accompanied by a quiet sigh. "I've spent so much effort raising him, only to see him fall to someone like you." The scene shifts to the soldier's corpse. Now out of the fight, you clutch your arm, face contorted in pain. The frog wizard suddenly screeches, striking like lightning. At this moment, the axe suddenly swings down. Zem quickly steps in front of Ingrid, using his weapon to fend off the attack. He swings the axe fiercely at the frog wizard, his eyes blazing with rage. He uses the staff in his hand to block. Zem grits his teeth, his body lunging forward unexpectedly. Over here, the frog wizard shows no fear nor bravery. You see the wild swings of the axe, each strike following the last. Meanwhile, one soldier seizes the opportunity to get close to Ingrid. Gripping his spear tightly, Jackson swiftly decapitates him with one hand. Returning to Zem, he crouches low to the ground, his eyes fixed on the frog wizard. He suddenly leaps back like a mindless creature. The two of them stare intensely at each other, hands still gripping the air tightly. Zem threatens, his eyes unwavering. "If someone wants to take the captain's head, they will have to step over my dead body first." Hearing this, he could not hide his skepticism. This weakling is the captain. No way. An did not respond, his eyes silently scanning the warrior. The frog people, born to fight. The only way to take down this damn frog is through magic or a well-placed stab to the heart. What a hassle. He slightly furrowed his brow. Why would someone like him be in this desperate battlefield? To kill him. The frog stared straight at Zem's muscular frame, a flicker of hesitation passing through him. "I have to risk my life." Thinking about him, he instinctively took a step back. This fight is not worth it. The frog stared straight ahead, silent and unyielding. Suddenly, the frog turned and walked away. Seeing this, Zem scoffed. What a coward. At that moment, a shadow surged forward, leaving only the sound of slicing wind in its wake. Jackson dashed toward the soldier. Meanwhile, Zem was taking out one soldier after another. Back to Jackson. A surprise attacker lunged at him from behind. In an instant, Auden charged in and struck him right on the head. In front of Jackson, the soldiers fell one by one to his team. They pulled back and regrouped. Ingrid's eyes gradually lost their spark. Just then, it was as if the group received a command. They all shouted, "Retreat! Retreat!" When that sound rang out, he shut his eyes tightly. A wave of soldiers turned tail and fled, leaving behind a blood-soaked battlefield. From above, a single drop of water fell, echoing down. The wall at that moment seemed to awaken Ingrid, who had survived this day, but that was all. He spoke with a tone of disdain. "Because people can endure this. The wall always blocks my path." The wall emphasized every word. "Your fate is nothing but despair and surrender." Hearing this, he braced himself and pushed up. Fate. Ingrid strained to sit up, while the figure behind him lay still. Moments later, he leaned toward the wall. "With me, the wall exists." Ingrid exhaled every word like they were punches to the chest, strong, determined, meant to be shattered. The wall raised his head, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "I will be waiting to see the moment those eyes full of greed and ambition lose their light." Back to reality. Ingrid slowly woke up from his dream. He stared in confusion at the unfamiliar ceiling. "Where Zem's voice answered nonchalantly. "You are healing up." He looked at Ingrid as if he were some strange creature. "You have been out for 2 whole days. Speaking of which, Zem did not forget to take credit. I saved you from that damn frog. Remember?" He looked a bit dazed, trying to dig through his memory. What frog? Which one? Ingrid struggled to sit up, clutching his chest where his heart still pounded. "Was it that frog?" "I am still alive," Zem shamed, pulling him back to reality. "You are not broken to bits, but you have got a nasty head injury. Do you remember who your best buddy is?" Ingrid frowned, silent for a moment before responding casually. "I never said we were friends. You know." He immediately moved closer to clamp his mouth shut. The room fell into silence while the others were currently passed out. Zem voiced his discontent, questioning why he spilled the beans just because no one cared about that secret. Ingrid quickly shifted her tone, asking if he was irrelevant or her best friend. "Pick one." "But not today, you survived." At the same time, Kreese leaned back in his chair, stammering about conditions. "Captain, you owe me triple for this. Do you have any idea how much I had to spend to get you in there?" Ingrid tilted her head, wondering why a regular soldier like him was in the healing tent. "You seem surprised." "Kreese, you vanished during the whole battle. Just like always." "Ah." Your face changed. a grin spreading from ear to ear. I am giving you a special discount. Just for you, double the price. Though, outside the tent, the sky gradually shifted to a light orange mixed with deep black. Jackson walked in, deep in thought. As he eyed Ingrid, noticing Jackson's unusual expression, he immediately asked Gio, "What is it? If you have got something to say, spill it." Without a word, he threw an object straight at Ingrid. Jackson suddenly turned away, reminding Gio, "Apply it twice a day. Morning and night. Do not ask me where I got it." He stared confusedly at the medicine box, recognizing it as the ointment Jackson used before. Didn't he hate using healing supplies that much? Meanwhile, Auden was praying. Clutching the cross tightly, he sat mumbling next to Ingrid's bed. You turned to Auden with an annoyed look. "Get lost. I am dead tired." It took a while before Ingrid could finally relax and rest. You sighed and looked up at the ceiling, wondering what they were changing shifts for. They always handled their own stuff. Ingrid half closed her eyes, deep in thought. But it was strange that they were worried about him now. Just then, Rafna burst in, exclaiming in surprise. Rafna blinked a few times, eyes wide. "What are you doing here, Captain?" Without another word, he turned around and left. You helplessly closed your eyes. Rafna was not that type of guy. He did not care at all. Besides Ingrid, there were 2 other injured soldiers in the tent. One was from another squad, someone who had previously clashed with you. Venzins turned with a cocky attitude. "What are you staring at?" The other soldier was a stranger to Ingrid, just staring blankly into space. You squinted at him, noticing he seemed like a low-ranking soldier. What was he doing here? Meanwhile, Ingrid's gaze drifted in another direction. The 2 men in the room simultaneously looked toward the source of the noise. At that moment, Joang suddenly approached you. Her sharp ears immediately caught Ingrid's attention. You shifted your gaze to Joyang's hip, where weapons were sheathed. Joang stood by the tent door, staring intently inside. After a moment, she casually spoke, her eyes cold. "Who is the captain of Squad 444? Hearing this, Ingrid could not hide his confusion. In the small room with 3 people, their eyes all focused on Joyoung, Venzin spoke up, curiosity evident. "What is your deal?" She immediately turned to him. "Which squad are you from?" Without hesitation, he answered, "I'm Zin's squad leader of Squad 3. Squad 2. Joang stared straight into his eyes with a serious gaze. His squad taught him the importance of his race when facing superiors. Venzins awkwardly lowered his head, a brief flash of embarrassment on his face. Ingrid quietly observed. So that was the new commander of Squad 4. Without hesitation, he spoke up to catch Joyoung's attention. "I am Ingrid, team leader of Squad 4. Company 4. She turned slightly, her face expressionless. "I have heard you guide your team members really well. I am looking forward to working with you." As soon as Joyoung finished speaking, he turned and walked away, leaving him blinking in confusion. "Wait, was that all she came to say?" At that moment, Joyoung paused at the doorway. "Hold on." She looked back towards Krang. "What is your name?" He shot out with a flustered expression. "Krang."
"Yeah."
Ingrid caught sight of his awkward expression. Did he just make that up? His attitude in front of the squad leader was pretty bad too. Is he a noble or something? Meanwhile, Joang turned back with a cold expression. Moments later, she left, leaving the group in a state of confusion. At the same time, he could not help but follow Joyoung's retreating figure. After a while, the sun began to set, and the scene darkened instantly. Returning to Ingrid, he suddenly clenched his palms. Moments later, Ingrid awkwardly opened her hand. He sat silently, staring at his palm. The pain had almost faded. Now he could make this body stronger. It was time to start training. Venzin suddenly jumped up. "Where are you going?" Ingrid replied curtly, without any hesitation. "To the training ground." Unable to hold back, he scoffed. "What a fool!" Acting all high and mighty for a low-ranking soldier. In contrast to Venzin's, Krang focused intently on Ingrid. Outside, his sword was illuminated by the light. Ingrid stared at it, silently making a vow to remember the previous battle. This was one of the few useful techniques I spent a fortune learning when I was young. At that moment, he felt a bit uneasy. What if the last-minute stab fails? Ingrid thought to himself. I really should not put all my eggs in one basket. If that attack fails, I am done. In that moment, he briefly remembered Zem. Zem's axe attacks were always lethal, using all his strength to stab. The next step is... Just then, a voice pulled Ingrid from his thoughts. "You are really working hard." Krang was sitting on a tree stump, propping his chin thoughtfully. "I can't figure out what you are doing. You were just twitching in the tent. And now you are out here staring at nothing." You answered without hesitation, saying you were just training your grip. simulating a battle. You tilted your head in confusion, wondering why that was necessary. Ingrid replied briefly. To avoid trouble. Krang continued to ask, his tone steady. And after that, what do you want to become? Caught off guard by the question, Ingrid turned her focus back to him. Ingrid did not answer, only looked up, saying, what I want to become is my dream. But if I say it out loud, people will mock me. It is a dream I pursue with my mediocre talent. Her hands suddenly tightened around the sword's hilt. But she had never stopped longing to achieve it. In that moment, she pointed the sword straight up toward the sky. Ingrid lifted her head, eyes full of determination. Like a true knight. After receiving her answer, Krang was left dumbfounded. Noticing his silence, Ingrid turned around in confusion. You involuntarily spoke up. This is the first time I have seen this, Krang repeated with skepticism. Seen what? Ingrid continued with respectful tone. The teacher does not laugh at me. You stood up, realizing. Oh right, I just remembered. Moments later, Krang walked into the forest edge alone, adding, looking at you. I know what I need to do. Ingrid glanced back at you, watching your figure slowly fade away. Krang turned his head, saying, if you become a knight, remember my name. Dude, you suddenly realized. This is the first time I have felt supported. The scene shifts to the next morning. Sunlight streaming down onto the camp. A man gently plucked the strings of the lute, calling out, who is the hero on the battlefield? The crowd shouted in unison. Cypress. Venzins kept whining. Breakfast still is not ready. Are they planning to eat everything and leave us the scraps? Exhausted, Ingrid rubbed her head after waking up to the morning song and waiting for a late breakfast. Instead of heading to the training area, she wandered around, and Captain Jackson asked, how's your injury? Ingrid turned around with a blank expression. The medicine works great. Thanks. Suddenly, she suggested, if you are grateful, hurry back. At night, in the dim tent, only the candlelight flickered. Grant unexpectedly spoke up. Good night. Ingrid, you turned over, wrapping yourself in the blanket, not forgetting to say, you too. All Ingrid did was sleep early, as Venzins began to complain. Those crazy fools talked all night. A day for you was doing absolutely nothing. The next morning, the group started shouting, Cypress. Who is the hero on the battlefield? Cypress. Ingrid grimaced from a headache, as the wandering musician returned, probably looking to score a free meal again. Just like every other day, Venzins roared like a starving tiger. Why is not breakfast ready yet? Are they planning to eat everything and leave us the leftovers? You glanced over with a sigh. He really is loud. He said the exact same thing yesterday. At that moment, Ingrid's face changed. Her forehead beaded with cold sweat as a thought flashed in her mind. Wait, could it be? Jackson repeated the question. Captain, how's your injury? You hesitated, saying, the medicine works great. Thanks. Once again, you made the suggestion. If you are grateful, hurry back. The speculation in Ingrid's mind grew more vivid. She was sure today was just like yesterday. That moment, the voice of the wall echoed in Ingrid's ears. Another wall will stop you. Just try to survive. A chill ran down his spine. Had he died in his sleep without even realizing it? Ingrid looked up at the dim sky, feeling more hopeless than the time he got stabbed. Even though he was extremely uncomfortable, he narrowed his eyes. Unwavering, but it only fueled my determination. This was yet another challenge. At the same time, thousands of stars appeared in the sky, just like a galaxy. Inside the tent, the candlelight still flickered. Ingrid shut his eyes tightly, deep in thought, wondering who had killed him, how they did it. They had to bypass all the guards to get here. Only a knight could pull that off. Suddenly, his eyes shot open. There is no way. It had to be an anonymous foe. And there is a high chance that person is one of us. Thoughts crashed into Ingrid's mind. They knew the location of the healing tent and were hiding out. This was someone very skilled in assassination. Realizing this, he felt a shock. The silent footfalls of elves were perfect for sneaking up on someone. At the same moment, a shadow swooped down from above. Ingrid realized that she had come to confirm the location beforehand. He glanced towards the tent entrance, needing to see to verify. The healing tent had only one way in. He could shout to wake the other soldiers if he encountered her. A surge of tension flickered within Ingrid, just waiting for the enemy to arrive. As he focused, a needle suddenly stabbed into Ingrid's neck, making him almost jump in place, poisoned. He thrashed and writhed on his own bed, still not having seen his attacker. He collapsed to the ground, unable to move or speak. Ingrid gritted his teeth in anger. This was a paralytic poison. The reason he died without knowing it. He quickly turned to Venzins. The others. Squad leader Venzins. Immediately, Ingrid looked towards Krang's bed. He struggled to breathe, clutching his throat in pain. It was the damn guy. Ingrid glared at the enemy, the nameless foe, as he plunged down into Krang's chest. All he saw was Krang spitting out a mouthful of blood before going limp. Witnessing that scene, he nearly lost his mind. At that moment, the tent was ripped apart by a sword. Ingrid immediately turned towards the source of the noise. He had accomplices. His eyes widened, trying to see through the opponent. From within the cloak, the distinctive ears were visible. Ingrid's gaze quickly darted to Joyoung's hands. In that moment, he reaffirmed. It was definitely her. In the dim light, Joyoung's face became clear, and Ingrid could not help but feel anger. The squad leader. The next morning, the mountains were bathed in gentle morning light. At that moment, a man pulled on his instrument while shouting, "Who is the hero on the battlefield?" And the crowd responded in unison. Cypress. Inside, Ingrid hung his head. This was the third morning just like this. His mind was heavy as a stone. He had always been on alert but had not detected anyone. This is not going to be easy. A cold breeze swept through, bringing with it that familiar sense of unease. And that squad leader again. Even if I manage to prevent the assassination, I will have to face her afterward. Ingrid bent down, feeling utterly defeated. Just so helpless. Ingrid, shrouded in darkness, radiated exhaustion. I felt this way just a few days ago. In that moment, the soldier's figure flashed back into view. He whispered to himself, but deep down, I am still the victor. A spark of determination ignited in Ingrid's eyes, which seemed long extinguished. I will definitely find a way. As long as I do not give up, I am. Suddenly, he threw off the blanket. Vengeance quickly grabbed the cover, cursing. What is wrong with you today? Are you losing it? Ingrid immediately turned away, ignoring the insults. By now, he must have realized his guess about the assassins infiltrating the base was wrong. He had to stay alert about the outside too, and he added sarcastically, "You crazy? Planning to practice sword fighting with bugs or something?" Vengeance scoffed dismissively. That sounds about right for low-ranking soldiers. He smirked provocatively. Surprised you care so much about me. And shot back. I am just stating facts. Who is the one acting crazy now? Ingrid shrugged it off, exhaling. I am just teasing you, man. At this point, Vengeance was losing his cool. Get lost. I do not want to see your face. Suddenly, Grant appeared. Are you two arguing again? He sighed, peering inside. I will be back in a bit. Seeing this, Ingrid quickly spoke up. It is. Come in. He threw himself onto the bed, cursing about those annoying pests. Meanwhile, he eyed Grant suspiciously. Those assassins were watching him closely. He must be the main target, Ingrid quietly observed. He was indeed suspicious. But who exactly was he? His inner thoughts began to clash. I am not going to dig deeper into what the enemy has to be asked to reveal. Ingrid glanced over at the group. Just like those scumbags. He hesitated for a moment. But thanks to him, I ended up in this assassination plot. So that is enough for Ingrid to call out. Grant, what is your deal? He asked abruptly. Just trying to get to the bottom of it. Taken aback by the sudden question, Grant froze for a second. The atmosphere thickened. He swallowed hard. Did I say something wrong? My communication skills must be lacking. Grant hesitated. What do you mean by what am I? Well, that is, then he replied firmly. I can tell you that. Ingrid, still curious, asked why. Grant shrugged lightly. It is a long story. The more he listened, the more skeptical he became. A flicker of light sparked in his eyes. Moments later, Ingrid crossed his arms in agreement. If that is how you feel, Vengeance, who had been eavesdropping, started to grow frustrated. Are you kidding me? You want to hear that story? If you are going to be this hesitant, it is better not to ask at all. You blockhead. He turned to grill Grant. Whether it is Grant or Grab, you clearly are not from this kingdom. It is obvious. Just be honest. Which country are you spying for? He turned to shoot Grant a disdainful look. Under that gaze, Grant's words got stuck in his throat. He took slow, deliberate steps closer. After a moment, Grant stood at attention before him. Without a hint of fear, he confidently declared, I have never and will never betray the kingdom. Ingrid observed quietly. I could see it in his eyes and his demeanor. You better be careful with your judgments. Shining like a knight. Suddenly, Venzen's voice echoed, pulling everyone back to reality. You talk to your superiors like that. Grant suddenly burst out laughing, finding it hilarious. Seeing this, Ingrid shook her head. Grant is not a knight. He is just as helpless when facing a killer. Yet, doubt still flickered in his heart. There is definitely something he is hiding. As night fell, Grant once again spoke in a warm tone. Good night, Ingrid, he replied unusually softly. You too. At that moment, Ingrid could not help but notice Vengeance. Was he afraid of Grant? He suddenly spoke so gently. Right after that, he turned to gaze into the distance. Ingrid quietly plotted. If those assassins burst in here, we are all dead. Moments later, he suddenly sat up, hand quickly on his sword. He called out, "What are you doing? Why are not you asleep?" Ingrid turned to Vinzenz, delivering each word with a dry tone. The assassins are about to break in. If you want to live, cooperate. Hearing this, his gaze seemed to shoot daggers. Vinzenz immediately turned around, adding with a snarky comment, "You crazy idiot." Meanwhile, Grant could not help but smirk at that moment. Ingrid rolled his eyes at him, thinking, I can guess that expression. Just then, a sound echoed from outside. How did he know we were coming to assassinate? His eyes widened in shock, pupils dilating with fear. Just then, a blade slashed across Ingrid's throat. He nearly froze in disbelief, his body paralyzed. Deep in his heart was a flash of doubt. When did this happen? At the same time, Vinzenz was finished off by the other assassin. The killer turned towards Grant, making a swift stab. The bloody scene replayed in his mind once again. Moments later, a familiar voice echoed from outside. Who is the hero on the battlefield? Cyprus. Ingrid dumb beheaded. This is the 4th time. Since there is no evidence that the assassins will come, I can rely on Vinzenz or Grant for help. I need to report to the higher-ups to raise the alarm. Graham, upon hearing this, cursed. Are you out of your mind? Get lost before I make you mute for life. He quickly proposed an alternative. Then I will predict when the assassins appear and shout out before they attack. Ingrid focused on the tent door, biting his lip in tension. Right, a beat of silence. Ingrid tried to guess. Maybe now. Right now. As a sword tip pierced his throat, he just saw them swiftly pull back their blade, blood gushing out like a fountain. He screamed in rage from deep within. Damn it. They are too fast. Transitioning, Ingrid crouched down, hand ready on his sword. There is no way to ask for help. I have to ambush and take them out before they act. Even though, at that moment, a hand unexpectedly flicked a dart. It pierced Ingrid's neck. He felt utterly powerless, unsure how to fight back when he could not see the enemy. Moments later, Ingrid realized he could not see them, but they could see all his moves. He clenched his teeth, blood spattering out. If I can dodge the poisoned dart, then I am done for. On the other hand, the shadow of the assassin faded into the night. From outside, the man shouted, "Who is the hero on the battlefield?" While the crowd cheered and hollered. Cyprus. Ingrid's hand trembled slightly. On the 20th morning. I can't do anything at all. His face darkened, clearly showing his horror. 20 times in a row, Ingrid bit his lip tightly as if trying to erase everything. Suddenly, he smirked coldly, his eyes wide open. I have only died 20 times. Immediately, he moved around the camp, a plan forming in his mind. First, he had to figure out how to dodge the poison. Then he could think about dealing with them. Ingrid kept repeating in his head. A way to avoid attacks before the enemy could catch sight of him. Over here, Jackson was intently cleaning the dagger. The moment he saw Ingrid, he froze in place. Jackson. A fleeting memory passes by, and Ingrid naively asks why Jackson is such a twisted wildcat. He tilts his head in confusion. He called him that, and Zem casually replies, "Well, that is just how he plays." He continues to explain. He never attacks head-on. He just likes to stab from behind and run away. Is not that just like a twisted wildcat? At that moment, Jackson turns to look at Ingrid. The captain. He raises his head, his eyes showing a hint of concern. How is your wound? A thought flashes in his mind. He is definitely going to easily take down those assassins. Ingrid's expression turns serious, her thoughts racing like lightning. But I can't keep him by my side. I have no right to do that. Even if I could, you keep telling yourself. That wall is something I have to climb on my own. At this moment, Ingrid whispers Jackson's name, quietly devising a plan. I will become skilled like Jackson. Just as that thought finishes, he bluntly asks, if someone like you stabs me in the back, what should I do to block that attack? Jackson rests his chin in deep thought, and after a moment, he quickly turns to answer, I do not know. No one has ever lived after I ambushed them. Hearing this, Ingrid's face darkens, noticing Ingrid's strange gaze. Jackson instinctively looks up. He suddenly bends forward, arms hanging loosely. Then Jackson gestures behind him. He needs to have eyes in the back of his head. At this point, Ingrid still has not reacted. His voice grows dry. What are you talking about? Having eyes in the back of your head. Jackson slowly lifts his head. You see that vehicle over there? Ingrid repeats, looking puzzled. As he points it out, he explains, it is behind that camp. Ingrid immediately turns around, unable to believe her eyes. What? How can he see something so far away? Does he really have eyes in the back of his head? At the same time, Jackson whispers coldly. That vehicle is about to break down. Just as he predicted, the vehicle suddenly loses a wheel. Ingrid's eyes widen in shock. She hesitates for a moment and then asks, Jackson, are you a prophet? He helplessly replies, eyes not meeting Ingrid's. What kind of talk is that? Or did you hang out with those savage killers and catch their disease? She grows increasingly anxious. Stop joking around. Tell me how you did that. Jackson suddenly points to his ear. A word slips from his mouth. Sound. At this moment, Jackson admits, I heard the creaking of the wheel joints. Instantly, he fixes his sharp gaze on Ingrid. Once I hear it, I can predict what will happen next. The space goes silent. She feels almost dizzy. How can he hear even such a small sound? I am not even sure I heard the sound of the car clearly. Jackson continues. Which means you do not necessarily have to use your eyes to grasp everything. At this point, he leans forward. If you want to practice skills like mine, you can try to listen, focus your senses, and follow even the faintest sounds. Ingrid does not hold back. You explained everything in detail. Even though you used to find it annoying when I asked questions. Jackson replied casually. Well, it is still annoying. His gaze darted quickly. But it is better than having you nagging in my ear forever. Right at this moment, Jackson unexpectedly threw in a cryptic remark, saying it seems the captain is determined not to give up. After a while, the camp was swallowed up by the dark night, with only the flickering light of the fire remaining. Inside, Ingrid squeezed his eyes shut, feeling the tension. The second wall he had to overcome was the invisible scythe of death. He reminded himself that only by seeing it could he survive. At the same time, Ingrid strained to listen to every movement of the enemy's corpse. He could easily picture all the movements. The steady footsteps of the patrolling soldiers, the sound of torches crackling. Suddenly, the enemy's corpse jumped down next to Ingrid's tent. He clenched his eyes shut, his brow furrowed. Where is it? Outside. The enemy's corpse slammed its hands down on the ground, a murderous aura radiating from him. Turning back toward Ingrid, he started to feel the tension rise. Where's that noise coming from? At that moment, the enemy's corpse vanished into thin air. In an instant, an arrow shot straight into Ingrid's throat again. The pain jolted him awake. Fresh blood sprang out, and Ingrid slowly became powerless. Failure was inevitable. The next morning, the familiar sound echoed outside. Who is the hero of this battlefield? The crowd excitedly shouted. Cyprus. Ingrid realized at that moment that he had not progressed at all. But his body still vividly remembered the days of training, where he forged a brave heart and sharp blades. Right now, Jackson had thoroughly instructed him that there was a lot of information he could gather just by listening. He could pinpoint locations based on the direction and intensity of sounds. And when he could hear the faintest noises, even from the farthest distances, his serious voice slowly reached Ingrid's ears. If possible, his ears would become a second pair of eyes. Immediately, Jackson swung his arm strongly toward Ingrid. His voice softly echoed, each word heavy like raindrops falling on cold stone. The sound was like waves. These waves always existed around us, even in the quietest places. Amidst hundreds and thousands of sound waves intertwining. As his words ended, Jackson clenched his fist, urging him to catch just one wave. Alone, Ingrid walked through the crowd, which began to buzz with chatter. One person boasting, "That is how I could snap that bastard's neck." Another voice chimed in, asking, "Have you been to that village yet? There is a really pretty girl there." Someone else angrily shot back, "Nonsense. That jerk?" Ingrid squeezed his eyes shut, trying to sense everything in that chaotic sea of sounds. Which sounds were blending together? Listening, distinguishing, and capturing. At this moment, Ingrid twisted his mind. The sound of flags waving. It sounded like just one big flag. How many flags are here? 7 or 10. He strained to perceive using his hearing. From right to left, 3 people nearby, 2 people far away. Ingrid leaned back slightly, took a deep breath, and felt the sound waves. Those familiar sounds echoing back. His mind gradually stabilized. Ingrid whispered softly, along with the unfamiliar sounds. As you are deep in concentration, Krang suddenly calls out loudly, "Ingrid." He smirks with a glint in his eye, wondering what this training session is all about. Ingrid does not respond but turns the question back. "Ingrid." Krang bursts into a dry laugh. "It is Ingrid. But if you prefer Ingrid, go ahead." He replies nonchalantly, not really bothered. Though he does not quite like it. Ingrid half closes his eyes and says, "I am just sitting here resting." "How does that look like a training session?" He adds with a hint of sarcasm. "You are not some lazy bum, are you?" Ingrid opens his eyes wide. his gaze piercing as if trying to see straight into Krang's soul. In that moment, an arrow pierces through the tent, shooting like a comet, and strikes his artery instantly. Ingrid spins around to Krang, only to see the assassin thrusting a sword into his gut with ruthless precision. It is clear he has no plans to let up, as he slowly pulls the blade out. Soon after, Krang lets out a blood-curdling scream. Moments later, Ingrid looks down, his eyes blazing with fury. Having failed for the 34th time, an assassin suddenly descends from the shadows. The moment he lands, Ingrid tries to sense what is happening, but he hears nothing at all. Ingrid stares blankly at Krang's lifeless body, blood pooling around him. Failure. 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 The next morning, he sits alone, motionless, eyes tightly shut, not a flicker of life. To break through this tough wall, you need not just motivation but also focus. It is all about effort. Nothing random or divine intervention. As usual, the assassin rushes towards the tent, ready for a bloody showdown. Ingrid realizes a simple truth. Just keep repeating the simplest things. Never stopping. Always observing. Listening. He successfully detects the movements of a bird. As night falls, the assassin stealthily approaches the tent. Ingrid's eyes widen, his gaze fixed on the distance. Before him stands Krang's shadow, looking back at him in confusion. Krang feels a bit flustered. I snuck in and you noticed. You opened your eyes so quickly, seeing Ingrid silent. He stammers. I thought you were keeping your eyes closed. Or were you practicing sensing danger? You are not exactly a lazy bum. Are you? Ingrid's expression darkens, his eyes glinting with malice. Night falls once more, and the assassin tightens his grip on the arrow while charging in. As the arrow flies towards him, he quickly dodges to the side. In an instant, Ingrid reaches for the sword waiting beneath him. Without hesitation, he lunges forward, slashing fiercely, causing the assassin to stagger back. The assassin tumbles over, while Ingrid grips his sword tightly, ready for whatever comes next. The assassin is so furious he is gritting his teeth, while Ingrid laughs like a madman. No longer just a shadow of death, the assassin hisses through clenched teeth, his blade sharper than any knife, charging towards Ingrid. That damn bastard. Ingrid bites his lip, his gaze razor-sharp as it sweeps over the assassin. This assassin might excel in ambushes, but he is no match for the one who has taken him down multiple times on the battlefield before. He could be an opponent worth testing himself against. In the midst of chaos, Ingrid flinched, caught in a wild brawl while everyone else was. He glanced sideways. Vengeance was already in the fray, and Krang was still fighting. Fear gripped him as he clutched the sword tightly. At that moment, the enraged assassin swung a dagger toward Ingrid. He tried to steady himself, knowing everyone was awake and alert, but he had to be careful. Ingrid dodged while trying to assess the situation. The assassin might not be strong in close combat, but he was still a killer. Just then, he suddenly hurled the dagger straight at him. Instantly, the blade flew past Ingrid. Seizing the moment, the assassin turned and charged at him, intent on finishing him off. The sight of the blade coming at him was like a shooting star. At that moment, a figure dove in, and his eyes immediately shifted. Captain Yojang had made his entrance. In that moment, every muscle in his body tightened. His breath caught in his throat. He needed to strike quickly, or he would fail. Without thinking, Ingrid charged toward Zhou Young like a man possessed. Furious assassin shouted, arrows flying in response, calling more people over. While Ingrid was distracted, they were barreling toward him. The assassin did not let up on Krang, with arrows raining down like crazy. He turned slightly, his face showing fear, then back to Zhou Young, who easily dodged Ingrid's strike. A cloak suddenly flew out, blocking the arrows. Zhou Young was running, using her body to shield Krang and him. A thought flickered through Ingrid's mind. He had suspected she was linked to the assassins, but it seemed she was there to help them, which definitely worked to their advantage. Quick thinking, he gripped his sword and charged at the assassin. In the blink of an eye, Ingrid's dagger was right in front of him. The assassin's eyes widened with fear as he swung his knife forward. He swung the blade hard, narrowly avoiding Ingrid's strike. The assassin cursed angrily. Damn it. Immediately, he turned and sprinted away. After a while, he was the only one left standing in the tent, dazed. Ingrid looked up outside, where the cold wind blew fiercely. He had escaped. Grant cautiously approached. It seems like that assassin was targeting me, he stated without hesitation. I know. Hearing this, Grant's eyes widened. His lips parted in shock. How did you know that? Before Ingrid could explain, Joung interrupted. That assassin had clearly planned their target before making a move. It seems like me and the others have nothing to do with them. True. That assassin was pretty dangerous. Good thing I showed up just in time. She shot him a cold glance. I am quite surprised by your reaction to this situation. Team leader. Ingrid fixed his gaze on the sword in Jo Ung's hand. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. I know the captain is here to protect everyone, but I have no idea what her relationship with Grant is. What if she is trying to keep a secret for him? With that thought, Ingrid tightened his grip on the sword. I might become the target. I need to be cautious. Just then, Grant suddenly brushed past him. Heading quickly towards Jo Ung, he hesitated for a moment and then spoke. I have something to say. At this moment, Grant's expression changed. Is Gazy? Because of me everyone is in danger. I wish no one had to lose their life today. Ingrid could not help but feel suspicious at Grant's unexpected reaction. Jo Ung placed a hand on his chest. Bowing respectfully. That is a wish that must be fulfilled. Grant's voice choked in his throat, looking over at Vengeance. He has been poisoned and probably one teammate. I wonder if there is anyone else in the camp who has been dragged into this because of me. Her voice rang out, calm yet resolute. Do not worry. There is an antidote. So he might not be dead yet. At the same time, Ingrid quietly observed Jo Ung. It seems the captain has quite a bit of knowledge about poisons. He frowned slightly, his gaze filled with determination. All right, let us handle this situation first. It is chaotic here. We need to act fast before more people gather, or it will be a hassle. At this moment, he quickly proposed. We can look for more information. The assassin left at the scene to learn more about him. Ingrid turned to glance at the door. He is acting like this. He is definitely leaving behind a lot of clues. Suddenly, the camp was engulfed in flames. Thick smoke filling the air. Out of nowhere, a scream shattered the silence. It is on fire. Everyone hurry and put it out. The commander kept yelling. Wait. Come here quickly. Over here. Ingrid stared intently at Vengeance. He stared wide-eyed, breath hitching for a moment, then growled softly. That bastard assassin set the fire to cover his tracks before leaving. He helplessly looked toward the group struggling to extinguish the flames. Now finding clues about him would be much harder. Meanwhile, Jo Ung and Grant silently moved deeper into the woods. She suddenly exclaimed, if he had not woken up in time to warn us, you would probably be dead by now. Jo Ung could not help but feel puzzled. Is the reason he trusts him so much because of his strength and courage? He replied briefly. Exactly. Do not you see he is a trustworthy person? Hearing this, Jo Ung fell silent, staring off into the distance. Over here, Grant lifted his head to look ahead, a wave of suspicion bubbling up inside him. He had tried so hard to keep his cool in the camp, but he could not understand why the assassins had come in droves like this. In the training area, he diligently practiced his swordplay early in the morning. Suddenly, he bowed his head, a small smirk creeping onto his lips. Grant let out a dry laugh, realizing he had been too complacent. He hoped nothing like this would ever happen to anyone again. Without another word, he decisively walked away, not forgetting to say goodbye. So long for now. Hope to see you all again. Meanwhile, a weapon resembling the Grim Reaper's scythe appeared on the water's surface. Just at that moment, it vanished into the night. Increase stood frozen, his gaze locked onto the wall. He did not look at him but spoke coldly. We will meet again soon. In response, Increase stared intently at the wall, his voice firm. Whatever it takes. The next day, Increase broke free from the loop. He had lived and escaped that silent death. It was the morning after the battle with the assassin. Increase busily tied up his gear, his eyes lost in thought. He felt like he had a better grasp of everything he had heard and observed, but the appearance of the squad leader was something he could not wrap his head around. He knew he had to train harder to boost his strength even more. At that moment, he finally allowed himself to relax, grateful that he had not been injured at all last night. Just then, Vengeance interrupted Increase's train of thought. Thanking him for the warning that had saved him from the fire, he glared at Increase, every word dripping with reproach. Why did you save me? Increase was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brows, his breath catching for a moment. What is this weird vibe? I saved him. And now he is acting like I did something wrong. Without skipping a beat, he brushed past him coldly, leaving a fitting reply. You are my teammate, so saving you is no big deal. I write. After hearing Increase's response, Vengeance lowered his head, a look of confusion crossing his face. His voice cracked. I have done so many wrong things to you before, yet you still treat me well. Vengeance awkwardly responded. Thank you. But where are you headed now? Increase slowed his pace. I am going to train. At that moment, he suddenly dropped some news. After the fire yesterday, there are some strange things going on in the camp. Did you know? Increase turned back, puzzled. What is going on? Vengeance hesitated for a moment before adding. There are rumors that our camp is cursed with death. Suddenly, from a distance, Ragna shouted angrily, shattering the peaceful atmosphere. Don't get too full of yourselves. You idiots. He slammed into Zem's shoulder without saying a word. Seeing this, a smirk tugged at the corner of Zem's mouth. Clearly intrigued, one person yelled in frustration. Are you all crazy? Why are you fighting in the camp? Zem nearly lost it, lifting Ragna up. This idiot wants to die. Another person shouted in panic. Team leaders. Hurry up and get over here. Manage your team members. Why are you letting them act like this? After a moment, he continued to punch and kick Ragna. The group starting to panic. This is a disaster. Zem shouted. If you get up, you are dead. In an instant, he sprang up and threw a punch. Furious, the older guy retaliated with a powerful blow. Zem swung the heavy axe, saying, All right. Let us see how this axe works for cutting your hair. Another guy quickly intervened. Wait. Do not use a weapon like that. Ragna's voice rose, each word heavy with tension. If you are tough, come at me and let us see who drops first. The others were nearly panicking, urging someone to intervene. No one wanted a murder charge. Turning back to Ingrid. He was deep in thought, puzzled about where those wild rumors came from. Ingrid let out a wary sigh, her face showing clear fatigue. But it seemed like there really was a lot of complexity going on here. At that moment, he exploded with anger. Cut it out. The group shouted in unison. Wait. The squad leader is here. Are you still standing after yesterday's fire? Whatever. Just go stop those two, they are losing it. Ingrid replied nonchalantly. I am not dead yet. All right. If you two want to fight to the death, you need to tell me why you are doing this. Under the sunset sky, with clouds drifting like delicate silk ribbons. It had been 3 days since they returned to the squad. The fading light poured into the room where Ingrid lay, deep in a drunken slumber. Suddenly, a soft sound broke the tranquil atmosphere. He jolted awake, seeing Jackson standing ominously by the bed. He spoke softly, his tone slightly awkward. I did not mean to make a noise. Did I wake you? Ingrid sat up straight, his feet touching the ground. I was planning to get up and train anyway. Jackson remained there, eyes wide with surprise. You have not been training long, but you already hear that well, Ingrid replied casually. Because I have been practicing hard. Suddenly, Jackson's expression turned serious, his cold gaze fixed on him. Keep training. It will benefit you. He stepped closer. And as the battles grew fewer, Ingrid's hand tightened around a branch, revealing his incredibly toned arms. Ingrid strained to lift his body, his face slick with sweat. Thanks to this, we have some free time. It is the perfect moment to train. Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar. Good morning. Squad leader. Ingrid approached a large gray rock, staring intently at it. Aldane was doing push-ups with a massive boulder weighing him down. He called out, Aldine. Aldine looked up. You are here for morning training. You are really dedicated. Suddenly, Aldine slammed the rock down and said with a hint of implication, You should think carefully about this. He stepped closer to Ingrid, who remained calm. Aldine affirmed again, a strong body is like a sturdy shield. Finally, he delivered a gentle yet heavy statement. At the very least, you should be able to handle a hit from Brocake. Aldine suddenly scoffed. You are still way too weak. You need to train harder. Hearing this, Ingrid tried to hide his irritation. Aldine spoke as if he were invincible. Ingrid humbly replied, I still have a long way to go. Aldine seems dead set on not stopping. He leans forward, hands on his hips, and adds, As for the muscle training methods I showed you, at that moment, Zem suddenly kicks Zagna hard, and he roars in fury. Teeth gritted. This lazy bastard. Just eating and sleeping all day. This useless fool. Over here. You see the guy struggling to get up, his body stretching forward. Zagna pulls out a sword, catching Zem off guard for a second. In an instant, he snaps back, grabbing his brother's shoe and storms off. Zem is not backing down either, quickly drawing his axe's blade. Just as they both prepare to charge at each other, Ingrid chimes in. Here we go again. He sighs in frustration. Come on. You two. Aldine grips the cross tightly, mumbling. Violence won't solve anything. Seeing this, Zem calls out. That blind idiot is trying to starve us. He's too lazy. Ingrid lowers his voice, trying to calm him. Zagna. If the team leader asked, then go make breakfast. Zagna responds with an annoyed look. Fine. If the team leader insists. Zem immediately turns to mock him. You jerk. Finally willing to work. Acting all high and mighty. He does not back down, shoving his hand away. Go clean up somewhere else. It stinks. Hearing that, he sniffs the air dramatically. What is his deal? Ingrid scolds lightly. Stop causing trouble. Or are you just bored with nothing to do? Zem smirks. You figured it out. Can't hit the battlefield. My hands are itching too much. His hand quickly finds the hilt of his sword. Do not jump again. Come here. Let us have a duel. The sky darkens ominously. Thick black clouds swirling like a storm is about to hit, with laser focus in his eyes. Ingrid channels all his strength into his swinging arm, when suddenly Zem hits him hard in the side. Your endurance is pretty weak. In an instant, Zem swings the axe blade, catching him off guard. Ingrid thinks to himself, as a reminder, stay focused with the heart of a beast. The axe blade suddenly comes crashing down. He quickly uses his sword to brace himself. Listening and dodging the attacks with nimble hands, Ingrid grips the sword tightly, delivering a deadly thrust hung through countless failures. Across from him, Zem charges at Ingrid with no mercy. Right at this moment, he decisively thrusts the tip of his sword towards Zem. Zem swiftly uses the axe blade to lock Ingrid's sword in place. You see him pull hard on Ingrid, his other hand tightening around his neck. Ingrid's face twists in glee. At this moment, Zem slams him down to the ground with force. He speaks with a tone of disappointment. I had high hopes after seeing you progress like this. But this fight, as he says this, Zem can help but feel dissatisfied. How did you become so boring and still weak like this? That thrust is old news. I have figured out the weakness in that move. You do not have any other tricks up your sleeve. What? Ingrid drives the sword in his hand down into the ground with force. He warily climbs back up. But now I understand. He realizes. I have changed. Both mentally and physically. Ingrid glares coldly at him. Now, even if I have to repeat it hundreds, thousands of times, I will keep moving forward. This time, I am going to crush you. Noticing your gaze, Zem still wears a look of disgust. What a pathetic skill. Right at this moment, Ingrid opens his eyes wide, his gaze shining in the darkness. The corner of his mouth involuntarily curls up. But why can't I take my eyes off that look? At this moment, Zem casually swings the axe in front of you, teasingly saying, at the very least, you should be able to touch a single hair of mine. At the same time, the rain begins to pour down, the sound pattering softly. The freezing rain makes him gradually lose focus. Over here, the tents are getting soaked by the rain. Ingrid is deeply observing. The rain comes and goes erratically. Inside, Zem starts grumbling. Damn it. With this much rain, my feet are going to get athlete's foot. Meanwhile, Ragna is sleeping soundly, and Alden is still diligently praying to God. Grise walks in looking disgruntled. How many times has our plan been ruined because of this damn rain? He can't help but exclaim. It really feels like a curse has fallen over our camp. Hearing this, Ingrid can't help but feel confused. A curse. Grise stares at him. Have not you heard about it? Squad leader. Ingrid's eyes light up. Now that you mention it, I think Captain Venzen said something before I came back. Back then, he spoke softly. A curse is spreading throughout the camp. Returning to reality, Grise continues to grumble. The weather is strange. The number of injured suddenly increasing. And then there's the fire hazard too, especially the scout team. Jack. Rotten. So many people are injured. Everyone is spreading rumors that it is all because of the curse. He sits up. Of course. There is no such thing as a curse here. But the weather is indeed changing as if some magic is haunting this camp. So the rumors spread like wildfire. Ingrid seriously warns. It won't be good to let these false rumors spread in the camp. So the higher-ups will soon put a stop to it. In that moment, Grise looks puzzled. Wait. Why are you just standing at the door? He replies briefly, practicing sensing the aura. Hearing this, he feels even more confused. In this stormy rain, Ingrid calmly replies. It is because of the heavy rain that I have to practice. Zem next to him begins to get agitated. What nonsense are you doing? Just standing there is bad luck. Ragna speaks up. That is not a bad training method. You are doing really well. He turns to look at him with a confused expression. Shortly after, Zem erupts in anger. What the hell? Are you teaching him? Since when do you care about the squad leader? Ingrid looks outside, feeling irritated. He can't hear any sound of rain at all. And he loudly screams again. This disrespectful bastard dares to ignore me. At the same time, Auden stops praying and adds. If you want to find exercises to focus on in the camp, there are plenty of ways to train even while sitting down. Rafna chimes in with an idea. It has been a while. Let me check your grip position. Zem looks displeased, pointing at everyone. What? Look at that. Right. They want to train while stuck in here too. At this moment, Jackson stops reading. Glancing over, he sees Auden smiling brightly without hiding it. Next to him, Rafna's face relaxed a bit. Zem quietly glanced over at him, thinking. You see, everyone is working hard. It is not just you. Meanwhile, Ingrid was still lost in thought, the moonlight illuminating her face. From outside the camp, a voice called out. asking the team leaders to manage their soldiers. Raham commanded sternly. We need to send out another scouting team to assess the situation before winter hits. But we do not have enough soldiers to fill the camp. Hearing this, Joung could not help but ask, what about the squad leader of Team 444? Yamaxi thought. That nameless squad leader from I seemed a bit incompetent. Would he hinder the scouting team? She immediately defended him, saying, you never know. He might bring unexpected results. Raham was curious. What reason do you have to think that? Joung replied briefly. Just a gut feeling from a lovebird. The next morning, the soft glow of dawn bathed the camp. At the same time, Ingrid hesitated before approaching Joung, asking with a skeptical look. You were chosen for the scouting team. Right. She leaned on her chain, giving Ingrid a cold look that made her shiver. Grace suddenly asked, did the squad leader summon you? He replied with a dissatisfied tone. Do you think I am just going to let her boss me around? He could not help but wonder. Then why did you go there? She had you doing reconnaissance. Did not she? Ingrid stiffened. For a moment, all the sounds around seemed muffled. Joung's image flashed in her mind, his sharp gaze cutting through everything. She had noticed him after the assassination attempt by those city assassins. Thinking of this, the corners of her eyes crinkled. Since that day, Grace had also left the camp. Just then, Zem spoke. So you really plan to go over there? He casually made a suggestion. But if you do not like what the squad leader assigned, you can just tell her. Ingrid instantly switched to serious mode. Well, I am saying that, but if the higher-ups assigned it, I have to follow it. Zem could not help but marvel. Truly a model squad leader. He replied helplessly. I am just trying to set an example for everyone. If I do not do it, everything here will fall apart. At the same time, Alden could not hold back. Genzi. Oh my. Why did they give me such tough challenges back then? Still, I hope you can achieve what you are aiming for and, most importantly, stay safe through these difficult missions. Ingrid silently cursed to herself. This is exhausting. Just then, Ragnar's voice rang out. Let me. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. Can I take your place? Ingrid immediately turned back, her voice firm. That is not a good idea. You do not have experience in this area. Grice chimed in to support. All right, he is right. Ragnar. Jem did not forget to add salt to the wound. You might be strong in other areas, but you can team match him on this one yet. Meanwhile, Jackson, who had been silent, suddenly interjected. So the exact location the squad leader mentioned is in the vast field. He carefully reminded, not looking directly at Ingrid. If you hear anything unusual aside from the wind and trees rustling, be cautious. That is pretty unusual. It is a basic rule to avoid unexpected attacks. Hearing this, Jen immediately shouted. Are you trying to teach the squad captain a lesson? You have got skills in brawling, but when it comes to reconnaissance, you have got zero experience. Ingrid sighed softly, her expression showing clear frustration. It is a hassle if I leave. Who is going to stop them? If they stay like this, they will end up fighting. But then, he hesitated, his expression darkening, his eyes shadowed with deep fatigue. No matter how much I think about it, there is really no one better suited for this than me. After joining the military, Ingrid found himself assigned to all the worst spots, lacking any special skills. He had done every possible job, but had little real experience. This is where he felt he could be of use. Just then, Jen suddenly grabbed the axe, yelling, You little punk. Jackson immediately pulled out a dagger, his eyes burning with fury. On this side, he sprinted toward the guy, just as they were about to clash. Suddenly, both of their expressions shifted. Right in front of them, Ingrid stood firmly, blocking the path of the axe and dagger. This was the position of a squad leader, and the unit he commanded was one that everyone in the battalion wanted nothing to do with. Ingrid barehanded stopped the axe from Zemis' grip. What is wrong with you guys? He complained. Captain, he is just looking for trouble, and I can't just stand by and take it. Jackson coldly turned back, showing no mercy. You should thank the squad leader, because if it were not for him, you would be a goner. Got it. Zem gritted his teeth. All right. But who knows who is going down first if we keep talking like this? A moment of silence fell over them as he stared at them intently. Even though they bicker like this, they are all warriors with real skills on the battlefield. I just hope they can find a way to cooperate and support each other in this brutal fight. This reconnaissance mission is going to be dangerous, but Ingrid fully understands his own capabilities. What is necessary right now is to train even harder. Ingrid's face fell slightly, a sense of alertness rising within him. The scouting team will go ahead on the front lines to gather intel, so being cautious and prepared for everything is essential. Andrew suddenly piped up. Hey, new guy. Are not you going to get a move on? He scoffed. Even if you were a squad leader before. Around here. You are just a rookie. Here. I am in charge of everything. You need to follow my orders. Got it. Andrew Gardner. Squad leader of the scouts. Another soldier smirked. What can a guy like him do? Just ignore him. Pretend he is not even here. Another guy chimed in with a laugh. I do not think he can do anything but die early. Just look at that clueless face. Andrew shot Ingrid a malicious glance. Of course. When it comes to fighting, I will keep an eye on you. Or you might just end up dead. I know you are the squad leader of Team 4. And they are all a handful. If you can lead them. I guess someone decided you were fit for that role. Then he turned back. Bellowing orders. All right. Enough chatter. Stay alert if you run into the enemy. Take them down first. Then we will talk. The group of people shouted in unison. We got. At the same time, he shot them a dissatisfied look. Wondering what kind of clueless rookie was yelling like that. The captain, with a childlike competitive spirit, made him doubt whether this scouting team could even survive their first mission. Suddenly, a tense whisper broke the silence. There are tracks. Captain. Andrew immediately bent down to inspect. And it seemed like they were just deer tracks. He turned around, a sly grin spreading across his face. All right. Let us follow these tracks for a delicious barbecue. In stark contrast, Ingrid was deep in thought. Deer usually travel in herds of 30. So why were there so few tracks? They clearly did not understand what she was getting at that moment. Inley could not hold back and chimed in. Deer. What are you talking about? These are tracks from another species of the same family. But they look totally different. After a while, he finally noticed her presence. Inley flashed a friendly smile. You just got here. So do not mind the captain. He is a bit childish sometimes. I'm part of the scouting team. Inley used to be a hunter. So he had the skills and experience for situations like this. He shared insights that I could learn so much from. Those were absolutely effective for Ingrid to help her survive in this battle. Meanwhile, he nodded slightly, his voice deep but carrying a rare warmth. In a grassland like this, there are many paths only animals travel. Tomorrow, I will tell you more about these things. As night fell, the group began cursing in frustration. This is just ridiculous. That day, because they were chasing deer, the entire team barely accomplished anything. Andrew glanced around, clearly seeing the deer tracks. Right, he rubbed his head in exasperation. Well, we are here now. Tomorrow, we need to figure out the situation and report back. The next morning, the dawn gradually illuminated the mountain. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed on the ground. Right then, Andrew shouted loudly. We have arrived. His voice suddenly dropped, losing its usual energetic tone. This is the area our scouting team needs to investigate. It is known as the Green Grassland Battlefield. Before them lay a lush green grassland. Instantly, Andrew's eyes darted around, his demeanor shifting as he stated. We need to be careful moving past here to search for Asbarn's team. Then let us try to capture a few enemies for interrogation and score some points. The subordinates cheered excitedly. All right. Ellie suddenly hesitated and turned to Ingrid. Are you really just going to walk in there? Our mission is just to scout the outside. She brushed aside the grass with one hand, her gaze shifting to him. This is the captain's order. What can I do? Following Andrew's lead, the group delved deeper into the grassland. Meanwhile, Ingrid was lost in thought. Navigating through this head-high grass was no simple task. Honestly, she had to exert herself just to get through. It was incredibly challenging. And unless you did it yourself, you could not fully grasp it. But she truly admired the members here. They did not complain at all. Ellie paused, glancing over the ground covered in withered grass. It does not look like there are any animal tracks here, she replied nonchalantly. Well, maybe that is the problem, he muttered in dissatisfaction. In a place this high up, there should be plenty of herbivores. Right. If there are not any, then is not that a problem? Just then, a massive figure appeared on the ground. Right after that, a foot suddenly stomped down hard. And at the strange commotion, Increase's face darkened. In an instant, a wild leopard charged out. His eyes lit up but unable to hide his terror. In that moment, the leopard's gaze suddenly locked onto Increase. He quickly pressed Andrew's head down, urging him to lie flat. Just then, arrows shot out unexpectedly. Witnessing the scene, the thug's face hardened. The group panicked as the enemy approached, brandishing their weapons menacingly. Seeing this, Increase led the charge, shouting in alarm as he ran. From behind, one of them unexpectedly pressed the blade of a sword against Andrew's neck. Moments later, even Ellie fell victim to them. The focus now was on Increase, deemed the target of the hunt. At this moment, Increase was like a mosquito being chased down by a swarm. Simultaneously, one of them drew their bow aimed at him. Increase glanced back in horror. Clearly, his sound perception skills were finally kicking in for this situation. In the blink of an eye, an arrow zipped past him. Nevertheless, Increase's pupils dilated, reflecting sheer terror. In his final moment, a bitter smile appeared on his lips. With all the chaotic noise around, he just could not deal with it. Everything he would learned was useless. Within seconds, Increase was faced with a downpour of arrows raining down on him. The sharp arrows pierced deeply into his body, blood spraying out in bursts. Increase still had not regained his composure after the sudden attack, his face showing clear signs of contemplation. If only he knew which direction the enemy was coming from, he could dodge. But there were too many people here. At this moment, Andrew, with a displeased expression, shot a sharp glare at him. What did you say? I will cut your throat right now. Quit talking nonsense. Everything Increase said went in one ear and out the other for this captain. Now, he just had to figure out how to survive. The twilight scene was enveloped in the sunset, painting the sky a bloody orange. Suddenly, a voice shouted, "They are setting up an ambush. Run." Even though Increase had run in every direction, the enemy was always blocking him at the front. But Increase refused to give up. He would find another way, because he could come back to life countless times the previous day. This time, Increase was attacked and killed by a group of 20 archers charging in from the west. He tried to run north to escape, but was surrounded by a group of knights. At this point, Increase lay flat on the ground, gripping the rocky soil tightly. The stern leader commanded, "Find him. He is around here somewhere. No matter how much he runs or hides, we will find him." Meanwhile, Increase tried to observe them. These pursuers wore green uniforms to easily blend into the tall grass. Confusion mingled with nostalgia in his mind. Why were they guarding this area so strictly? There were too many troops in this field. He could not understand what they were protecting in this vast green prairie. At this moment, the grass suddenly parted, revealing a shaft of light. All he could see was a tattered flag stained with blood, fluttering tragically in the wind. Eyes wide open in shock, the crowd gasped as terror washed over them. In that moment of extreme tension, a sword suddenly sliced through the air, splattering bright red blood everywhere. On the lush green grass, his blood-soaked hand lay motionless on the ground, dread creeping in as suspicions began to rise. What are those Asburn bastards hiding? Suddenly, Andrew's voice rang out with determination. We need to cross this green plain and find the Asburn army, capture a few of them, and extract some information. Ingrid, lost in thought, pondered the irony of having died and come back so many times yet feeling utterly powerless. The moment he stepped into the grass, he knew it meant death, as doubt gnawed at him. He wondered how those bastards managed to ambush them in such numbers. What were they hiding? He needed to survive and uncover the truth. Ingrid helplessly glanced at Sasam. But if there was no escape plan, it was pointless. The cycle would repeat. But he could not just keep dying like this. He had to do something. Ellie, with a worried expression, turned to him and asked, "Do you have something to say?" He nodded, his gaze stealing with newfound resolve. "All right. I have made my decision." At that moment, Andrew roared like a wild beast. "Hey, new guy. What are you doing just standing there?" Mac chimed in with a soothing yet understanding tone. "I know you are frustrated with what the captain said, but come on. Let us cut him some slack. We need to stick together." "Right," Ingrid shot back without hesitation. "Honestly, I can stand having someone like him as captain." He turned to face him. "We are all gonna die anyway. Does he even know what he is doing?" Just following him and praising that guy 1T changed the fact that this mission is doomed to fail. Hearing this, Mac's expression changed rapidly. "What are you saying?" In a swift motion, Ingrid pushed him aside. "All right, I am stepping in." At this, Andrew tightened his grip on his sword. "You are saying you 1T follow orders anymore? You think you have got a plan?" Ingrid shot back loudly. "What are you talking about? You need to take charge in this fight if you want to survive. I am declaring it now. I am the commander here." "Got it. We are going to utilize each and every one of our skills in this scouting team." Hearing this, Mac gritted his teeth in anger. That bastard, in this group. Captain Andrew, Inley, and those tall knights were the three who had the best chances of surviving previous ambushes that he had witnessed. Ingrid turned his gaze to the tall knight. He fought valiantly against the enemy. The catch was that he only followed what the captain said, making him more like a knight escorting a noble. Meanwhile, Andrew, furious, drew his sword and boldly challenged. "All right. If that is what you want, let us see who is stronger. Whoever wins gets to command the other. Draw your sword." Ingrid narrowed his eyes. observing that if this guy was just an ordinary captain, he would not need an escort. The way he held his sword showed he had been trained quite thoroughly. Over here, Andrew is ready to fight, assessing the situation once again. However, his combat skills are still pretty lacking. Could he have grown up in a noble family? Thinking this, Ingrid can't help but doubt it. But if that were the case, why would he risk his life like this to achieve glory? Suddenly, a wild thought crossed his mind. Maybe his family is in decline, and he needs to do something glorious to restore their name. At that moment, the guy pointed his sword straight at Ingrid. I do not see any talent in you. How do you expect to lead everyone? You are just an arrogant winner. Come here, and I will show you some manners, he sighed warily. All right. First I need to focus on beating this idiot before I think ahead. Andrew emphasized. I am doing this completely differently from you. Immediately after, the guy roared in a frenzy. Because I have a mission to complete. Suddenly, Ingrid provocatively waved his hand. All right, come at me. One hit is all it takes to take you down. Upon hearing this, the guy nearly lost his mind and charged forward in a rage. Seeing this, Ingrid tightened his fists. He is risking it all, because of my taunts instead of watching his opponent. Clearly, he has underestimated me in this battle. Ingrid's eyes easily tracked Andrew's every move, and the outcome was clear. His careless arrogance would be his downfall. He swiftly brushed his hand across the blade, using his bare hand to block the guy's sword in response to Ingrid's counterattack. Andrew's expression changed. Seizing the opportunity, Ingrid lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to his stomach, sealing his defeat. The pain hit Andrew hard, knocking the wind out of him. A moment later, he collapsed onto the ground, writhing in agony, stunned into silence. Inley struggled to hold back a scream, unable to believe that he was just a low-level knight. Then, Ingrid declared loudly, from now on, I will lead this scouting team. Anyone have a problem with that? Hearing this, he fell silent, not a word to say. Over there, Mark did not seem to have any intention of opposing him. Turning back to Andrew, the guy angrily got back up. You jerk. After a moment, Mark nodded in agreement with Ingrid's decision. Ingrid lifted his head, looking into the distance so the first step is settled. Soon after, the group moved forward under his guidance onto the prairie. Below them, one guy muttered, What is that jerk thinking? At that moment, Ingrid suddenly asked, Hey Ellie, what is your dream? He turned back, confused. Why are you asking that right now? Ellie shyly expressed. I have always dreamed of living peacefully with the girl I love in my village. Ingrid nodded slightly. If you want that life, we all need to survive first. Saying that, Ingrid turned back. What about you? The young man hesitated before speaking. My wife just had a baby. Ingrid replied similarly. Okay. I understand you need to get back to your child. Ingrid asked again. And you guys? The young man replied. Dissatisfied. I want to live peacefully by running a small business. The person next to him shrugged. I want to return to my family and live as a farmer. At that moment, Ingrid unexpectedly turned to Andrew. What about you? Andrew. The guy hesitated for a moment before answering. I want to fulfill my mother's last wish. Andrew's eyes shifted dramatically. He thought, this mission will help me achieve that, to restore my family's glory. Moments later, Ingrid concluded. All right, everyone has their dreams, and to reach them, we need to survive and come back. The crowd behind him was caught off guard by his sudden move. Immediately, Ingrid declared, I will do my best to help everyone achieve that. The group was almost frozen in place by his strange actions. In that moment, everyone followed Ingrid's lead. There was no better motivation than igniting the hope in their dreams. By now, he had achieved what he wanted here. Suddenly, Ingrid commanded loudly. Hey Inley, shoot an arrow at that tallest grass tree over there. He turned around confused. There is nothing there. He immediately insisted. I said just do it. Hurry up. Shoot. Seeing this, Inley quickly fired the first arrow, and a wave of panic washed over Ingrid. Had she miscalculated? In an instant, the arrow struck the enemy's head, and the crowd erupted in chaos. There is an enemy. The teenager behind shouted in horror. An ambush. Immediately, Ingrid shouted. Run fast. Andrew, stunned, followed. What the heck? Even though he was still skeptical, he decided to chase after him, cursing under his breath. Damn it. He felt a surge of confidence. We have gained a bit of an advantage now. After a while, the group caught up with the enemies. Ingrid wasted no time and plunged straight into the opponent. The group had proactively located them and taken their first counteraction. One soldier yelled angrily. What the hell is going on? Kill them quickly. At the same time, Andrew suddenly pressed the blade of his sword against the enemy's throat. One swift strike would finish him. Meanwhile, Ingrid quietly observed the battle. The enemy was caught off guard by their ambush. They needed to take advantage of this moment to reduce their numbers as much as possible. He subtly realized, with Captain Andrew by his side, his knight bodyguard Tokon had to stick close for support. Over here, with a decisive blow, Ingrid sought to decapitate the enemy, silently affirming her desire for victory, thus increasing the chances of success for this attack. At that moment, he showed no mercy, taking down one enemy after another. From 12 foes, only 8 remained. The enemies were now in a panic. Shaken by the sudden assault, they screamed in terror. "We have been ambushed by these bastards. Quickly call for backup. Who knows how many enemies are in this ambush?" Ingrid swiftly moved through the crowd. The enemy had stabilized their situation now. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed loudly. As the group aligned in formation, he called out, "Everyone." Ingrid shot a cold glance at the enemy, yelling, "Take them down fast." As soon as the words left his mouth, the formation scattered, and they began the slaughter of their foes. In this tall and vast grass, it was not easy to spot them. The reason they had detected that group's army before was due to an unexpected disturbance from nature. One of them could not hide his fear upon seeing the antelope. "Damn it." It suddenly darted out, its cold eyes glancing back. He roared and charged wildly toward the antelope, absolutely furious, ready to kill. At that moment, Ingrid unexpectedly appeared to attack him. His gaze quickly flicked over to the antelope. "This was the beast I first encountered when I stepped into this patch of grass. And now here it was again." In that instant, it turned to look directly into Ingrid's eyes. The antelope had been chased by enemies and had accidentally run into him. Ingrid cautiously assessed the situation. It seemed they could not immediately recognize our ambush, because they were distracted by this creature. Thanks to its presence, my plan succeeded, and I will spare this creature's life. Just then, Inley shouted loudly, letting us know that our area was cleared. He immediately turned around and replied decisively, "All right, let us move to a different spot." Meanwhile, the antelope quietly followed Ingrid, seemingly with no intention to attack. After the brutal first battle, the group had lost one member, leaving only 6 of them. Even if today's fight repeated many times, Ingrid's struggle would not change much. However, this was their first real success. So now it was time to move to the next location. At the same time, a surviving enemy appeared, lurking behind the grass, eyes fixed on the group. Thanks to today's repetition, he had figured out where the ambush would be and avoided it, making crucial decisions for the mission. If they continued moving straight ahead, they would face nearly 30 enemy crossbowmen lying in wait. Ingrid urgently commands, "We need to head this way quickly so we do not lose any more teammates. Our only option is to circle around and avoid them." However, they spot a lone enemy on the path, and of course, they need to take him out quickly before he alerts his buddies. This is the only thing Ingrid can do right now. Once they take him down, the group can move fast and break through the enemy's encirclement here. Meanwhile, Andrew lets out a mighty roar, crazily slaughtering the enemy. Mark glances back, noting that Andrew is getting a bit reckless. This battle is mainly about getting out safely, and taking out enemies in this grass is impossible. They are just too many. At the same time, Ingrid shouts, "We need to get across this field before it gets dark," he urges loudly, his breath quickening. "Let us move forward. Now." Mark yells, his eyes darting around nervously. "Do you even know the way?" Ingrid retorts, his tone sharp like a knife. "The deeper we go, the more dangerous it gets. I know the way. Just follow me." Right after that, he boldly declares, "I am in charge here, so everyone just follow my lead. Complaining won't solve anything." At this moment, both Ellie and Andrew look utterly shocked. Mark bluntly points his sword at Ingrid, his voice hoarse. "This battle has reached a dangerous point. I hope the path you chose is a safe one." He raises his voice, threateningly saying, "If I feel even the slightest hint that your actions are off, I will take you down right here." "Got it. You are the leader. But we are not blindly following everything you say." Ingrid is nearly silent, locking eyes with him, then retorts loudly, "It is too late to turn back now. We need to push forward. You know that, right?" He reminds him, "Things have calmed down a lot here. So we need to move quickly. If we stand here bickering, we are just asking to die." He snaps, "You mean to tell me that just following everything you say is the safe option?" Suddenly, he grabs Andrew's arm. "There is something I need to make clear to everyone." Ingrid's voice drops noticeably. "Everyone here wants to survive." Andrew casts a sideways glance at him, Recalling that he once thought he was just a useless guy, a fleeting memory crosses his mind, like his father. A gambler who squandered all their family wealth before his powerless eyes. Andrew's gaze sharpens. But now it seems like that is not the case. There is that determined look at that moment. A familiar voice echoes in his ear. Andrew, it seems our clan might end here. He stares blankly at the ceiling, realizing that he has grown up. Right after that, he turned to look at Andrew, his lips trembling slightly, saying that as long as you have determination and enough strength, you can lead the family to a new life. Do your best in your studies, so that one day you can restore our clan and become a trustworthy leader in everyone's eyes. The guy gritted his teeth helplessly. A testament to a person with vision and outstanding leadership. Back in reality, Ingrid confidently declared, "Trust me. We will survive this together." Andrew unexpectedly slipped through the crowd, nodding in agreement. "Okay, I believe in you." At that moment, Andrew exclaimed with confidence, "Captain Ingrid Mayang, lead us to victory." Hearing this, he struggled to hold back his tears. But Andrew, at this moment, he immediately cut in. "Okay, the commander in this battle is Ingrid." He reminded again, "We need to follow her instructions." Hearing this, he was almost speechless, staring blankly at Andrew. At the same time, Ingrid gave the orders. "Everyone crouch down and move, as the grass here is much shorter now. Remember to stay close to me and move quietly together." Immediately, Andrew placed his hands on the ground, and the others hurried to follow. He had figured out a path for us to escape this field after many failures. Now that we have moved here, we just need to stealthily evade the enemy and slip away. Of course, we always need a backup plan. After a while, the last light of day fell below from within the grass. A foot quietly stepped out. At this moment, the plain was lined with a series of spears. After numerous near-death experiences, Ingrid had pinpointed some key locations in this operation. Mark and Andrew turned back cautiously. Right at this moment and in this place. At the same time, Ingrid led the group through each patch of grass. They finally had the chance to escape the enemy's encirclement without directly confronting them. From above, the group was almost surrounded by the enemy. Mark and Andrew swallowed hard, fear surging like a tidal wave. On the other side, his face suddenly changed. At that moment, the enemy had retreated without leaving a trace. At the same time, the group fearfully crawled on the ground. Everything Ingrid had done was completely fine. Now that they had reached this point, they needed to stay calm. This area has low grass, making it easy to be spotted. So we need to hide and wait for nightfall to have a better chance of escaping. The low visibility in previous attempts is what led to failure. And this time he would learn from that. Ingrid's gaze turned to the distance. It seemed there were quite a few enemy patrols around here. Ellie reacted on the spot. "Oh man. We have walked right into the enemy's den. This teenager is just unlucky. What a total bummer," he whispered in the gentle breeze. "This is indeed the enemy's camp. It seems like these people are hiding something here that they do not want us to find out. Anyone who enters this green plain will definitely be killed by them." In that moment, Ingrid's gaze involuntarily shifted to one direction, where a tattered, blood-soaked flag was waving in the wind. Below, numerous skeletons lay scattered around. The mission for our group right now is to find out what is so important in this camp to them. Without a second thought, Ingrid steps forward. "All right, because only by doing that can they escape from here." Blood bursts out with a dry sob. "Are you really planning to set fire in the enemy camp?" he continues, panic in his voice. "Are you out of your mind? We are in the middle of enemy territory. One slip up and we are dead." Ingrid suddenly changes the subject. "Hey, what is your name?" He looks momentarily confused but responds, "Just call me." At this point, he steals his voice. "Mark, I won't accept any objections here." He chokes on his words. "This guy," until the end. Mark barely opens his mouth when Andrew cuts him off. "Mark." Right after that, he and Ingrid head straight for the enemy's center. He assures himself, his eyes gleaming with determination. He understands Andrew's intention and decides to follow the captain's lead. Mark softly prays, "Now is the time for the clouds to cover the moon." At this moment, I can only trust the captain's decision, hoping it will be the right one. At the same time, Ingrid unexpectedly slashes across the tent with his sword. "Over here." He swallows hard, his expression clearly tense. This is insane. Going in and destroying the tent like that. Eyes darting around, his face shows a hint of confusion. What is the tent doing? At this moment, he frantically runs ahead, and he trails behind. What is going on with him? Ingrid keeps moving, her steps brisk and decisive. Mark's eyes track her every move. She races through the enemy camp as if no one is around. His heart pounds violently. This is so reckless. Marcus' eyes scan the area. The darkness seems to swallow everything, even as they run this fast. We have not encountered any enemies yet. We are almost at the end of the path. But where are the enemy troops? Just then, Ingrid halts. Ahead are the guards standing watch over the corpses. He turns slightly, his gaze shining with resolve. Wait here. Ingrid leans back, eyes intensely focused ahead. I have infiltrated this place countless times. But this is the first time I have discovered the flag, and actually touched it. A flash of memory sweeps through his mind. All the enemy troops here are focused on him, aiming to protect the flag. Moments later, Ingrid speaks low and firm. To his Jorn soldiers. That flag is crucial on the battlefield, and is their main objective to protect. In that instant, the flag flutters in the air. Beneath it lie corpses that have decayed beyond recognition. Hearing this, Mark, with a curious expression, asks, what would happen if that flag were to burn? He can't help but feel puzzled. Did the captain know the flag existed beforehand? How could he, in the blink of an eye? Mark's facial muscles tighten. A spark of realization flashes in his eyes. He recalls. Is this what the commander was talking about? He chose the captain for the reconnaissance team, which means he knew the strength of this guy. At this moment, Ingrid emphasizes again. Aspen's group will focus on recovering and protecting the flag. Madame Chia looks at him, her mind racing with questions. The captain is always cautious with every move. Now he is daringly infiltrating the enemy's heart, all to complete this secret mission. Right after that, he grabs the command key, destroys the flag, and then we will make our escape. Without waiting for the group to react, Ingrid's icy voice cuts in. From now on, we split into 2 teams. One will act as bait to draw the enemy's attention. This is going to be a tough challenge. Suddenly, Mao agrees, saying the other team will burn the flag. His unexpected reaction leaves you a bit shocked. Ingrid casts a suspicious glance at him. He has been opposing us all this time, and now he suddenly wants to cooperate. This makes things a lot easier. I have led my team into the Aspen camp a few times before, but this is the first time there are so many people. At the same time, Andrew's group nods in acceptance of the orders. Ingrid takes a deep breath. It is a beautiful day today, and I am feeling pretty good. If everything goes like this, they can pull it off in an instant. The group unexpectedly hurls stones at the enemy. One of them rushes out, shouting loudly, "We have got an intruder." The guards rush out like a flood, and the commander bellows in anger. Catch them, Ingrid quietly resolves. We must succeed in this mission. He quickly grabs the still-lit lantern. Ingrid's eyes spark with determination as he tightens his grip on the torch. It is either success tomorrow when the cycle happens. Just when Ingrid lets his guard down, Mitt suddenly raises his weapon high, charging fiercely at him. With quick reflexes, Ingrid easily dodges it. He swallows hard. He did not even notice when Mitt got so close. Right now, Mitt and Ingrid stand facing each other, both radiating deadly intent. He carefully watches Mitt, a formidable opponent he has never seen before. Ingrid furrows his brow, his gaze locked onto him. Doubts flash through his mind. Where the heck did this guy just pop up from? Mitt growls low in his throat. You are all just a bunch of scared rats. At that moment, Ingrid suddenly murmurs. It is too late. Mitt looks momentarily confused by his words. And from the side, flames suddenly erupt violently. One guy screams, "Fire! It is burning." The tent's on fire. Another guy quickly points at Andrew's group. There are more intruders. Catch them. The leader decisively orders. Put out the fire first. Use them as bait and distract them. Meanwhile, Andrew starts setting the tents ablaze as planned. Just then, Ingrid's eyes suddenly light up. Now's the time to get out of here. Seizing the opportunity, Ingrid spreads his legs apart, the dirt and sand flying up from his movements. All the strikes begin with a powerful push from his legs. He slams down on the ground and steps forward, launching his whole body at Mitt. Without hesitation, he aims his sword directly at him, seeing at the weakness in his stance. The sword tip is now aimed at Mitt's temple. In that fleeting moment, the guy unexpectedly spins around. Ingrid barely has time to react to Mitt's sudden movement. Instantly, Mitt dodges to the side, the blade cutting through the air and missing. At this moment, Ingrid's hand is still tightly gripping the hilt of his sword, while Mitt casually observes. A chill runs down Ingrid's spine. He suddenly realizes there is a wound on his stomach, blood gushing out. Ingrid clutches the injury in pain, letting out a soft groan. That strike was almost a perfect stab. You quickly turn around, your eyes wide with fear. Mitt glares at Ingrid, his voice dripping with disdain, making it all the more unbearable. Your body starts to sway. You can take him down. With your current abilities, you will never be able to get this far. Ingrid has been through countless deaths and resurrections, fought through heavy defenses on the battlefield, and narrowly escaped ambushes. You thought you could make it today, on this mission. Ingrid's eyes flash with desperation. But you keep questioning the wall in front of you. Is it really a wall? Can Tai break through it? Ingrid's hand slowly pulls away from the wound, and your inner self begins to struggle. If you keep fighting him, you are going to die. You lower your head in despair, and I will lead the team once more. Crossing the battlefield, repeating countless days like today, after facing so many deaths, I can't afford to fail. Meanwhile, the expression on the guy's face suddenly changes. Emmett lets out a furious roar. Are you laughing at me? At this moment, Ingrid looks up ahead, a smirk creeping onto your lips. I am going to kill you. At the same time, the guy swings his sword. I am going to turn you into a feast for the beasts. Instantly, you bend low, your gaze fixed on Mitt. Ingrid swings the sword again. I have to break through this wall. In an instant, both of you charge at each other, the metallic clash creating a deafening sound. Ingrid seems to gain the upper hand. Pushing Mitt back further and further, Ingrid's face suddenly pales. He has managed to block my attack. Seizing the moment, the guy swiftly lunges forward, raising his sword high. In that breathless moment of tension, Mitt brings down a powerful blow. He is not planning to let up. He swings the sword again, and your mind races with doubt. How could he block that in that position right now? The blade feels like the scythe of death, rushing straight for Ingrid, in a life or death split second. You quickly brace yourself with your sword. Ingrid clenches his lips tightly, eyes filled with tension. His movements are far too complex. A voice echoes in your head. Hoarse as if choked by failure, there is not a single chance for me to counterattack. Indeed, the difference in levels is glaringly obvious. At the same time, Mitt charges fiercely at Ingrid, your body being pushed back. In an instant, your hand quickly strikes the sword in Ingrid's grasp. Suddenly, from a distance, a dagger hurtles toward you. With sharp observation skills, Mitt swiftly dodges the attack with his hand. You swallow hard. Can I use my hand to block that dagger? At this point, your fury reaches its peak. Mitt charges wildly. The guy shows no mercy as he aims the tip of his sword right at Ingrid. Meanwhile, the crowd is shouting, warning that the fire is spreading. Turning back to Mitt, the blade in his hand goes off course. Mitt anxiously turns around. The crowd continues to scream. Someone has spilled oil everywhere. One of them begins to panic as the fire creeps closer to the flagpole. Meanwhile, one guy suddenly shouts loudly, Commander. Mitt glances back. He yells angrily, his sharp gaze cutting through the guy. Do not you realize what is important right now? Mitt turned to look at Ingrid. Seemingly hesitating, this guy did not look easy to sway, even though he was at a disadvantage. On this side, Ingrid's grip on his sword tightened, his gaze almost hollow. In that moment, Mitt suddenly called out loudly, grabbing Ingrid's attention. His voice rang out, cold yet proud. Just wait until next time. With that, Mitt turned and walked away, leaving Ingrid feeling abandoned on the battlefield. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. Was that guy really backing out of the fight, just leaving him behind like that? In Ingrid's heart, a question lingered. Was he really not a wall that he needed to break through? At that moment, he quickly dismissed the thought. No. Even if he was not a wall to overcome, they would definitely meet again someday. With that thought, Ingrid tightened his grip on his sword even more. No matter what, the day was coming to an end. He raised his head slightly, his gaze drifting into the void. The battle here was coming to a temporary close. Beneath the flickering flames, a young warrior called out loudly, his breath ragged from exhaustion. Sir. His voice echoed, carried by the wind, filled with urgency. We need to leave now. Ingrid hesitated, urging again, Sir, let us go quickly. Over there, Mitt stood frozen, indifferent to the raging sea of flames. Suddenly, he turned his head back, his eyes blazing with rage. Under Mitt's gaze, Ingrid felt a shiver run down his spine. Ingrid did not have time to think. He sheathed his sword. Immediately, he shouted, back off, help the troops. Meanwhile, the soldiers continued to douse the flames. Just as the crowd began to flee, a loud cry echoed from behind. Put out the fire. Ingrid anxiously looked around, counting heads. Still 5 in the team. His eyes suddenly shouted, is this enough? Surely, a large pursuit force 1T chase after us. Right, he replied half-heartedly. Probably not. Just then, Inley suddenly stumbled, groaning in pain, pressing down on his wound. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from behind, tearing through the night. Catch those intruders and do not let them escape alive. Amidst the chaos, the group rushed forward to shield Inley. Ingrid swiftly struck and decapitated an enemy. On this side, he coldly finished off his opponent, his expression utterly unfazed. At the same time, Andrew went on a killing spree, as if unleashing his pent-up anger. Right now, he yelled with authority, do not hesitate. Just keep running. One of the others suddenly shouted, if we escape to the fox's territory, We will be close to our army's domain. Then the enemy's pursuit force surely won to follow us. Right. Then would not it be hard for us to escape from here? Inli then spoke up, his eyes shining. I know a safe place. It is the path the hunters take. Hearing this, Ingrid nodded resolutely. I believe you. Lead us there. After a while, the group no longer heard the sound of enemy footsteps chasing them. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. While they ran for their lives, a gazelle observed them from behind. Intrigued, thanks to Andrew and Mark taking the lead in the fight, they were able to take out a few enemies on the way back without breaking a sweat. If it had not been for Inli guiding them, they would not have escaped the enemy so easily. Getting this far was a team effort. After a while, the first light of day shone directly into Ingrid's eyes, and he squinted towards the rising sun. From the mountain's peak, sunlight began to break through, painting a scene of pure serenity. After the recent scouting mission and attack on the enemy camp, he was utterly exhausted. Seeing the group, the young man could not help but feel bewildered. What on earth had happened to them? From behind, Inli emerged, his body battered and burned, his voice wary as he said, I think I am about to pass out. Meanwhile, Ingrid was gasping for air. Once again, he had made it through another day. Witnessing the dawn of yet another day, in another part of the camp, the flagpoles had been burned to ashes by last night's fire. Hurrierson murmured sadly, that flag in the camp has been burned. And the person next to him replied, we will have to prepare a new one. He spoke with a hint of sarcasm. I never thought the renowned dog unit would just be a burden in this battle. The dog unit commander. He gazed into the distance, unable to fathom how just a few had managed to follow the trail of the elite soldiers left behind in the tall grass. Yet they successfully crossed the grassland where many troops lay in ambush, set fire to the flag, and escaped. The dog unit. An elite team with the authority to operate independently within the Asfand army. This unit's name comes from Asfand's dogs, known for their gray fur and relentless nature, famous for pursuing their targets to the end, whether in love or war. That is why this special unit, originally named the Dog Unit, is also known as the Undying Lovers in battle, fighting with unparalleled ferocity. Back in the present, Heverison suddenly questioned. During the fight, was he really that strong? The commander of the Dog Unit, he neither denied nor confirmed. If it had not been for someone complaining about extinguishing the flames saving the flags, I would have finished him off already. Harrison's gaze drifted far away. He was so lucky to have escaped. His breath was heavy, his face taut with a crazed desire. But the next time they met, he would not be so fortunate. Meanwhile, Ingrid sat alone awake in the tent. He stared intently at the blade, troubled by the fact that he could not overcome the wall before him. After facing him, he always longed to fight, no matter how dangerous that battle might be. Ingrid kept telling himself, one day. In that moment, the voice of the commander echoed back. Next time, I am sure I will catch him and kill him. On this side, he silently resolved. You will definitely fall under my hand. On the other hand, Zem calmly raised his axe high, looking exasperated as he said, I am gonna die from boredom. It is almost time for the reconnaissance team to return, so why have not I heard any news? At that moment, he gripped the axe tightly with his fingers. Zem sat up in shock, his gaze drifting far away. A horrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could he be dead? Zem thumped his head with his hand. Recently it seemed like he had made some progress, but he was still a rookie at reconnaissance, so if he bit the dust, it would not be too surprising. Strangely, he found himself liking that aspect of him. With that thought, Yin clenched his teeth as if accepting it. If he was dead, then so be it. Meanwhile, Ragnar was still half asleep, yawning and stretching. Just as he was shaking off the drowsiness, his eyes froze in place. Over here, Zem was staring at him, not blinking once. Ragnar felt irritated. What are you staring at? Zem immediately raised his middle finger, looking completely unfazed, in response to his provocative gesture. Ragnar did not react this time. Suddenly, Zem smirked, calling out provocatively. Zem's body is creeping closer to Ragnar. Want me to take you out? Seeing this, Ragnar immediately drew his sword, his face ablaze with anger. Boiling over, at the same time, Zoyan questioned Ingrid with suspicion. Had he ambushed the enemy, infiltrated their base, and set their camp ablaze? He answered honestly, it was all a spur-of-the-moment decision, and I was lucky to pull it off. Hearing this, she frowned, her eyes glimmering with doubt. Lucky. At that moment, Ingrid stood firm, looking straight into Zoyan's eyes. Seeing this, she immediately ordered, I get it now. You go and rest your wounds. As soon as Ingrid left, Zoyan was lost in thought. She had thought he had handled everything smoothly like last time in the camp. Truly, one should not hope too much only to be disappointed. Now, she stared at Ingrid's figure. What was wrong with him anyway? On the other hand, he glanced back with a dissatisfied expression. What the hell was that commander thinking? Did she really think barging into the enemy camp and breaking through was that simple? Just then, Andrew appeared out of nowhere. The squad leader Ingrid. He suddenly bowed his head. At first, I was too reckless. Thanks to you, I am still alive. Saying that, Andrew looked up at him. Next time, can we be a squad again? Ingrid did not confirm but simply waved his hand. As long as we fight on the same side. Sure. In response to his answer, Andrew fell silent. He bowed once more before him. Immediately, a wave of people bowed their heads in gratitude. Over here, Ingrid slowed his steps. They thanked him for keeping them alive, even though he only saved those four. Inside him, a flicker of doubt arose. Was this the best he could do? After all, he had lost 2 team members on the battlefield. At that moment, Ingrid began to feel regret. If only he had been a bit stronger, he could have saved them. Today, Ingrid pushed his limits, living through the present over and over again, so from now on, he would not fight in vain anymore. It was time for Ingrid to pursue the image of the knight he wanted to become. Surviving today was what he always aimed for, and to ensure today would not repeat itself, Ingrid opened her eyes wide, thinking she needed to become even stronger. Just as she was lost in thought, a sudden shout erupted from the crowd. Those crazy guys were at it again. Fighting. At the same time, Zem and Ragna were furiously clashing, neither willing to back down. Ragna was laughing maniacally, his eyes betraying a wild madness. On the other side, Ragna's face darkened, teeth clenched in fury. Ingrid observed them closely. She had never seen such expressions on their faces before. I have fought alongside my teammates countless times, but I have never seen that look on their faces when they faced me. The guy next to her could not help but blurt out, "Are they even human? I mean, just look at him, he is practically a monster." As Zem and Ragna continued their chaotic brawl, Ingrid felt a pang of regret. Maybe she should not have been so eager from the start. So from now on, Ingrid would tackle each goal one by one and improve. Her eyes sparkled with determination. First, she needed to draw out those expressions when they faced her. Back with the group, Zem swung his axe with force, while Ragna deftly parried the blow. He suddenly turned around. Facing the squad leader, Ingrid stayed silent. Her gaze locked on Ragna. Zem felt a surge of excitement. If she was coming, she should let him know. Right. Why sneak around like a cat and stare at him like that? The anger in his voice boomed. Is that supposed to be fun? If you are not planning to play with me, then get out. Ragna approached Han, asking if he was hurt anywhere. Ingrid firmly asserted that he only had a few scrapes. He subtly glanced at Zem, not wanting to discuss that anymore. Just moments ago, he had blocked Ragna's attack. He quickly interrupted Ingrid. This guy is starting again. If you are back, go wash up and rest. His eyes darted over to Ragna. Recalling the attack just now, he muttered under his breath. Breath heavy, his face showing clear helplessness. What was he doing now? Ingrid looked on, puzzled, her expression blank, wondering what was going on. Ragna suddenly turned around. It is nothing. Ingrid looked up at him, confused, as if he had something on his mind. She turned her head up towards the horizon, thinking he could say something whenever he felt like it. The commander, upon discovering the ambush, had mobilized all troops to the battlefield. During the move, their wounds healed quickly, and they took the opportunity to train. Grizz asked Han, "Are we training again tomorrow?" "They are marching too, so take it easy." "Okay." Ingrid stepped out bluntly. "Just a little bit. Then we will be back." Zem clicked his tongue. If he kept this up without making progress, they were done for. The next morning, the sunlight almost illuminated the entire sky. Just as Ragna was still sleeping, a sudden noise erupted. He helplessly looked outside. Squad leader. More training. Ragna raised his hand high, stretching his body to the max. Soon after, Ragna reached for the sword placed at the head of his bed. His grip tightened around the hilt. He was ready for sword practice. Ragna scratched his head, lost in thought. Becoming stronger is not hard. I have already seen the path to becoming a knight. He stepped outside and let out a big yawn. But it felt boring. A thought flickered in Ragna's mind. What is the point of becoming a knight if you do not really want it? Do I really have to push myself to become one? Ragna had lost his sense of self-worth and no longer had a goal to strive for. So he just stopped. At that moment, Ingrid swung his sword down hard. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his hip. He immediately loosened his grip on the sword, clutching the wound in agony. Ingrid's face turned pale. Cold sweat began to drip down. Ragnar's gaze never left him. He had learned sideback from the very beginning. When he first picked up the sword, he had mastered the basic moves first. He assessed calmly, knowing that he picked up a few bad habits along the way. No matter how much he trained, he would not get stronger. But then, with that thought, Ragnar's arm holding the sword involuntarily moved. At the same time, Ingrid's pained expression was replaced by determination. He could not help but wonder why he was pushing himself so hard, sacrificing so much. Right after that, Ingrid tightened his grip on the sword and swung it fiercely into the void. Ragnar could not shake off his curiosity. He asked why he was pushing himself to the limit like that. Ingrid did not hold back. He replied plainly, "Because I want to become stronger." Hearing this, Ragnar felt even more puzzled. Once he gets stronger, what is next? Ingrid emphasized each word. "I will become a knight." Seeing this, he continued to ask, "A knight is just someone who is good at fighting, right? So what is the point of becoming one?" Ingrid's voice was low but resolute, ringing out as if confessing, "For me, becoming a knight means doing what I believe is right," he went on, his voice reaching Ragnar's ears. "It is for the poor and the sick. It is for honor." With that, Ingrid pointed the tip of his sword high. "It is to fight for the ones I love. To help my dream of becoming a knight means something." Ragnar's eyes locked onto him. Filled with faith and honor, he nodded slightly, realizing that his strength was just a means to an end. What does it mean to be a knight? What does the sword represent? Thinking about this, Ragnar firmly placed the sword on his shoulder. What am I truly searching for? He slowly started moving his feet, and until he walks that path, he won't know. Suddenly, Ragnar turned to him. "Wait." "Team leader." Ingrid looked back with a mix of confusion and doubt. Shortly after, he unexpectedly extended an invitation. "Do you want to learn how to become a knight?" Without hesitation, Ragnar's decisive answer rang out. Of course. At that moment, the two stood facing each other. Silent, Ragnar lowered his gaze. Letting out a soft sigh, he bit his lip, gripping the sword so tightly that his knuckles turned white. "I might be spoken too soon. This is going to be complicated." After that, Ragnar looked up, his eyes skimming over Ingrid. After all, he felt half drunk and half intrigued. There was something interesting about that look in his eyes. Ragnar slowly stepped forward, suddenly asking, "So what about the beast's heart and the stabbing technique he learned from those thugs?" Without hesitation, he replied, "The beast's heart." Ragnar nodded in agreement. That and the stabbing technique. He looked straight into Ingrid's eyes, raising a hand slightly as a reminder. "Aside from those two things, forget everything else," he asked in disbelief. "What about the sword technique and the mercenary's stealth too?" Ragnar blurted out. "That definitely needs to go." He emphasized each word. If he did not let go of it, when learning new sword techniques, he would unconsciously rely on old tricks. And if that is the case, it would be better to just stick to the old ways. With that, Ragnar leaned in closer, almost forcing Ingrid to choose. Let it all go and start over, or be content with the present. His answer rang out firmly. "I will start over from the beginning." At this unexpected response, Ragnar was momentarily taken aback. He tilted his head to the side, his lips moving slightly. "Really?" Ingrid did not respond immediately. He turned back to look directly at Ragnar. "So what do we do first?" He nodded slowly, his eyes glinting with excitement. This guy is definitely something else. Moments later, Ragnar reached out to grip the sword tightly. The sturdy team leader did not need to use a light weapon. A longsword would be better. "Or how about trading with me?" Ingrid hesitated. "Is it okay if I take the sword from you?" Ragnar replied calmly. It is just a piece of junk anyway." Holding the longsword with his right hand in front, left hand behind. But then, his eyes narrowed. "Why are you holding it so tightly?" Ingrid responded shortly. Afraid of dropping the sword, Ragnar raised an eyebrow and replied, "Who taught you that?" The response echoed back, "Damn. That useless monkey." At that moment, Ragnar suddenly shouted, "Hold your position." Right after that, he charged at Ingrid like a storm, his expression darkening as the blade came down. He quickly used the sword in his hand to deflect it. Ingrid frowned as he looked down at his arm, which was constantly trembling. He dissatisfiedly questioned, "What are you doing?" "That hurts," Ragnar nonchalantly replied. Of course. His voice was icy, his gaze sharp as a blade, stiff as a piece of wood. It would just break. He was like a dry branch. Something like that. Ingrid over here stared wide-eyed, her cheeks puffed out in annoyance. This guy, always talking nonsense. What kind of comparison is that? In that moment, he seemed to realize the truth. "Are you saying my hands are as stiff as wood?" Thinking that, Ingrid relaxed his wrist. If you do not want to break, you have to learn to bend with the sword. You need to be more flexible. The tense and dramatic atmosphere of the training filled the air with shouts. Below, Rafna angrily kicked his leg. Focus on your balance. He could not help but yell. Where are your toes pointing? Rafna swung the blade down hard, putting in all his strength, wanting to snap her neck. He once again made sharp comments about Ingrid's technique. What were you trying to achieve there? The sun's flames scorched the space, painting the sky a clear emerald blue. At the same time, Ingrid's body fell to the ground, Rafna coldly observing him. Rafna mumbled under his breath, struggling to hide his disdain. Did not expect you to be this pathetic, not even knowing the basics of swordsmanship. Teaching like this surely won't work. The training seemed to have pushed Ingrid to his limits. Sweat streamed down your face, each drop trailing down your chin, even though your body felt utterly drained. Ingrid's fingers gripped the sword tightly. Rafna dazedly watched you, the one who was barely managing to stand. You looked straight at Ingrid with a serious and somewhat cold expression. You adjusted your grip on the sword, fingers firmly wrapped around the hilt. Hearing this, Rafna helplessly pulled out the blade, letting out a wary sigh. Right after that, you gave the command to start walking again. In a surprising moment, Zim appeared from behind. Having been Mayo all day, he scoffed with a tone of disdain. Turns out he was just hiding here playing childish games. Moments later, Zem spoke with a questioning tone. Was this jerk picking on the squad leader? Did he want me to show him who is boss? In that unexpected situation, Ingrid turned around, eyes wide with surprise. What was going on? Why was Zim all dressed up today? He brought an urgent command, his voice filled with authority, calling for an emergency assembly of the entire camp. He raised his voice to announce that the enemy was approaching. At the same time, Jackson carefully sheathed his 2 daggers. On the other hand, Zhu Yung looked up in one direction, where a mighty army stood, red flags waving and sharp blades gleaming. Soon after, the key figures gathered. Ingrid, Alden, Jackson, and Ragna. You turned to Ingrid in confusion. Am I really supposed to teach him swordsmanship right now? Chasing after the sword like this? He definitely would not be able to fight properly, and because of that, he might end up dead today. The sword rested across Ragna's shoulder, its blade pressing deeply into his cloak. Internally, he resolved to stay close to you, lips pressed tight, a frustrated mumble escaping. Damn it, I still want to learn more sword techniques. But it looks like that is not happening. At the same time, someone was panicking. What was the enemy doing? The sky was a clear blue, seemingly harmless. But then they saw the tattered flag fluttering in the wind, stained with death. The enemy's army stretched across the vast landscape, their sharp spears raised high. A voice of doubt rang out. What an odd formation. And then, a gigantic hand emerged, muscles bulging, as he roared with power. This is the end for you all. His figure loomed through the thick fog, eyes glinting coldly. Finally, Joung could not help but feel a bit shaken. The spell of communication. The sudden appearance of the dense fog shattered the silence, plunging the warriors into utter confusion. Ingrid stood alert, his eyes revealing clear suspicion. Why was there suddenly fog, in that moment? Ingrid hesitated. Even those standing in front of him were now invisible. As the fog thickened, the warrior's visibility was severely limited. One warrior panicked and shouted, "What is happening? Why is there suddenly fog? I can't see anything." At that moment, an unexpected sound reached Ingrid's ears. The soldiers looked around in confusion, and one of them yelled, "What the heck? Did anyone hear that just now?" Instantly, they erupted into a panic, shouting, What was that? What is happening in front of us?" At that exact moment, Ingrid shouted a warning. Arrows. The white mist was suddenly torn apart by a rain of arrows flying at terrifying speed. With no time to react, many of them fell, blood spilling and mixing with the eerie fog. Meanwhile, Joung struggled to block the arrows. This was not natural fog, but a surprise tactic from the enemy. In the midst of chaos, she yelled loudly, "Duck down. Raise your shields. We have been tricked." In another turn of events, a mysterious figure, cloaked and hidden, erupted into a savage laugh. He boasted arrogantly, "Do you have any idea how hard I have worked to complete this spell? I had to gather blood from countless creatures, water from the purest lake, and even had to continuously use rain summoning magic. When the spell is cast, the thick fog obscures all vision. But as long as you stand under the flag, the spell's medium, you can see everything clearly while we attack the enemy with ease." He officially named the mysterious fog that shrouded the battlefield. "I call it the fog of death." At this moment, the mysterious figure approached, looking rather pleased, and he laughed cheerfully. Of course. I risked everything to ensure the flag would not be burned to unleash this spell successfully. Mitt gritted his teeth. The flames of rage began to rise. If it were not for that bastard burning down the camp, things would not be this difficult. He glared off into the distance. That guy is going to pay with his life. Meanwhile, Ingrid was battling a downpour of arrows. Countless arrows shot out from the fog, making the chaos even worse. Arrows everywhere. They were closing in. Ingrid barely dodged an arrow as it whizzed past his head. A shadowy figure behind him shouted. Team leader, do not move. He turned in surprise. Wait, is that Rana right behind me? They suddenly shouted in a furious uproar. Is this magic? Which bastard is doing this? Ingrid recognized the voice immediately. It was. He scanned the area frantically. Zem was right in front of him. But the mist made it impossible to see clearly. We can't launch a full attack like this. Suddenly, an arrow struck the ground with a splash. Sweat was pouring down his face. His breath growing heavy. He was using way too much energy already. Moving was becoming increasingly difficult. Damn. My legs are freezing up. I have not even had a chance to use the technique Rana taught me. I never thought I would lose control like this. But then, Rana's words echoed in his mind. Even if you learn from me, you will soon fall back into your old habits until you master these new sword techniques. Do not engage in battle. Ingrid listened seriously. But if he stubbornly stayed on the battlefield, he would end up dead right then. He whispered to himself, I want to give up, determination flooding his heart. The boy widened his eyes. Staring ahead, facing death, the sound of clashing weapons rang out all around him. Rana called from behind. Team leader, let us retreat. But Ingrid responded confidently. I have found a way out. If I can succeed in one go. After saying that, he charged forward. Team leader, are you crazy? The enemy is armed with a spear and ready to strike. Ingrid intentionally allowed the enemy to stab him with a lethal blow. A groan escaped his throat as the spear pierced through his neck. Yet, he still managed to grin. Thinking, with this death, I will get to learn swordsmanship from Rana all over again. The armored soldiers nearby shouted in fear. You lunatic. You psycho. Just die already. He used his foot to shove Ingrid's body before pulling the spear out. The scene quickly shifted back to a clear, calm blue sky. Ingrid was now training with Rana. Why did you fail? Don't you understand? The boy pondered to himself. In reality, Rana was not such a great teacher. From a genius perspective, the things he explained were incredibly vague and hard to grasp. The opponent tilted his head. Confused. Get it? But my body just can't keep up. I only asked you to swing the sword. Is it really that hard? He closed his eyes and asked. I do not mean to offend. Just curious, where's the center of my body? Rana was caught off guard by the question. His face blank. The center of balance. He fiddled with his stance. Like this. If I am not mistaken. It seems to be. Ingrid stood up, scrutinizing him. Of course. A genius like him would not know how his own body works. You have learned a new lesson again. His explanation is super confusing. But one of my special abilities is focusing on listening. No matter what. I have to master my stance and movement technique when swinging the sword. Just a moment later, that familiar surprise attack strikes again, arrow after arrow. They are coming at me with the experience from before. I managed to block the arrows. But my arms are still trembling. My body is too stiff. The sharp tip from that bone layer lunges at me unexpectedly. It is. I will die and learn again. Ingrid lets it finish him off like before. I keep practicing. And my footwork is becoming more agile. Ragnar swings his sword quickly. But I managed to block it. Today marks day 13. My body is gradually getting stronger. He notices the change too. That last movement of mine was not bad at all. When did you learn that? The boy stares seriously at his opponent. Now he can finally start learning basic swordsmanship. Ragnar tilts his sword down and starts demonstrating. The basic attack moves include slashing, cutting, and stabbing. To defend, use the body of the sword. If you have a good enough sword, you can use the blade. Then he brings it forward. The closest distance between him and the opponent is called the sword line. That pose and those teachings are all etched in Ingrid's eyes. Limiting the opponent's sword range while increasing his own. This is called swordsmanship. Imagine your opponent in your mind. Then swing your sword. The boy absorbs it quickly. The entire body of the opponent is laid bare before him. Ingrid watches the spear whizzing past him. He gasps in surprise as he glides by, his legs feeling light as a feather, escaping the thrust with ease. Suddenly, a barrage of spears comes rushing in. They pierce through his flesh instantly. Today, things are gradually changing. Training intensifies as the blades clash with great force. The other person asks in surprise, Did you just block that? Just by observing my sword path. He says nothing and lets himself be reborn once more, still slightly hazy. Finally, Ingrid can deliver a decisive strike on his own. Ragna looks quite satisfied. Your recent diagonal slash was good enough. And he realizes it too. As those small developments gradually accumulate. As the mist surrounds, he runs off, and Ragna exclaims as usual. Team leader. Have you lost your mind? The enemy strikes just as ruthlessly as before. The smile on Ingrid's face grows wider. He can see the progress. It is the same face. The same sword swing from Ragna repeating itself. Before it lands, the boy lowers himself first, gripping the crude sword tightly. He swings it upward. Sparks fly as those sharp objects clash together. Today is day 100, and Ragna stares blankly at his still rigid arm. His gaze reveals a hint of fear directed straight ahead. Words choke in Ragna's throat. The other person keeps panting. Who are you? Ingrid remains silent, observing his opponent. As Ragna's expression shifts, that familiar wind was picking up, blowing fiercely. A talent I never thought could develop, Ragna shouted in panic. Captain. Wait up. You ignored those words and charged ahead. Thinking. Wait. I have leveled up. Ingrid easily dodged what she would tasted too many times before. You fixed your gaze on the target, heading straight for where you wanted to be. The guy slipped past two foes with incredible ease. A smile broke out on your face. The path of a knight. The enemies ahead were thrown into confusion as you charged through. Once again, they used the thing to stab Ingrid. Blood quickly trickled around the corners of her mouth, and that smug smile hid behind the pain. You were so happy you thought to yourself, this battle is actually fun. Like, crazy fun. Ragna's proposal came up again. Captain, that person asked casually, do you want to learn swordplay? Your turn was slow, but if it meant getting stronger, why not? As always, Ingrid looked forward to this moment. Of course. She would gladly die and come back 100,000 times to achieve it. After a while, Ragna awkwardly commented, I did not expect the captain to do this well. You wondered. Or has he been pretending to be weaker all along? Ingrid wanted to argue but brushed it off. That is not it, the other replied. This is basically enough. Your attention was fixated on every word from Ragna. It seemed the captain needed more real combat experience. The rain came down from above. Feeling familiar. Repeating over 200 times today. So familiar that when it fell, Ingrid was already prepared. Her heavy soles hitting the ground and sending them flying. You crouched down and steadied yourself on one leg. The guy took a strong leap. Charging straight ahead, your mood was burning with excitement. Let us see how much power I have honed over time. The first opponent immediately missed as the strike was anticipated. He barely had time to realize what was happening before the blade was at his throat. Ingrid swiftly severed it. Remembering exactly where, and when the enemies would appear in this haze, you continued to pull a small dart from your sleeve. Even without looking. The unfortunate next guy took it right in the back. I can still take down a few. His teammates went pale and screamed. However, he could only see the empty, cold mist. That guy mumbled to himself. What? No nose armor. Wait. He does not even know who 2836 is. Ingrid suddenly appeared to deal with the troublesome leg. The screams and chaos from the enemy side began to spread. What is happening? What is in front of us? Hold the ground. Keep steady. The crossbowman hurriedly aimed down below. At that moment, you were also remembering Ragna's lesson. Remember, eyes, legs, hands. Those eyes that could see through everything opened wide. Observing and predicting with sight. Moving with your legs. Each decisive step hit the ground firmly. Enemies would be dealt with by the sword and finished off by hand. You burst out laughing like a madman. Feeling different. The boy draws his weapon. Blood splattering everywhere. It is a whole different feeling compared to when he had not trained his basic skills. He craves to run in the other direction. Wanting more. To come here again. That guy does not care about the arrows aimed at him. He charges in anyway. They scatter to form a defensive line in front of him. One cautious guy warns. You have invaded here. But with so few of you, do you really think you can survive? Ingrid brushes off the threat. Thinking to himself, not nearly enough. He steps toward them. Challenging. Let us fight with swordsmanship. The boy boldly makes his request. In a majestic way. I want to push myself further. His words frighten the opponents. Crazy punk. Countless arrows fly through every nook and cranny to finish off Ingrid. Everything feels like a glass overflowing, starting to drip down the foolish kid. The wall seems to blame him. As if he is rushing toward death, it coldly looks at Ingrid. Have you gone mad again? He opens his eyes after that brief conversation. The boy responds as he sits up. Wait. It has been a while. Are you just here to gawk at me? What else am I here for? The guy next to him stirs. What are you just sitting there for? Ingrid glances up at the man sitting in front of him, who is taking off his shoes. What is up with him? He remembers every word he spoke about magic. Who the hell did this? Whenever the fog appears, he always yells about magic after many reincarnations. Ingrid realizes something: the enemy formation has no real strategy. Just like on the tall grass field, they are protecting that flag. Curiosity forces him to ask, "Well, do you know anything about magic?" He replies, surprised. Magic? Why are you suddenly asking about that? Ingrid directly ignores the question. I am just curious. Spill it out if you know. Zem becomes a bit more serious. Alright. Do you know the difference between magic and sorcery? He thinks about it, guessing. Magic is more common. The other guy agrees. That is not wrong. Then he adds, sorcery requires a medium. It is not just needed. It is extremely important. Zem reveals some new knowledge. Without a medium, sorcery is useless. Ingrid begins to ponder. A medium. So that is it. He quickly understands the issue. The fog is created by the enemy's sorcery, and the medium is that flag, meaning if they destroy the flag, the fog will disappear. The boy cautiously probes further. Does your tribe also use this? Sorcery comes from the west, and Zem is from the wildlands to the west. Zem bursts into cheerful laughter. I have seen it before. You know, the number of real magicians is very small. Most of the ones wandering this continent are just frauds. After confirming this, Ingrid pulls back the curtain to leave. Where are you going? He responds curtly. Just practicing. Rana stands with him outside the training yard to exchange ideas. Luckily, what the squad leader learned shares the same origin as mine. He brings up some old tales. You know about the 5 great swords? Right. That story is about a famous person. 500 years ago, a genius was born into a poor farming family at just 9 years old. The boy used a sickle to take down all 12 bandits who attacked his farm. After that, everything went well. He lost his parents and had to fend for himself. But the boy grasped the principles of swordsmanship. Later, a noble heard of the boy's fame and took him in as his son. By the time he grew up, he had made a name for himself, and that genius became known as Leonis Oniak. However, Leonis was both a gifted genius and a tragic soul. He was bedridden with a body that was falling apart. Since he was 10, his limbs began to weaken, and by the time he turned 12, he fell victim to a terminal illness that left him paralyzed. A once promising genius who seemed to fade into obscurity. Rafna continues with the most important part of the story. Yet, at the age of 20, despite being completely paralyzed, Leonis created a new chapter in the history of swordsmanship on the continent. He systematized all existing sword styles into 5 categories. That is, he enumerates precise and delicate swordsmanship, powerful and fierce swordsmanship, flexible and agile swordsmanship, lightning-fast swordsmanship, and unpredictable swordsmanship, the 5 great sword techniques. Sitting in a chair surrounded by elite soldiers, Leonis wrote the history of swordsmanship, and the Oniak family became the most powerful clan thanks to this event. This swordsmanship style has been passed down through generations and has become the standard. Rafna leans on his sword and says, nowadays, we have northern heavy swordsmanship, central straight swordsmanship, western quick swordsmanship, southern transforming swordsmanship, and eastern mysterious swordsmanship. To use northern heavy swordsmanship, I developed a technique myself. He suddenly hesitates, as if he forgot something. It seems to be the heart of the beast. Ingrid interjects. The beast's heart. Rafna digs deeper. Anyway, this technique is even more effective. What he is referring to requires absolute focus. Forgetting everything around you, and concentrating solely on your opponent and your sword. Rafna's sword stance shifts dramatically. Clarify that. Ingrid feels confused but speaks up. The thing is, before he can finish, a sword strike interrupts him, leaving a fresh gash on his neck. Ingrid hurriedly dodged. A strike faster than Zem's axe, nearly taking her out. Rafna casually asked, don't you feel anything? Suddenly, someone interrupted. That jerk. Zem gripped his axe and grumbled. Who wants to kill the squad leader? Rafna did not even glance at him. When facing death, focus sharpens. I am just helping him train. Someone chimed in. You need to be alive to use your sword skills. Right. It took the squad leader ages to learn the heart of the beast. They fell into an argument. Thanks to that idiot Manji teaching them. You really want my axe that badly? Ingrid turned away, thinking to herself. Both of them were explaining things like they were in a dream. Zem pointed the axe at his opponent and accused. Wait. You are from the far north, are not you? That place is full of real Manji. Right. The other guy quickly retorted. And you come from a Manji tribe in the west. He raised an annoyed eyebrow. Fine. Just carve on my tombstone. He killed by Manji. Ingrid had to step in to mediate. Come on. Are you here for a training session or what? Ragnar shifted his focus to you for extra teaching. Feel that nerve-wracking tension when facing death. The boy listened intently.
Yep.
Absolute concentration works wonders. Everything around you fades away, and you will feel the sword move at your command. The army and the tattered red flag of the beast rose high, much like the heart of a monster, but completely different. Ingrid marched through her army. The heart of the beast symbolizes courage in the face of death. Absolute focus demands peak concentration. We need more real combat to grasp this feeling. You glanced ahead, and the flag was a medium for the fog spell. The spell they were about to unleash. I have to destroy it to prevent the enemy's one-sided attack. The troops hurriedly shielded themselves. What is that?
Fog.
Just another target for this battle. Ingrid quickly set off with a predetermined goal. First, she had to take down that flag. You sliced through the obstacle in your path. If I brought Zem or Zagna along, we could easily reach the flag. The boy attacked while also evading strikes. The spearman fell before your blade. Ingrid quickly drew her weapon to continue the fight. But her eyes lit up with excitement. Eager to test herself, Ingrid gathered her past failures. Absolute focus is not easy at all. I have died and come back so many times without grasping anything yet. You listed your skills. Owning your hearing to survive the assassin's blade. Each has its own advantage. The heart of the beast is forged through stabbing and tumbling on the battlefield, along with absolute focus. Ragnar's attack shot out quickly, stopping right in front of Ingrid. Do you feel anything? Your instructor gently reminded you. They say when you succeed, you will see the tip of the sword slow down. You have to feel that. The boy immediately closed his eyes to sense. I do not know if it is the courage the heart of the beast brings that is holding me back. You squint, trying to make sense of something in front of you, or at least that is how it seems. The other person looks puzzled. Everything around feels dull, leaving only the opponent's sword. You predict the trajectory of their strike. Can't you feel anything? Ingrid ponders deeply before asking, using the fear of death to focus. Sounds off. Right. So how does one really concentrate like that? The opponent rests their sword on their shoulder and replies. What are you even trying to learn? I just do it naturally. You find that hard to wrap your head around and repeat their words. Naturally. Ragnar confirms again. Yeah. If you focus on one point, you can do it. The guy just sighs and turns away. Hoping for a clearer explanation from Ragnar was a total mistake. It seems like the only way is to experience it for yourself. You set another goal, reminding yourself not to rush. You will keep practicing your absolute focus later. First, you need to destroy the flag, weaving through enemy lines while minimizing casualties for your teammates as much as possible. The fog from the spell spreads rapidly. What the heck is this? I can see a thing. Just as they are still panicking, a booming voice rings out. Everyone down. The confused army obeys instantly. And Ingrid continues to issue commands. Shields up. As soon as you finish your command, a rain of arrows descends, piercing the shield quickly. I have done this process over 300 times now. The guy repeats the same old move, charging forward alone, even with my eyes closed. I can tell when they are about to attack. The melee fighters can only stammer in confusion at your assault. What? Where? The cold blade pierces him straight through, and Ingrid continues to slice down two more foes. This situation sends the enemies into a frenzy. This crazy bastard. There is only one of him. They hurriedly push their forces towards Ingrid, trying to capture him quickly. The more that Russian, the more you take down. Ingrid shows no fear as he breaks through every line of defense. The soldiers around the flag scream. What are you useless idiots doing just standing there? Stop him already. In contrast to them, you smirk with satisfaction. The powerful swing of your sword forces him to buckle, but Ingrid's next strike finishes him off instantly. The remaining enemies get flung back against the flagpole. You decisively slice down that towering flag. I have gone through 10 battles like today to get here. Sweat pours down from the effort as you finally reach the flag. Yet, all Ingrid receives is surprise. You pause to survey the area clearly. I have destroyed the flag. Why is the fog still here? Each spear unexpectedly pierces Ingrid's body at that moment. A soldier behind whispers. Looks like you know a bit of magic. You have been tricked thanks to that pain. You realize something new. So there is only one real flag, and the other 5 are fakes. Now, Ingrid's eyes are set on those flags. I need to find the real one among them. Next battle unfolds with a rather unceremonious start. The squad leader, Rana, shouts. Where do you think you are going alone? But you have already darted away from the army. With only 1/5 of the remaining flags left, the guy sprints ahead, simultaneously issuing command. Get down. Shields up. His soldiers look bewildered. What is he doing? I can't see anything. What the hell is going on? Arrows started raining down from the other side. Ingrid raised her shield to block them, only he managed to react in time. Everyone else behind him fell victim to the hail of arrows. His expression darkened after this. He would not be able to keep up. It is because from now on, he needed to give them time to observe and catch their breath. He reset everything to continue the mission. It took us 3 tries today to reach the second flag. Everything above his body after that was a decoy. There are still 4 flags left. The next result did not change. The third flag cost us 5 tries today to reach. And once again, it was a trap. He risked his life to find the next pole. And for the 4th flag, we lost 7 tries today. Ingrid's voice was tinged with disappointment as lives were lost. All those countless times just to filter out 2 flags fluttering in the distance. Now only 2 flags remain. The young man stared seriously in that direction, trying to guess which flag was real. Everything around him faded away as he fixated on his target. A torn piece of fabric flapped in the chilly wind, tied to a wooden post. Next to it stood a strangely dressed man, making it likely that the flag was in the innermost position. The chaotic army was exactly as he predicted. What the hell? I can't see anything, Ingrid shouted loudly, dropping to her knees. They scrambled to follow his every command. Shields up. The arrows began to fall at an unchanging rate. Zem grumbled in annoyance. That damn spell this time he was leading. But he gestured for his brother to follow him, despite being surprised. He still chased after him. What are you planning? Ingrid began to worry. We are still so far away. We will be exhausted before we reach the real flag. The first wave of attacks greeted them. You bastards. The young man slipped past one with Zem's help, as Zem drew their attention, providing him the chance to infiltrate. He roughly grabbed the guy's shirt, who cast this spell, not letting him answer. He moved on to the next guy. No answer. Then let us ask the next one. Ingrid ignored the chaos and ran on. A year today has passed, and I am still trapped in this fog of death. The blurry shape of the flag was right before his eyes. He gripped the sword with both hands to hold it steady. But this fog aimed at that fragile wooden body would end here. However, the next obstacle arrived as the blade was blocked. Was this a rain of arrows? The opponent directly deflected Ingrid's attack. The guy mumbled something that made him furrow his brow. God has answered my wish. The figure of that man gradually emerged from the mist. Mid stared intently at him. I will kill you myself. Boy froze for a moment before finally exclaiming, Who are you? This question hit the guy like a slap in the face. Shocking him, blood vessels bulged across Mid's face. Have you forgotten me after just a few days? He wore a confused expression facing this strange guy. Ingrid asked in surprise once more. Who are you? Mid responded by changing his sword grip, ready to strike. The guy charged at him with determination. You will remember soon enough. He quickly leaned to dodge the blow, catching the guy off guard with his quick reflexes. Ingrid's feet skidded across the slick ground. The guy retaliated with a blood-soaked sword. That dude narrowed his eyes and thought, what the heck is going on? The aura of the person in front of him made him doubt whether this was the same guy from before. His power had increased significantly. Rage quickly clouded his thoughts. He thought he could attack me with just one step, taking advantage of his distraction. I seized the initiative to strike. Mid blocked with his sword just before I could finish him off. They struggled fiercely, and Ingrid's body was starting to ache. He relied on basic sword techniques. Flames erupted between their blades, combining with a defensive sword style. That guy suddenly lunged to pin me down. Ingrid forcefully pushed his weapon away, focusing all his spirit on the present. Mid seriously raised his sword. Just a moment's distraction could break their balance. I tensed up, dodging that thrust, pouring everything I had into it. My vision started to fade, and all that shone was my weapon. Forgetting about the flag, Ingrid reminded himself every second. Win or lose. Swordsmanship. The space around him felt empty. Everything else vanished. Every movement of the blade flickered by, leaving only the sword. Mid gritted his teeth, and his gaze turned pale. They continued battling until sparks flew everywhere. Ingrid suddenly realized something that left him stunned. The opponent forcefully drove his sword through me. The guy coughed up blood, and his face started to darken. I collapsed as the sword remained lodged in my body. Ingrid glanced up at him, suddenly remembering, at that moment, I finally guessed this guy's identity. He was the one who blocked the flagpole in the field. Right. I had introduced myself. Mid Harrierson, captain of the squad for the Duchy of Asfen. I struggled to reply. The squad leader of the Nerulia Kingdom. Ingrid. The soldiers around him stepped forward and asked, Is he the enemy? Their captain nodded. Yep. He seems very skilled at hiding. They murmured their assessments of Ingrid, looking somewhat disappointed. Squad leader. When Mitt turned to me, his face shifted to one of astonishment. What did he just say? Why is he smiling? Cold sweat dripped from my chin every time my breath weakened. Ingrid Merson realized. Ragna. This guy is insane. It is not just fear of death that is making him focus. I was not just staring at Mit's face. He was my formidable opponent. Someone who could push me to give my all and refine myself with every moment of survival. He started to find it strange and muttered. So he has really lost it. He then withdrew his sword, causing me to collapse again. So I learned my lesson from Ragna once more. Absolute focus. It felt just like facing death. The guy just casually replied. Yeah. That attitude caught my attention. Why do you seem so indifferent? Ready to give up? Everything was happening fast when Zem called out to them. Let us regroup. This time, Ingrid took the initiative. Ragna. I was a bit surprised. Was not he looking pretty pumped? The shadow of the person in front makes you sigh. What a strange character. Today, I feel the same. Ragna smiles. Time to warm up a bit. Then the mist descends along with the familiar screams. What the heck is this? I can't see anything. They panic and obey the orders from their squad leader, all kneeling down. Shields raised. Next comes a rain of arrows aimed at their formation. Zem stands there mumbling, that damn spell, while Ingrid quickly rushes past him and calls out. Follow me, he suddenly exclaims. What are you planning to do? Ragna rushes right behind, charging in. But this idea gets shot down. What is wrong with this guy? Did he get shot in the head? Zem's noise is driving you nuts. If you do not want to die, watch where you are going. The three of them charge into the midst of the enemy. Zem and Ragna showcase their outstanding combat skills, blazing a trail in their usual style. Facing off against Mithurison once again. You are taking the same old path to meet him. Ingrid raises her sword with an odd excitement. We are meeting again. My friend. Come on, let us fight. Myth is ready to fight right away. You came here for me, he casually teases. What is it? Is this your first confession? I fell for you at first sight. That guy responds dryly. My team is for losers. Those love-struck fools. This is the first time someone else sought me out first. The guy snickers. Sounds a bit pathetic, does not it? Without a moment's hesitation, he swings his sword. How ridiculous. The battle ends with just one stab. Once again, they are all consumed by absolute focus, where only the sword remains. He watches you fall with contempt. You went down that easily. What makes you think you can face me? At this moment, Ingrid's gaze is fixed down below. Her mindset is all wrong. She must not force herself. In the next attempt, they fought fiercely. Let yourself naturally blend with the sword. Mid successfully lands a hit on your hand, over and over again. Finding the rhythm, Ingrid returns to the battle with razor-sharp focus. That feeling, the space simplifies to the extent that you can only aim at him. The 18th time, we meet again. You catch a glance at the movement from the weapon. The 28th time, trying to step into a state of concentration. That loop has not stopped yet. The 48th time, Ranan at this moment casually proposes. Let me share the secret with you. Ingrid tames herself into focus as she launches her attack. Her eyes only on what is coming at her. Rana gets closer, amplifying the image. Ingrid instinctively responds by deflecting your sword. That person shows clear surprise on their face. You inquire. Just now. Did you really block that with absolute focus? Rana keeps questioning. How did you do that? However, Ingrid does not reply, only thinking to herself. Absolute focus. That is the state of complete control over the sword within her body. Then she turns away. Strength. Technique. Everything has improved tremendously since the repetition. That person looks on in confusion. Today. Squad leader. What is going on? You grip the sword tightly and say. Let us go meet the captain. With this determination, Ingrid resolved it was time to end things. Today, Joung looked incredibly busy handling paperwork. If someone wanted to meet him, just get to the point. It is about the magic. I just remembered something I saw during reconnaissance. The captain's gaze froze when he heard that. Meanwhile, Ingrid continued her report, mentioning that the Aspen soldiers referred to a suspicious individual as a wizard. Joung immediately grew serious, urging, elaborate. Please. Things were unfolding a bit differently. I had relayed everything possible to win this battle. Their army was still reeling from that magic. What was it? But the first attack had been met with solid defenses. They knelt down. Shields raised. The three leaders charged forward, sticking to the old plan. Grid calculated carefully. Knowing the rest could only rely on our commander's cleverness, he narrowed his eyes, searching for the enemy. What we needed to do was, as always, Meat stood by the main flag of the battle. His displeased face emerged as he pushed past that guy, muttering, at that moment, was you. But he suddenly interrupted. Meet Horierson. The enemy captain. Do you know my name? Ingrid instantly shifted into a sword stance. From the first meeting, I had always wanted to settle this today. Without hesitation, he charged in, declaring, I will defeat you. The powerful's giant sword was dodged by a swift move, producing a resounding clash. Meat began to attack, signaling by tightening his grip. He instantly shifted to a defensive stance. The enemy's strike was neutralized by that solid stance. Meat stepped back in confusion. That guy. The boy fought like a relentless beast, continuously attacking. He quickly countered, but it drained his strength. Both extended their arms back, then channeled their strength to overpower the opponent with their weapons. Meat narrowed his eyes and asked, Are you hiding your true strength? He did not take his eyes off the guy. Just a coincidence. That guy suddenly questioned, What is your name? He clenched his teeth and replied, Increase. The opponent jerked his hand away, leaving Increase quite surprised. Meat continued, I will remember that name. He answered straightforwardly, No need. If you forget, this week night of the apocalypse will remind you. As soon as he finished, he narrowed his eyes, getting himself into that state. A gray hue enveloped the space, only to return to the dazzling light of the sword. Each step Increase took slammed hard against the ground. Absolute focus. Weight shifting to his right foot. Every move of the opponent was analyzed meticulously, preparing to unleash a slicing strike. He seized that moment to dodge. A technique honed over time. Experience accumulated through every repetition. As the opponent's arm pulled back, Increase mirrored the action. Everything combining, becoming clear before his eyes. They aimed for the opponent's neck to pierce through. Meat sensed the danger from that attack and immediately ducked to evade. The mark Increase left behind began to bleed.
Wow.
I thought a few moves would be enough to take him down. Yet now I am evenly matched with this guy. A wave of frustration surged within him. Unacceptable. Focusing everything on this strike. The sword techniques I use are primarily defensive, lacking in damage. My stance is low. Weight grounded on my legs while my arms are positioned at shoulder level. Which is why I have trained hard in this secret technique. The path of the sword is drawn, swinging it from below, creating a large circular arc. He quickly unleashes that deadly blow. The circular slash. Increase on this side has found everything. I have seen it all. He recalls his past failures. The technique of that guy. Something he has had to endure dozens of times. As he could not predict the timing and trajectory of the attack, the direction of the circular slash is also the one he is aiming for. A smug smile blooms on that face. Completely focused, he successfully counters. The clash of swords ringing out. He realizes with surprise, reading the trajectory in advance, and blocking that strike. He is so shocked that he is forced to reflect on his background. The Harrison clan. One of the three families holding power in the Duchy of Asfun. The Harrison clan symbolizes martial prowess, taking in and training anyone with martial talent, regardless of their bloodline. Back then, he was still a young man, and I was one of them, an abandoned child taken in by the Harrison clan. After adopting the Harrison name, I proved my strength with my innate talent. The defeated opponents lay scattered behind him. At 15 years old, I could easily handle 2 grown soldiers, both 18. I defeated each swordsman representing a village. At 22, I became a renowned master, proudly showing off my innate talent. I made it into the top 3, a master of the arts. Very few could match me. He sits to the side, watching the others, wondering why I had to train to the point of my thighs burning. Observing them makes it hard to stay grounded. Why did I have to swing my sword until my hands were torn? Thoughts often flicker in my mind, thinking just a few tries would do. Why the hell put in so much effort? Facing Ingrid makes him realize his mistake. I had settled for the present, grew complacent with my strength, and that was my arrogance. The sword aimed at one of Met's shoulders, then thrust in. The boy successfully landed a blow that left him frozen. The blade pulled out, trailing bright red blood, while Met clutched his chest, groaning in pain. He was so shocked he could not blink. Still coughing up blood, Ingrid has already withdrawn his stance. Even he is gasping for breath. Exhausted. Met hesitates, groaning a few words. I let my guard down. I thought that attack would surely hit. A weakling like you declare on his behalf. It is true what you say, but the winner is me. Met clenches his teeth in bitterness. Damn it, the blade is lifted once more. If only. The opponent's dull blade tells him. Now you are done for. It is like a breeze just brushing past his neck. I won't give up and continue to fight. As he is waking up, someone else steps in. Protecting the captain, Ingrid immediately steps back, acting as a shield against another. The soldiers around him hurriedly lift him up. Captain. Wake up. Hurrierson orders that soldier. Get Met to safety. He scans the situation, shocked that someone dared to charge in alone and create such chaos. Then Hurrierson growled, weapon in hand. You won't die easily. This threat snapped Ingrid back to reality. Right. I can't forget that not just him, but countless crossbowmen surrounded us. This is the enemy's stronghold. That flag is still flying high. From now until we take it down and make our escape. Behind Hurrierson, there is a massive barrier, and the boy glared, realizing he is the wall standing between us and victory. Hurrierson shouted orders to all his troops. Charge. Those small spikes, but in overwhelming numbers, fired all at once. Hurrierson on the defense and Ingrid on the offense charged forward. Even in this intense duel, he calculated carefully. He could not dodge all of his attacks. Diving in like this would not end well. The guy swung both hands up in anger. How dare you? The boy instinctively blocked the strike in reflex. The weight of Hurrierson pressed down, causing his sword to crack. With a single swing, he had already overpowered him. Using a heavy sword technique, he had to escape this grip first. Facing him directly would mean dying countless times. Ingrid tried to launch a dart. Her goal was to win this battle by destroying that flag. It soared high and grazed the fabric. When the magical conduit of this army was destroyed, the mist would vanish, allowing her troops to attack. He felt a bit disappointed. Hitting the flagpole did not do anything. In fury, Hurrierson swung a blow, forcing him to lean away to dodge. That jerk. Ingrid ignored him and tried to throw the dart again, targeting what she needed to strike. She thought in her head about the link between the flagpole and the flag. This time it sliced through a piece of fabric at the top, while on the other side, the mist was clouding visibility. Joung, clad in iron armor, struggled to fight. I reported to the commander that the enemies were using magic to prepare countermeasures. But there were no countermeasures at all. She took down another enemy. This kingdom was rotten to the core. Promoting an incompetent fool as commander on the battlefield. The bodies lay piled up beside them. If this continued, we would all lose our lives. While she was still worried, everything around her suddenly shifted. The enemy soldiers shouted in unison. The mist has vanished. They frantically asked each other, what happened to the flag? Joung seized this moment to deliver a lethal blow. She turned to command her troops. The mist is gone. The enemy is in disarray. Now's the time to counterattack. Everyone charge. Her side regained their spirits and quickly followed suit. Rushing in. Wipe them out. Kill. Joung continued to fight, encircling them. With the mist gone, the situation improved. But who dispelled that fog? Her gaze quickly shifted to one direction. Could it be? Ingrid had now fallen into a full-body chokehold. The squad leader. He was drenched in sweat, but could not stop his ragged breathing. I miscalculated. The remaining soldiers began to advance. He thought if he destroyed the flag and rushed back to the camp, he could meet Zem or Zagna, then escape. But where did everyone go? Zem is lost in a wild meadow. And look at those guys over there. He pulls out his axe and threatens them. Bring the wizard here now, or I will take you down. Meanwhile, Ragnar is frozen in shock, surrounded by enemies. Their commander has a face full of confusion. He falls silent, taking a moment to process everything. Ragnar mutters to himself, this is the enemy camp. Right. The commander over there is too imposing. Who is this guy? Does he want to lose his head? The soldiers in front of Ingrid sneer. You pathetic scum. If you are still alive after this afternoon, you are lucky. He targets Ragnar and raises his sword high. Just give up and die. Suddenly, a black panther lunges and bites his hand. The guy is taken aback, staring at the animal in shock. In those emerald eyes, the panther reflects the same look it had when Ragnar first spotted it in the field. The crossbowmen gasp in fear. What the hell is this? The ferocious beast tears one of them apart and leaps away. Its speed leaves them dumbfounded. Right. When they look back, they are horrified to see that the panther has cut their bowstrings. After causing chaos, it stands before Ingrid. Looking fierce, he is exhausted but speaks up. You all should get out of here. Harry Olsen's face darkens like thunder. He does not want to die here. The guy grits his teeth, filled with pure hatred for Ragnar. At that moment, a hand gently lands on Ragnar's shoulder. Back off. You fool. Venzen strides in boldly. I will save you. Ingrid is surprised, calling out his name. Captain Venzens. He immediately shifts into a serious stance and charges forward. But before he can strike, Harry Olsen knocks him back. Venzens hits the ground hard, cursing. Damn it. He is too strong. The guy next to him says, but you said you would save me. Without wasting a moment, he shouts to the soldiers, fire. Shoot him. But every arrow shot is effortlessly blocked by Harry Olsen. What the hell? He is too strong. The Black Panther suddenly charges at him. Olsen's reflexes are lightning fast as he uses the sword's hilt to defend himself. The panther yelps in pain as Olsen strikes it, sending it sliding across the ground. Finally, Ingrid must focus himself. The enemy's movements begin to slow down in his mind, and he quickly pulls out a knife from his side. As Olsen brings his sword down, Ingrid anticipates it. Just using brute force 1T cut it against that big sword. So he successfully blocks him with his small knife. He does not stop there. He analyzes his opponent, ready to deflect and counter when Olsen leaves an opening. In that split second, the sword is thrown off course by his knife, leaving Harry Olsen speechless in shock. He halts in front of Ingrid. How did you learn that blocking technique? The young man simply smirks a little, then replies with a very confident attitude. What is it to you? Venzen slides in between them to push Olsen away. Harry Olsen realizes things are not looking good. Colonia's soldiers are closing in fast, and he can't help but click his tongue softly. In the end, Harry Olsen has to turn and walk away. I will remember your face, Ingrid replies coolly. Suit yourself. That guy raised his hand and commanded the soldiers over there to retreat. Captain Venzens hurried over, his shoulder unbandaged. So he just sat there for now to stop the bleeding, while pulling that black leopard up too. We need to take this leopard back with us. He hoisted the young man's body and yelled. Are you out of your mind? Think about yourself first. The wall's deep voice echoed as he held a small lamp, letting the canoe drift along the current. You finally achieved your goal. You really are a force to be reckoned with. The wall's face was pure curiosity as he stared into the void, continuing to wonder what had made you this way. Meanwhile, on another front, a fierce battle was raging with spears and swords flying everywhere. A moment later, voices of several people echoed from within a tent. Who did this? You remember? That was a brutal move. Were not you two the ones who rushed out there together? I lost track of the squad captain. Oh well. The company commander said that guy needs to rest now. Let us hope the squad captain is safe. A young man stirred slightly, wondering in his mind what all the commotion was about. This is Ingrid, barely opening his eyes, seeing a leopard curled up in his arms. He could not help but wonder, is this really a leopard? Moments later, seeing their captain waking up, they all fixed their eyes on him. Wait, the squad captain is awake. I thought you were really meeting the Grim Reaper this time. You are safe. Thank goodness, they exclaimed at Ingrid's fierce glare, as he sat up and asked, what is going on? Jackson approached him. Want some water? Ingrid nodded as he reached out, not forgetting to say thanks. Jackson added, you have lost a lot of blood. The goddess of luck has smiled upon you. Our squad captain is really lucky. Only then did he look down at the leopard licking itself in his lap, slowly recalling everything that had happened. I think I passed out while retreating. James was the first to leave the tent after making sure Ingrid was okay. Now that he is awake, I am out of here. And the crowd gradually dispersed. I want to catch some sleep, leaving Ingrid with a light thought. Having survived another day, the camp was peaceful as a new day began. James pondered, his gaze fixed on the person across from him. Ingrid, noticing his curiosity about the creature in his lap, kindly suggested, why are you staring at me like that? Want to touch it? However, his friendly offer was met with a flat refusal from James. I am not interested in animals. Ingrid notices he is curious about the creature in his arms and kindly suggests, why do you keep staring at me? Want to touch it? However, his friendly offer is met with a flat rejection from James. I am not interested in pets. He looked at you, his gaze suddenly turning serious as James spoke again. The squad leader knew it was magic. But how? Ingrid hesitated at this question, taking a few moments to consider his response. Saying he knew because of today's repetition would surely make them doubt him, or maybe just make up a reason. James had been so sincere in helping him. He had to respond honestly. Finally, in a low voice, Ingrid answered James's question as broadly as he could. I used to live with a guy who was also a nomad like you. I picked up a few things from him, then just pieced it together myself. From the start, he had been calculating, but still felt quite nervous. All right. I am not lying because the stories I heard from James are the truth. James did not allow any further questions. As he stood up, he replied, think whatever you want, but do not involve yourself with stuff like magic. James's words struck a chord with Ingrid, and though he did not voice it, a wave stirred in his heart. This guy was sharper than he looked. Watching James turn to leave, Ingrid called out, and where did you run off to? He shot back, I went to see who the flag bearer was. Then he turned to Ingrid, smirking as he added, but honestly, I skipped it because that guy had a face only a mother could love. Memories of how James took down others flashed in Ingrid's mind. He looked around the area, still petting the leopard. But his mind was wandering. He could not spot that sorcerer anywhere. It is probably because James took care of it. Grise wanted to feed the leopard, but it was on high alert, so he had to tread lightly, just like me. The leopard even let out a loud growl to warn Grise. Ingrid turned when he heard a noise, gently reminding Grise, Be careful, or you might get clawed. Grise had already hidden behind a bed, peeking out at Ingrid to respond. But if I miss out on that 10,000 krona, my heart will shatter, Ingrid asked. 10,000 krona, and Grise explained. Yeah, I heard it from Henry, who went scouting with the squad leader. He shared what he knew about this leopard species, saying they call it a water tiger because its green eyes are like lake water. A sacred creature that absorbs energy from the earth and sky. Just one of its claws is worth over 10,000 krona, since they have to keep those claws sharp. Grise kept rambling on while Ingrid thought to himself, 1 gold coin equals 1 krona. So 10,000 krona is like 1 gold coin. That is more than my entire salary. As evening approached, Ingrid continued to recount the battle situation. After I felt, our side gained the upper hand since the fog was no longer obstructing us. But we still had not secured a complete victory. After that, we neither retreated nor attacked. Days just passed like that. He recalled his previous moment of brilliance, wondering if he could pull off that distracting move again. I am not so sure anymore. Jackson, while cleaning his weapon, called out to Ingrid as he noticed his movement. Be careful, or you might get hurt. Ingrid reassured Jackson. I am just adjusting. This movement is fine. Rana, across from him, chimed in with a suggestion. Right now, we can only stretch, or maybe catch a quick nap, Zem joked, half seriously tapping Ingrid on the shoulder. You trying to spread laziness to the squad leader? Better keep your guard up. Rana, irritated by his teasing, moved while mumbling. Where's my sword? Zem did not seem worried at all, even challenging back. What? You want to fight me? Ingrid jumped into the argument, saying, I have a question about swordsmanship. You look serious. I just used a technique I have never practiced before, and it felt so natural it was my first time experiencing that. Zem turned to you, explaining that it is totally normal. Nothing special about it. When the heart of the beast harmonizes with the body, you can stare right into the opponent's eyes, observing their swordplay and how they distribute their strength. Ragna chimed in on this, saying if you have a basic foundation, you will easily grasp the moves. Moreover, the squad leader succeeded with absolute focus, and his vision was even broader than that. Ingrid listened intently as Ragna shared the wisdom of his experience. But honestly, he was pretty lucky. With the squad leader's skills, you would have to go through hundreds of real combat scenarios to achieve success. His gaze sharpened, his face showing pure curiosity as he grasped the principle behind it. Ingrid reflected on the past. Those days were not just ordinary, they were hundreds of days where I fought desperately and studied to achieve victory. He pondered while tightening his fist. It is not just about remembering what happened, but I became stronger through my own efforts. Ingrid closed his eyes, realizing his potential. No matter how average my talent may be, I can still grow stronger. A moment later, he spoke up, interrupting the two who were sparring. Ragna, I have a simple proposal. Let us have a practice match. The other two momentarily forgot their rivalry and turned to him. Zem spoke first, saying, even though I am called the crazy one, the squad leader is crazier than me. Ragnar agreed, rarely siding with this man's guy, questioning why he wanted to practice. Now your body needs rest. Squad leader. At that moment, Jo Young entered from outside, and as soon as she stepped in, she directly questioned Ingrid. Did you destroy the medium of the spell flag? Ingrid's expression immediately turned serious at the sight of Jo Young, a flurry of possibilities racing through his mind. I thought the command would ask about this soon, but why did the captain come here herself? Ultimately, I admitted. Yep. Me. Ingrid stood up, assuming a soldier's stance as he continued to explain. I saw it while scouting. Moreover, I have some knowledge about spells. She probed. There were 5 fake flags. How did you figure out which one was real? Jo Young tilted her head, staring intently at Ingrid as she awaited his answer. Just a guess. Then she turned and walked away, leaving him with just 2 words. All right. Ingrid could not help but ask in surprise. Is that all? She briefly explained she just stopped by to see him. Her words made Ingrid alert. It seemed she glanced at Jo Young as she spoke. We have a connection, not just him, but Ragna and Zem were also watching her leave, sharing the same confusion about her words connection. What the hell is that? Zem scoffed, teasing Ingrid. What kind of secret is this? I want to hear about it. Ragna added. You are really something. Even the captain. Ingrid shot back firmly. Not like that. Just shut up. Bacraze popped his head in from outside, giving Ingrid a thumbs up along with a comment. You were definitely meant to open a tea shop with me. I will make sure you get all the perks. You little rascal. Nim pushed back. No way. Falling silent, while Ingrid secretly mused. I am the one curious about what the captain is plotting. Especially since it is the superior of a superior so annoying. Kreese continued. That is right. Hot news coming in. Ingrid's eyes widened in disbelief as she heard him say that the Marquis of the Red Knights had arrived. She silently repeated to herself what she just heard. A knight in a red cloak. Speaking of which, the division I am serving in is named after a knight. It is called the Cyprus Division. And the knights that Cyprus is part of are known as the Red Knights. Knights are those who possess extraordinary talents, which are rare on this continent. And that is why the knightly order is not made up solely of knights. Their organization consists of disciples called marquises, who, when recognized by a knight, become squire knights. And at the top of it all are the knights who have transcended human limits. Ingrid lowered her gaze, deep in thought, realizing that marquises typically do not join the battlefield alongside knights. So this marquis must be on the verge of becoming a squire knight. Over here, the sound of a loud voice called out, "Time to mobilize, time to mobilize." Grise looked in the direction of the call and remarked, "Looks like we have been waiting for this marquis to lead us into battle. As soon as we arrive, we are charging right in," Zim advised Ingrid, the squad leader. "This time, you should take a break and rest up." Ingrid's eyes were serious as she silently resolved, "I want to see for myself." Zem turned around, noticing Ingrid's restless expression. He smirked and said, "Every word hits right in the feels. You look like you want to jump out there immediately, so go ahead." Ingrid pondered, dreaming of what she had always hoped for, as she and the other members stepped outside to witness the scale of this army, now part of it. Ingrid's eyes widened in amazement. Right before her very eyes, you could easily follow the shadow of someone charging forward alone. The red cloak billowed in the wind as she headed toward the archers who were ready to fire. The opposing archers were on high alert for this lone enemy, but that knight boldly advanced, a battle cry echoing. Charge! Instantly, a barrage of arrows was released, creating a rain of projectiles aimed directly at that unarmored soldier. Arrows rained down, but that soldier pressed on, dodging the incoming shots. He crouched low, gripping the hilt of his sword, gathering all his strength into his toes. Rana, on the sidelines, casually commented, "He just used sheer willpower for his legs." The rain of arrows was about to reach that soldier as he remained in his stance. Then, with a single motion, he blew away the entire hail of arrows, creating a cloud of dust as he sliced through the air, charging toward the enemy. This move left Ingrid in shock. In an instant, the soldier was right up against the enemy, his grip still tight on the sword's hilt. He barreled through those soldiers as if they were mere puppets, giving no one a chance to counterattack. Then, with one swift action, the sword was drawn, and the enemy fell like wheat. Ingrid's pupils widened even further as he witnessed this breathtaking scene. That soldier swept through the enemy ranks without a hint of mercy. Ingrid watched with wide eyes, utterly shocked. Even the enemy soldiers could not help but exclaim, "What the hell is going on?" This soldier was gearing up for more attacks. He spun around, blowing away the Tepzil soldiers around him, tearing through the battlefield like a wild beast. The remaining troops whispered in fear, "We're dead. This is insane. Fall back. How can this be?" The general on horseback shouted, "Stop them. Hold the line against these freaks." But as soon as he finished speaking, his head was severed from his body. The soldier hung in the air, his posture showing that he was the one who just killed the enemy general. The scene unfolded in an instant, leaving no one able to react. All they could do was watch their leader get decapitated. Ingrid's eyes were glued to this figure's movements. Zem beside her quietly remarked, "He is really something, a true god of war." Rana also observed silently, but his thoughts were a bit different from Zem's. With skills like that, it would not be long before Jackson remained still, calculating his own moves. At least 5 times. "I had the chance to finish off that stupid general. He was too foolish." The big guy clasped his hands in prayer for their allies. "Lord, please protect your brave children." Kreese, standing next to him, nodded and said, "No need to retreat anymore. It is already over." Ingrid pondered, analyzing this warrior's fighting style. Was that the noble sword technique he was using? It also included heavy sword and quick sword techniques. Speaking of sword styles, there is the noble sword, an upright and refined blade that draws opponents into one's own rhythm and counters. Then there is the heavy sword, a mighty and fierce weapon that cleaves and crushes everything with brute strength. Next up is the quick sword, an enchanting blade that ignites and launches surprise attacks, typical of mercenaries. And do not forget the flexible sword, which deftly counters opponents' strikes and retaliates. Ingrid watched intently, dissecting the pros and cons of these fighting styles. The heavy sword and the agile sword were fundamentally different. His gaze was fixed on that imposing figure, yet he could feel both styles at once. Ingrid let out a long breath, struck by this remarkable insight. He continued to reflect on the sword techniques, although each had its own characteristics. They all stemmed from the same core principles. Then he had a bold thought. If he could grasp the common ground of the noble, heavy, flexible, quick, and all the sword techniques as if they were living creatures. Ingrid's gaze fell downward. He closed his eyes, starting to use his other senses to visualize everything. The soldiers surged forward with a mighty spirit. Charging in for the attack, Zem quietly observed from the side. His eyes fixated on Ingrid. Rana mirrored that movement. Zem smiled. Knowing that Ingrid was on the verge of a breakthrough of his own, he addressed the others. "Hey, crazy folks. Our squad leader is about to break out of his shell." They instinctively gathered around Ingrid, shielding him as he focused on mastering the sword techniques, ensuring he was not distracted. Ingrid is lost in thought, realizing that discovering the truth does not mean everything will change. It feels like he is floating in the universe. As he looks around, it is like he is standing on the surface of water. Ingrid feels so small in this vast space, waiting to be explored, reminding us that the road ahead is still long and winding. Allied soldiers pass by them, and Ingrid is closely guarded by his team members. His heart remains steady amidst the chaos of life. And oh, one of Ingrid's hands is slowly climbing higher up that rocky wall. He hangs precariously on the sheer cliff, determined to clearly understand every step he takes. Reaching for that summit, a brawl erupts between the two sides. The scene before him engulfed in smoke and fire. But Ingrid stays focused, climbing the mountain in his mind. The Allied forces relentlessly chase after those who have lost their fighting spirit. Moving forward, they have completely lost their will to fight. Wipe out the rest. Attack. Attack. Tonight, we will redraw the map of this continent. Ingrid remains steadfast in his own goals, one hand raised, like a symbol of victory. Following that are flags, swords, and the echoes of cheers resonating throughout the region. At this moment, Ingrid opens his eyes to observe his surroundings. The battle is reaching its climax. As twilight approaches, the battle reaches its conclusion. This winter and spring are going to be very busy. At night in that strategic city, in this land built by three powerful families, the Duchy of Asfand. Asfand is the one who is tired and cursing at those people. Those damn fools. Daring to break the unspoken rule of not using the Night Brigade. The man with the smug face being scolded belongs to the Harjison family, a symbol of brute force. The old man with glasses over here comes from the Ekins family, holding political and administrative power. He is pondering documents when he mentions General Broch's appearance in the battle. Given Broch's strength, mobilizing the Night Brigade is understandable. Asfand sighs, wishing that Broch had not shown up, while Ekins continues to present the information he holds. Broch is a free spirit, and this was bound to happen sooner or later. If it was not him, they would find another excuse. He adds a remark that if the spell had worked, it would not have come to this. Asfand, furious, stands with fire in his eyes, bitterly declaring that those cur dogs will have to take responsibility for this. Now, Harryo-sun speaks up. I won't let this slide. Transitioning to a lush hilly area. After a long period of fierce fighting, Asfand had to retreat, and our army begins to march back, with Ingrid marching alongside them. The Border Gap Fortress, a stronghold directly managed by the king, sits right on the border with Asfand, with 1/5 of the population serving in the military. This is truly a military city. Inside, an announcement from above rings out. Once again, we want to commend the beloved sons of Nerulia, who have brought glorious victory to our country. Now, we would like to bestow rewards upon the soldiers who have shown their loyalty and bravery. The first name called out is Ingrid. Team 4. Squad 4. Battalion 4. Who has broken Asfand's despicable spell? This honor is yours. Ingrid quickly steps forward to accept the reward, but with each step, he hears the mocking jeers from the crowd below. How could this no-name captain from the east possibly break a spell? Every word dripped with malice, piercing Ingrid's ears. What is going on? Is he stealing his teammates' glory? Their hostility grew by the second. Surely, the battalion commander must have eaten something bad. No, not just something bad. But what about his own strength? But then Mark interrupts with a simple line. Just try it and see. Andrew, standing next to Mark, backs him up, defending Ingrid outright. He is not someone you can just casually criticize. They reflect on you. Ingrid, everyone feels proud of him. And it is undeniable that watching him receive that reward is something extraordinary. His eyes show no special emotion as he looks at the purse in his hand. Back at his squad, Kraze greets him with a question. Squad leader, what do you plan to do with that prize money? I know some cool places. Ingrid replies nonchalantly. Cool places. He continues, insisting that Kraze take him to the best blacksmith in the city. Ingrid's declaration leaves the crowd gasping in shock. Wait, you plan to spend all that money on a sword. Isn't a distributed sword good enough? Craze grimaces, listing off a dozen reasons to counter. There are plenty of swords on the battlefield. Just picking one up is enough for the whole team for a lifetime, but Ingrid thinks differently. Right now, he has only one goal in mind: to become a knight. And first, he needs a proper weapon. As he examines a real sword, he responds to Craze. What use is an expensive piece like that? Ingrid ponders, determined to prove his worth. And then he exhales a shocking declaration. I will participate in the soldier promotion exam. It is time for me to break free from this status. Craze is taken aback. Promotion? You seemed uninterested in that before. Ingrid offers a short but convincing explanation. I can't just stay here forever. Craze furrows his brow in agreement. That is true. So let us get started. Speaking of the ranking system, Neruli uses a soldier ranking system to motivate troops' highest rank, high, medium, and lowest, plus. There is a special rank for exceptionally strong soldiers, with each rank offering corresponding benefits. To be promoted, soldiers must duel and defeat 3 soldiers of the same rank. For the soldiers watching, it is like a betting game, and Craze is taking full advantage of this to enrich himself. Anyone who wants to place a bet, now's your chance. Is there any medium-ranked soldier who wants to challenge squad leader Ingrid? The others see Ingrid as the challenger, and their faces show disbelief. That cocky little captain dares to challenge a medium rank, getting rewarded for someone else's work without knowing his place. Ingrid watches as the challenger steps up, thinking to himself, is that my first opponent? The crowd is totally behind the challenger. Go easy on him. But if he cries, do not hold back. Ingrid comments about this guy. A famous rookie and a pretty strong medium-ranked soldier. He looked at the money pouch Craze wore, letting out a sneer. Someone placed a bet on that nameless captain. Who is the fool? Craze simply smiled back, saying that the outcome will only be revealed at the end. The 2 combatants faced off. In the past, I grew stronger through constant deaths, but in this match, I hardly felt any danger, as there was only one shot. Ingrid thought carefully while observing the opponent, moving cautiously. Stay focused and be careful. Average talent has its limits. Look at that guy, making a general comment about the fighters. Most of those here possess skills I once never dared to dream of. As Ingrid furrowed his brow, his eyes were intensely focused, reminding himself not to be complacent and to fight like he was facing death. That guy shouted loudly, calling everyone idiots. Ingrid's eyes widened as he observed and analyzed the sword strikes, the defensive moves hunned on the battlefield. If successful, there could be a slight opening. In one swift motion, he lunged forward, knocking the opponent's sword away before he could react. The sword flew high, and Ingrid's gaze sharpened as he focused on his opponent. Silently questioning, the guy let out a wail of agony. What the hell? My fingers. Ingrid silently watched him, then continued to thrust the sword into this guy's mouth, preventing him from uttering another word. After taking 2 fatal blows, he collapsed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, curling up on the dirt. Ingrid was a bit taken aback, thinking to himself, how could he be this weak? The crowd gasped in shock, even turning a bit angry at Craze. Did that nameless captain actually win? You were the one who bet on that nameless captain. Right, you knew the outcome beforehand. Right. Craze himself was just as shocked, honestly admitting, I had no idea. Our little captain is that strong. I only placed the bet to save face. Oh man, that is amazing. Those words left the crowd speechless. You are a teammate, and you do not trust the little captain. Ingrid was still fixated on the sword in his hand, pondering deeply. Was it because the opponent underestimated me that he got complacent? But usually, victories are not this easy. A mid-level soldier is not a pushover. Then he silently came to a final decision as he saw the second challenger step into the ring. If there are any doubts, just give it a try. This guy swaggered in after winning once. What a piece of work. Gripping his spear tightly, he growled, let us see if I can take you on this time. Ingrid observed and analyzed the opponent before him, a member of the armored soldier team, our elite unit. He watched as the guy took his stance, deducing his attack style: strong feints with the spear and a surprise strike. Then he lunged the spear towards him. Ingrid was caught off guard and had to dodge to the side, his sword slicing cleanly through the spear's tip. His eyebrows furrowed. Ingrid's gaze remained locked on his opponent, but a flicker of disappointment was clearly visible on his face. Just a straightforward thrust. Or was it a trap? He would use the spear to launch another attack. He continued to observe, dismissing that thought when he saw the opponent's utterly incredulous expression. Looking at his face. That is not it. Just a straightforward thrust. Really? Am I allowed to counterattack? You quickly consider your options and make a decision. Delivering a solid kick right into that guy's gut, he goes crashing to the ground. The crowd buzzing with excitement and disbelief. Cheers echoing throughout the arena. Another win. They are chanting Ingrid's name. Twice is not just luck anymore. A squad leader easily takes down 2 lower-ranked soldiers. Grease looks up at the spectators and calls out, asking who wants to challenge next. But everyone hesitates, turning down money. How can you get so many viewers like this? Damn. If I go out there and lose, it would be so embarrassing. The crowd's indecision makes Vezins cross his arms and comment, what a bunch of idiots. Just moments ago they looked down on Ingrid. And now they are trembling. Another guy tries to throw shade at him. The squad leader scoffs, but Vezins cuts in immediately, telling him to shut it. I have never done that. Andrew, standing next to Mark, thinks to himself, after that last defeat, I have been practicing my sword skills day and night with Mark. This time, I will challenge you again. Ingrid, he rushes forward, ready to throw down. But Mark quickly steps in, telling him to stop. Andrew halts immediately, letting out a confused sigh as he glances at him, and Mark explains, your skills have improved a lot. But if you fight now, even I will have a hard time beating squad leader Ingrid. Hearing this, Andrew obediently sits down, quietly watching Ingrid. On the other side, someone knees another guy in the gut, urging, hey, get out there. This guy is asking you. What? When he sees Zim urging him, Hen panics and shouts, you lunatic. Zem smirks and asks one hand, were not you just buttering up the squad leader? Now you are scared. Provoked, this guy immediately stands up, boldly declaring, I am not scared. Ingrid thinks back. In past battles, she always had to fight hard, so she did not realize. Memories flood back. The first time I faced that freak who slashed and stabbed today, one by one. Then the assassin, followed by Mitch Harrelson, whom I just fought. Then there are those more familiar faces. Even teammates I have trained with. Ingrid observes seriously. I have only been fighting against opponents who are too strong. The guy who was just provoked steps forward slowly while Ingrid keeps her eyes closed, lost in thought. My old sword instructor warned me never to underestimate an opponent. He asks, what are you thinking about? She does not even open her eyes, simply replying, nothing, while Ingrid is still deep in contemplation. I used to think that advice was useless. But who would have thought I would ever underestimate an opponent? The guy retort, nothing. What is with that face? Ingrid looks at him, a confident smile forming, because she has cleared her mind. Thinking, now I am strong enough to overpower these average opponents. She speaks simply, just finding it interesting. Her thoughts equally straightforward. Since she has become stronger. With that, Ingrid lunges to attack the guy before he can even get into position. Her sword strikes him valiantly, forcing him to struggle to block. And speaking of Norulia, the land of knights, where strength is revered, Ingrid swung her sword down with all her might. Her opponent struggled to block, but the sheer force of Ingrid's strike shattered his weapon, leaving him paralyzed with fear. Ingrid thought to herself, right here and now, the enemy facing you has lost all will to fight. Ingrid coldly raised her sword again and struck down on the unarmed foe without holding back. He was so scared he lost all composure, frothing at the mouth, and fainted when Ingrid halted her blade right in front of him. He looked at that guy, constantly thinking, proving yourself. The crowd shared a single expression, which could be summed up in 2 words. Utterly stunned, Ingrid gazed at the man frothing on the ground, saying nothing. There was a voice from the crowd. The one who broke the spell. Ingrid's power was finally acknowledged. It turned out that it was indeed the captain who had destroyed the flag, not thanks to his teammates, but through his own strength. Everyone cast worry glances at you, especially Andrew and Mark. Andrew was the first to rise and cheer. The one who broke the spell. Ingrid shot him a sideways glance. Wondering what he was up to, he turned to the rest of the crowd, urging them to join in. Come on. Cheer louder. If it were not for Team Captain Ingrid, half of you would be dead by now. The crowd, convinced, began to chant along. The one who breaks the spell. The one who breaks the spell. The one who breaks the spell. The space was suddenly filled with their roaring voices. The one who breaks the spell. Ingrid. The one who breaks the spell. Ingrid exhaled deeply as she listened to the cheers. The one who breaks the spell. The one who breaks the spell. The one who breaks the spell. You glanced and thought, not too shabby. Craze excitedly rushed over to you, carrying a bag of coins. Amazing. Captain. You are already a mid-tier soldier now. Ingrid gently but firmly reminded you. It is still too early to celebrate. Ingrid's gaze fixed on a single point as you continued. There is still a long way to go. Hearing this, Krias gaped. What do you mean? There is more to go, someone chimed in with a ridiculously casual remark. Interesting. As this person walked by, the crowd fell silent instantly. There he was, they murmured, observing this guy's appearance. The eagle insignia, the border guard. Directly under the king, Ingrid also watched as the new opponent slowly approached. While the whispers buzzed around him, a battalion of elite soldiers, all high-ranking. Why was the border captain here? You scanned your opponent carefully. Taurus smiled amiably as he proposed to Ingrid. Team Captain Ingrid of Team 444. Let us have a match. The two fighters stared at each other like old friends. Zem commented from the sidelines. Oh boy. This is going to be tough for the captain, Ingrid thought to herself. The border guard is a military force on par with Isfan's hounds. So this guy... You quickly concluded that this guy's abilities could rival those of Mithirioson in an instant. Ingrid tightened his grip on the sword as he prepared for the next battle. His thoughts raced. I am really curious about what it will be like to fight against a master like this without facing death again. Ingrid wanted to fight as well. But what would the outcome be? Let us find out. Taurus sneered at Ingrid's arrogant attitude. Look at you, not afraid of me. A soldier from the special forces. As he drew his sword, he could not help but note Ingrid's intriguing personality. The crowd erupted again. Do not get cocky, just because you are a border guard. Show us what you have got. The one who can break the spell shouted out. The flower of the battlefield is... The cheers continued to ring out. The infantry. The flower of the battlefield is... The infantry. Taurus shot them a glance, furrowing his brow in annoyance as he thought. These idiots. Do not they know that special forces are also infantry? They just made a little achievement, and now they are acting all high and mighty. Then he got into position, ready to face Ingrid, saying to him, let me teach you a lesson. The moment he finished speaking, he lunged forward, radiating a clear threat in every movement. His unspoken words were demonstrated with each syllable. This is what humility looks like. Ingrid's gaze remained steady, not even blinking. Taurus' sword path was as clear to him as the morning light, and Ingrid deftly raised his sword in a defensive stance. As Taurus attacked, he commented on Ingrid's incredible focus and surprisingly balanced yet minimalist movements. However, he managed to grab Ingrid by the collar and pushed him back while thinking, I will take you down. Ingrid seized the arm that was choking him, then boldly thrust his sword down at Taurus. His eyes widened in horror. With only one thought running through his mind, I am gonna die. Ingrid held Taurus in place with one hand, while his other hand mercilessly drove the sword down, his expression reflecting the seriousness and coldness of a predator. The sword struck the ground instead, as Taurus let go of Ingrid, opting to save his own arm by retreating to create distance. He charged forward with blazing determination, thrusting his sword at Ingrid, who skillfully backed away to maintain the distance. Ingrid's eyes widened as he pondered. To his surprise, Ingrid caught Taurus' sword with his bare hands, then swiftly kneed him right in the gut. His sword stuck in the ground as both fighters retreated. Taurus wasted no time. Continuing to charge at Ingrid, he quickly drew the dagger from his jacket, sizing up Taurus, ready to counterattack. The two swords were almost touching when Jo Young unexpectedly appeared. With a decisive move, she redirected both their swords, leaving Ingrid and Taurus in shock. Jo Young's icy voice cut through. Stop it. One more move and you will kill your teammate. Ingrid gasped for breath as he looked at her. Jackson had appeared behind Taurus, holding a knife to his throat, ready to strike if Taurus harmed Ingrid. Not just Jackson, but the other members of Ingrid's team surrounded Taurus. Zell made a comment, his words playful yet his tone icy and threatening. This guy is really lucky. Taurus frowned at the remark. It is terrifying. It is just training. One more slip up and he might end up with holes all over. Meanwhile, Ingrid was deep in thought. Despite missing a moment earlier, if he continued fighting, it could cost him. The crowd was buzzing about their recent bout. He fought well. Is this the unknown squad leader we have heard about? Taurus said to Ingrid. Although I do not expect much, I can deny your strength. He extends his hand, smiling warmly as he introduces himself. I am Captain of the Border Guard. Ingrid takes his hand, still on guard but her tone softens. I am Ingrid. Squad 4. Platoon 4. Company 4. The crowd gasps upon learning Taurus's identity. He is the captain of the Border Guard. That means his opponent is a special soldier. They start cheering for Ingrid. With skills like that, he should at least get a promotion. I salute you, Sir Ingrid. The cheers echo, catching Ingrid's attention. Amazing. So handsome. He rolls his eyes, not wanting to argue with those people anymore. Taurus shakes your hand and continues to comment. I quite like your smug expression. See you around. Ingrid's face remains cold as she hears those remarks. Ingrid. Senior soldier. You have taken another step forward. You sent the civilians away this afternoon in this area. A gentle light shines on the quiet. Motionless houses. An unexpected proposal comes up. Join our team. Captain 1. Armored Unit Captain. Raham. Ingrid can't help but be surprised. Thinking to himself, this is the third invitation. Thanks to the promotion to senior soldier and the title of Spellbreaker, Raham continues to explain about his unit. Our armored unit is the core force of the division. You understand the value of this invitation, right? Ingrid ponders. This is the path to the elite ranks of the military. A tempting offer. But he politely declines. Raham asks back in confusion. Well, if you are worried about the captain of Squad 4, let me handle it. Ingrid clarifies. It is not that. Seeing your determination and seriousness, he speaks up. You do not seem to regret it at all. Raham sighs. Fine. Let us pretend I am a little sad about it. Ingrid suggests. How about we let Zem take my place? But Raham flatly refuses. I must decline that poor guy. He turns away, waving goodbye while leaving a parting shot. Thanks to you. I survived the last battle. Keep pushing forward. Cries from the window poke their heads out. Is it Team 1 this time? Do you need me to help you pack? Ingrid glances at him and replies shortly. I am not going. Cries continues to ask as Ingrid walks inside. Why do you refuse everything? With your current reputation, you could be valued anywhere. Ingrid thinks for a moment and then speaks. It is because someone is approaching you. Both Ingrid and Cries turn their heads in unison. Torres crosses his arms and smiles. How's it going, squad leader Ingrid? He continues without giving them a chance to speak. Let us get straight to the point. Another proposal comes from him. Come join the border guard. Ingrid furrows his brow. Thinking about this, joining the border guard means serving the king's army. An offer worth more than the armored unit. The other members, including Zem, Ragna, and Jackson, silently wait for his response. Zem slightly furrows his brow, calculating in his mind. Normally a squad leader like you would never get this chance, even if you turn down other offers. You should not overlook this opportunity. Tor steps closer to Ingrid, continuing to remark, after you landed a hit on me, I realized you crave battle. He lays out incredibly appealing benefits to entice you. If you join us, you are about to experience some insane training intensity and battles straight out of hell. Joining the border guards means, as he spoke, he reached out to you, saying you will push yourself to your limits. Zem let out a deep sigh, confident that his squad leader would agree. Rana lay quietly on the bed, not saying a word. Jackson and the others had no intention of interfering with his decision. Ingrid took a breath and began to explain. When it comes to training and fighting like it is hell, he continued, his words subtly rejecting Tor's, saying there is no place that compares to this because our goal is not just to hit our limits. Ingrid was steadfast in her personal goals, aiming to surpass those limits. The scene shifted to a remote and desolate area. Here, Zem was curled up in a thin blanket, shivering and constantly lamenting his fate. Thinking that in this cold, he might as well just die. Zalat paused, puzzled, asking, Squad leader, where are you going? Bring me some heated bricks. Seeing this, Ingrid momentarily looked bored, thinking, looks like I have nothing to do after that last battle. Suddenly, from a distance, Alden appeared, yanking on Zem's leg, laughing as he reminded him. You would better sit up and move around to warm up. Come on, let us go train with our fists. This made Zem flare up, shouting, get out of here. Do not pull that crap, or I swear I will kill you. Instantly, Alden regained his calm, asking, Squad leader, do you really not want to train? It will help your body shake off the stiffness from the cold. He replied, but Ingrid just coldly stated, I have a mission to do now. We will train after I get back. Watching Ingrid's figure fade into the distance, still thick-skinned, called out, Squad leader, do not forget my heated bricks. This made Alden grunt in annoyance, muttering, got it, you idiot. As Ingrid quietly walked through the cold winter air, she thought to herself, I just thought it would be a bit chilly. Who knew? Quickly, the scene changed to a bustling market, where the sounds of vendors were constantly ringing out, especially for winter. With fresh baked bread, the guard's mission is to fight. But when there is no war, we patrol to maintain order in the city. At that moment, Ingrid unexpectedly ran into two other guards, who greeted her with smiles, saying, It is a pleasure to meet you. One stepped forward to introduce himself. I am Jack, and this is Bon. Today the three of us will form a patrol team. Looking at them, Ingrid felt a twinge of nostalgia. Thinking, Jackson Bond. Aren't they from the reconnaissance unit? Those names sound so familiar. With that thought, she resolutely continued walking, ignoring Jackus who was trailing behind. Incessantly chattering. It is such an honor to patrol with the one who broke the enemy's fog magic. Bon excitedly chimed in. I heard you got promoted to a higher rank. Right, I can't help but be curious. Thinking, how on earth did you climb the ranks so quickly with such a low rank? It is beyond imagination. To this, Ingrid coldly replied just for formality. I was just lucky. Immediately, Jackus stood beside Ingrid, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. He asked, I am dying to know. How does a seasoned warrior like you fight? Can you show us a little practice? Without hesitation, Ingrid confidently agreed. I am always ready. The teacher quickly chimed in. That is a promise. Right. And just like that, the three of them set off, covering a good distance around the village. As they walked, Jax grumbled about his shoes. Do we really have to patrol in this damn weather? The others nodded in agreement. Equally frustrated, this winter is brutal, Ingrid thought to herself, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Why are they all huddled together? I am not big enough to block the wind. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from a distance. Hey everyone, look over here, an older man shouted, promoting dried fruit, instantly grabbing the crowd's attention. Suddenly, a strange figure appeared in the midst of the crowd, causing Ingrid to freeze in confusion. The person stumbled and unexpectedly collapsed onto the ground. Seeing this, Ingrid hurried over, worried, and asked, Hey, kid, are you okay? But in response, the figure said nothing, instead quickly pulling out a sharp dagger. The moment Ingrid realized what was happening, her eyes widened in horror. In a blink, she was struck with a fatal blow. Blood sprayed from her mouth, and Ingrid thought in shock. What the hell is going on? Without wasting time, Jackus promptly covered her mouth, saying, You have had too much to drink. The others awkwardly leaned in, asking, Are you okay? In that moment, Ingrid understood they were hiding the situation. These guys were all in it together. Suddenly, the mysterious figure spoke up, asking provocatively, Surprised? Are we? Rotten revealed himself with a sinister smile, saying, A diligent hunter never forgets their prey. Looking at him, Ingrid realized in shock, a half-elf sent by Aspen to assassinate me. Seeking revenge for the last battle with the fog magic. In an instant, Ron lunged forward with the dagger. A torrent of blood gushed out, as Ingrid collapsed to the ground. Jax urged. Mission accomplished. Right. Once the deal was sealed, Bon immediately signaled to his teammate in the distance. Ingrid quickly pieced everything together. Internally cursing. Jax. Oh. Right. Now I remember the scouts Grice mentioned. The ones injured in that battle. Instantly, she recalled Grice's emphasis, especially regarding the scouting unit Jax. Oh. Right. And the others, many of them had been injured. She speculated. They must have used those injuries as an excuse to leave the scouting unit and conspire with Aspen's forces. Ingrid was exhausted, losing her footing and collapsing to the ground, outnumbered 3-1. This immediately drew the attention of nearby villagers. A woman went pale, shocked at the sight of Ingrid's familiar figure. She screamed loudly upon seeing the blood pouring out. This is going to be interesting. Ingrid opened his eyes wide awake. He shot up, greeting the morning with unexpected intensity. Leaving Zim, the squad leader, puzzled. Was he really ready for a dreamy morning? He simply replied coolly, No way. I just want to kick off the day with some serious energy. Moments later, Ingrid stepped outside, feeling the chill and laziness of Zim. If you are going out, make sure to grab me some hot bricks. All right. Without wasting a word, he replied flatly. Got it. At that moment, Alden was determinedly splashing himself with a bucket of water. Then, he turned around, flashing a smile and asked, Did you call for me? Squad leader. Without skipping a beat, Ingrid dove straight into the topic, mentioning the method of training to raise body heat. Right. Hearing this, Alden cheerfully responded. The way you are saying it means using your hands in this winter chill. Training is essential to keep your body from getting stiff. You have to be prepared for any situation. Those words instantly struck a chord with Ingrid, igniting the fire of reason within him. Immediately, Ingrid Zelaz proposed, Show me a demonstration. He recalled the earlier scene when he had seen someone draw a dagger and realized he had not reacted in time. Ingrid blamed himself for being stiff from the cold and not being able to handle it. He pushed himself, thinking he should have noticed when Jack and Bond got too close. I will take those two out first, he thought. But wait, if I do that, I will lose track of that half-demon love interest. Standing aside, Alden enthusiastically cheered him on. If you do not get used to these workouts, your muscles will get stiff and sore. Indeed, Ingrid awkwardly agreed. That is true, especially when I am close enough to catch him. Moments later, the familiar scene unfolded once again as Jack introduced himself. Jack, and this is Bond. Today, the three of us will team up for patrol. Glancing at the group, Ingrid silently said, "Take them all down, one by one." In order, then replied coolly, "All right." Meanwhile, Jack kept blabbering, "Aren't you cold?" In response, Ingrid maintained his calm demeanor. "I just finished training," Bond commented, momentarily stunned. "Seems like your reputation as a fierce warrior is well deserved." At that point, Jack grumbled, "Do we really have to patrol in this damn weather?" And Bond chimed in, "This winter is really cold." Shaking out his hands, Ingrid confidently thought, "Thanks to Auden's training, my body feels really strong now." And with that thought, he immediately narrowed his eyes. The market was still bustling and lively, just like before. From a distance, a figure in a familiar cloak gradually came into view, and Ingrid suddenly swung his arm. Jack was immediately caught off guard, but Bond was lucky enough to dodge. In shock, he drew his sword and exclaimed, "How did he notice?" Looking at the familiar figure before him, Ingrid speculated that the guy had two choices: retreat alone or join them. In the next moment, he decisively drew his sword, thinking, "I need to deal with these two as quickly as possible." From afar, the cloaked figure suddenly lets out a chilling shout. Ingrid is ambushed, her face a mix of disbelief and shock. What was that sound? She can't believe her eyes. And only now does she realize a dagger. Without warning, a sharp knife has pierced straight through Ingrid. Panic sets in as she thinks to herself, from this distance. Throwing a knife through the crowd, Ingrid looks on, her eyes steely with determination. It is just so precise. The man, still grinning wickedly, excitedly declares that a diligent hunter will never forget their prey. Once again, Ingrid falls to the ground, whispering to herself that as she recognizes this ominous sound, the pain has already gnawed at her heart, a knife swifter than sound itself. The woman screams in horror, her voice echoing with desperation. She immediately panics, shouting loudly, "Someone's dead." Seeing this, Ingrid feels utterly helpless, thinking that it looks like she has to deal with both enemies, near and far. At the same time, as she contemplates, a smile creeps onto her face. "I need to prepare for this situation," Ingrid vows silently. The hybrid goblin will stab if it gets close. If not, it will throw daggers from afar, just simple tricks. This wall is pretty easy to get past. Back to reality, Ingrid clenches her fists and shouts. She laments, "I am done," making Alden laugh out loud. "You are being dramatic." But once again Ingrid stands firm. "I am really about to die." Sitting beside her, Giacna can't help but ask, "What have you been doing?" "Practicing torture." Hearing this, shakes his head. "Seriously? Is that position really that hard? Come here." Like this. Just as the scream rings out, Jackson suddenly steps in. The squad leader. "You are next." Zem has taken up a training stance on the ground, trembling all over, saying someone like you can manage this, leaving Giacna a little stunned, not expecting it to be so difficult. "I might need to teach you some flexibility exercises." At this, Auden bursts out laughing for a moment. "You lazy brothers. Let me handle this." Watching the scene unfold, Jackson stands there silent, making everyone uncomfortable. "But what? We are just training here." Sitting in a corner, Ingrid is deep in thought. "If the dagger he throws is just right, I can block it." She keeps speculating silently about its sharpness and speed, different from regular daggers. Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out from behind. Is that the blood whistle dagger? It turns out to be Jackson, and Ingrid looks at him in shock. Hearing this, Ingrid curiously asks, "Blood whistle dagger? Is that the name of this type of dagger?" "Exactly," Jackson explains earnestly. "It is called the blood whistle dagger because of the sound it makes when thrown." He adds seriously, "If you face an opponent skilled in its use, the target will die instantly. So it is best to dodge if you encounter someone like that." At this, Ingrid nods in agreement, thinking to herself, no matter how good your throwing skills are, if you can just block it, that is all that matters. Back to the present. Ingrid is determined to deal with those vile people. The scene unfolds as before. Jack gets hit while Bond narrowly avoids it. with a horrified expression. Bon exclaims. Damn it. He figured it out. Right at this moment, a plan suddenly flashed in Ingrid's mind. To restrain the soldiers while using the shield to deflect the darts. A familiar sound echoed once again in an instant. At that critical moment, he was lucky enough to use Bon's body to block a knife. Jack, right after that, also got hit and staggered. Looking at the scene before him, Ingrid could not help but think in shock. In that brief moment, he had thrown three. Quickly, that familiar face of Rotten reappeared, still bearing the cruelty of Bon. He flashed a savage grin in the blink of an eye. The villagers around had erupted into chaos, killing people left and right. Seeing this, Ingrid felt a surge of anger for Jack. If his teammates were useless, he would even kill his own allies. Doesn't he have any sense of camaraderie? At this moment, Rotten took the initiative to step forward, expressing his admiration for the resilience of the person. Facing him, Ingrid glared with furious eyes, still with the same familiar line. Rotten confidently claimed that lovesick fools never forget their prey. Hearing this, Ingrid coldly replied, "It is a pleasure to see you again." Seeing this, Rotten was slightly confused and mocked. "You can still joke around even when you are about to die. This is interesting." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately withdrew the knife from Ingrid's body. Just like that, after yet another failure, he thought helplessly, "I admit, I have underestimated him." With that thought, Ingrid could not help but smile. The wall was still a wall too difficult to cross. In an instant, the wall suddenly appeared, mocking him. "You seem to be enjoying yourself. Just keep on laughing." He eagerly asserted that despair would come to those who multiply joy. And that is why it is called a curse. Back to reality, Ingrid jolted awake once again. He stepped outside, firmly declaring, "It is a blessing." Shortly after, he encountered Jackson and suggested, "Jason, tell me about the blood dart." This left Jackson, the zealot, confused, directly asking, "You want to know about it right away?" Ingrid succinctly admitted, "If I beat around the bush, will you tell me?" With no other choice, Jackson got straight to the point, explaining that the thin blades stacked together create that distinctive blood dart sound when thrown. He emphasized, it was once dubbed the shadow dart, moving so fast that the naked eye could hardly keep up. Hearing this, Ingrid once again questioned seriously, "What if I want to see and dodge the blood dart?" To this, Jackson could only respond with exasperation, "You can see it." But Ingrid stubbornly pressed on, "What if I absolutely need to see it?" Immediately, Jackson hesitated and stammered, "You definitely can." With the same serious expression, Ingrid firmly stated, "It must be possible." Seeing this, Jackson, the zealot, visibly annoyed, thought to himself, "This guy is at it again. I do not understand where he thinks he can see that dart." With no other option, he reluctantly continued, "Seeing the dart after it is thrown is pointless. If you really want to, just observe the motion of the hand. After all, the path of the dart is determined by the fingertips. Although there are techniques to conceal the throwing motion, if you know that technique, it won't be hard to see the hidden hand movements." Hearing that, Ingrid immediately asked point blank, "With my skills, can I learn that technique?" In response, Jackson bluntly stated, "With your rock-throwing skills, that is impossible." Ingrid felt a flash of annoyance. This guy always loved to tease. But then, out of the blue, Jackson suddenly offered, "Do you want me to teach you how to throw a shuriken?" At this, Ingrid was left speechless, wondering, is Jackson really willing to teach me? What is going on here? Seemingly catching on, Jackson sneered again, "If you are not confident, then do not bother learning." But Ingrid did not waste words, replying seriously and succinctly, "I will learn." Soon after, the scene shifted back to the bustling marketplace. So cheap. So cheap. Fresh bread just out of the oven for this winter. Jack, as usual, chimed in, "It is truly an honor to accompany you, the one who breaks magical spells." And with that, he shamelessly interrupted, "With the weather like this, you are really going to practice? You are something else." Unlike the two troublemakers, Ingrid was now reminiscing about Jackson's advice. Throwing is just a moment. Keep your body relaxed and focus all your strength at the moment of release. Right then, he froze for a second. Dodging was similar. The scene remained the same. Still packed with passers-by, Ingrid suddenly stepped forward, drawing his sword with a swift motion. With a single strike, Ingrid easily took down his opponent in an instant. Bonthi was still lucky to have a chance to struggle, but soon after, he too was swiftly dealt with by Ingrid with just one swift move. The woman watching was immediately terrified. The townsfolk immediately erupted in chaos. "He is killing people." From a distance, a guy in a hood slowly approached. He seriously observed every move of the man, thinking to himself, Seize the moment when the opponent lets their guard down and focus on listening and watching. In an instant, Ingrid gripped his sword firmly. Determined to protect his heart and ensure he would not die right away, he narrowed his eyes and charged forward, focusing on the tips of the guy's fingers. But unfortunately, this time, the blade pierced straight through his hand. Ingrid flinched, coughing up a bit. In that moment, he had taken a fatal blow. He lost his balance and fell backward onto the ground, his mind racing. Too fast. Just in the blink of an eye. Thinking this, Ingrid suddenly broke into a savage smile. But I have seen it all. Remembering the old figure, he quietly vowed. A spark lit up in that moment. I am certain. Just then, Rotten suddenly approached from afar, and Ingrid seizing that opportunity. Mock. Those who are foolish never learn. Never forget their prey. This momentarily startled the man into a halt. Rotten, horrified, quickly asked, How do you know? But Ingrid did not answer, thinking to himself, just a few more times. With that, he smiled and determinedly said goodbye. Until we meet again. Meanwhile calculating in his heart. All of the attacks from that person were within my reach. Ingrid drew his sword from his side, seriously thinking to strike as fast as possible. He decisively jabbed it straight into the neck of the target. Then Ingrid swung his sword through the points in his head, taking down two guys. The people around went into a panic. Killing that person. He closed his eyes, filled with resentment. Reflecting, I am no longer just a dreamer like before. Suddenly, a half-elf appeared holding a throwing knife. Ingrid looked at the weapon in his hand and thought determinedly, Now, if I just put in the effort, I can achieve anything. The half-elf threw a knife in his direction, and Ingrid raised his hand to block the attack. He maneuvered the knife while growling, That crazy guy. He quickly dodged to avoid the strike. The guy attacked head-on, and he sidestepped. The half-elf pulled his hand back, retracting the knife into himself. Ingrid frowned. Assessing internally. A feint. He suddenly lunged forward, throwing a hidden weapon at him. Ingrid's feet slid on the ground. The corner of his mouth dripped with a substance that felt like egg yolk. He could adjust the timing of the attack based on the opponent's movements. This weapon. Ingrid gritted his teeth and pulled the knife out of himself. He stared wide-eyed at the hidden weapon. Incredible. I want to have it. Ingrid spun the knife quickly, then threw it up high. Jackson looked confused. Wondering what the squad leader was doing, he casually replied, Practicing the blood dart throw. Jackson responded, That is not how you throw a blood dart. Ingrid turned the weapon determinedly and said, I will perfect this technique soon. One side of the knife broke off and flew out. It whizzed past Jackson's face. Ingrid stood still, watching him. Today is the 8th. The half-elf launched a hidden weapon towards Ingrid. He charged straight ahead. I won't fall for his traps again. Ingrid's eyes widened in shock. An arrow pierced his back. Rotten. Turns out you are useful for this. Rotten stood high, aiming his bow downwards. Ingrid threw a dart straight ahead. For the 9th time. The guy gritted his teeth and aimed a projectile at him. The half-demon hurled a projectile toward Ingrid quad. You idiot. Did you really think you could slack off while facing me? The dart struck the apple in Jackson's hand. He watched the apple fall to the ground. Jackson turned to Ingrid, seriously asking, with his hands and arms ready to launch, using all the strength in his body, Is there anything I am missing? Jackson bent down to pick up the apple. That should be enough. Where did you learn to throw darts like that? Ingrid thought to himself. Learn from that guy. He replied. I saw someone on the battlefield who threw really well, so I copied them. He pondered. Just by watching. He reached this level, could he be a genius? Jackson raised the dart. Questioning. Do you know the art of throwing? Ingrid took the weapon and listened as he explained. It is a technique for using thrown weapons created by a legendary assassin named Jo Sang. The name comes from the bloodthirsty dart weapon. Jackson continued. After trying to create it, the silent dart was just a thin blade, but since it was too hard to use, it was improved to become the bloodthirsty dart we know today. Ingrid murmured. A technique with a long history. He wondered if this was the first time you were hearing about it. Impossible. Ingrid pressed. Why do you think that? His face tensed because your stance while using the bloodthirsty dart was perfect. Ingrid thought to himself. For the 10th time. Jack asked. Where are you going? He declared loudly. I told you. I am patrolling elsewhere. The guy was confused. But is not the designated area the market? If you do that, we will get disciplined. Ingrid raised an eyebrow and turned back, coldly stating, Am I not the highest ranking officer here? I will take responsibility. Just follow me. Jack muttered in frustration. Damn it. What do we do now? Reluctantly, they had no choice but to follow. He pondered as he walked up the mountain. The market is a trap set by assassins. There is no need to fall into their snare, the guy behind urged. Squad Captain Ingrid. We should head back to the market. Ingrid articulated each word. What is the benefit of being a rookie soldier? The two guys widened their eyes in shock upon hearing this. Bond drew his sword and yelled. Damn it. We have been spotted. Jack gritted his teeth. Kill him. He swung his sword across Jack, then stabbed straight into Bond. Ingrid stood unscathed between the two fallen foes. He kept his eyes sharp and alert, spotting the half-demon's cloak fluttering in the wind. Ingrid stood facing the group. Rotten. As they glared back at him, Ingrid challenges. Arriving a bit late. Let us charge in together. The half-elf launches a volley of darts aimed at you. You are quick to dodge his hidden weapons. 3 or 4 of them do not matter. I just need to watch your fingertips. Rotten stands behind Yang, taking aim directly at Ingrid. You throw a dart back, hitting Rotten right in the head. The half-elf throws a weapon and shouts. You idiot. How dare you get distracted? The dart embeds itself into Ingrid's forearm, causing him to stumble. You stand still, gripping your sword as the dart sticks into your hand. Ingrid's eyes turn sharp, locking onto the weapon. The half-elf panics, asking, Who are you? Anyway. You pull the dart out with disdain and reply, Does it matter? Drops of red liquid drip from Ingrid's wound as he raises the dart to his lips, saying, The real question is, how many of these do you have? The half-elf thinks in a panic. That guy knows how to throw darts. Could it be? He is just like me. Ingrid lifts the dart, declaring, Lucky for you. I only have one. He retorts. In this situation, you are joking. You must be crazy. The half-elf approaches cautiously. You do not realize I only have one dart. You remain worried. Let us. Ingrid poses confidently. What is the final outcome going to be? You think to yourself, even if he tries to hide his hand, he can conceal his movements. I will watch his stance and dodge. Ingrid assesses the half-elf. It is all about that instinct. He spins the dart in his hand, and you are left wide-eyed, thinking, 2 at 1. The half-elf throws a dart towards Ingrid, and you immediately retaliate with a weapon of your own. Ingrid scans the area. Of course. You keep a close eye on the half-elf's movements. He has got plenty more where that came from. Right. Ingrid raises the dart high, his expression tense. You aim at the half-elf and throw your weapon. He dodges your attack. The half-elf grits his teeth and shouts. This bastard dares to lie. Ingrid tightens his grip on the sword, replying, You are the same. Right. I can tell. It is a weapon I have never seen before. You observe the half-elf's stance, thinking, just because he is an assassin does not mean he can only attack from a distance. Ingrid watches him as he rushes closer. In this low stance, he moves too fast. The half-elf swings his sword, launching a new attack. You grab his wrist tightly. Are you going to stab or what? The half-elf is taken aback as Ingrid notices his expression and threatens loudly. This is it. He raises his sword high. This is your last chance. You maintain your stance, breathing heavily. Ingrid lifts his leg and kicks him down to the ground. You look up, exhaling. 10 times. That is how many times I have tried to conquer this wall. Ingrid ponders deeply, smiling serenely as he thinks. Fight. And come back stronger. What an exhilarating feeling. He looks down at the half-elf, lying defeated on the ground. You fall silent, contemplating as Ingrid grips his shirt. Your eyes focus on the half-elf, watching the green clouds drift lazily in the sky. Joung gasped in disbelief in the busy area, thinking, Am I supposed to be killed? You guessed right and left your post, Ingrid casually replied. It was just a coincidence. She crossed her arms and questioned. A coincidence? Really? You fought 4 people and still lived, and that is also a coincidence. He squinted, guessing. I guess it is just luck on my side. Joung raised an eyebrow in disbelief, while Ingrid stayed silent. She broke the tense silence, saying, Fine. You go back to the camp, and you obey the order. There. A simple wooden house appeared, and he tiredly opened the door. Just as he turned back, Ingrid was startled as a hammer flew towards her, and he dodged just in time for it to smash right into the door. In an excited attack stance, exclaimed, You dodged the ambush. Then Ingrid scolded loudly. Are you crazy? I almost died here. He casually explained. The assassins are starting to show up. We need to train for this. He tossed a warm bun over to her. Here. Have some. Jem happily grabbed it. Still warm. Thanks. Ingrid gently ran her fingers through her hair. Irritated, feeling a headache coming on, he brushed past Craze, who was counting coins. Craze. Give me a haircut. Craze quoted a price. $10. Holding the bun, complained. You should be wrapped it in some cloth first. You should have charged me $5. Craze replied. How about $8? Ingrid sat in the chair for her haircut. It is really expensive. Are not you going to give a discount for your teammates? Craze. Holding the scissors. Shot back. If you do not like it, go get a haircut in town. She protested. No way. The barbershops down there are terrible. Craze looked up at the falling snow. No wonder it is so cold. Jackson assessed. It looks like a demon just threw up. Rana squatted nearby. Agreeing. Yep. Auden clasped his hands. This is truly a trial from the gods. Ingrid wondered. Why is everyone going outside? He interrupted his thoughts. How did the assassins infiltrate the border soldiers? Since when did Jack and the others become spies? Someone must be helping them. Ingrid suddenly asked. The 3 guys who just died. Do you know where they came from? Krias answered. Confused. Jack and the others. You explained. Jack was conscripted after being caught stealing, while Bo insulted a nobleman. Zem speculated. Probably someone who follows the law. Ingrid agreed. Sounds about right. Craze recalled and added. The others were former soldiers from a bankrupt trading guild. Right. All 3 joined at the same time last year. They used to belong to the same guild. Ingrid pondered silently. Year ago. A shocking event happened in the guild. The Thieves Guild. That guy joined a group within the organization. They seem more like a crime syndicate than a guild. They know everything about this town. They are definitely suspect number 1. Ingrid asked further. Jackson. What about the Thieves Guild? Jackson questioned. Why do you want to know? He hinted. I thought you knew. Jackson pondered. The more you talk, the more confident you get. He explained. After that fight, our communication with the Thieves Guild was cut off, so I am not really sure. Chris called out. All done. Zem complimented. You look way more handsome. Ingrid ran her fingers through her hair, looking up at the sky. The snow is falling heavily. Jackson raised his hand. Team leader. I would like to request a night off. Zem got furious. You coward. You just do not want to shovel snow. Do you? You want to be lazy. Right. Ingrid frowned and thought. Suggesting. How about we take on a mission that the team leader assigns? Ingrid spoke up. Well, that saves us from shoveling snow. And he quickly agreed. Jackson squinted in approval. Awesome. I will take a spot. Chris, sword at his hip, said. Army. Just waiting for your command. Rabna asked. Seriously. You do not want to clear the snow. Do you? You chimed in. But first, we need the team leader's approval. Rabna shot you a glance and scalded. Are you still not done? Lazy. Auden turned back, excitement in his voice. Come on, bro. Ingrid was at a loss for words with this change. Why does it feel so personal right now? The rooftops of the wooden houses were blanketed in white snow. Joong drummed his fingers on the table, thinking it was the Thieves Guild behind this, wanting to chase them down. Ingrid confirmed. Yep. If you allow us to. Her eyes narrowed in thought. His face showed determination. Joong teasingly asked. Are you sure it is not because you want to dodge shoveling snow? Ingrid firmly replied. Yep. You assessed in your heart. She is pretty sharp. Ingrid's voice echoed where snow fell all around the building. Cleaning up the guild of those sneaky thieves like this, Chris wondered. You are talking about the Jupin Guild. Right. Do we have any intel on them? You led the response. From now on we will gather information. Ingrid laid out the plan. Jackson. We will wait at the tavern. Let us find out where the Jupin Guild is hiding. Jackson asked. How do we do that? You replied solemnly. There are many different ways. Chris' face showed clear worry. Wait, is that really in order? Jackson answered with no expression. Got it, Chris. Surprised. Thought. What is up with me being so weird? The tavern shone brightly amidst the blinding snow. The tavern's name was Van Nessa. And they served pumpkin soup. Chris anxiously asked. What if the Jupin Guild is innocent? What do we do then? Ingrid half closed her eyes and firmly spoke. Even if they are not involved in the assassination, they are still criminals. You added, making Chris contemplative. It is also a way to clean up the mess this time. You raised your hand with a fork and called out. Wait a sec. What do you need? Ingrid glanced at Chris and whispered to her. You turned your head to look outside, thinking to yourself, Jackson is running late. Of course. He is only human, starting without a single clue. You pondered while stabbing a piece of meat with your fork. What kind of order is this? It feels so irresponsible. I feel a bit sorry for him. Jackson stood on the roof, observing below, paying no mind to the snow falling on him. He silently focused, not taking his eyes off a single flake on the street. Two strange men walked by. The crowded tavern buzzed with whispers. Chris. Do you know that waitress from earlier? Her name is Riza. She has a shoemaker father. And her dream is to open a tavern in Kingdo. You seem to know quite a bit. Any beautiful girl is bound to be a future customer. Jackson opened the door and announced. I found where they are hiding. The group, including Ingrid, paused mid-meal and stared at him. Jackson, standing there covered in snow, frozen in place. Ingrid, chewing on a chicken leg, watched him in surprise. She offered him the half-eaten piece. Here. Eat this. Jackson declined. No thanks. He urged. What are we waiting for? Let us get moving. Ingrid put her hands on her hips and replied. I want to leave right away too. But the snow is coming down too thick, making it hard to move. We need to be careful, so let us wait until the snow stops. He glanced at the snow-covered window. I want to leave right away too. But the snow is really thick, making it tough to get around. We need to be careful. He looked back at the snow-laden window. Ingrid stood up, making a decisive statement. The snow is not going to stop. Let us get going. Grace looked confused. We need to be cautious, he replied confidently. We have been cautious enough already. Walked on the snow-covered ground, Dem following behind. Feeling the weight of it all. It is freezing. I miss the inn. A beggar quietly watched Ingrid from a distance. Pulling a sharp sword from within his coat, the two strange men charged forward with their weapons. Dem lifted his hammer high. He aimed a straight punch to the guy's forehead. With his other hand, Dem struck the face of the second man. He grabbed the strange man's collar. Muttering, what got into you all of a sudden? Is he related to feral cats? Grace speculated, maybe he is with the Jupin gang. Zexon pulled up the cloth from the ground. This way. It is the path to their hideout. The guards are homeless folks. He pulled on the door. It is locked. Auden suggested, step aside. Buddy, let me see if I can knock. He raised his hand, ready to strike. A knock. A knock. Auden decisively slammed his fist down. He smiled brightly and spoke up. Come on in. Dem frowned. Don't you know what knocking means? Ingrid calmly replied. Just opening it is enough. He followed behind Ingrid. Curious. If we run into them, what will you ask first? His eyes narrowed as he answered bluntly. Talk later. First. Use force to overpower them. Ingrid looked at the door ahead. A voice from inside murmured. You sure that squad leader is going to be here? Yeah. I have confirmed it with my sources. The brown-haired man said nervously. I have been worried about how to report the failure of the assassination. Braced himself against the sword he proposed. If I just killed him, it would be so much easier to deal with. Dubin was anxious, unsure if everything was all right. He heard his teammates were coming too. That arrogant brown-haired guy. Just a bunch of no-name soldiers rolling in. Auden smashed through the door. He cheerfully spoke up. Knock, knock. The brown-haired guy was sweating bullets. Zim excitedly raised his hammer. Let us wipe them all out. Ingrid was cold. Having never taken an innocent life in his entire life, he drew his sword and gave them a choice. Surrender and go to prison. Ingrid thrust the tip of his sword down at those who did not want to die. He dragged a short line in the dirt, dropped his weapon, and stepped out of that boundary. If not, I will wipe you all out. Zem was confused. Captain, should not we first suppress them with strength? Ingrid replied darkly. I have changed my mind, he thought to himself. Earlier, I must have looked pretty cool. The brown-haired guy gritted his teeth. Just a lowly soldier. Does he think we are easy to mess with? Alden stepped closer to Ingrid, making a suggestion. Their eyes have been blinded. Everyone. If we do not show them firsthand, they won't listen. He stood in a fighting stance. Then we should show them once. In the Jupin Guild. Who the strongest really is. The brown-haired guy smirked. This sounds interesting. He introduced. The strongest swordsman in our guild is Wyvern. Face him. Wyvern obeyed, saying with disdain. Can anyone withstand my sword? Wyvern charged in. Roaring. Since I was a kid, I have never lost. Ingrid began to strike, driving his sword straight toward the guy. Ingrid vaguely recognized it. Valen's sword technique piercing through. So this is my limit. The brown-haired guy panicked. Sweat pouring down like rain. Ingrid spoke indifferently. If this is the strongest, then there is probably nothing left to see. This is the last chance for you. He raised his sword high and repeated the question. Step forward. Or die. Ingrid's teammates stood behind him. Dumbfounded, they all thought simultaneously. That guy just now. Is he trying to act cool? Ingrid stood still, waiting for an answer. One guy dropped his sword. The guy in the hat sheepishly raised his hand. I surrender. The brown-haired guy was furious. That coward. He swung his sword, ready to attack. Ingrid threw a dagger into the brown-haired guy's head, frowning as he held his throwing hand steady. The guy in the hat looked in panic as the brown-haired guy collapsed to the ground. Everyone here stared intently at the guy who had just fallen. Zemon Jiang thought. The squad leader is looking pretty cool today. Way different from usual. Aldine chuckled. The squad leader is amazing. Kreese chimed in. Too cool. Jackson internally assessed. Well, that is quite the performance. Rana frowned. Seeing him like this makes me a bit annoyed. Ingrid was thrilled. It is rare to show off like this. The guy in the hat raised his hand and knelt. We surrender. Zubin begged in fear. Please spare our lives. Zem looked at him for his opinion. Thinking ahead. If we want to eliminate future troubles, wiping them out completely is the cleanest way. The guy panicked. Please. Spare us. Zubin helplessly laid out the situation. Among us, some have to struggle to care for sick elderly parents. Ingrid bluntly dismissed that reason. Hardship is not an excuse for crime. With tears in his eyes, bowed his head and pleaded. But if someone has to die, please let it be me. Spare them. Ingrid asked in disbelief. You are the Zubin from the bandit group. Right. He pointed at Han. So you are their leader. Not him. Han quickly replied. He is the leader. Ingrid looked confused. So is not he Zubin. Zubin placed his hand on his chest. Christ started to realize. Interesting. They intentionally named the group after their subordinate. If the army catches us, the subordinates will be left behind while the leader escapes. Han spoke helplessly. That bastard leader. Still, the other members do not deserve the death penalty. If you must kill someone, Zubin earnestly begged. Then please kill me. Han's teammate stepped forward. All pleading. Zubin. Kind Zubin. Zubin took care of my sick mother. Zubin always treated us when that leader beat us. Just kill me instead. Zem was so moved. How can you still want to kill them after all this? I misjudged you. You truly are a demon. Ingrid the Grim Reaper. Aren't you the one who wants to kill them? Zubin proposed. The gang's assets. If you spare them, we will give you everything we have. He fell deep in thought, and briefly introduced. There are many valuable things inside this safe, Auden said. There is no need to find the key. He forcefully pulled the prison door open. Zubin broke out in a sweat and continued. The leader has hidden it all this time. Ingrid looked ahead. There it is. Zem rushed in to take it. He wrapped the cloth around himself to keep warm. It is too hot. How useless. Is this the most valuable thing of the people? Ingrid sat down. This is. He pulled out a set of armor. A durable and flexible leather suit. The quality is pretty good. I will keep this. Grise suddenly chimed in. Wait. Squad leader. You suggested we take over this gang. Ingrid shot back. You want me to be a bandit? Grise chuckled softly. Yep. But he was taken aback by Grise's words. Bandits do not kill people. He pointed at Zubin. Even if we disband Zubin's gang. Before long, another group will form. So why not use this guy as a front while we hold the real power? Ingrid pondered. So you planned this all along? Very meticulous. He recalled when Grace whispered to Zesa. That was the moment. Ingrid looked at him. You leaked information to the waitress. No wonder the bandits gathered there. He smiled brightly. You figured it out. But thanks to that, we can catch them all at once. Grice set a condition. If you agree, I will pay you a monthly bribe. And I will hold on to the information. Ingrid frowned and thought. Though I am not too keen on money, having more is definitely more comfortable, he decided. I agree. Grice immediately pointed at Gilbin. Warning him. Got it. From now on, Gilbin will be the bandit group that does not kill. He demanded. We will get rid of the wicked and throw them in jail, then gradually reform the gang. He hesitated. But Gilbin bitterly exclaimed. If we do not disband, we will definitely get killed, Grice. Confused, asked. Well. He explained. The leader is dead. He was working for Asfen, every spring and fall. That guy Broach would come from Asfen to check on the guild. If he discovers the current situation, Gilbin shivered. That monster Broach will wipe us all out. Grice reassured him. That is not going to happen. He excitedly gave a thumbs up. Because we are the real monsters here. Zem grumbled. What are you talking about? Ingrid slung a small bag over his shoulder, gathering everything he needed before heading back. Zem silently glanced at him. And Alden finally spoke up. Not sure about now. Ingrid froze, taking in Zem's words. Has the snow stopped falling yet? He glanced out the window. Rana. Feeling defeated, lay down on the ground. It seems we still have things to do here. Whatever it is, Alden, in front of the fireplace, spoke up. I want to spread the word of God here a little longer. Zefson half closed his eyes, preparing to leave. I have something to take care of. I will be back tomorrow morning. Ingrid hesitated. You all. And then he lay down on the ground among everyone. Ingrid's voice rose in the small house. We are the busy ones here. He reported the situation early in the morning. The squad has returned here safely. We have pinpointed the location of the bandit guild, and will eliminate them. Zoyan was surprised. You can survive without clearing the snow at the barracks, Ingrid confidently replied. It is, we will manage. He scolded himself internally. She sure is chatty. She rested her hands on the hilt of her sword, saying, I heard you have never turned down a sparring invitation. He answered, Yeah. Usually that is how it goes. Zoyan raised her sword, proposing, Let us have a match. Ingrid unsheathed his sword at his side. Complying, it is an honor. He thought, it is not punishment. It is a sparring session. Is not he angry? She charged straight at him, and he fell hard to the ground. Zoyan turned back and commanded, Get up. Ingrid reached for the sword in front of him, and she lunged to attack him again. Ingrid gritted her teeth in shock. What the heck? Is the captain's sword really that thin? Just like Zoe. Zoyan raised the sword high. She ordered, Get up. Ingrid cursed under his breath. Damn it. She continued, Get up. He struggled to think. What do I do without a sword? She instructed. Come on. Zoyan looked at him. Exhausted and lying on the ground, she observed Ingrid, who had been quick to react, as if he could see the future during the last assassination attempt. Yet at this moment, he seemed clumsy, as if he could not see anything. Zoyan focused on him, drenched in sweat and fatigue. Even though you are hard to read, the fact that you broke the spell and took out 4 assassins is undeniable. She raised her head, pulling back from the fall. Zoyan left. I will be keeping an eye on you. Ingrid wondered. Did she leave disappointed? He felt disappointed inside. What a failure. I have practiced swordsmanship to the bone, but I have never learned how to use this body properly. Ingrid sat up, deep in thought. The weakness was glaringly obvious. It was the skill of using his hands, feet, and body that was lacking. You thought about Alden's muscular build. Martial arts is what we need. Alden flexed like a big tree on his shoulder. The basics of martial arts. He dropped it heavily to the ground. Alden laughed and explained. That is a body built through training. Ingrid focused intently on listening. The voice of someone scolding echoed. Damn it. Which jerk just uprooted my tree? He continued. To train to the limit. You hesitated. That tree is? He did not notice but introduced it. I have a method. Alden, drenched in sweat, calls it the isolation technique. It is gonna hurt like hell. So just think of it as dying and coming back a few times. Ingrid stays silent, not saying a word. You confidently speak up. I am used to this. Ingrid struggles to carry the heavy rock on her back. I am gonna die. I am seriously gonna die. Alden glances at her, saying the essence of the isolation technique is endurance. The more your muscles tear and heal, the stronger you become. Your whole body is tensed up. He places a hand on the rock, cheering her on. Just hang in there for 10 seconds. You can do this. I know the limits of the squad leader. Ingrid wonders to herself. How do you know my limits? Alden asks, slightly confused. Don't you regret not learning martial arts sooner? He teaches, to truly use martial arts, you need to train your body a lot more. If you had started a bit earlier. Ingrid clenches her fists. Regretting is pointless. You recall your past fight. The past is just the past. Focus on the present. Otherwise, we will be stuck in today like it is the first time. Ingrid insisted firmly. Same goes for others. Instead of talking so much, teach me some techniques. Alden thought to himself. This guy is so straight-laced it is hard to believe. Working tirelessly since the first meeting. He smiled slightly. I have great respect for you. Squad leader, Alden called out, trying to get his attention. Let us move on to the next exercise. He picked up the rope and asked for the stone. Today, the squad leader will have to crawl back to the base. Alden encouraged, not noticing Esther watching from the observation deck. Come on, you can do it. She focused intently on Ingrid struggling through the workout. You grit your teeth to hold the 2 stones in your hands. Esther watched without taking her eyes off him. Ingrid collapsed heavily in front of the room. Zim leaned on his hands. Curious if he was being bullied in the army. He wondered why he was so bruised all over. You explained. I am just training normally. Ingrid let the Black Panther rest on his leg. Zim rolled his eyes and suggested. Are you planning to keep it here? Then you should name it. You hesitated. Dark and beautiful. Ingrid threw out a series of names that made the panther growl loudly. So let us call it Warmth. Or Dark Blue because of its bluish black eyes. Zim was at a loss. Do not you like panthers? Why name it something that sounds like torture? You were confused. Is not Dark Blue cute? Ingrid lay down on the bed. I will think about the name later. You hesitated. If you plan to stay here. Ingrid dozed off. You slowly sank into sleep. A starry black sky appearing. A gentle breeze blew away the petals. And Ingrid suddenly opened his eyes. He pressed his hands to the ground. Confused. What is going on? Ingrid stood staring at the light ahead. Frowning. Am I dreaming? He looked around. But the red driver is not here. Which makes sense. This place does not suit that gloomy guy. Petals fell gently, and Ingrid cautiously glanced back. When he turned around, he saw Esther's silhouette. Her hair was blown by the wind, and Esther looked intently at Ingrid. He stood frozen. She introduced herself. Esther. Esther repeated her introduction. My name is Esther. Ingrid snapped out of his dream and opened his eyes wide. He pondered. Ingrid pulled his legs towards Esther, and she was taken aback. The bright moonlight illuminated the barracks, and Esther silently gazed at him. Her cheeks flushed. Ingrid softly spoke. Esther. Take care of yourself. Esther blushed and did not respond. As the others in the room had mostly fallen asleep, the sunlight descended low, illuminating the entire barracks. Zem looked at Ingrid's back and asked, Where are you off to this time? You answer. Training. An's not impressed. Seriously. You got beat up like yesterday, and you do not feel any pain. You find it strange. But I guess it makes sense. Why do I feel so light right now? Esther watches Ingrid closely. Of course. Because I use healing magic on you. She looks back at you, thinking, You are the key to breaking my curse. Do not be reckless and get yourself killed. Zem is curious. Did your squad leader secretly meet with any healers last night? Ingrid retorts. No way. I just dreamt about a woman saying weird things. You do not answer Zem's question. So you have dreams like that too? Ingrid recalls Esther's appearance in her dream. You compliment her. She is really beautiful. She closes her eyes in admiration. Your taste is pretty good too. Esther reminisces. The desire to understand spells and mysteries is every mage's instinct. I was cursed for being too obsessed with studying spells and turned into a beast, losing all my powers. She remembers the first time meeting Ingrid. All battered, and then one day, while wandering the plains, I was led by the scent of a curse and met this man. Alden gives a thumbs up. Unbelievable. Squad leaders usually take at least a week to recover from injuries. Yet after one night, you are already better than yesterday. Ingrid pushes herself off the rock to stand, looking at Esther on the roof. Dark green, she roars inside. This guy. You sweat and call out. Esther. How long have you been there? She thinks about when Ingrid met her in a dream. The realm of magic is influenced by names. If called by a different name, my world will be affected. You pull the blanket over Esther. I used the little strength I had left to show up in his dream, and let him know my name. Even though I made a mistake using my power in an unstable state. Her cheeks flush. But thankfully he is a fool who can recognize my identity. Esther observes Ingrid's every move. And right now, I guess I am definitely cursed by a powerful spell. She speculates. Although the curse has not fully taken over his body, it is much stronger than mine. Esther silently considers her motives. A powerful curse will gradually absorb the weaker ones around it. If I am near this man, I can regain all my strength after my curse is completely absorbed by him. Morning breaks at the barracks. Ingrid and Alden clasp hands tightly. He lifts his leg and kicks Ingrid, who dodges Alden's every strike. He grabs Ingrid's head. Alden pushes his head down. Ingrid lies on the ground looking up at him. Alden smiles, holding his wrist, explaining, martial arts require physical strength as a foundation. And if you are not quick enough to react, it is all pointless. He watches Ingrid sit up, assessing. Even though you used to be slow as a turtle, your body is starting to change. You are sweating as you hear Alden's question. You never give up, right? Squad leader. The dew on the ground slowly melts away. A month has passed. The seasons have changed. Leaves are budding. And every day I dedicate time to continuous training. Jiang looks at Ingrid with the sword pointed straight at him. Good. You raise your eyebrows and come here seriously. I heard Jiang laughing, saying that the fight with you just got interesting. So let us start training hard. Rafna set down the empty bowl, and Ingrid glanced at him, continuously calling out, Wait, it is just practice. Right. He replied, I am still eating. Though, Rafna hoisted his sword onto his shoulder, assessing the situation, saying, Your skill development is still pretty slow. He added, But your basic technique is solid, so I won't need to teach you anymore. Now you need to train your body to the point where you can fight even in your sleep. You have to repeat the process. And it is going to be tough. Ingrid agreed. All right. Wiping sweat from his brow. That is my specialty. The moon rose higher, casting light down on the camp. Ingrid sat on the bed with her sword, deep in thought. Training with teammates is great, but it is time to challenge yourself in real combat. He frowned, sensing danger, as Ingrid grabbed Jackson's sword. Jackson remarked, At least now you won't die from a stab wound anymore. You have made a lot of progress. Grice peeked in with a frown, saying, if you want to train, go outside and do it. Don't practice here. Ingrid questioned, so why are you home early? Don't you still need to make money? Kronat, his face changed. Grice firmly stated, I guess I need to start working outside to earn some cash. Ingrid felt helpless, unsure if he was hard-working or just greedy. He glanced toward the door as Jo-ung unexpectedly appeared. Squad leader, I need you to come outside for a bit. Ingrid hesitated. The snow has melted, but she interrupted. Let us not talk about that for now. Jo-ung's expression was blank as he delivered the news. There is a new mission from the hiring policy for mercenaries. Ingrid thought of everyone gathering around the mission board. This was one of the 2 key policies alongside the soldier rank system. This policy allows citizens to recruit active soldiers for missions. He pondered. A more cost-effective solution is to hire soldiers from the military, and they receive proper training, making them more elite. I have always been looking forward to a real fight, so this mission comes at the perfect time. The man with the sword on his shoulder yawned deeply, finally ready to get some sleep. Lately, I have just been working, sleeping, and then working again. I miss a colorful life. He looked at Jo-ung's back in surprise. Is that the squad leader? Ingrid asked. What about the teammates coming with you? She replied. There are 3 people. You and 1 other member will join. Jo-ung seriously announced. I will be the 3rd. He was confused, thinking, is the commander really going to take on a mission like this? Why is that? The man passed by, questioning. They seem to be talking a lot lately. How strange. I have heard they have been training together a lot, too. What is their relationship like? Or are they secretly dating? She asked. Why are you looking at me like that? Working with me bothers you. The white-haired guy paused, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. People in the camp whispered. Did you know? The commander and that squad leader broke the kissing spell before. No way. Their gazes looked suspicious. Clearly, they are dating. The curly-haired guy added. Not only that, I have heard rumors they might be expecting their first child soon. The sun rises high, casting light across the mountain range. As everyone passes by, I can't believe that face of his managed to charm a fairy like that. Right, I'm jealous. You know, they really make a perfect pair. You look all confused. And when you opened the door, we heard Zem teasing our dad is here. He is so excited. It's been ages. Right. When your kid was born, you felt hopeless, did not you? Increase clarifies. It is just a misunderstanding. Some idiot spread a wild rumor. Come on. Christ chuckles. Do not be shy. Everyone knows already. You insisted. I told you that was just a rumor. Ragna bangs his hand on the table. Okay. Hurry up and propose to her. And ask her to teach you swordsmanship too. Auden wishes him luck. May your future be bright. Captain. Increase freezes. What is going on? Why is the whole team teasing me like this? Zem poked. Let us go for a walk then. Being a third wheel is a bit embarrassing. But what can I do? You roll your eyes at him. What do you mean? Go on a mission together. No way, man. Zim wonders. What do you mean? Squad leader. If it is not me. Who are you going with? Jackson speaks up. Army. Zem watches the backs of the 2. He raises an axe. You are going to ditch me and go on a mission with that guy. Are you crazy? Captain. Increase explains. He is the kind of guy who would throw an axe at a customer's head over the smallest issue. How could I bring him along? Jackson turns around. So you picked me because you thought I would not cause trouble. You speak up. You have done a lot of mercenary missions. You should be able to help us. Jackson gives some advice. As someone with experience. Let me give you a tip. He reminds you. Do not love a woman too much. In the end, all that is left is a broken heart. Increase raises an eyebrow. Why are you giving me that advice? You stand opposite Jo-ung, asking when our client will arrive. She half closes her eyes and replies. They are almost here. Increase silently prays, hoping those ridiculous rumors do not reach the commander. Otherwise, we will be the only ones in trouble. Jo-ung coldly remarks. But squad leader, did we ever do anything that would result in a kid? You freeze up and answer. Never. Increase glances at Jackson. Do you dare to laugh? You dodge the question. No way. Increase points out. I just saw you chuckle there. Jo-ung calmly asks. Did my question make you all flustered? Increase immediately responds. Not all. She continues. So are you satisfied doing this job? You hesitate. Yep. She probes further. What gets you excited? You fumble your words. You are confused. What? Why did her question take that turn? The carriage rolls down the road. Jackson looks into the distance and says, "Our client is almost here." Joang flatly replies, "I am having fun." Increase glares wide-eyed. Is she joking? Why does her face look so cold? The luxurious carriage comes to a stop. The mission is to escort an heir to the trading guild. 3 shadowy figures appear. One of the 2 heirs from the Lauderville Trading Guild will be chosen as the next guild master. To ensure the safety of both, the military has been requested to protect and mediate between the parties. Luna steps down from the carriage, and Increase thinks in surprise, "I always thought heirs had to be bald and chubby, but allow me to introduce myself. I am the heir of the Lauderville Guild. My name is Leona," Luna calmly states, hoping for a smooth collaboration. In a neighborhood filled with towering buildings, the group of Increase trails behind Leona's crew. He bows his head slightly, thinking that after the initial greeting, she has not said another word to us. Increase observes her back, realizing that even if she needs to communicate something, she does it through that woman named Yumo. Yumo announces that first, "We will be renting a room at the inn and waiting for the others." He contemplates that his only job is to protect her, and not interfere in anything. Increase remembers Auden's teaching's age. Posture, position, gaze. All of it is information. Dude. Knowing your opponent's strength is also a skill. His eyes narrow slightly as he observes and analyzes. Increase sizes up the female bodyguard. She is left-handed, with heavy footsteps, probably carrying a hefty weapon. Likely a longsword, she must have some serious strength. He ponders, estimating that they are all below special rank. Preliminary analysis shows he can only see this much. Jackson suggests, "If we are bored, let us play a little game, team leader style." He names the game. "Guess the sound." Jackson continues. Crinkling paper sounds. Increase responds, "That is coming from the woman in front of the grocery store across the street." He adds, "Hammering sounds." And Increase replies, "That is from the blacksmith shop over there." Jackson asks next, "The sound of a tongue clicking." Slowly it is the man in front of the paper shop on the left. He thinks to himself, "The crux of this game is to guess the source of the sound accurately and quickly. It is tougher than it seems." The female bodyguard behind Lana reports, "We will be in the room upstairs, so you all wait in the lobby." Jo Wing sits down, saying, "What are you two doing? That sounds interesting. I wanted to." Increase thinks, "They say a succubus's senses are twice as sharp as a human's." Jackson chimes in. "The sound of a sword being drawn." He responds, "Upstairs." She gives the answer. "Second floor. The room at the top of the stairs." Jackson continues, "The sound of a short sword being drawn." And she quickly replies, "In front of the inn." Throws out another question. "The sound of soft breathing." Covering a mouth, Jo Wing immediately answers. Outside the window, Increase feels confused. She talks too fast for him to chime in. Jackson comments, "The guy sitting there is totally silent." He ponders, "But what about this guy?" She responds, "Under the table, to the right, facing the entrance." Increase realizes, this is not even a sound-related question. Jackson continues, "That guy is sneaking a look." Jo Wing responds as if he knows the mysterious name behind him, right behind the person. Jackson and she simultaneously attack the 2 guys. He predicts there will be a surprise attack. Jo Wing raises his sword in agreement. "I think so too." The bodyguards are startled. It is an assassin. One guy rushes at Increase, and he turns around, stabbing him in the gut with his sword. Increase turns his gaze toward the source of the scream. Protecting the client is the top priority. He rushes up the stairs as the mysterious guy throws a hidden weapon at him. Do not even think about it. Jackson appears to take the hit, while Jo Wing slides in, attacking each of the assailants. The mysterious group is bewildered. "These bodyguards are strong. Do not worry. We have the numbers." Jackson takes down a guy with a knife. Jo Wing raises an eyebrow. Curious, he is stronger than the squad leader. Yet the entire Team 4 trusts and follows him without question. She wonders what could have made them act this way. Jo Wing smirks. "Now that is interesting." She swiftly thrusts her blade at the neck of the oncoming attacker. Increase's tense expression shows he is ready to fight against the mysterious foe. Rushes to Leona's room. First an assassin targeting Grant, and now a mixed-breed lover trying to take me out with darts. These simple attacks, can't he kill me anymore? Another one comes charging in. Increase thinks to himself, and on top of that, my strength and martial arts have improved. He turns around cautiously. Even though Aldean says I am still slow and clumsy, I can feel it. Increase delivers a kick that sends him flying. My movements have become way quicker. The mysterious figure crashes to the ground, and he bursts through the door. Inside, he sees someone aiming a sword right at Leona. "Glory to Asvin." Yumo shouts loudly, "Get out of the way, girl." Increase assumes a combat stance, thinking he is too close for me to use my throwing knives effectively with my current strength. I can't guarantee I can take him down with one dart. He wonders if he can catch up and stop him in time. He ponders how to close this distance in the blink of an eye. Increase recalls a scene where a volley of arrows was shot at the man. I have seen it once. I can perfectly replicate that move. He steadies his legs. But if I could mimic it even a little. Increase charges towards the mysterious figure, who narrows his eyes and channels his strength to stab down with the sword. Increase shields Umo and Liana, the sword swishing across his back. The mysterious figure's eyes widen in shock. He feels the armor rip apart. And while there is still some pain from old wounds, thanks to the armor I got from Gilpengeidmard, I am not too badly hurt. Increase sizes him up and says, "Looks like we need to take this conversation downstairs." He hoists the mysterious guy and runs straight for the window. Increase holds him tight as they leap outside, both plummeting to the ground. And the mysterious figure's eyes bulge. He struggles to stand, thinking, "Thankfully I used him as a cushion to soften the impact." Above, Lena and Yuma look on in horror through the window. Increase places his hand on his chain. Assessing the situation, seems like there are no enemies left on the second floor. Just the one in front of me. He looks at the mysterious figure, who is painfully trying to stand up, noting he took the full force of the fall. And yet, he still holds strong. His endurance is impressive. He growls, "You piece of trash." He stands opposite Increase and asks, "Are you a border guard?" He immediately responds. The mysterious figure raises his sword, saying if he is not a border guard, there is no way he could be this strong. He focuses intently on him, noting the two swords of different lengths. How is he maintaining balance to fight? Increase contemplates. Is it a legendary sword? If not, how should I deal with him? The mysterious figure arrogantly declares, "I will kill first, and then it will be your turn." He raises his hand in challenge. "Have you ever been told you talk too much?" The mysterious figure, provoked, charges at Increase in a rage. You raise your sword, feeling alert. It has been a while since you have fought like this. Though your opponent seems pretty strong, Increase steps back, aiming his sword at the mysterious figure, wondering to himself which technique to use in this battle. The mysterious guy charges in with two swords. Increase frowns, observing the different rhythms of the attacks. The two clash swords together, weaving in and out. As Increase dodges the attacks from the mysterious figure, you skillfully evade his slashes, and jumping to avoid the mysterious guy's strike. Both of you stare intensely at each other, rushing forward, as the mysterious figure looks at you with wide eyes. Astonished, he grinds his teeth, thinking, how can he dodge all my attacks? A lowly soldier like him. Increase turns back, feeling a mix of admiration and envy. How can I not master that sword technique? He wonders within. This speed and precision. Does he often stab others like this? The mysterious figure lunges at you, spouting nonsense. Who does this punk think he is? Increase eyes sharpen, focused on every move of the mysterious figure. Increase starts to recognize something. As he watches the guy's sword movements, he realizes it is a signal to attack. Increase raises his sword, preparing for a strike. Increase dodges the blow and lands a hit on the mysterious figure. He notes simply. Increase glances at the sword piercing through him. I am aiming for his heart now. The mysterious figure screams in pain. You decisively withdraw your sword, thinking, even so, there is still so much I need to improve. Should I ask Ragnar or Jackson for guidance? Increase watches him collapse to the ground, while others in the tavern flee. Damn it. Retreat, watching those who just ran. You think? I need to chase after them. Jackson, standing behind you, speaks up. They really stirred up trouble this time. Increase points at the mysterious group. Those guys are getting away. Jackson replies. Yeah. You wonder. Are not you going to chase them? Jackson reminds you. Our mission is not to eliminate the criminals. You reply. If they run, then our clients are safe. Increase ponders. So it is just about focusing on protecting the clients as per our mission. Joung half closes his eyes. Impressed. Nice job. Team leader. You turn back to ask. Boss. You good? She stays silent, and Joung teases. With you worrying about your girlfriend like that, I am definitely not sleeping tonight. Ingrid stiffens, and Liana holds her cloak, asking, are you two dating? You bluntly reply. Joung adds fuel to the fire. He is just trying to win my heart. Ingrid furrows her brow in confusion. What the hell is going on? Lena looks at you. What is your name? You respond. I am Ingrid. She places a hand on her chest gratefully. Thank you for protecting me. I will definitely repay you properly in the future. You bow your head. It is my duty. Luna remains silent. The night slowly descends, leaving the tavern in a hushed stillness. Outside, soldiers stand guard firmly, while the captured raiders have been escorted back to the camp. and reinforcements have arrived for the second wave of attack. Ingrid sits before a candle, pondering the purpose of those mercenaries' arrival. The sword skills of some among them are quite impressive. So this is not just a simple robbery. She rests her hand on her chin, thinking, just as I suspected, their target seems to be the hare. Leona stood on the stairs, gazing at Ingrid, and asked, "You are awake?" Ingrid replied, "I am on it." Leona walked down to sit across from him, the squad leader Ingrid. She proposed, "Come with me. I am offering you a chance to become the special bodyguard for the Lauderville Trading Guild." Leona observed Ingrid thoughtfully. "We are the top-tier trading guild on the continent." She envisioned a group carrying staffs, their partners often being the wilderness shepherds who dwell in monster territory, each wielding oversized swords. The Black Laser Guild specializing in dragon hunting, and another guild in the heavy snowfall with the Glacier Rangers, the Ice Guardians. A map depicting each area unfolded before her. Moreover, the map made by Lauderville's guild contained all the trade routes across the continent. A treasure of immense value. Selling it could ensure a lifetime of riches. Leona resolutely thought, that treasure can't fall into the hands of the former guild leader's son. I must protect my ancestors' legacy and safeguard this guild. Which is why I need to recruit more talent. She recalled when he blocked a sword strike for her and Umo. His skills saved my life. Combined with his humble nature, Leona rested her chin on her hands. My guild holds a position everyone desires. And it seems you need that position too. She set the condition. I will give you everything you want, as long as you follow me and become the guild's bodyguard. Ingrid firmly refused. I must decline this offer. She was taken aback. He turned her down so quickly. Well, Jackson had been standing behind, chiming in. Rejected. But still so stubborn. You are quite brave. Jo-Eung calmly descended from upstairs. Is my action now considered brave? Leona closed her eyes and stood up. I get it now. She left. Echoing back. Another hare will arrive this afternoon. I need to prepare to welcome them. Ingrid silently watched Leona's retreating figure. Jackson teased. Are you trying to flirt with her? You like career-driven women with a reputation. He confidently replied. Jackson warned. Just do not go around flirting with everyone. He felt helpless. Jo-Eung joked. Are you cheating on me? You are hurting your squad leader's feelings there. Squad leader. Ingrid gritted his teeth in anger. You are reading everyone wrong. My taste in women has changed lately. Jackson was taken aback. While Jo-Eung thought, is he really throwing me under the bus? People outside peered in through the window, whispering, did you hear? He was flirting with another woman and ditched that squad leader. What a jerk. Typical Volume C. Jo-Eung smirked, while Ingrid helplessly placed both hands on the table. The morning light filtering through the cafe. Chris chimed in excitedly. I know everything. Captain. They say you spent the night with a client on your very first day. Those seated nearby looked at Ingrid curiously. I heard you were flirting with the guild hare too. Are you here to break a spell or break hearts? Are you here to mess with me? Chris raised his hands in mock surrender. I am here to manage that dilapidated guild. I need to keep an eye on them. Ingrid mysteriously spoke up. Just right. I need you to help me with a few things. Chris. He seriously considered. We needed to find out the identities of the attackers from yesterday and capture them. The portrait of the late Renos Lotfried looms large. The former head of the Lotfried Trading Company. A man renowned for his business acumen and charisma. Beside it hangs a photo of Leona. He believes his adopted daughter, Leona, with her strong-willed and wise nature, will be the perfect heir to the company. Nearby, there is a picture of Paulette, but he can't abandon his son, which leaves him conflicted. He lies within the grand coffin. And ultimately, Renos Lotfried passes away without deciding who his heir will be. In the carriage, surrounded by guards, the brown-haired woman grumbles. Unfortunately for her, her attempts on Leona's life have failed. The guy with the scrunched-up face of Paulette chimes in, saying he should be left this to us. He is rushing things. Paulette Lotfried, son of the former head of the Lotfried Trading Company. The brown-haired woman ponders aloud. I will find another way. Our deal is still on. Right. Paulette raises his hand in response. Of course. Once I become the head of the company, I won't forget your reward. The curly-haired man has been silent the whole time. Paulette is led in by a guard, and the group of Ingrid inside glares out at him. The guy with the broad forehead remarks disdainfully. Oh, it reeks in here. Calling me to a place like this, Leona's taste is terrible. He furrows his brow. That guy. Ingrid judges the curly-haired man following Paulette. Really strong. He glances at Paulette, who looks tense as he watches the curly-haired guy. Then he suddenly turns away. Paulette shouts, pointing at Jackson. Hey. Go get Leona. Hurry up, Ingrid observes the guy thoughtfully. Thankfully, he is with Jackson. If it were Zim, things would get complicated because of his temper. He imagines Zim swinging a fist at Paulette. Oh man, this town is a mess, he thinks to himself. He would take care of that guy and say it was a demon. Ingrid rolls his eyes as he sees Jackson reach for the sword at his hip. Paulette is still shouting as he tries to hold Jackson's arm back. Why are you still waiting out there? I am talking about that guy. The red-haired punk. Hurry up. Leona comes down the stairs. Do not make a scene like you are exploding, she coldly asked. What is the rush? Paulette stands across from Leona, mocking her. Rush? Rush for what? You can't even train your guards properly. She swiftly slaps him across the face. Ingrid closes his eyes slightly, muttering, shut up already. Aside from me, everyone else is insane. Paulette clutches his face, shouting, are you crazy? Luna raises her hand nonchalantly, responding, you are the one who has lost it. She threatens, do you dare touch the soldiers? You want to rot in jail. He stutters, I did not know they were soldiers. The brown-haired guy coughs a few times. Paulette regains his arrogant demeanor. This is wrong, he arrogantly bellows. How dare someone like you, picked up off the street, talk back to me? Lena lightly places a hand on her shoulder. Yep. Just as you said, I am adopted. She coldly assesses Paulette. While you, the biological son, know nothing about trade or how to manage the finances of the company. He sweats, stammering, that is for the servants to handle. Lana crossed her arms, raising her brow. If it were not for the old boss's will stating that his hair must be decided with my son's approval, this pointless meeting would not even be happening. Ingrid pondered, thinking the old boss must have been a soft-hearted person. In any light, Leona was the more suitable heir. He wanted to give his son one last chance. Luna bluntly stated that the only reason he had the inheritance of the trading company was because of his blood connection to the old boss. Paulette clenched his fists, thinking, what could be more important than that? She squeezed his face hard, but no matter what, he did not resemble that man at all. Leona leaned in closely to Paulette, with a mix of arrogance and his ugly face. I honestly can't figure out who your parents are. He gritted his teeth, drawing his sword with a roar. Damn it, Ingrid was quick to grab the sword's hilt and rushed in, leaving him wide-eyed in shock. Ingrid observed the curly-haired guy's movements as he firmly planted his feet. The tension between Leona's and Paulette's sides thickened. Ingrid held her attack stance, while the guy's guard stepped in to block. He thought to himself, that stance is something else. Ingrid was curious about the curly-haired guy, wondering if that was a sword style. She was intrigued, thinking about how fast he could draw. Is his speed faster than Zem's spear? Or a throwing knife? Come on. Show me your sword technique. The curly-haired guy swung his sword, and Ingrid grinned with excitement. Torresk interrupted the impending fight, shouting, everyone, stop. He introduced himself in a commanding voice. We are the royal guards under the king's authority. If you do not lower your weapons immediately, you will all be charged with treason. Paulette looked startled, and Ingrid shoved her sword back into its sheath. Jackson glanced at the boy's bored expression. He recalled Ingrid's ramblings, thinking, besides me, everyone here is crazy. He sighed, wondering what they were thinking. Seriously, Jackson concluded to himself. You are the craziest one here. Torresk announced loudly that the assassins captured by the army were from another nation, so the royal guards would handle the situation. They claimed they were hired by a trading company. He faced Paulette directly, asking straightforwardly, did you hire the assassins just to win the inheritance? The brown-haired guy intervened. Did they say which trading company hired them? Without evidence, you can't arrest anyone. Torres crossed his arms, smiling slightly as he retorted, you are talking too much. You think the royal guards can investigate something this simple? Luna stepped forward, suggesting, I have an idea, let us find new evidence to accuse the culprit. He concluded with a firm statement. During these 2 days of investigation, both heirs will be detained. Paulette, terrified, refused. I want to agree to that. Ingrid stood behind, pondering why the direct victim was suggesting detention. Torresk explained that the ones captured by the army were just clueless Tepzil. They only knew to follow orders. Luna lightly closed her eyes, implying, there are still others to interrogate. She recalled how he watched the mysterious figures scatter, some of them still managing to escape. Leona insisted, among them, there might be someone who knows who their master is. Let us detain and interrogate them. Torresk asked, and if we still can't find the mastermind? She replied nonchalantly, then the royal guards should just continue the investigation. Leona continued, However, the decision about the inheritance rights can't go down in the soldiers' barracks. We will return to the trade guild's headquarters, provided both sides agree to be summoned at any time, Ingrid pondered. Being away from the soldiers meant losing the army's support. His eyes shifted to the curly-haired guy, thinking that with the current guard, Leona could not withstand Paulet's forces, especially against that guy with the thin sword. Once the soldiers left, they would be wiped out, Ingrid wondered. She could not possibly be unaware of that. So what was her plan? Lena unveiled an item wrapped in a cloth in Umo's hands and declared, I am a merchant. I want to do this without a reward. Whoever captures the assassins will be rewarded with this. She slowly pulled the cloth away, causing Ingrid and Jackson to gasp in shock. Leona held up a sharp knife and introduced the fourth item in the Carmen collection. Carmen's razor-sharp dagger. I have decided. I will give it to you when you catch the assassin, Jackson blurted out. Squad leader, I propose that this mission knife be mine. Ingrid looked at the knife, puzzled, thinking. Jackson, who usually does not care about anything, suddenly seemed so excited. His eyes were fixed on the prize, wondering what exactly that dagger was. A voice yelled from inside the wooden house. Carmen's razor-sharp dagger. Leona, are you out of your mind? Bullet pointed directly at the woman, questioning loudly. Do you have any idea how much it is worth to offer it as a reward? Luna remained calm and replied. I am the manager of Stiletto. It is. I have the right. Ingrid turned around to ask Jackson. Is it really that impressive? Jackson closed his eyes and casually replied. If you know about it, then you are even more impressed. His face was emotionless. The master weapon maker crafted it. The swords come in various shapes and types. Carmen, the Uzlave, became a ruthless killer living only for revenge. Wielding 7 weapons he made himself for that purpose. Jackson's face darkened. The fourth item is Stiletto, and some people risk their lives to own his weapons. Taurus spoke up with a stern announcement. All of you here will be held by the soldiers for 2 days. No one is allowed to leave the inn. Remember that, Ingrid turned to reassure Jackson. Do not worry about Stiletto, he slowly explained. I had Chris bring it back. We will hear news soon. Paulette was still furious, cursing. Damn it. This is ridiculous. Ingrid looked elsewhere, then fixed his gaze on that spot. That guy watched for a moment before turning away without saying a word. He left in silence, the light still shining by the window. Paulette sighed, complaining to his teammate. If we sit here and get caught, the teammate added, we can be reckless and become targets for the soldiers. For now, let us just wait. That guy proposed a hypothesis and laid out a detailed plan. If neither of them can determine the hair, the final choice will fall to the investors. And that is when we will take action. The guy with curly black hair stood still, silently watching the two of them discuss. That is not the issue. I have sent letters everywhere, promising rewards if they vote for me as the guild master. If I can sway more than half to my side, I will. In the stillness of the late night, Ingrid was hard at work, training his endurance with 2 heavy stones on his back. His hands slammed down heavily on the ground, sweat streaming down his body. When he reached his limit, he set the stones down and Torres leaned in, looking straight at Ingrid. He told him to keep up that boring training without getting tired. But he had a different perspective, one that did not sit well with him. He teased Ingrid, saying, Don't you think this is a rare chance to be lazy? Ingrid did not respond. He closed his eyes and sighed. If time were fair, maybe he would. But the time for the talented and the untalented is different. Ingrid stood up heavily, dragging his tired body. What they could master in a week could take him a month, no, even a year. He picked up another large stone and rested it on his elbow to continue training. I can't waste time, no. I do not want to waste it. His arms kept moving the stone up and down, day after day. Accumulating effort. Wanting to build a wall of perseverance. Even if it is just a little bit higher. As they passed by, Torres was leaning against a pole. What a strange guy, implying we are lazy. He fell silent for a moment. Then Torres stood up and complimented Ingrid. Hey. Ingrid, that strength training is enough, from what I see. You are already doing great. He smiled at his friend. I did not know that. And ended up with a draw. What now? Ingrid's handsome face was still glistening with sweat, and he smiled faintly. Suddenly, loud shouts echoed in the quiet night. Not bad. He is charging in. Torres pulled out his weapon, his gaze on Ingrid sharp as a knife. The two of them grabbed sticks and clashed, neither willing to back down. The crowd around them got hyped up, cheering. It was 7 rounds in, and even Torres was getting into it. See that? You brats. That is my skill. And I am down 4 rounds. What else are you gonna brag about? Ingrid did not care much about the score. He just said one word. Again. This made his opponent flinch and shout. Don't you know what tired is? We have fought 11 rounds already. A guy excitedly stepped up to fight. It is my turn now. They laughed, showing off their white teeth, wanting to reclaim their spot. What is this? You again. Next up is me. The police quietly watched from a corner. Take him down. He dodged that hit crazy. They were in a standoff now. And the police frowned, cursing. What are you idiots doing at this hour? The guy just got on the floor and gleefully threw Ingrid to the ground. He fell painfully, while a long-haired guy hit on one side. Observing seriously, Ingrid sat on the floor and asked, What was that? Do it again. The guy who just fought exclaimed, You are really crazy. The long-haired guy was silently contemplating. The defeat did not seem to hurt Ingrid's pride at all. Instead, it was quite the opposite. He observes Ingrid's attitude closely. Like a child who has found a new toy to play with, the long-haired guy finds him really interesting. Even knowing he is much stronger, Ingrid does not hold back his fighting spirit. He is truly one of a kind. He crosses his arms, hesitating slightly. But at that moment, Ingrid takes another blow, getting knocked back again. Ouch. Hit again. No improvement here. The long-haired guy slowly analyzes Ingrid's condition. He can handle new techniques until he has been hit 3 or 4 times. His instinct in battle is seriously lacking. At that moment, Ingrid shifts his stance, as if he has finally caught the opportunity. He quickly grabs his opponent's arm and takes him down, sending him crashing to the ground with a fierce counterattack. This victory sends the crowd into a frenzy, especially Torres, who is the most excited of them all. You did it. Hooray. You took him down in 5 rounds. Who's next? Jo Young leans on his hand, enjoying the chaos, showering praises. He charms everyone, men and women alike. The cheeky Leon interrupts. Are you two actually a couple? Jo Young immediately denies it. Leona realizes. So it was a joke, but quickly corrects herself. We are married. This leaves Leona shocked. Married. We did not have a ceremony, but it seems we are about to have a baby. Ingrid hears this and is at a total loss for words, feeling a bit overwhelmed. What on earth is her commander thinking? Suddenly, a voice interrupts. If it is not too much trouble, can I join in? Ingrid looks at him warily, while the long-haired guy stares back without fear. Torres heightens his guard against the newcomer. What is he up to? He starts to think, that is Ingrid. Right. He does not seem to have any special talents. The long-haired guy feels a surge of expectation. He wants to teach him a lesson, and can suppress the urge? The man who just fought Ingrid can help but chuckle. Hey. You are not in our league. Just sit back and watch. Ingrid counters. No way. He flashes a challenging smile. I have been waiting forever to go up against you. That tone zips through the long-haired guy's ears. His eyes gleam with excitement, and a rare smirk appears on his lips. While someone on the roof keeps a close watch, Jackson keeps staring thoughtfully. That guy, even with just a wooden stick in hand, his demeanor makes it clear he is still dangerous. Jackson subtly withdraws a hidden knife from behind his back, ready for anything. At this moment, Ingrid is poised with the wooden stick, while the long-haired guy eagerly anticipates this moment. They stand together, locked in the tense standoff. The long-haired guy calmly held out a wooden stick in front of him. Ingrid gripped the stick tightly in his hand, his eyes filled with caution. The pressure from the guy made his body feel heavy, as if he were standing on a battlefield. He felt that familiar suffocating atmosphere. The guy's sword lunged forward, and Ingrid's eyes widened with intensity. The sword glinted sharply, and he could clearly see its trajectory. The path of the attack. He slowly sensed the movements of the sword, noticing a slight change in its trajectory. But it was definitely aimed at his neck. Ingrid imagined what it would feel like if that sword struck his throat. Wondering if he could cut off the guy's attack and complete his own strike, he lowered his head, seriously contemplating. Just like he had imagined, the stick was now poised at his neck. Torres and the others had been watching in silence. He withdrew his hand and coldly told Ingrid, You have read my sword's path accurately, but you are a beat behind. Ingrid's eyes narrowed. The speed of the sword's thrust was much quicker than he had anticipated. So quick that it overwhelmed him compared to what he had imagined. He realized he had overestimated himself, thinking he had become stronger. But he was wrong. Standing before that long-haired guy, Ingrid felt like he was facing a mountain with no summit in sight. Still too high. A height that made him dizzy. His face darkened, then broke into a grin revealing his sharp teeth. Ingrid got back into position, and once again, he was complimented. His stance was truly impressive. The cool breeze and bright moonlight echoed with continuous sounds and clashes. As everyone grew tired and drifted into sleep, a voice called out once more. Rana was still eagerly watching the match, saying, "Do that last move again." Ingrid gritted his teeth, preparing to strike. Anyone wielding a sword in battle would feel despair when facing an overwhelming opponent. But in the end, it was the long-haired guy who knocked him down easily. He looked at Ingrid indifferently, still puzzled in his mind. The gap in power between him and Ingrid was glaringly obvious. Yet why did this guy still refuse to give up? Ingrid huffed and stood back up into position. Rusya-san sat on the rooftop, analyzing non-stop. The squad leader's reaction speed was too slow to keep up with the opponent's sword techniques. At this rate, he would not break through that wall no matter how many times he tried. A thought crossed his mind. Then, he needed to teach him the right way to handle every situation. The long-haired guy spoke up. "Let us wrap this up. I want to get some sleep." Ingrid panted, sweat pouring down, and he exclaimed, "You are incredible." Ingrid showed a determined and resilient expression. "One day, I will master this sword." He laughed playfully, but the long-haired guy also held a bit of admiration for Ingrid, saying, "From my perspective, you are the extraordinary one. It is a shame. If you were just a little more talented, things would be different." The sun rose over the mountain, marking the start of a new day. A voice announced, "Lieutenant Torres, we have captured the fleeing mercenaries." 3 injured men were brought before Torres. Tied up, Ingrid silently praised. "Well done. Christ." Christ shrugged in self-satisfaction. Finding these fleeing guys was not hard at all. Leona descended the stairs, expressing her gratitude. He must be the captain of the squad. "Thank you." Torres sat down, moving closer to the hostages, demanding to know who gave the orders. "Which trade association?" Lopez nearby was shaking. The hostage clearly uttered Asbun. This answer caught Ingrid off guard. At that moment, the guy finally revealed the complete information they were searching for: the Asbun Trade Association. They did this to monopolize the trade territory of the guild. Lopez was increasingly frightened. His face paled. "Other than that, I can't say for sure what their intentions are. I just received money along with a letter and a promise for completing the task." Leona, standing behind Torres, politely asked, "He has spilled the beans. So from now on it is the responsibility of the border guards, right?" He turned around, feigning indifference, looking strangely pleased with her. Did not she hope that ugly idiot was the culprit? Leona was about to say something, but she shifted to another topic. "Of course. Well, the stiletto artifact has been put up for a bounty, so I hope to find the mastermind behind this." Torres did not care anymore. "All right then, handling this bunch is our job," he commanded. "Let the Lodgefin Trade Association go free." After a while, they departed. The carriage and entourage moved through the bustling streets. Jackson discreetly pulled out a sharp knife. Ingrid seriously reminded him, "Do not brandish that knife around carelessly." He quickly put it away. Apologizing, Ingrid was a bit surprised. He seemed to be keen. "That is a really childish side of him that I am just now noticing." Cries whispered to him, "Captain, do not fall for Liana." Ingrid closed his eyes and shook his head. "No way." Cries whispered, "She is incredibly scary." Ingrid nudged him. "Did not you hear what I said? You keep mumbling in my ear non-stop. Is not it weird? No matter how you think about it, those hired goons must be from Paulus. But suddenly it is Asbun." Cries recounted a recent encounter with lice. "Last night, we tracked them down and wiped them out." An unknown figure approached and asked, "The leader of the Jupin Association. You are Cries from the Border Guard Squad 444. Right." No one told him to reveal his identity, but he voluntarily made Cries pause. "I serve Miss Leona." While Cries was deeply engrossed, Luna pulled aside half of the window curtain. She already knew their location and everything about the Jupin Association. Along with those hired goons, she suggested offering up to the military for a bounty, and that would force them to give the answers she wanted. Cries listened while casting glances at Leona, wondering what she meant by that. If Paulus being behind the assassination gets out, what harm would it cause Leona that she needs to hide it? Lena looked outside, starting a conversation. "I am glad Paulus is not the culprit." Her face looked truly beautiful, but each word she spoke was powerful. It could tarnish the honor of her lineage, as well as the trade association. Cries felt torn, questioning his loyalty to his old boss and the trade association. "Captain Cries, you are not interested in this kind of stuff?" He asked Leona again for confirmation. "Are you sure about this? About leaving us? Once you step outside the border guard's control, we can't protect you. If Paulus's men attack, then you..." She had a well-thought-out plan. If it was about that, I had already taken care of it. Everyone quickly gathered at the city gate, with Matisse leading the soldiers standing tall there. Let me introduce myself. I am Captain Matisse of the Lauchfried Commerce Guild's protective team. With the unanimous agreement of the shareholders, I am here to escort the appointed guild master. Matisse knelt down respectfully. Miss Leona Lauchfried. Now that she had witnessed everything, Ingrid fully believed Grice's words. Determined to keep that fool locked up for 2 days during this time, she had gathered the investors to vote, stripping that idiot of his inheritance rights. Loyal, smart, and decisive, as Grice said. She was a formidable woman. Lena was like a rose full of thorns. She turned back, appearing polite to Ingrid, saying that if pulling was inappropriate, she would not request him to accompany her. Leona showered him with compliments. He had a strength that made others want to follow him for support. She extended her hand and flashed a friendly smile, hoping that one day we could help each other like friends. In that moment, Ingrid hesitated at the boldness of a girl, but he also reached out to shake her hand, pleased to do so. Just then, Loppet burst out of the car like a madman, yelling, "Matisse! You bastard! What are you doing? My father treated you so well, and you betray him." Matisse threatened. "Don't tarnish the name of the former master or the guild. You fool." The guy sprayed foam in fear of Matisse's aura. Lopet's friends inside the car whispered among themselves. The plan has failed, but at least we got one major takeaway. The president of the Lauchfried Guild is quite capable. The long-haired guy's gaze lingered on Ingrid, right beside that unusually strong soldier too. Flashback to the night before, when those two were still in a duel. I advised him this: put down the sword. While I admire your will and effort, you lack the talent to back it up, and spoke the harsh truth. It was sad and painful. Ingrid subtly wiped the sweat from under her chin. It had been a while since she had heard that, but she smiled knowingly. I never cared about those words, and that is why I have made it this far. The long-haired guy shot a sharp glance at Ingrid and quietly left, transitioning to a place surrounded by mountains and forests. Ingrid leaned on her hip and called out, "Get up from the ground. Don't call my name. You having fun with that stray cat? I have something to ask, and I want to master this skill, so I need you." Hearing this, Zimlet, "Really? I am the only one useful." Right. The two began training in the cave, essential for a speed sword technique. His eyes sparkled like a hawk's. First, the key is to judge and map out the quickest and most effective sword path. Every movement was focused. And then, those moves also required a bit of thought. And with an explosion of strength, the sword flow became smooth, to strike decisively. It allowed us to control the sword path as we wished. Blood splattered across Ingrid's face. His sword made Zem slightly bleed. At that moment, Zem noticed. At that moment, Ingrid realized, okay, I have gotten faster than Zem. His relentless practice has finally paid off. Repeating those basic moves, the flexibility achieved by releasing tension, muscles honed to perfection. All of it has led to the results we see today. He gently wipes the blood off his neck. Surprised. Our squad leader is impressive. Looks like you finally understand what it means to wield a sword quickly. Zem chuckled with delight. It seems I will have to step up my speed too. Ingrid's expression froze for a moment. Wait. What? In a split second of distraction, a swing of Zem's axe lunged straight at him. Ingrid struggled to block it, but another attack was already coming his way. He quickly managed to defend himself, barely keeping up with that devastating force. Ingrid was stunned. He never thought he would face a situation like this. The axe blade, in his hand, was like a snake, now moving at lightning speed. While he stood there for just a moment, Zem pushed forward rapidly. Ingrid was not backing down either, swinging his sword in front of him. It seemed he still had a long way to go to surpass Zem. He kept training until the sky turned a rosy hue. Ingrid suddenly realized something. Jackson came flying in from nowhere, and Ingrid immediately raised his sword to block. Both of them were trembling, facing each other. His senses had sharpened significantly. It seems this kind of training is no longer necessary. Seeing him leave made Ingrid feel a bit off. Wait. What? He came just to say that. He casually dropped a line before walking away. Ingrid sighed tiredly. No wonder Zem called him a stray cat. Suddenly, Jackson attacked from behind, and Ingrid instinctively clutched his neck. Now Jackson was really gone, leaving him still dazed. Adrenaline surging, Jackson analyzed. It is the aura radiating from the will of the enemy, the one who wants to kill him on the battlefield. It is an attack he cannot keep up with using just his eyes and ears, so he needs to sense the aura to react. He further pointed out that this is a technique to perceive a presence that transcends the 5 senses, a gateway to the 6th sense. Jackson lifted that tiny knife, offering, "I will teach you. Consider it my thanks for stiletto." "Of course." Ingrid was all in, drawing his sword in a ready stance. Realizing he always had something new to learn from others. "Let us get started," he exclaimed. Ingrid wanted to overcome his weaknesses. Those feelings that made him feel small and inadequate in this world day by day. The sky ushered in a new dawn. The gateway to the sixth sense belonged to the realm of instinct. Jackson continued his teachings, stating he could not rely solely on sight or sound. That perception was above the five senses. It is a classic case of survival of the fittest. A rule that has stood for centuries, like directional perception or movement perception. Even a hunter's instinct when pursuing prey is entirely based on instinct. Ingrid quietly closed his eyes, listening to every word. If he sharpens all his senses like a blade and fights repeatedly, his instincts will start predicting the aura. Ingrid pointed to a spot. Right there, and Jackson casually walked past. Initially, it would clearly be difficult to aim at them. The teaching still echoed in his ears. But if he trained by repeatedly feeling the energy, the door to the captain's sixth sense would open wider. Before long, night had fallen. James commented on his friend. Noticing he had changed a bit, Ingrid flexed her muscular arm. "Have I gotten more buff?" James quickly denied it. "That is not what I meant." The others chimed in, saying he laughed more than before. But it seemed there was more to it. And of course, Chris, the chatterbox, had gone crazier than ever. Everyone in the room enthusiastically raised their hands and feet in agreement. "That is exactly what we are talking about." "Spot on." "Great answer, Chris." Yet Ingrid sighed. "Well, if among a group of crazy people like you, I seem normal, I can see why you all would think that." Jackson shot him a glance, wondering when he would realize he was just as much a crazy squad leader as the rest of us. Flames flickering in the wooden house. Zem followed the leopard with his eyes and noticed Esther getting into Ingrid's bed. "Is my clinging to the squad leader again? Seriously? Is he wrapped in honey or something?" She walked to the edge of his bed to assess him. Realizing he was pushing his body to the limit again, Esther casually lay on him. "You train so hard every day it is like you are trying to die. If it were not for my magic, you would have passed out ages ago." A mysterious surge of power rose up. "If he died like this, my curse would never be broken." The atmosphere suddenly fell silent as Esther gently touched his shirt. That shirt was instantly infused with a wave of power. He felt time gradually freezing, as if he were stuck in today forever. Each moment felt the same, day after day, just like that, repeating endlessly. But Ingrid felt she would never get bored. She knew the reason why, because she understood that this repetition would bring her joy and growth in strength. Many days passed, and Ingrid remained the same. Jackson breezed by and replied, "Right here." In another place that was always present. Right here. He was always the first to sense the killing intent here. Zem and the crew were getting more and more tense. Zem suddenly changed his mind. Retracting his previous statement about him changing, he began to complain, saying he had made no progress at all. Not even a little. Alden crossed his arms, determined to protect. "It is strange. There are times when he makes sudden, clear progress." Rana also had to change her opinion. "There were times I thought he might be a genius. But looking back now, it seems I was wrong." Jackson was also one of those familiar faces. No matter how hard he trained, he showed no improvement. Zem believed there was only one way now, and that the only answer was real combat experience. Currently, Aspen's forces were rather quiet. Zim rested his chin on his hand, feeling helpless about Ingrid. If he took an outside mission and hunted monsters, maybe he would gain a bit of combat experience. So they came up with different plans to improve Ingrid's abilities. All four of them were pressuring me to go out on a mission, as if they wanted me to test my improved skills. Ingrid felt something was off about their emotions, but their expressions did not match. "I knew I had not made any progress lately." Then someone handed you a piece of paper, saying, "Here, if you can find a suitable mission, take care of this." Ingrid took the paper and read it. "Investigate the basement of a shoe store." Ingrid held the mission paper with skepticism. Investigating the basement of a shoe store. He thought it was pretty straightforward. Just send a patrol team down there. But the person next to him immediately denied it, saying patrols are not allowed. He revealed a rumor. The shoemaker said there might be undead monsters down there. You squinted, confused. Undead. Ingrid still could not believe such an impossible thing could exist in the city. Maybe he heard the sound of mice and misunderstood. But given the need for practical experience, this request came up. The man tried to persuade Ingrid, his tone a bit pleading. "Come on. You are the exorcist. Can't you handle it? You see, no one wants to take this mission. Even though the shoemaker can be a bit hot-headed, he is a decent guy. He even mentioned the difficulties of the shop owner. His wife has gone missing recently, So he seems really anxious. I want you to check on him and help him calm down. You handed the paper back to the man. Declining. Sorry. Not my kind of mission. Surprisingly, you headed straight to the mission site. I already accepted it. The woman opened the door to greet you. Soldier. You are here. Please hurry. Go to the basement. The girl pointed the way for Ingrid to follow. This way. He has been stubbornly turning things around down there. Deep down. You sighed. He really is impatient. An old man with gray hair looked relieved to see you. You finally made it. Over here. He showed Ingrid a deep, dark tunnel under the floor. Look, when I was digging, I found this. You stared at it. A hidden cave in the city. It seems it is not just mice after all. Ingrid boldly entered. A torch lit up. You led the way, with the shop owner climbing behind you. This is definitely a clear sign of human activity. As you moved further back, the cave grew larger and larger, and at this size, it would not be surprising if there were indeed monsters. Ingrid was waiting to see something. Surely this was going to be an interesting discovery. Inside the cave, there were many different small gates. You seriously speculated. Beyond this passage, it is a maze created intentionally. The man noticed something strange. Look, that weird sound. It really is undead. Ingrid stopped him. Wait. Do not recklessly go in there. Let me go first. Please step back. Your feet kept moving forward but still had to pause. Ingrid shined the light deep into the cave. Something strange emitted a dazzling emerald glow. It began to radiate power, a force so strong it was hard to bear. At that moment, Ingrid jolted awake from a strange dream. Ingrid still vividly remembered what he had just experienced just before he could take another step. As soon as he sensed the heat, he was incinerated. It felt like he grasped the answer. This must be a magical trap. You just walk away like that. When it comes to magic, there are certain rules. Feeling awkward, you tell Ingrid. The captain. We have thought about what happened yesterday. If you really join the fight, then you decide to run. An enigmatic figure told you that if you die fighting a wizard, consider it luck. If you survive, well, you are in for a world of hurt. Ingrid reflects on those words, realizing that this advice also applies to traps set by wizards, creating a problem she needs to solve. Magic traps. What can I do to counter something like that? It feels like a wall I can't get past, no matter how much I train my skills. Just then, a stranger hands Ingrid a quest paper. If you can find anything better, deal with this? Ingrid reads it over and suddenly sees a solution. Okay. I get what I need to do now. I need support from a magic expert or request assistance from above. This is not something I can muscle my way through. Immediately, you think of someone. The fairy race captain might actually listen to my request before that impatient boss of mine dives headfirst into the trap I need to avoid. Suddenly, Ingrid's eyes widen, and she bolts like the wind. Crap, this is not good. She kicks the door open and rushes in. A girl with hair and pigtails steps aside. Startled. Warrior. Where's your father? She asks. Trembling. He is in the basement. Without a second thought, Ingrid jumps down, unafraid of the danger. She slides down the long shaft, her face showing urgency. As Ingrid sees the old man getting closer to the gates, she puts all her strength into stopping him. Stop. The man turns around. Confused, his legs halt at that spot, and the light before the gate suddenly flares. Ingrid screams, desperate to save him, but they both get sucked into that endless beam of light. In the void, there is only an ethereal dark blue. She curses under her breath. Damn it. I need to find a quicker, better solution. Sitting still in the void, she thinks, first I need to talk to the shoemaker and ask him to stay far away from this place. While she ponders, the wall behind her flickers. Even if just for a moment, the man shines a light, muttering to Ingrid, the skin of the person must be burned. Their whole body turned to ash in agony. He poses a question. But why does that person still want to step into the fire? Ingrid must admit, you are right. It is like millions of needles stabbing into someone all at once. The pain is just like that. Behind those words lies one word. But she shoots a sharp glance at him. Letting an innocent die. That is a pain far greater for me. A true knight stands up for things like this. Once again, Ingrid wakes up in her own room. Ingrid repeats her previous actions, rushing out before Zem can finish his sentence. Where are you off to in such a hurry? I have something to talk about. She only turns back to say, I am going to rescue an unfortunate civilian from a shoe store. Zem listened but could not make heads or tails of it. A boot turned into a monster. Ingrid kept digging into that guy's house. I could just ignore it. Stop digging. And look away from the trap. But leaving something dangerous like that in the city is not a smart move. You raised your hand to stop me. I will go in alone. Do not follow me. But he refused to allow it. This is my house. I can let you go in alone. Ingrid insisted once again. I will go in alone. And the man finally agreed. Fine. All right, this time. You are facing danger on your own. Looking for a magic expert. How long will that take? Requesting help. Will that really solve anything? Ingrid's gaze analyzed. This is an unknown trap with no clues. You raise the torch to illuminate those 6 mysterious paths. The mortality rate during the investigation is very high. Even if I brought a whole team, the result would still be the same. Ingrid gathered all her courage. I have to go in first and gather as much information as possible. You stood at one side of the path, where Ingrid thought nothing would happen. One of these entrances surely has no traps. But just to check them all by dying at each door. Is that really the right move? Each step taken slowly accompanied by thoughts. Just repeating today's actions is too simple. I need to find the best possible solution right now. Ingrid raised the torch high, observing carefully, feeling brave enough to sense the presence of traps before stepping in. And so she wondered, how many times have I died already? And what did I feel each time? But Ingrid still hesitated. When I thought, this time I am done for. When do I think like that? Deciding to move forward no matter what. When the blade grazed my neck. When the enemy swung their sword. Ingrid proposed another theory. What if 2 mysterious figures in armor came rushing from the shadows, exuding killing intent? Jackson's words still echoed in my ears. Killing intent becomes clear when it wants to bring death to its enemies. Ingrid stood before the dim light in the darkness. A spear shot towards her swiftly, and she caught sight of it, as expected. Your guess was completely valid just now. Ingrid's feet kept moving forward. She stepped down firmly. Something shot out, sending Ingrid tumbling several times. The spear did not fly toward her, but she managed to stay on her feet despite being injured. Ingrid smiled as if she had mastered the skill. She could clearly sense the trap's killing intent. The streets were bustling with people. And Ingrid once again slowly made her way down towards that pit. Her face revealed no emotions. The key was recognizing the killing intent of the trap, as Ingrid shone the light into those caves. By not walking recklessly, she had to enter each passage until she clearly sensed their intentions. Thinking is one thing, doing is another. She took slow steps, her gaze filled with caution. She pointed the torch straight ahead, into a passage she had never entered. She felt nothing. Ingrid felt a spark of doubt. Is this the right passage? She took another step forward and reached a side turn. Then she paused again, feeling a bit uncertain. A place where the wind sharp as a blade whipped back and forth, inside the deep, dark cave. Who knows what lies hidden? With each step slowing down, familiar memories flooded back. Ingrid was extremely careful, scanning every inch of the path. His eyes revealed a frightening glint. What he sensed before was not a killing intent, but merely the memory of a dead person. The homeowner trailed behind like a lost puppy. Why are you wandering around like that? Ingrid turned back to remind him. I told you not to come down here. He slipped back into his own thoughts, taking a new path he had never chosen before, until he felt a similar presence. Ingrid continued walking, while the outside world shifted into the night sky. The homeowner, concerned, asked, You have not eaten since last night. What are you doing? Ingrid slowly made his way inside the cave. He did not forget to warn. I will be back tomorrow, so do not go into the cave. It is dangerous and full of traps. He earnestly pleaded. Please, resolve this issue. I can sleep. Worrying that my daughter might go missing too. Ingrid found it strange. Haven't you heard anything about your wife? The homeowner rubbed his fingers together as he recounted some strange occurrences. Lately, the number of missing people has increased. And we can find them, by the way. Have you seen a girl with brown hair and the golden ring on his fidgeting fingers? He proactively asked. Are you wearing a wedding ring? If you find her, please let me know. Ingrid nodded in agreement. Okay. As the night settled in, silent and devoid of life, he sat upright on the meditation bed. Suddenly Ingrid's eyes widened. Here. Zem clicked his tongue. This is what happens when you do not listen to me. He lay down and advised him. Stop worrying and get some sleep. Ingrid recalled recent events. Thinking back, this was the first time he had lived through today without dying. If days kept passing like this, what would happen? He felt lost, unsure of what to do. I will step into tomorrow. Then he closed his eyes, lost in uncertainty. Maybe I will figure it out soon. Ingrid fell into a mystical space. As the sunlight began to rise, signaling a new day. Before leaving, Zem sincerely reminded him. Team leader, we have been thinking about your situation. If you keep being this weak, you will die in battle. Ingrid felt a sense of déjà vu. Are we repeating yesterday? He stepped back into that cave. I need to get there soon. Another day passed. And as night fell, Ingrid decided it would be a sleepless night. The sun peeked over the horizon, and he struggled against sleepiness. But Ingrid could not fight it off. Waking up to find himself lying in bed, Ingrid clutched his head and shot up, the cycle of time returning to that moment. Just like that, I blinked and suddenly found myself in bed. Zim appeared and uttered the same lines Ingrid had heard a billion times. Team leader. We have thought about yesterday. If you actually join the battle. Ingrid was not paying attention. Focused only on one thought. I can only move forward to tomorrow, after I break through the wall. He took the torch again, searching for the mystery inside the cave. That did not matter. It was all part of his original plan. His footsteps continued. No matter how many times time repeated 10 days. 20 days, it was no different from the fears he had faced before. You are lost in that cave. Feel it, even if it means facing danger. The presence of death. Ingrid slowly slows down. Then comes to a complete stop. 40 days. You toss aside the torch in your hand. 50 days. Ingrid walks without the light. 60 days. You are as quiet as a lone warrior. 70 days. When you arrive at a place filled with long dead. Strange hands. They grasp at Ingrid as if trying to pull her down. Those hands press down on her from the abyss. Once again. Back to that cave. Ingrid faintly smiles. Suddenly, Jackson bursts in from somewhere, and Ingrid quickly dodges. The two of them meet under the glow of the full moon. Jackson incredulously speaks. Just a few days. The door to the sixth sense. But the truth is, it has been 72 days. And now she is fully armed. Zhang sits on the side, curiously asking. He says he is going to the shoe store. But what kind of battle does he plan to face there? Ingrid's answer is quite dramatic. I won't return until I have destroyed 10 pairs of shoes. Esther lazily sits on the floor, watching. The sound of Zem constantly complaining. Damn it. Ingrid carefully thinks. There are 6 paths. One of them is safe. Or at least I think so. You make careful judgments bit by bit, based on the experience of the past few days. The one who built this cave is a real jerk. He set traps in every path. There was never a safe way out from the start. Each gate carries different, unpredictable dangers. Ingrid remains optimistic. But that does not mean there is no way out. The traps only activate when you step on them. You remember the first day you stepped here. The first path you chose. Take one wrong step and you will get burned. Ingrid closes her eyes to feel. Her feet start to move. Then comes the second step. A blue light radiates in the first path. The steps keep on going. You venture deeper into the cave without the need for light. Ingrid keeps walking, showing no signs of stopping. Then Ingrid steps down and stops to observe carefully. Ingrid's face is full of caution. One step. This time Ingrid accelerates. Then takes the next step. The cave is deep and dark with no visible way out. And you keep walking carefully. Blue specks of light appear on the ground, sensing the door and trap with your sixth sense. You follow the preset paths of light. It has formed long streaks. Ingrid closes her eyes to feel the atmosphere. You take another step. And now the light shines through Ingrid's eyes. You gently open your eyes. Ingrid finds herself in another place. You curiously look around. Once again, you have successfully passed through the wall. Suddenly, a monster resembling a human corpse with sharp, glowing spikes appears. Ingrid quickly takes it down, the monster's neck spewing blood. You mumble. Thanks. Other monsters rush in frantically. Now that you have encountered these creatures, consider them a gift after a string of trap-dodging days. The monsters like they open their mouths and advance. You focus all your energy, staring straight at the target, hoping for the venomous power of the wraith. Even a light touch can cause serious injury. Normally, it takes a few soldiers to deal with one wraith. Ingrid charged in like a moth to a flame, diving headfirst into a world of danger. Her feet drew a line, and her elbows coordinated perfectly, with decisive slashes. She cut through the ghoul's side, gritting her teeth as she pressed on. She toppled anyone daring to stand in her way. But these ghouls were not going to stop her. Each strike showcased the strength of a young warrior. Ingrid took down each one that dared to rush her. She would not spare a single foe. Even as she began to breathe heavily from exhaustion, she pushed herself, feeling proud of how well she had fought just now. Ingrid felt a tinge of regret. Her teammates should have witnessed this battle, but the challenges were not over yet. Another monster charged at her. This time, it was a bizarrely mutated creature. Her fierce gaze scrutinized it closely. This was not a wolf monster, but a bizarre mix of all kinds of beasts. Deep down, she wondered, what on earth lies ahead? Meanwhile, that dark night, Esther was leaping between buildings. She must have sensed something was off. Today, he was acting really strange. Why was he armed to meet someone in a thick outfit? Esther had noticed he was carrying things he should not have. Her survival instinct kicked in. If he died from his reckless nature, that would be a serious mess. She climbed onto the roof to keep an eye on him. A strange aura wafted from the shoemaker's house. She recognized it immediately. It smelled like magic. Esther watched carefully. Inside the cave, Ingrid's sword plunged into the enemy as she breathed heavily with fatigue. She stood beside the monster she had taken down, sensing a breath deep within the cave. Ingrid slowly advanced deeper. It felt weak, as if it would collapse at any moment. Another monster. Or perhaps the one that had escaped this cave. She fortified herself with a steely gaze. Ingrid found herself in a completely new and eerie place, surrounded by corpses hanging above. As she walked, she caught a glimpse of a rotting arm. She assessed the scene carefully. She had spent so much time on the battlefield that most corpses did not faze her. But here, a whispering sound begged for help. "Please, I just want peace." The person weakly raised their face. "Please, kill me." And on their hand was a ring. The shoemaker had once warned Ingrid. "Soldier, did you see a girl with brown hair and if you find a girl wearing this wedding ring, please let me know." His eyes narrowed. A mysterious voice spoke. "I hear a sound. It seems a new, strong ingredient has arrived. I do not know how they got here, but this is perfect." The guy with the flat face uttered threatening words. "I can turn you into a friend for Bamilo," Ingrid asked with a raised voice. "What is the deal with these sharp things?" He replied as if in agreement. "Who else but us?" His smile was infuriating. "Just a failed experiment from those pathetic fools. Just like the way that guy with the flat face is thinking. This child here is Bamilo. And this is what we call a deadlock." The flat-faced guy glanced at Ingrid. "And as for you, I will transform you into something wondrous that I desire." The guy understood. He was a sorcerer. And Ingrid quickly contemplated fleeing. If he died fighting a sorcerer, consider it luck. But if he survived, he would end up in a situation far worse. "But you did not do that. I will kill you, even if it costs tens of thousands of lives." Ingrid, with all his strength, threw his weapon at him. But the sorcerer skillfully conjured a protective barrier, and the weapon was deflected away. You stormed toward him in a fit of rage. A surge of power erupted from the invisible barrier. It sent Ingrid flying for dozens of meters. But he managed to regain his stance and stopped, looking incredibly cool. Just then, a shadow of Esther peeked from behind, her gaze radiating with sparks. Of course, he was a sorcerer, his strength still recovering. The claws of the leopard began to rise, thinking that if I exhaust all my magical power, I might be able to handle a guy like him. The sorcerer showed no signs of emotion. With a flick of his finger, he shot a magic bolt. And Ingrid quickly realized what was happening. Just as it was about to reach his head, Ingrid swiftly spun away to dodge. He could not hear or see it, but he could feel the murderous intent coming from him. The sorcerer muttered, "Dodge." "Ah." Ingrid's eyes began to change color as he sprinted with all his might toward the sorcerer. Ingrid recalled the past. One day, he asked the team members how to deal with sorcerers, and Zem had given him a short answer. Shoot them with a bow. He easily dodged the sorcerer's spells. Jackson also offered him another method. Kill them before they even notice you are there. Alden gave him a thumbs up for a decent approach. Get as close as possible.
Bro.
Ingrid swung his sword like a madman, and Ragnar also chimed in with advice. Any living creature. Just slash and it will die. The sorcerer was stunned into silence. He was still behind that protective barrier, and Ingrid was ready to slice through whatever invisible shield surrounded the sorcerer. He unleashed his strongest sword strike. If he could not break it with a whirlwind dagger, he would smash through and slice right through it. The sorcerer smirked, realizing his intentions. Going through. Ah. Ingrid's sword was about to come down without hesitation. Esther tensed on the side. A beam of light pierced through Ingrid. Her eyes softened. He won. A powerful wave of sound rippled through. In the fierce battle between the sorcerer and the knight, the sorcerer was stunned as his protective barrier shattered. The sword was nearly touching the sorcerer. It coldly pierced through him. Ingrid delivered a clean cut from head to toe. His gaze was now filled with a fierce intensity mixed with resentment. At this moment, Ingrid had completely taken down the guy in the silly outfit. But then, his sword suddenly got nicked, catching him off guard. Looking at the nicked sword in his hand, Ingrid thought to himself, "Thank goodness it is just the sword that is nicked." Remembering the battle back then, he wondered. The shockwave from that impact should have shattered his body. But why was not he hurt at all? Ingrid ran her hands over her body, questioning if her armor was really that tough. After a moment of contemplation, she turned her gaze to the side. At this moment, the woman in the cage lay feebly on the windowsill, her hands reaching out as if trying to escape this prison. Looking at her tortured, frail body, Ingrid realized that even that weak breath had come to a stop. She suddenly fell into a long silence, unable to speak. Her lips pressed tight, and then she quietly walked away. A whirlwind of complex emotions swelling inside her. She had mastered her sixth sense and taken down a sorcerer in one blow, but she did not feel any joy at all. The body of that sorcerer still lay there in a pitiful state. Esther slowly appeared, thinking to herself about that foolish and pathetic sorcerer who created that puppet but could not wield it. That was why he failed. Esther did not hesitate to approach the strange creature, Bami Okima, which looked warm. That puppet was designed to compensate for the sorcerer's physical weaknesses. Just one final line of fire would awaken it, with the intention of claiming it for herself. She quickly unleashed her strength, determined to take it away. At that moment, in a wooden house in a small village, as Ingrid returned to report, Zhu Yong, with a serious expression, questioned, "There is a hidey out of dark sorcerers beneath the shoe shop." She quickly started to piece things together. If news about the townspeople being kidnapped and dragged into these horrific experiments spread, it would cause quite a stir. Now, Ingrid made a suggestion that it would be best for this incident to fade away. Hearing this, Zhu Yong wondered, "Well, if that is the case, all your efforts will go to waste." But in response, Ingrid, her face devoid of emotion yet her eyes radiating determination, stated that the peace of the people was the top priority. At that moment, the villagers here were working hard, and the thought of it made her momentarily hesitate and looking at the construction workers preparing their tools and building materials. Ingrid wondered, what is going on at the shoe shop? Why do I see soldiers saying they are sealing off the tunnel that the bandits dug? Just then, a man standing next to her spoke up. Behind all this is not a monster, but rather the bandits. What a surprise. He even handed Ingrid a small, carefully wrapped gift, saying, "Here, take this. It is a token of gratitude from a..." He gifted her a pair of boots along with a note, pointing out that her boots looked worn out at this point. The man had a hint of sadness in his eyes as he expressed, "Now I have one less worry for my business. If only my wife could return safely." This made Ingrid feel a bit awkward. She could only remain silent. The man reverently pleaded, "I know it is selfish, but please find her." Hearing this, Ingrid was momentarily stunned, but then with eyes full of resolve, she affirmed, "I will do my best." After that, Ingrid quietly sat alone by the mountain, gazing at the entire village bathed in the golden light. Her heart was flooded with thoughts. Was it really right to let him dream like that? Or would it be better to reveal this tragic truth to him? Meanwhile, Ingrid questioned herself. If she became a knight, would she be able to prevent these tragedies before they happened? Bowing her head to the sword in her hand, Ingrid thought to herself. She still did not know, but with determination, she pressed on, thinking, "I can only try my best." At that moment, a horde of ferocious monsters came charging in. Ingrid and the guards were working together to create shields, seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Surrounded by the monsters, Ingrid commanded everyone to remain calm and hold the formation. Ingrid thought to herself, right after taking down the mage, she had received the order to eliminate the monsters immediately. But witnessing the bloodthirsty creature charging towards them, everyone was shouting, "They are coming. Be careful not to let the shields waver." They tried to take down one monster after another, but more kept rushing in, and so, everyone poured their strength into the attack. In that moment, Ingrid wondered if she was getting stronger or not, and beside her, Zem suddenly burst out laughing. Seeing this, Ingrid sighed to herself. This is the standard way of fighting for a soldier. I should have taken on a mission to go solo instead. Noticing her attitude, Zem teased her. It seems like you are pretty disappointed with this mission. Then Zem pulled out his weapon. Well then, let me take care of this. And just like that, Zem shot forward, causing the others to exclaim, that crazy guy is charging in again. Alone, he faced the monsters surrounding him, and with his skills, Zem easily took down the creatures with his axe. A soldier shouted to everyone, "Mages! Anyone! Stop that jerk right now." As soon as he finished, Ingrid charged in as well, ignoring the protests from those left behind. Is he crazy too? Has he been corrupted by that crazy squad? Drawing her sword, she marched straight towards a beast over there. With a single clean slice, Ingrid effortlessly claimed a monster's head. Just then, Zem chimed, "To be clear, we are being driven mad by our squad leader and getting crazier by the minute." Hearing this, Ingrid replied, "You are the craziest one to say that." To which Zem shot back, "Where am I crazy?" Gripping their weapons tightly, the two of them teamed up to take down one beast after another, leaving the soldiers confused, saying to themselves, "They are really insane. Why do they keep charging in like that? Then Ingrid swung her sword hard, knocking off the head of the vest Zero stuck to her. Now she and Zem had finished their task, causing the remaining soldiers to sigh. But they are so strong I can't complain at all. Seeing Ingrid suddenly pensive, Zem asked, "You do not seem satisfied yet. Do you?" At that moment, someone suggested, "Wait, if you guys want to go all out like this, why not head over to the heavy infantry?" Hearing this, Ingrid was a bit curious. Are there stronger monsters over there? Before the person could finish their sentence, another horde of monsters came sliding in, and the heavy infantry was dispatched to deal with the monster trap. But the soldiers were always caught in a state of preparation, unaware of an object flying right above their heads. Attack and defend. Support the front line. Until they arrive, hold your positions. Just as they realized it, the monstrous bird was already closing in on them. Countless other soldiers were snatched away by the aggressive birds, leaving everyone in shock. These monsters lifted their victims high into the air and dropped them mercilessly. The remaining soldiers watched horrified as their comrades were brutally tormented. Zem and Ingrid quickly rushed in to help. After assessing the situation, Zem thought, they must be in a world of pain. Ingrid instantly recognized the relentless birds in the sky. The happy, they reminded him of the past when he faced another flock of bloodthirsty birds. Ingrid silently recalled that the mercenary team he had joined not long ago had been wiped out by the happy. Remembering his comrades from that time, he felt they were pretty kind and had helped him a lot. Without hesitation, Ingrid drew his sword, facing the same birds as before. He vowed, but not this time. I won't let anyone die in this battle. Ingrid and Zem surged forward, riding on their momentum. Just then, one of the happy let out a piercing scream, disorienting the surrounding soldiers who cried out in pain. Ingrid realized that the happy's voice was rattling his mind. Seizing the opportunity, the happy charged at him. He resolutely looked up, but he would not let it hurt him more than the deaths he had already endured. Ingrid quickly regained his composure, steadied himself, and immediately closed in on the monster, aiming directly for one of its wings. With a powerful slash fueled by his enhanced strength, he tore one of the happy's wings apart. Meanwhile, Zem was playfully toying with another bird monster, treating it like a toy while challenging it. "Hey, Captain, are you just dancing around over there? Let us see who takes down more." As he effortlessly slammed the happy to the ground like a feather, he tossed out a challenge, feeling cocky. Just then, another happy came barreling towards Ingrid from behind. As it was about to reach Ingrid, he calmly responded, "We are not here to play around." Then he quickly closed in on the monstrous bird. Without hesitation, Ingrid took it down decisively. Witnessing the scene, the other soldiers stood frozen, merely gasping in disbelief. That damn Zem is always a fierce fighter. And the one breaking the curse looks, well, pretty badass. Now, Zem was fighting like a man possessed, gripping an axe and driving its blade into the happy's leg, throwing it down to the ground with a crushing force. At the same time, Ingrid was relentlessly unleashing powerful sword strikes at the remaining happy, watching it all unfold. Taurus remarked, "Ingrid, he has gotten stronger." Now, standing at the back, a soldier wondered aloud, "But is it really okay for us to just sit back and watch after coming here as reinforcements?" To this, Taurus bluntly replied, "Looks like they do not need our help." Just then, a massive happy charged in unexpectedly, swooping past Ingrid and knocking his sword from his hands, leaving him weaponless. But in that moment, the entire flock of happy swooped in to finish him off, only to be immediately pinned down by a dagger straight through its head. Turns out, Ingrid had some other weapons hidden on him. Seeing the tide turning, the happy gang rushed in like they were on fire. Faced with the rampaging monster charging at him, Ingrid did not hesitate and charged right back. Just as the beast's claws were about to swipe at him, Ingrid managed to reclaim his sword and delivered a clean slice across the monster's body. Realizing Ingrid's overwhelming power, the remaining happy members quickly retreated. The soldiers witnessing this scene could not help but exclaim, "The happy guys are running away. That monster must be scared. Those guys are not human." Now, Ingrid had wiped out the entire group of happy that had come to attack them. Memories of that fateful day, when countless teammates had perished, flooded back, along with the thought that the happy had slaughtered their mercenary group. Maybe they were not from the same pack, but at least now, someone approached to reprimand Ingrid, and it was none other than that weakling, the bug. He glared at him, saying that these people died to protect him. Reflecting on those memories, Ingrid felt a twinge of sadness, but looking at the results of his efforts, he quietly resolved, "But now, I will save them." In the distance, Taro suggested that since the happy were gone, Maybe they should head back. But the remaining soldiers advised against it, saying it would be odd to return empty-handed. Shouldn't they at least hunt some man-faced hounds? Just then, the squad announced that they had only come for the happy. So now they could leave. Hearing this, Zem asked, "What do you think?" But with his sword still in hand, Ingrid was fired up and showed no signs of stopping. It was way too early to leave. This made everyone roll their eyes, thinking, he has completely lost it. Back at the military camp, whispers began to circulate. I heard Ingrid saved the heavy armor unit. Meanwhile, Ingrid was diligently training with a heavy stone on his back. They were buzzing. I was starting to doubt. But now I see that Avna is truly on another level. Even someone that strong is giving it their all. Are not we supposed to do more for me? Then Ingrid eagerly added, I will tackle this mission, prompting a confused coworker to ask, didn't you just do one yesterday? To which he confidently replied, I will wrap it up quickly and take on another one tonight. This only made the soldiers admire him more. How many bodies do you have, dude? And so, Ingrid continued to train tirelessly, even at night. He persisted despite his teammates yawning beside him. He did not skip a single day of training. One of them wondered if he really enjoyed living this way, and if they should try it too. The next day, that soldier also began training alongside him. Soon, more soldiers followed Ingrid's lead. Working on their strength in the days that followed, countless soldiers began to look up to him, striving to improve themselves. Joang, witnessing this scene, could not help but be surprised by the training unfolding before her eyes. The atmosphere in the unit had shifted. The guard beside her reported, I heard everyone is trying to imitate the one who broke the curse. This made Jo-Eung think to herself that she could not stand by Edley any longer. She then arranged to meet Ingrid to discuss things, leading to a long exchange about the brothers. This is a decision from the Holy Council, so please comply. Jo-Eung announced that from now on, Squad 444 would be promoted to an independent platoon under the 4th Company. And from this moment on, he would be the captain of that independent platoon. You are wondering why I only have 5 members under my command. It is not enough for a squad. Hearing this, Jo-Eung stepped up with a proposal. We will provide the extra members you need. At this moment, Ingrid thought to herself, becoming squad leader could be cool. But if we add more people, the current names in the mix would make things super chaotic. Right now, Jo-Eung was explaining that once he becomes squad leader, the usual responsibilities would disappear. She added that it means he will have more time to train. As soon as she finished her sentence, Ingrid started to take a keen interest in this position. He humbly expressed his gratitude for Jo-Eung's kindness, asking, will I be able to fulfill this duty? Seeing this, Jo-Eung felt a bit regretful. It would be a shame to let him go like that. Let us have a match. Squad leader. With that, she raised her hand, and Jo-Eung proposed a weapon for the duel. Hearing this, Ingrid reminded herself of her previous loss against the battalion leader. She recalled that defeat at the hands of Jo-Eung, along with all those training sessions with Alden. Thinking she had trained like her life depended on it with Alden, in the end, Ingrid dropped her sword. Okay, let us do this. She quickly got into position, thinking, it is time to see what I have achieved. At this point, Jo-Eung and Ingrid were both ready for this duel. Ingrid suddenly remembered that Alden had mentioned this before. In the past, Alden taught her that barehanded combat is a technique used in close quarters. No need to flail around. The faster fighter wins. In an instant, Jo-Eung charged in at lightning speed. She launched an attack aimed directly at Ingrid. But thankfully, he managed to react in time and block the hit. With Alden's earlier teachings in mind, Ingrid seized the chance to counterattack and take control of the fight. Speed was not everything. She thought that her weight class could be an advantage if used wisely. And then she unleashed her superior strength, striking Jo-Eung in the ribs, catching her off guard. In the blink of an eye, Ingrid had taken charge of the match, quickly bringing Jo-Eung down. She decisively slammed her to the ground. Now Ingrid spoke up. Looks like I have won. But in response, Jo-Eung calmly replied, really? Her expression did not change at all. She maintained a cool demeanor throughout. The way humans propose is so rough. Hearing this, Ingrid could not hide her annoyance, feeling fed up and not even wanting to respond. Just then, Jo-Eung kicked Ingrid from behind. The tables turned, and now Ingrid found herself pinned to the ground. To his surprise, Jo-Eung simply reminded him to find his opponent's weak point, and then use his strength to crush them. Jo-Eung, with a face so perfectly sculpted it deserved compliments, said, my dear, you are doing great. Keep it up. Now, Ingrid remained unfazed. Her face showed no emotion, and she even seriously suggested, I am not your fiancé. Please get off me. After both had fought to a standstill, Joung suddenly said, "Sorry about that." And then she just walked away, leaving behind a message for not being able to protect him. Hearing that, Ingrid could not hide her confusion. What is she even talking about? Can't she defend me? After that, with the weather warming up, the battle was temporarily paused but would soon continue again. At this moment, the soldiers were marching toward a specific location, gathering to prepare for the ultimate battle. Asfand had changed the strategy to make up for the previous defeat, and a steady foot stepped onto the podium. A figure exuding immense authority and power appeared, overshadowing those around. Ingrid thought to herself, the Norelia army must be ready for war, preparing for a battle of destiny. As he stepped up, with a serious expression, he introduced himself as the newly appointed battalion commander, Marcus. Below, upon seeing Marcus' arrival, Kreese believed if this battalion commander was really here, then they were indeed gearing up for a full-on assault. Warmonger Marcus, he thought. He introduced him as one of the key generals of Cyprus. Unlike the previous commander, this guy was a brilliant strategist, with leadership experience that was second to none. At that moment, Marcus was also calculating his next moves. Asvin was no easy opponent, not counting the heavy-equipped assault team and the border defense forces. Our troops were mostly a ragged bunch. A thought suddenly flickered through his mind. Only those who showed potential mattered. Looking at Ingrid before him, Marcus was especially attentive to the talent of the independent squad, particularly the squad leader, known as the Annihilator. There is something incredibly strange since the last battle was the growing success of the team due to luck. Or was it genuine talent? In an instant, Marcus's eyes showed the plans he had laid out for the future. Prove yourselves to me. Show me your worth. By the time evening fell, Zem was sitting there with a furrowed brow, lamenting the reconnaissance mission around the Penhan River, which was directly ordered by the battalion commander. Hearing this, Ingrid, who was being choked by Alden, suddenly realized this was what the elf commander had mentioned. Nearby. Christ interjected. But that place? Before he could finish, a voice cut through, echoing from a fan's fortified city. Close to the Sword Guardian, a man with wary eyes spoke up. Just like our border forces, that place was built for military purposes. I am the new member of the independent squad. Henry thought that going there now would be pointless. Right at that moment, Christ chimed in. Well, it is a reconnaissance mission, after all. Hearing this, Zem suggested, it is best not to go. But Ingrid quickly countered with her reasoning. I can't ignore direct orders from the battalion commander. Zem insisted. At this point, he suggested, then let me go with you. Just then, a voice rang out, interrupting their conversation, calling for all squad members, except for the squad leader. Stay put and await orders from the new battalion commander. This is a direct command from him. 2 other soldiers announced. Everyone, listen up. They are the new battalion leader of the independent squad, Andrew Gagner and Mark. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them, looking incredibly unnerved. Licked his axe while giving Andrew a gaze full of affection. He just kept acting all dangerous in front of the guy. Along with that came a snarky remark and a glare filled with killing intent. Like, why is there a grasshopper in the team all of a sudden? This made Andrew instantly freak out. But he still tried to act tough, claiming he was the new squad leader, and everyone should follow his orders. Despite Alden's friendly reminder, dude, Jun looks like a hot mess right now. I could still feel the tension from here. Seeing the scene, Ragnar could not hide his confusion. Is that kid really the squad leader? Meanwhile, Andrew, despite looking like a total wreck, kept bragging. If you have any complaints, come find me. As long as I get to serve under the command of Captain Ingrid, I am ready to climb mountains and dive into flames. I won't run away. This made Zem lose his patience, pulling out his weapon. Thinking, man, this young grasshopper is really asking for it. Alden immediately got into position, saying, let me adjust you a bit. At the same time, Jackson shot a sharp look at him, suggesting, you want to have any issues? Right. In the distance, Ingrid, who was training, chimed in, feel free to go all out, making Ragnar remind everyone, we are in a training match. Focus. Hearing this, I was like, come on, hold them back. Please. Seriously. Stop them. Captain Ingrid. But Ingrid just shrugged, thinking, well, we are all pretty tight here. You have to consider, if they suggested a practice match first, it means they really like you. Which made Mark a bit worried, asking, are you sure this is just a practice? It looks more like a duel to the death. Why are we letting the opponent get so cocky? Then, despite Andrew being reckless, he kept pushing forward at this point. Andrew declared. Andrew from the gardener's clan will never back down. Mark had to step in and say, "Don't provoke them anymore. It is dangerous." Right then, Andrew asked Ingrid, "Do you know much about the area around the Penhandle River?" He suggested, "There are countless dangers lurking there. Before we head out for the mission tomorrow, would you like to hear about it?" Ingrid did not hesitate to respond, "Sure." As night fell, in a mountain area surrounded by endless greenery, a figure was making their way there, and it turned out to be Ingrid. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Wait, so you are going to be my partner?" It turned out Torres had been waiting here all along, and upon meeting, he greeted her warmly. "What a coincidence. Is this fate?" As they walked, Torres expressed, "I heard you have been promoted to squad leader." "Congrats." To this compliment, Ingrid humbly replied, "It is nothing compared to the royal guards." Hearing this, Torres brushed it off, saying, "Why worry about that? No need to be formal." He asked, "How old are you?" To which Ingrid simply responded, 30. As soon as he heard this, Torres made a face, thinking, with that face, "You are older than me." In front of him, Ingrid maintained a cool, unreadable demeanor. While Torres was still sulking about age, Ingrid reminded him, "Well, I'm the only one aging here, since you were the one who said not to be formal. Let us cut to the chase. What is the plan for this mission?" Hearing this, Torres immediately got down to business, saying, "First, let us cross the Penhandle River together. Then we will regroup with the others, and we can talk more then." As he approached the riverbank, he suddenly realized there was no Red Rider in sight. Without hesitation, Torres plopped down onto the ground, out of options, taking a moment to rest while he waited. Seeing this, Ingrid simply replied, "Sure." But contrary to that, he drew his sword, watching Ingrid train diligently. Torres could not help but wonder. "I told you to take a break," but Ingrid insisted, "I am resting right now." Witnessing this scene, Torres thought to himself, "What a stubborn little brat, impossible to cure. Despite all the hard work, his skills have definitely been acknowledged." He looked at Ingrid's handsome face, tirelessly training. Suddenly, thoughts surged in his mind. Above all, the kid was young and good-looking, had it all. For a moment, Torres's eyes, filled with lethal intent, were fixed on Ingrid maybe a bit too much. In the blink of an eye, Ingrid caught on, but seeing Torres sulking next to him, he wondered, "Really? Looking like that?" Then Torres just sighed, thinking, back at the inn, did not I win 14 out of 20 fights? When it comes to fighting, you can't beat me. Hearing this, Ingrid chuckled lightly. Is that from the Song Dynasty? At that, Torres drew his sword, accompanied by a challenge. You are not the only one getting stronger. Not one to hesitate. Ingrid immediately got into position, clearly intrigued by the challenge. Torres's sword came crashing down where Ingrid stood, a loud sound echoing as the battle officially began. Both sides attacked fiercely, seeming unwilling to give an inch. After a long time, both were defending cautiously, making sure not to expose any weaknesses. Ingrid's strength was somewhat overwhelming, leaving Torres surprised and thinking, I felt how he fought, but is he really that much stronger? He maintained a fierce gaze, eyes reflecting a determination that could intimidate anyone. Just looking into those eyes made Torres grit his teeth in irritation. He continuously threw various punches at him, hoping to take him down quickly, still feeling unsatisfied. He raised his fist again, aiming straight for Ingrid's face. Seeing the punch coming right at him left him a bit stunned. What a punch! Realizing the situation was getting precarious, he panicked, unsure of what to do next. Luckily, at the last moment, Ingrid swiftly dodged Torres's attack, but the blade in his hand still managed to draw a bit of his blood. His face turned blank, not fully understanding what just happened. It finally dawned on him was the blade drawn from his arm. Torres laughed triumphantly, raising his hand to announce, my secret technique. Blade emergence. This left him feeling quite confused. Utterly ridiculous. Torres shot him a glance, commenting, do not tell me you are going to call me a clown. With Torres's attitude, Ingrid's eyes sparkled with interest as he suggested, that is pretty cool. Teach me. This left Torres genuinely speechless, realizing he really was a unique student. As the night slowly crept in, the Red Rider was still waiting for them. But Torres was still passionately training Ingrid. Let us start by warming up those wrists. Twist them around. Pay attention now. You are demonstrating for yourself to see better. Hey, you are not graceful at all. Look Like this. Swoosh. Ingrid listened attentively and began to follow along. Swoosh. This time the red driver finally spoke up slowly. She looked at both of them and asked in confusion. Are you guys crossing the river? The sky was gradually shifting towards evening. But even on the boat, Ingrid was still passionately practicing. Time passed. And finally, the ship docked. Both quickly made their way to the shore, and Ingrid eagerly asked Tors, where are we supposed to meet the scouting team? After a brief moment of thought, he pointed at the river in front of them and said, first, let us wash up. There is no need to rush. Hearing this, he pondered for a moment. Then the two decided to wash up, heading down into the water. And Tors quickly exclaimed, "Hey, the water's freezing." Seeing Ingrid still on the shore made him turn back and urge, hurry up and get in. Then he caught the sight of Ingrid undressing right in front of him. This left Tors frozen in shock, unable to say a word. He sighed in confusion and grumbled, this greedy jerk. I have lost all my fighting spirit. Ingrid coldly commanded. Stop whining. Just get in and move. I am not complaining. While the two were still chatting happily, Finn slowly approached. You guys are so slow I had to come find you. And here you are leisurely bathing. Hearing her voice behind them startled Ingrid, and she turned around. Confused. When did she get here? I did not even sense her presence. Behind Finn were a few subordinates. And she quickly reminded them. We need to get to Crossguard before it gets dark. Hurry up. You two. Seeing her standing there, staring at the two, Tors found himself at a loss for words. She is just standing there looking at them. What is the deal? But she seemed completely calm. What is there to look at? Anyway, just after she finished speaking, Ingrid immediately stood up and prepared to head ashore. This sight left Finn momentarily speechless. A strange smile suddenly appeared on her lips. So you actually have something worth looking at? Seeing her act like this left Tors speechless. Her gaze was way too obvious. She quickly clarified, I was admiring those kebabs, which made him very eager. Do not I look good? But it seemed Finn completely brushed him aside, striding up to Ingrid and extending a hand. The scouting team leader. Nice to work with you. He calmly shook her hand as a greeting. Over here. Tors looked at his own impressive 8-pack and thought, my kebab is looking pretty good. Soon, everyone was heading in one direction, gearing up for the next mission. Finn walked while announcing. Before explaining the mission, let me summarize the situation. Her face turned serious as she stated the purpose of this mission. Previously, one of our spies in Crossguard, Kat, has gathered crucial information. We were supposed to receive the of 4 days ago. Meanwhile, she did not forget to warn the two people. But Kat never showed up at the meeting point and has been out of contact ever since. That is also why Ingrid in the back feels pretty curious. Looks like Kat is in danger. She calmly explains to him that we are about to find out as soon as Finn slowly turns around. Her expression becomes incredibly serious. We are going to infiltrate Crossguard and rescue Kat. Ingrid, along with Tors, listens intently to the plan she has laid out. Ahead of them lies the territory of the beast keepers and monsters. The enemies see it as a natural defense barrier, so they patrol there less frequently. We have secured 3 routes to penetrate enemy territory, and the first step in the plan is probably using the dog hole in the wall. That is our starting point. It is the smugglers' dedicated passage in the city. The guards turn a blind eye since they are getting paid off. Next, Finn brings up the second step of the plan, which is to scale the walls at night. It requires good stamina, but it is the safest option. Then all 3 of them need to choose a reasonable identity to successfully enter the castle. The final option is to disguise themselves as a group of merchants and go in. This requires passing through the main gate, which is quite risky, but it is the most convenient. That said, Finn quickly turns to inform both of them that his team members will be stationed at the meeting point, just in case things go south. They will head to the Rendezvous later. Only the 3 of us will go into Crossguard. Her voice continues to echo. Every road is tough in its own way. Just pick one. Ingrid remains silent, listening and thinking. But honestly, he has his own thoughts at this moment. She makes it sound so easy. But she knows this is not going to be straightforward. Right. After hearing the plan this time, Tors is surprised and asks back. She knows the situation here best. Should not she be the one to choose the route? Finn seems to hesitate, thinking it over. If that is the case, she quickly points in another direction and informs both of them. We will set off tomorrow morning, and we will infiltrate Crossguard through the dog hole. Just like that, the scene shifts to late at night at the foot of the mountain, where some guards are stationed. Ingrid quickly appears, using the skills she just learned to take action, and just like that, the weapon hidden behind her hand quickly emerges. However, Her skill is still quite weak, leaving Ingrid a bit disappointed, which also confuses Tors on the side. How did he learn swordsmanship with skills like that? She is munching on a piece of dried meat while surprisedly asking, "So this is what we are doing here?" Ingrid quickly explains that it is training. Hearing this, Finn hands her a handful of dried meat, announcing it to her. "Eat this while training. One of our team members dreams of being a chef. And it is really good." After tasting the first flavor, Ingrid is genuinely surprised this is delicious. Tors curiously asks, "What is this dried meat made from?" "The seasoning is excellent." Finn shrugs and shakes his head, telling the two of them to ask of Nira for the details. His parents opened a shop in the soldiers' district. "So if you get the chance, drop by." Remembering something important, she quickly spoke up. "If you keep training, do not go over there, under that flat yellowing rock. There are..." Before she could finish, Ingrid chimed in, "There are venomous snakes living there." This made her extremely curious. "How do you know that?" He calmly shared his experiences. "I learned from a teammate. He is a hunter." This only made Finn respect him even more. He was always so well prepared. A dry smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I like people like that." This time, she quickly reached out to him to propose a condition. "Do you want to train with me? To grow together?" His expression remained unchanged. Maybe he was still silently thinking it over. Ingrid did not quite understand Finn's words. But this time Tors, right beside her, quickly explained, "That is clearly flirting. Are you confessing to him?" But it seemed Finn was not giving up. She kept trying to convince him. "What do you think? I might look a bit rough, but I have a lot of sides to me." Tors seemed at a loss for words at this scene. "Can you flirt with him when I am not around?" Without thinking much, he immediately refused. "I decline." Seeing this, she showed a bit of regret. "What is wrong? Do you have someone?" Suddenly, she remembered something. "Oh right," she sighed. "You are dating the captain of the fairy tribe." What a shame. This left Ingrid feeling confused. When did that ridiculous rumor become true? After a few simple exchanges, Finn quickly turned to leave, not forgetting to say goodbye. "Talk to him comfortably like you do with me," Ingrid said, and he subtly nodded. "If you are okay with it." Before leaving, she reminded both of them, "Tomorrow we are headed to Crossroad, so get some rest." Tors watched Finn walk away with a bit of regret. In the end, he still ignored me. Time flew, and it was now midnight in the forest. Ingrid lay still, deeply asleep. Before long, he no longer knew what was happening around him. A drop of water fell from above, creating a slight tremor as the wall with the lamp slowly approached. As this dream ended, Ingrid gradually woke up. The dream left him with a feeling that something was off. This time, he sat up suddenly, thinking, after a long time. Someone appeared. Ingrid's gaze was thoughtful. Recalling everything. Surely this person has something to say to me. At that moment, Zo Young's words rang in his ears. I could not protect Avenir. But just thinking about his upcoming mission made him incredibly excited about it. Time quickly shifted to the next morning. Finn and his two teammates walked ahead. In front of Ingrid and Tors was a massive dog hole that had been dug a long time ago. A giant wall that would be quite challenging for them. Looking at the huge dog hole right in front of them, Tors asked somewhat irritably, "But why are we moving in the early morning? Shouldn't we be sneaking in at night?" Finn, bewildered, turned around to explain, "Are you stupid? Even if the guards ignore this path, they are not completely overlooking it." Ingrid quickly voiced her thoughts to him. "They won't suspect us for breaking in during the day, so we will catch them off guard." This also made Finn feel more favorable towards him. It makes sense. Truly. Good-looking people are different. Tors, do not just stand there watching the two of them chat. Does not it feel like we are being mocked? Finn swiftly slipped into the spy hole, assessing the situation ahead, with the special forces leading the way. Hearing this, Ingrid's face turned serious as she thought. Special forces. They always lead the way in scouting. He silently observed her muscular figure moving ahead. So they must be wearing lightweight armor and capable of moving silently. Her footsteps were incredibly light as they touched the ground. It seemed that every step Finn took was equally soft, as if nothing had changed at all. This also made Ingrid, following behind, feel a sense of admiration. She moved almost without a sound. He tried to place his foot forward like hers to see if he could mimic her movements, unsure if he could pull it off while he was still focused on practicing. Suddenly, Roger and his soldiers burst. "Caught you, rats," Seeing them appear out of nowhere left Finn and his teammates completely stunned. Unable to believe this was happening, realizing the situation was dire, she quickly yelled to urge both of them. It is an ambush. Fall back. But it seemed her plan had miscalculated this time. All three were completely surrounded by the group. Roger quickly stepped forward to announce. There is nowhere left for you rats to run. His gaze was icy as he ordered his men. Kill them, knowing that staying in this hole any longer would put him in danger. Finn quickly grabbed his sword and shouted a signal to the two. Clear a path. Hurry up. At the same time, the soldiers were already ready to unleash their arrows. Ingrid remained calm, gripping her sword tightly, preparing for action. Her precise sword strikes continuously shattered the arrows, not giving them a chance to react. Even Finn became intensely focused, taking down the soldiers one after another. Taurus seized the opportunity to use his sword, dispatching each one swiftly. Seeing both of them focused on taking down the soldiers like this, Ingrid had her own thoughts at the moment. Taurus and Finn were not suited for facing multiple people in a tight space at once. In a situation like this, they could not use their full potential, while Finn was not paying attention. A soldier from behind aimed straight at her with a crossbow. On this side, it seemed Taurus was also struggling to fend off the soldiers with swords, while others from behind were aiming right at him. Just like that, both of them were quickly taken down by the soldiers in a flash. This time, the group immediately aimed straight at Ingrid, making her a bit panicked. This was definitely a high wall that would be hard to overcome, but in her mind, there was only one thought. She would not give up easily. And so she turned to deflect each of their arrows. Some of those arrows even ricocheted back, causing the soldiers the most pain in their desperation. Seizing the opportunity, Ingrid lunged forward, driving his sword straight into the neck of each foe. He carved a path towards freedom, leaving them seething with frustration. Sensing the tide turning against them, Roger shouted orders to his lackeys to surround Ingrid. It was clear that Ingrid, alone, could not hold them off for long. And soon, he was swarmed by the crowd. Just like that, he crashed hard to the ground as the soldiers seized their chance to attack. Hundreds of spears pierced into Ingrid, even as he desperately fought back. Alone, Ingrid seemed outmatched by this horde. He realized the situation was spiraling out of control. This time, 100 spears were aimed directly at his head. When Ingrid opened his eyes again, the sunlight still blazed down as it had on that fateful day. Remembering everything that had transpired left him utterly exhausted. Sitting there lost in thought, they could not have gathered that many soldiers in such a short time. It had to be a trap set in advance. He was puzzled by Finn's plan. Did the enemy anticipate their infiltration? While he was still deep in thought, Finn and Taurus quickly approached and asked what he was doing. We need to get to the hole. Hearing this, Ingrid helplessly explained. That path feels wrong to me. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ingrid quickly proposed. What if we climb over the city wall instead? This suggestion surprised both of them. Taurus chimed in. This guy once found and destroyed a magical flag in battle just by sensing it. Ingrid fell silent, thinking it over. In reality, he had foreseen this outcome, not just relied on a hunch. Finn calculated the plan and nodded in agreement. All right then. Remembering something important, she turned back to remind them. But climbing over the wall at night will be safer. So we will have more time until then. Hearing this, Ingrid quickly stood up and asked. How about a training match with me? This ambiguous question intrigued Finn. Turned out he liked the idea of sparring in broad daylight. He calmly clarified. I meant a regular sparring match. Nothing serious. This immediately deflated her expectations, so disappointing. After a brief pause, Finn nodded in agreement. All right. But swordsmanship is not my strong suit, Ingrid quickly suggested. What about a fistfight? She laughed at that and nodded. Now I am feeling confident. With everyone watching, Ingrid focused intently, ready to fight Finn. If the enemy already knew they would infiltrate, no matter which route they took, the risk of a deadly battle remained high. At that moment, plans were forming in his mind. Assessing his teammates' strength would be crucial for future strategies, and this would also be a good training session for him. He quickly urged, You can strike first. Finn chuckled and signaled back. I will let you hit me first. Hearing her words, Ingrid did not hesitate and charged forward with a punch. In the blink of an eye, the two were ready to go toe-to-toe. But sadly, his punch could not even touch Finn. She immediately retaliated with a shove, but he managed to block it just in time. He declared that they were evenly matched, and both quickly backed away to create some distance. But Finn swiftly rushed in again, attacking with a kick. This move made Ingrid realize something. It was just like the strategy she used when facing the commander of the Legion. He quickly changed his stance. Lunging straight at her, using his weight advantage to overpower her. In front of everyone, Ingrid used her body to pin Finn forcefully to the ground, but instead of fear, she felt a hint of excitement. His move was flawed. Her legs clamped tightly around him, not giving him a chance to escape. This time, she used her agile body to hold him down, leaving him unable to react. The situation left Ingrid feeling awkward. She never expected this to happen. Seeing things getting out of hand, Tors quickly stepped in, shouting for them to stop. Enough already. After the match ended, Finn quickly got up, while Ingrid remained on the ground, lost in thought. She had a petite but sturdy frame. It was clear she was better at close combat than swordplay. As she turned to leave, she could not help but tease him. You totally just lost. But he hardly cared about her words. He realized something important. She was the perfect sparring partner. This time, he asked if she wanted to go another round. Finn smiled at Ingrid's question, and her face flushed a little. She quickly commented on his words. You mean another casual spar? Right. This left him a bit confused. Where was she going with this? Tors did not want to witness their antics for another second. Pleading. Please, do not do this while I am around. Soon. It was late afternoon, and Finn's voice rang out. We will be at the city wall soon. Her face lit up with curiosity. Are you really heading out like that? Ingrid pointed at the heavy armor he wore, surprised as she asked those around her. Is there a problem? This made her unsure of what to say next. He was carrying too many weapons. If he lugged around that much weight, he would faint before they even got halfway. Tors quickly asked her about him. What do you think of my armor? Hearing this, Finn was a bit surprised and turned his head back, but she quickly turned to another direction, brushing it off. It looks well prepared. No need for any more fuss. This made Tors sulk in a corner. I swear, I am starting to feel hurt by those comments. While the soldiers around chuckled in delight, while Finn was still worried, Ingrid quickly reminded him. I can climb the wall even with this gear on, which made her sigh in exasperation. So knave. She pointed at the ground right in front of them. We are not just climbing over the city wall. It looks like the three of them are about to embark on a grueling journey. They have to climb over the mountain before reaching that guarded wall. Just looking at the mountain range makes Tors uneasy. Damn. That cliff is high. Getting there won't be a walk in the park. Ingrid seems unfazed, focusing seriously on what is about to unfold. But really, is there any wall that is easy to scale? The story gradually unfolds as we head back from the sorcerer's cave. A cave with strange water droplets quickly appears. I picked up a few things to find a new weapon to replace my broken sword. Just looking at these glowing items has Cries utterly baffled. Seriously. If we sell just one, we could deck out the captain from head to toe with new gear. Ingrid's face is calm as she announces. Then I will use that money to buy the best sword. This leaves Cries speechless. Captain, is the sword really all you care about? Remember that monkey story? Ingrid climbs the cliff, lost in her own thoughts. For someone who lives by the sword, their weapon is their lifeline. His expression is serious as he takes on this challenge. I will never abandon my sword. This time, Tors has already climbed the cliff long ago, and she does not forget to remind Ingrid. That is why I told you to leave that big sword behind. Even if you ditch the other gear, that thing will drain your strength. Even if you are exhausted to the bone or the sword is dragging you down, you still do not care clearly. It is your own strength pulling you down. Your left hand grips the rock tightly, but you push yourself to climb higher, trying to keep pace with both of them. Muscles pushed to their limits only get stronger. The sun is gradually setting, and Ingrid is still seriously scaling the sheer cliffs right in front of her. Having faced and overcome countless limits, you are determined, putting all your strength into climbing each spot. Your eyes reflect bold courage. Unafraid of whatever might come your way, this is not enough to hold you back. Just like that, Ingrid quickly heads toward Finn, who is still waiting with Tors. A gentle breeze blows by, and you enjoy the refreshing air right in front of you. Seeing you act so strangely makes Finn feel confused. Does he really prefer to make things harder? Tors remains silent, unsure of what to say. With his own thoughts racing, he thinks, please do not tell me you brought that along just to train. No way. He can't be that crazy. As the three prepare to move on, the wolves suddenly lift their heads to the sky and howl. This time, all three see the monsters chasing each other. Ingrid seems surprised. A pack of wolf spirits. Tors questions. Baffled. It is rare to see them move in such large numbers. These enormous wolves seem to be running in the same direction. Finn notices the situation too. She turns back to remind the others it is time to get serious. This time, all three quickly catch sight of the vast castle ahead. The wall is right in front of them. As they approached the city wall, Taurus felt helpless in this situation, damn it. There is nowhere to hide. Above the wall, guards were patrolling with strict vigilance. Finn, on the other hand, remained incredibly calm. She quickly reassured both of them. Don't worry. With 200 full moons tonight, it is super bright. The guards will get distracted and careless. What caught her eye was a guard who was still slacking off on duty. Seizing the opportunity, she dashed forward, and Ingrid along with Taurus immediately followed her lead. In just a moment, the three of them reached the base of the fortress. The closer they got to the castle, the more serious Ingrid's expression became, almost unnaturally so. The guard's gaze quickly swept over the area at the foot of the wall, but in the final moment, all three managed to avoid the guard's line of sight just in time. Finally, they all breathed heavily, pressing themselves against the wall. Feeling the first step of their plan succeed made Finn let out a lighthearted laugh. We made it, I told you. It is easier at night. Yet, despite saying that, Ingrid felt a hint of anxiety. It was as if they had been discovered. Or maybe it was just her imagination. Just as she was lost in thought, Finn continued to inform them. As long as we climb the wall, there is a shantytown on the other side. She pulled out climbing gear for the wall and announced to both of them. If we hide in the shantytown, they won't be able to find us. Before they climbed the wall, she remembered to remind Ingrid. First, drop your sword. Climbing this wall is twice as hard as climbing a rock face. But Ingrid's face was serious as she quickly replied. I need this weight for training. This was exactly as Taurus had predicted. He remained silent, unsure of what to say. Seriously, you are crazy. And just like that, the three of them began to ascend the vertical stone wall in front of them. With Ingrid deep in thought. Now I see why this is called the safe road. If we can manage to climb the wall, we will be able to infiltrate the guard ranks. She stared intensely at the wall right in front of her, thinking, if only this was just a wall. As they climbed further, she saw Finn signaling for them to hurry up. Just like how the Grey Wolves ambushed us at the dog hole, there is a high risk of traps on this wall too. She kept weaving her way inside, thinking, how do you plan to stop us? While the three of them were still trying to infiltrate the wall, suddenly a foot stepped forward with speed. Right in front of them appeared Lessa, who smirked mockingly. You guys are still working hard at this hour. After saying that, she snapped her fingers, announcing, all right, time to take a break. Sensing the situation turning dire, Vi instantly pressed her head down and warned, Mage, get down. Just like that, vines shot over their heads, likely catching the three of them completely off guard. Sensing that things were taking a turn for the worse, Vi quickly signaled for both of them to jump down the wall. When she attacked, Lessa surprisingly countered with her vines. Just a tight grip and she could completely shatter Vi's weapon. This left everyone in awe. There is a mage here. Really, you realize their wicked plan for you? An unexpected move from the enemy, truly a perfect trap. So you charged straight at Lessa with your sword, ready to strike. Your gaze remained unwavering, so determined that nothing could shake it. But Lessa kept controlling her vines to attack relentlessly, with vines continuously striking at you. You had to dodge while also fighting back. A thought crossed your mind. You had once taken down a mage. Ingrid gripped her sword tightly. If only I could sense the aura correctly. You tried to swing your sword at Lessa, but her vines always got in the way. I can defeat them. You were so close to plunging your sword into Lessa's neck, yet she remained as calm as ever, as if nothing was happening. This time, a voice rang in Ingrid's head. Use your instincts, but do not trust them too much. You unconsciously recalled Jackson's advice. Sometimes, a strong opponent could fool your senses. Mages were a classic example. Just as you were thinking that, Lessa's vines knocked you back. You fell without being able to fight back at all. Her vines even hurled Ingrid into the air, leaving both teammates stunned. Seeing Ingrid in danger left Finn speechless. What the hell is that idiot doing? The vines continued to lunge straight at the two below, ready to attack. Before Finn and Taurus could escape, the vines pierced through both their bodies. Meanwhile, Ingrid was struggling against the vines wrapped around him. They were too stiff, and he could not escape. The vines tightened around his body, making him feel utterly breathless. While he was still flailing in despair, Lessa approached swiftly and remarked, I appreciate your bravery. Hearing her say that only made Ingrid more determined to plant his feet firmly against the vines. She smiled and extended a hand toward him. Introducing herself, I, the Thorny Rose. As soon as she finished her sentence, she clenched her fist tightly. Just like that, the vines tightened even more around Ingrid, making him realize that this time his life was slipping away. A white light appeared. Perhaps Ingrid was about to return to the past. This resurrection, Ingrid was not in a hurry. He sat still, calmly sinking into his thoughts. Just like warriors of varying skill levels, mages were the same. First, he objectively blamed himself. I was too confident. I accepted that I was stronger. I charged in without accurately assessing my opponent. While you are still busy blaming yourself, a voice cuts through, asking if you have figured out your own level yet. The wall turns to look at you, relentlessly spouting those cryptic words. You are trying to get stronger by hurting yourself. But facing a wall that high makes you no different from an ant. After hearing those words, Ingrid softly replies, "Thank you." This time, you slowly rise with a smile, eagerly anticipating your next return. "Thanks to you, I have regained my spirit. This is the wall I need to overcome." Hearing you say that, the mysterious figure becomes increasingly excited about the upcoming outcome. Let us see if you can still say that after facing the third wall. Finn, arms crossed, thoughtfully asks Ingrid, "You want to infiltrate by pretending to be a merchant. Why the sudden change?" Ingrid replies quietly, "I have a bad feeling about that wall." Finn reassures her and outlines his plan. "It will be fine. We just need to blend in with the regular merchants passing through that area." His gaze drifts into thought. "Tomorrow, if we can get past that wall, we won't be able to enter the city. Right now, it is tough to predict how the enemy will strike." Hearing this, Press scratches her head in confusion. "So we have to wait another day." Finn feels a sense of relief. Pondering, "Well, since we have time, why not throw a little party?" She happily calls over another guy nearby. "Bring out everything we have." Ingrid, who has been quietly standing behind her, suddenly asks, "What do you mean by that?" Soon enough, a feast of food and drink is laid out on the prepared rug. Ingrid's expression turns icy, her confusion deepening. "Don't he tell me they plan to drink right under the enemy's walls? Are they crazy?" You chime in, "That sounds really dangerous." Everyone's already starting to sip their drinks, and Finn seems to relax a bit with a smile. She looks at you and says, "When your body is stiff and tired, your vision narrows and you lose focus. Look at that drink filling up, come on. Join us." Then she raises her glass towards you, suggesting, "Your body's as stiff as a rock. I used to think pouring all my energy into fighting was the only way. But she is right. When I am exhausted, my perspective shrinks. I have always thought moving forward was the only option." Increase falls into contemplation, realizing that every effort in the wilderness has its meaning. You are completely wrapped up in your swirling thoughts, understanding that desperate struggle is not the only answer. Suddenly, you draw your sword from its sheath, telling yourself it is time to pause and reevaluate your thoughts. You raise the sword, standing it upright, the tip parallel to your torso, lightly closing your eyes. "Today will be different. I will make it count." Observing Increase's every move, Finn raises an eyebrow in surprise. "I told him to rest. What is he doing?" Unlike her, Taurus seems accustomed to this, casually sipping his drink and explaining, "That is his way of resting." Finn stares intensely at Increase, letting out a small huff as if judging something. Increase is fully focused, swinging his sword, twisting his waist for momentum, with every muscle defined under his fitted shirt, embodying a warrior's essence. Finn smiled softly, her cheeks flushed. "Now, I do not mind. Besides, his body is a sight to behold." Taurus frowned and pouted. "Don't he say that with me around." The sky slowly shifted to the dim hues of dusk, the fiery sun gradually dipping below the horizon, making way for the moon to rise. Beneath that fading orange glow, they still gathered inside the hollow of a massive tree. Increase sat quietly by himself, wiping his sword as he thought, "Today I have seen something new, and that alone brightened my day." He gazed into the distance, realizing they had to overcome that daunting wall ahead. Increase's eyes seemed glued to the outside scene, where the gray team was preparing an ambush in the tunnel, and the sorceress was waiting on the wall. This time, the wind picked up, sending the grass on the ground swaying. The strange feet of the gnoll creatures stomped heavily against the ground, the sound echoing with power. He wondered, what could possibly block their path? The gnolls craned their necks, letting out a terrifying roar. The film was jolted by the noise, quickly turning to look towards the source. Another team member gaped in shock. Taurus was stunned, his face shifting to one of heightened alertness. Increase was equally shocked, his eyes wide, his face darkening with fear. Everyone in the team jumped to their feet, tense as they stared towards the source of the sound. The gnolls charged at them in a frenzy, and he suddenly remembered what they were, those gnoll creatures they had seen earlier. He quickly tightened his grip on the axe, shouting at Increase, who was still dazed, "Run. The gnolls are closing in." In no time, they were surrounded. Everyone drew their weapons, getting into defensive positions. Tors looked uneasy. Calculating. To fight one null, we would need 10 skilled soldiers. And they have 20 while we only have 6. He then chuckled weakly, a sense of helplessness creeping in as he concluded. This is the end. Increase panicked, struggling to maintain her composure. Cursing. There is no sign of the monsters approaching, damn it. Where did they come from? Increase had not anticipated this situation. He could not even sense their presence. A thought flickered in his mind, camouflage. The image of Lisa popped into his head. Was this her sorcery? The gnolls let out a chilling growl, their sharp teeth bared, their eyes shining with predatory intent. Increase's eyes glinted with a cold, furious light, his mind in a web of confusion. Haunted by despair throughout his journey, his heart was resolute. But that did not mean he would give up here. With that thought, he charged straight at the gnolls, while they raised their claws, ready to tear him apart. Focusing entirely on the gnoll in front of him, he did not notice that another one was charging from the side, claws slicing through the air toward him. He quickly recoiled to dodge the sudden strike. But it was too late. He only managed to pull back his upper body. One of his legs caught a gnoll's claw, and he let out a pained gasp. Then came a flurry of attacks from the gnolls, surrounding him, leveraging their numbers against him. His mind was a chaotic mess. The relentless attacks came from every direction. I could not fight back. Maybe I was too focused on one point, narrowing my vision. Suddenly, one of them let out a bone-chilling roar, lunging at me with its jaws wide open. I was panicking, my eyes wide open, pouring all my strength into the sword to block its mouth. My pupils dilated from the pressure. Every nerve stretched to its limit. If the problem was my narrow vision, then I just needed to expand it. Meanwhile, from a distance, a scream pierced the air. One of my teammates had been slashed across the throat by those beasts, while another was struck from behind. Tors was stabbed straight in the gut, gritting his teeth as blood sprayed out. Finn was hit by a beast's claw right on the neck, red liquid gushing out. Witnessing it all, Ingrid froze. Knowing he would have to relive this nightmare the next day, he thought to himself. Haunted by the sight of such a horrific death, Ingrid suddenly relaxed his grip on the sword that was blocking the beast behind him, pulling it back to create distance. An old, painful feeling surged within him. With a swift motion, he struck down the wolf in front of him. Seizing the momentum, he continued to swing his sword. Charging forward, he plunged the blade down from above, piercing the back of a wolf, its roars growing even more furious. Suddenly, from afar, another wolf lunged at him, its paw poised to strike, eyes shimmering with a faint purple hue. This wolf was not using its claws. It threw a punch straight to his solar plexus, causing him to see stars from the intense pain. Ingrid clenched his teeth, blood trickling from his mouth, 100 questions racing through his mind. How could it punch like that? This one was smarter than the others. It was the pack leader. He stared directly at the muscular wolf charging at him again. It bit down on his arm, blood spraying everywhere. The attack came too fast for him to react. It held his arm in its mouth and then twisted its body, throwing him to the side. He struggled to leap into the air, narrowly escaping its sharp teeth. As he hung there, he glanced down below. The wolves had regrouped, mouths agape, waiting for him to fall. His vision blurred, the speed of his descent increasing. The last thing he saw before everything faded to black was his teammates, sprawled lifeless on the ground. All sacrificed. In his subconscious, a surreal space emerged, highlighted by concentric circles, rippling like waves. A voice echoed from the void, saying that no matter how high you climb the walls, it will always be a struggle. As long as you survive today, you will relive these moments. The wall chuckled mockingly, taunting him, asking if he really thought this was all fun. Ingrid replied softly, "Yeah, I feel uneasy." Finn and Tors suddenly stared at him intently. They did not understand, so they asked again, their tone laced with concern. "What is wrong with you? Are you tired?" He did not rush to answer, still avoiding their gaze. Ingrid thought to himself, that is why can't he just sit still? He braced his hands on his knees, gathering strength to stand up. Everyone, his expression turned resolute. Even if every path ahead is blocked, all I need to do is carve out a new one. Finn, Ingrid, and Tors entered the cave one after the other. Ingrid pondered, thinking about what she could do if they got surrounded. No way out at all. Inside the cave, a deep trail began to unfold. As he progressed, he reflected within, realizing he could not fight one-on-one against the enemy when surrounded, with so many enemies in such a tight space. It felt utterly hopeless. The best approach was to avoid being cornered from the start and find a way to escape. Ingrid slowly closed her eyes, contemplating, deciding to use her instincts and sense the murderous intent to locate the attackers. Roger suddenly appeared, accompanied by a squad of soldiers. He shouted. Gotcha. You coward. In the cramped trail, they were completely surrounded on both sides by Roger's troops, some wielding spears, others ready with arrows aimed straight at them. They quickly assumed a defensive stance. His eyes widened in sheer shock. Why could not my senses detect anything? They struck swiftly, arrows piercing into his body. His arms, thighs, and neck were all targeted by the sharp tips, causing him to grit his teeth in pain, his face paling. Ingrid was still in disbelief. No way. Is there a wizard here too? She sprang up, charging straight toward the unseen enemy, controlling the tangled vines from afar, viciously striking at him. He questioned the unseen enemy. Is the magic in those hidden holes all you're doing? He muttered under his breath. Busted. Captain Roger really dropped the ball this time. Just as he finished speaking, a more powerful strike came crashing down. The vines, like sharpened arrows, tore into his waist and thigh, launching him away with a forceful blow. Ingrid's hand lay open, her wrist twisted sharply to the side. The sound of bones cracking echoed ominously, back to a moment before. His other hand gripped his wrist tightly. He paused, stunned. Why has not the stone been thrown yet? Tor sat on a nearby rock, resting his chin on his hand. Complaining. You are rushing it, are not you? Ingrid clenched her fists tightly, her gaze sinking into deep thought. When a wizard is in an ambush, you can't sense their traps with your instincts. Even if I miraculously dodge a trap, the enemy will form circles to surround me. Can I really escape then? She recalled the roaring and terrifying images of the feral beings that had attacked them before, thinking about how similar it is when facing those beasts. The scene of her facing off against 4 beasts at once replayed in Ingrid's mind a battle where they were completely outnumbered. As she concluded her thoughts, Ingrid prepared herself, ready to strike, her eyes sharp and focused on the target ahead, reminding herself that she had to find a way to make a difference. Her face hardened in a frightening way, fully concentrating on the battle. She tightened her grip on her sword even more. It was not enough, she needed to swing it again. Then she swung her sword straight, slicing horizontally at the enemy's spear. With just one slash of her blade, their spear was knocked away, and one even had to sacrifice his arm. You are instantly surrounded by Lisa's tangled vines. Struggling to cut your way out, you remind yourself, do not rush into making decisions. You suspect it is a battle, and in a fight, the chances to strike are incredibly rare. A series of painful images flash before you as you desperately dodge the spears from Roger's troops. Following that, you cautiously lower yourself, slicing through each vine that lunges at you. Your sword is drenched in the scent of blood, raised high into the air, glinting in the fiery sunset. Ingrid grits his teeth, refusing to let himself waste another minute. He can't afford to squander the time that should be spent learning and honing his skills. He grabs the head of a wild beast, stands on its arm, and decisively beheads it. But then, another beast lunges at him, sinking its teeth into his neck, fresh blood oozing from the wound. The darkness envelops him once again, with the lantern's flickering green light casting eerie shadows on the wall, and wonders how much longer he plans to play this game of tag. He advises, if you do not want to be stuck in today forever, you should pick a wall and slam into it. You are slumped far away from Han's wooden boat, with your head bowed to the ground. Ingrid still does not look up. He responds to Han. The more you repeat it, the more I realize how tough it is. All 3 paths before me are solid walls blocking my way. Suddenly, Ingrid breaks into a knowing smile. His blue eyes finally lock on Han. It would be a shame to just choose one path. Transitioning to under the ancient tree they have chosen as their base. The sky is beginning to brighten. Taurus, still half asleep, yawns and steps out of the tree hollow, only to stumble upon something quite surprising. In the grass, Ingrid stands alone, and he calls out softly, Ingrid. Ingrid quickly throws a punch into the air, and a sharp blade suddenly springs from beneath his glove. Taurus is taken aback, stumbling over his words. He points at Ingrid's wrist in confusion. You could not do that yesterday. Could you? Since when did you learn that? Ingrid replies shortly. About 30 days ago. You seem skeptical. He asks again. What do you mean? Ingrid does not answer, just tightens his grip. I have trained hard enough for this skill. He looks towards the wall, wondering, this is the 79th time I am back today. Can I finally break through that wall and step into tomorrow? He turns to his teammates gathered around. There is still time before we crawl through that dog hole. Right. Can you help me make a small pouch? He raises his wrist as an example. About this size. I will wrap it around my wrist. A teammate nods. Sure. Not too hard. Then he looks down at Finn's feet. Finn, those boots of yours. Is there anything different inside? Finn wobbles her leg. This, she gently removes one boot, pulling the sides apart to show the inside better. Explaining. It is stuffed with more fur to muffle noise when moving. There are many monsters around here that are sensitive to sound. After hearing this, you suggest to Torres. You should do the same. Torres confirms. Me too. Ingrid adds. She said there are a ton of monsters lurking around here. Finn did not quite get what she meant. But that did not mean we would actually run into them. Not long after, they began to venture deeper into the cave. The sound of their soft footsteps echoing in the silence. Finn turned to Ingrid and asked if she had ever played the role of an assassin. Ingrid replied no, quickly adding that even with extra gear on her boots, making no noise was still super tricky. He raised his eyebrows, his gaze alert as he thought to himself that he had been training hard for this very day. The three of them continued to shuffle along in that order. Finn leading, then Ingrid, and finally Torres. Finn was mentally plotting how to survive through this dark tunnel. I need to find the enemy and strike first. Then create enough open space for everyone to fight. Spotting signs of ambush soldiers in the night would not be easy. He glanced at Finn, who was in front, but there was already an expert in their midst. Suddenly, he asked, "What if there are enemies waiting in that tunnel?" Finn replied quickly. "The chances are super low, but if they are real, we will retreat." He pressed on. "And what if the exit is blocked too?" This time, Finn could not respond as swiftly as before. She hesitated, seemingly caught off guard. He questioned how high and wide this tunnel was, if both main paths are blocked. Is there any other way out? Torres was taken aback by his barrage of questions. Are you scared? Or do you have a bad feeling about this? That is a lot of questions. You know that, right? Ingrid seemed to ignore him as he continued. What if the ambush soldiers have weapons waiting at the exit? Ingrid chimed in. Then we all die. Right. Finn was starting to get annoyed by his endless inquiries. She snapped. If you are scared, you would better wait out here for us. That is way better than you rambling on with this nonsense. Ingrid calmly replied. I am just saying everyone should be a bit more cautious. Finn fell silent. She just stared at him without saying anything more. While it did not have an immediate effect, Ingrid knew this was her way of making the team act how she wanted. He remembered the moment he landed a punch right in Finn's gut, and he reflected on that. Given her personality, I can use violence to force her compliance, so I need to persuade them instead. Suddenly, he thought of Krang. The pressure he was giving off was making everyone wary. A real pressure would convince them to listen to you. His will was unwavering. This was necessary because challenges lay ahead. Finn put her hands on her hips and admitted, Okay. I confess. I have been a bit too distracted about guarding against the enemy. The conversation ended, and they continued on. Ingrid sensed the shift in Finn's emotions. Her mood was changing as Finn began to heighten her alertness. Finn was scanning the area as she walked, suddenly feeling that something was off. Right in front of her, a strange footprint appeared, half of it buried, but the remaining part was still clearly visible. A thought flashed in her mind. These footprints looked like they had been deliberately erased. At this realization, she felt a wave of panic wash over her, gritting her teeth in anger as she exclaimed, What? She turned around, pointing towards the wide-open store. Something's not right. Turning back. We need to get out of here now. Just as the words left their mouths, the sound of heavy boots thundered behind them. Roger's archers immediately set up an ambush at the exit. Weapons aimed straight at them. They hid behind a rocky crevice. Both Finn and Torres frozen in shock at this sudden appearance. Finn grasped the gravity of the situation. The archers were lying in wait, ready to strike at their escape route. Suddenly, Ingrid dashed past them, heading straight for the archers. He shouted loudly to warn them, Do not shoot. There is an urgent message. It is a warning from Captain Roger. Finn and Torres were taken aback by his impulsive move, their faces paling in disbelief. Torres cursed under his breath as he lost his mind. The archers, confused, turned to each other, questioning the unexpected announcement. Ingrid pressed on toward them, determined this was his moment. His eyes glinted dangerously, radiating a fierce resolve. As they hesitated, he knew he had to act. His expression was bizarre as he sprinted ahead. Thoughts racing. Roger was the name of the enemy general he had heard from Ressa. Suddenly, Ingrid recalled Malausa's words, You are not fulfilling your duty. Captain Roger. This left him feeling utterly powerless, unsure of what to do. After all, in the darkness, they would not distinguish between faces or uniforms. Taking a deep breath, Ingrid yelled, Enough. In the city, there are monsters. This shocked the guards behind him. What did Captain Roger mean by that? He had his own calculations in mind since he knew the name Roger. They probably mistook him for one of their Aspen comrades. His strange demeanor left the guards baffled, still trying to figure out what was going on. He also realized something crucial: if he got too close, They would definitely recognize him, while the guards were still clueless. Ingrid began to strike at them with his sword, having meticulously planned this move. But getting closer meant they would recognize him. It was already too late. His actions sent them into a frenzy. And they quickly warned each other. He is not from Fida. He is an intruder. The leader shouted. Shoot him. But it was too late. Ingrid had seized the leader as a hostage, commanding his group. That is right. Shoot and he dies. You all get that? The leader, now terrified, frantically waved his hands to signal his subordinates. Don't shoot. Damn it. Do not shoot. Seeing them hesitate to advance only fueled Ingrid's contempt. What is this? You call yourselves elitist fan soldiers. And you can handle just me. His voice echoed a challenge to all of them. What are you waiting for? You fools. This bewildered Torres and Finn on the sidelines. What was he planning? Was he trying to provoke Fedek? They were at a loss for what to do next. Damn it. What if there are more lurking around? Meanwhile, Ingrid's shouts rang out, berating them all. Are those crossbows just for show? Or are your brains the real decoration? Shoot me if you dare. This made Finn desperately scan his surroundings. Let me try to sense the surroundings. You are back there shouting insults, standing there like a statue instead of charging at me. Thinking about it, this pathetic display only fuels your anger. Is your Captain Roger teaching you to be cowards like this? Finn could not take it anymore. It was too loud, and he could not hear a thing. Suddenly, she realized something was off in his words. There is no way. Over here, Ingrid still had the commander held hostage, threatening the guards. Roger, are you still too cowardly to come attack us? She gradually started to sense something, a darkness, chaos, a mix of everything. The guards were completely bewildered. What should they do in this situation? Seizing the moment, Finn charged straight at the guards. Without hesitation, she quickly attacked from behind, catching them off guard. Not only that, but Torres also coordinated to take out the guards, using them as cover. As she took down the guards, Finn was in disbelief. Ingrid, that genius bastard. He is quick on his feet. Sensing something was wrong, the guards turned around in fear. Was there something behind them? Was there another intruder? They did not have a clue what was happening when suddenly, Torres unleashed a flurry of attacks on them. Darkness swirling, the moon hidden. Voices echoed repeatedly. The sun was rising, illuminating the dawn. Be careful. A massacre was unfolding. It seemed like the female soldier was losing numbers rapidly. One guard could not take it anymore. He raised his weapon and shot straight at Ingrid. Not on my watch. This time, the arrow did not hit her but pierced his heart, taking him out in an instant. After seeing his heart had been taken out, the soldiers rushed in with their weapons, attacking, killing him. Ingrid was not joking around anymore. He was ready to dive into the next battle. The fun was over. Using the stones on the ground, he fired straight at the guards. Enough wasting time. Let us get moving. With blinding speed, he took out several guards at once, and Ingrid quickly regrouped with Torres, signaling to move toward the exit. His feet thudded on the ground as he searched for a way out. Sensing something was off, Ingrid turned around in shock. There they were. It turned out the man leading the soldiers had caught on, and was charging over the main force of the unit led by Roger. Seeing his prey had shown up, Ingrid shouted out a signal. Mage Ressa has arrived. This made Roger freeze in disbelief. How did that guy know Mage Ressa? Before he could process it, Ingrid sprinted ahead, running. Seeing him stall like that only made Roger angrier. Damn it. Roger ordered his guards to capture him. Finn had found the exit in the back of the store. Following behind them were a group of guards armed and ready. They clearly were not going to let their prey escape. Turning back to look at the crowd still chasing them like leeches, Finn felt a bit lost, not knowing what to do next. Are they really going to chase us? Where can we run to shake them off now? The stream. Maybe to the cliff we just passed. At that moment, Ingrid quickly spoke up, urging them to run to the shelter right away, which surprised her immensely. Why there? But Finn kept repeating his instructions, insisting there was no time to waste. Hurry up. With no other option, Finn led the way, saying, this way. As the time slipped toward evening, she felt a twinge of anxiety. The sun was about to set. The guards were still hot on their heels, unwilling to let the three of them go. Ingrid tightened her grip on her weapon. It was time to trap them. Ellie's words echoed in his mind. Near the Penanal River, there were clay-colored rocks, and beneath them lay the lairs of incredibly dangerous pit vipers. This steeled his resolve to drive his sword deep into the ground. Seemed like he had a plan to shake off these pursuing guards. He hurled dirty rocks at them, and luckily, they were somewhat prepared this time to defend themselves. Those jerks sure know how to dodge, but sadly, Ingrid's calculations were spot on. From beneath the ground, different snakes quickly emerged. This threw the guards into a panic, unable to believe what was happening. Snakes, venomous pit vipers. There was one snake hiding under the rock. Hearing the screams behind him, Finn ran even faster. Utterly confused. What the heck are those lunatics trying to do? If they keep making that much noise, they will attract every monster around. Ingrid kept chasing after them, her mind racing with thoughts. Right, with ears that big, there is no way they would not hear it. Time was passing, and the sun was slowly setting. The three of them were still sprinting ahead, the chase on. The red moon quickly appeared in the sky. Along with that, a massive paw of a wild beast emerged. Night was the playground of monsters. It seemed like they had been waiting for the right moment, charging forward without hesitation. They were like predators, relentlessly searching for any remaining shadows of those who had not made it home before dark. To them, it did not matter who it was. Their only goal was to tear flesh and drink blood. This is a bad situation, Increase urged quickly. Spread out, Finn. Taurus. Finn was startled and a bit surprised. Taurus did not get his plan. Are you telling us to leave our friends behind? The girl beside him nodded in agreement. Yeah. What are you thinking? Leaving us here alone? But his attitude was unwavering. He quickly reiterated his orders. Do what I say. We have a plan. Your job is to listen to me. After saying that, he turned around, ready to face the guards surrounding them. Seeing the three of them going in different directions, the leader swiftly signaled to his subordinates. They split up and gave chase. Watching the guards still encircling them, Ingrid focused her thoughts. Now. The hounds have led the guards right into a trap. A plan was already brewing in his mind. Letting them battle each other to the death would be a crucial step in this fight. He was just waiting to see the fun unfold. To prevent them from chasing Finn and Taurus, he had to make them focus solely on him so much, so that they lost control and turned all their aggression towards him. Ingrid seemed to have transformed into someone else entirely. An aura of lethal intent surrounded him that sent shivers down anyone's spine. This murderous intent made Roger, who was standing nearby, realize that something was off. The monsters had locked onto the prey right here. But it seemed Roger had no idea what was about to happen next. He clenched his teeth and ordered his subordinates to move forward. Seeing Ingrid's calmness and the chaos he was causing was pushing him over the edge. He had to take that guy out first. Meanwhile, the monsters were already trying to scale the cliff to join the impending battle. All they could see was Ingrid's silhouette still standing there. A split second later, those monsters plunged headfirst into the fight. Watching everything unfold just as he had planned, Ingrid was at a loss for words to describe his emotions. Luckily, his agile body quickly dodged the monsters' attacks. His face had turned serious, intensely focused on the monsters before him, so chaotic that it was hard to recognize what was happening. When they realized they could not hit him, the monsters turned their attention to the guards around them. It was pure chaos, and that was his chance. On the other side, Taurus, running with all his might, asked Finn in disbelief if he really had a plan for this. Wondering if they needed to go back to save him, the roar of battle made both of them uneasy, causing them to turn and look back. The chaotic scene before their eyes left them unsure of what to do next. That guy was right in the thick of it. After a brief moment of thought, Taurus quickly signaled that they needed to save him. But his expression changed completely as he took in the next scene. Finn was utterly shocked by the sight. How was he dodging so well? Arrows shot straight at Ingrid, and he effortlessly sidestepped them as if nothing was happening. Both sides were fiercely attacking each other, while he continued to evade all their strikes. He took advantage of the enemies fighting among themselves, sensing whether their deadly intent was directed at him or not. Even the monsters were attacking him, but he just kept dodging as usual, using his enhanced senses to focus on areas that were out of his line of sight. This time, more monsters charged into attack, all part of his calculations, and he made decisions in the blink of an eye. Both sides were locked in an intense battle amidst the chaos. A brutal fight where one mistake could mean death. Spears continuously hurled towards Ingrid, but he did not seem to care at all. But when he turned back, there was something chillingly terrifying in his gaze that I never expected. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Roger quickly shouted orders to his subordinates, commanding the entire army to take defensive positions. Increase was probably still figuring out how to use this horde of monsters to attack the soldiers. Those gray ones were seasoned warriors. If they could regroup, the enemy would not stand a chance against them. The success of my plan depended solely on this chaos. I had accidentally discovered something while reliving this day in the past. With that thought, Increase picked up his sword again to fight the soldiers. Seeing him attack only made their smug expressions grow more pronounced. That fool. Captain Roger would never take off his helmet while fighting. Just as they said, Roger's gaze was truly terrifying. How could a guy like that be challenged? Hearing this made Increase realize something: he would not take off his helmet. Why was that? Though, but in an instant, he swung his sword and knocked Roger's helmet off, revealing a bald head. The scarf fell to the ground, rolling around aimlessly. This scene left the soldiers frozen in disbelief. Captain, do not tell me you never take off your helmet for that reason. Roger was oddly silent. Perhaps what just happened made him so furious that he clutched his bald head tightly. Seeing his strange demeanor, Increase calmly reassured him. What is there to be ashamed of, Sir Roger? It is just a bald head. He could not hide his anger any longer. Increase understood something now. This guy is bald, so he is terrified of losing his helmet. Feeling that was not enough, he shouted loudly, Roger, take off your helmet. His voice rang out. Seth Roger, let everyone see your bald head before you head to hell. Show your minions your shiny dumb. No need to say. This left him stunned on the spot. That bastard. But in his mind, he was plotting something. He needed to stay calm and not let him provoke him. Watching him stand still, suddenly Increase fell silent, which was odd. In front of everyone's astonished eyes, he quickly took off his own helmet, revealing his long, flowing curls. He even dared to look at Roger as a challenge. Witnessing this scene left everyone speechless. Oh no, he has lost his mind. No doubt about it, Roger was now furious. He could not take it anymore. What an arrogant bastard. This time, he firmly gripped his sword and charged straight at Increase to attack. Do you think I will let you die that easily? But Increase was not afraid at all. He dashed forward and laughed. Let us see if you can keep up. The two quickly clashed with their swords. All of Increase's recent actions only fueled Roger's anger further. He relentlessly swung his sword with all his might toward Increase, but just when he was not paying attention, Increase lunged forward with his sword, aiming straight ahead. Luckily, he was prepared this time and managed to dodge in time. Otherwise, he would be lost another hat. Feeling like this was taking too long, Increase raised his sword high and declared, It is time to meet the heir of the underworld. In that moment, Roger was taken aback, speechless at the sight before him. Just as he was about to strike, a massive hand suddenly shot out of nowhere. The monster seized the opportunity while the two were fighting and attacked Roger first. As soon as Roger fell, the monster was waiting there, seemingly ready for this battle. Seeing the situation turn dire, Roger's subordinates hurriedly shouted warnings. Damn it. Captain. Watch out. It seemed that these monsters grew stronger as night fell, mercilessly taking down anyone in their path. This caught Increase by surprise. Had he really been finished off? He stood frozen for a moment, unable to believe this was happening. While he was still processing what was going on, the monster charged at him again, but he managed to dodge just in time. In this chaotic mess, anything could happen. The battle raged on between the soldiers and these monsters, and Increase even felt like the monsters were a bit tougher than usual. The lead wolf was a formidable opponent, with both intelligence and strength. If he drew its attention, escape would be nearly impossible. While pondering his next move, another monster appeared behind him. He quickly guessed what was happening. His gaze shifted with a hint of fear as he turned around. The chaos was his chance to wrap this up. Increase leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding a fatal punch from the monster. He was ready to retaliate against the monster still stalking him. Sensing that he was initiating a new fight, the monster lunged forward to attack. Increase had no intention of holding back anymore. He raised his sword high. With a decisive swing, the monster lost both of its legs. Still feeling unsatisfied, he continued to hack at the monster. As it felt the pain, it let out desperate cries. Increase pressed on, using his sword to strike at other monsters. A series of consecutive battles left him feeling a bit exhausted, but he pushed through. In a short time, he completely took down the giant monster. His sword even pierced through its body, blood spraying everywhere. On another front, the battle between the soldiers and the monstrous wolves was intense. Witnessing the scale of this fight, Torres was utterly amazed. The monster had not even had a chance to strike. Torres could not believe it, adding, He fights smart and quick. It is dizzying to watch. And there it was. The monster finally lay defeated on the ground, unable to do anything else. This time, both of them were on the same page. He always knew what needed to be done. After taking down the leading monster, Ingrid stood cold and composed right in the middle of the battlefield. Remembering something important, Finn quickly signaled to Torres to regroup. They immediately shouted, Ingrid, can you hear us? and he glanced over at the two of them. The two of them grew increasingly frantic, rushing to call him to get out of there. We need to move. Now. Hearing this, Ingrid did not hesitate and sprinted ahead. The soldiers saw this and quickly shouted warnings, scrambling to escape. They desperately wanted to chase after him, but the monsters kept blocking their way. What a nightmare. And just like that, the soldiers were held back by the monsters and could not pursue the three of them. Damn it. Remembering something, Finn turned back in surprise and asked Ingrid, "Did you plan for this? How did you know the commander would show up now?" He calmly explained to her, "Just lucky, I guess." Tors looked at him with a different expression, wondering when he had become so strong. How did he know the captain was bald? Hearing this made him appear pensive. He had his own thoughts, and for him, knowing everything today was no surprise. But for them, it was hard to believe. So their questions were natural, but he could not explain it. Facing their doubts, he carefully announced to everyone, "Instead, there is something very important. Our mission is not over yet." Standing in this scene, Ingrid continued to gaze towards another direction. His face remained serious as he informed everyone, "We need to get past that wall first." This time, Lessa quickly appeared on the scene. The brutal sight before her surprised her a bit. A hand gripping a spear was stuck firmly into the vertical wall. Meanwhile, Finn and Torres were trying to climb quickly ahead. Seeing Ingrid move at such lightning speed made her seem astonished. What was up with him? He used to be an average guy, and he shook his head in frustration. "I did not think that," she replied, finding it hard to understand. How could he move like that? He continued cursing. Damn it. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was off. He could not figure him out anymore. Ingrid was still climbing quickly ahead. After reaching a higher point, he did not forget to assess the situation ahead. Because of that mage, he still could not use his instincts. But he had a good idea of where that guy might be. He noticed Lace's silhouette still standing still. That mage had never changed positions on this defensive wall. Ingrid was not in a rush. He calmly probed forward little by little. He quickly signaled to his two teammates, leaving Finn a bit confused. His voice dropped as he tried to make them understand. "There is an enemy above. I will go in first." This series of revelations left Finn frozen in place. What? While both of them were still trying to grasp what was happening, Ingrid charged straight towards Lisa to attack. As she sensed something was off, she quickly turned around, looking confused. The sight of Ingrid charging at her took her by surprise. Luckily, her vines tightly wrapped around his arms. She swiftly controlled them to throw him backward. Ingrid immediately fell back, realizing this battle was going to be tough. Seeing him appear puzzled Lisa. Why was that guy here? She was pretty sure her minions had already dealt with him. Hearing her words, he quickly explained that those soldiers were busy handling the monsters. A smug smile spread across Ingrid's face as she anticipated what was coming next. Maybe someone had not trained them well enough. This remark made it impossible for Lisa to sit still any longer. She immediately attacked with her vines. The tendrils lunged straight at Ingrid's position, but she effortlessly dodged as if nothing was happening. As the vines came at him, he calmly raised his sword to deflect them. Watching him use these moves made Lisa realize something. He was targeting the branches. Seizing the moment for Ingrid to charge forward and attack, he continuously sliced at the vines, cutting them in half. No matter how many vines sprouted, Ingrid handled them with ease. This left Finn, who was hiding nearby, astonished. With skill levels like that, he was facing a wizard. Tors was now questioning whether he should step in. She shook her head and quickly voiced her thoughts. If we join in now, we will just get in his way. Seeing Lissar still battling Ingrid, the guards rushed in, ready to intervene. Get back, Miss Lazar. Grab him. But unfortunately, they were met with a direct attack from behind. Unable to fight alongside Ingrid, both Finn and Tors decided to block these soldiers, preventing them from getting closer to Ingrid. They needed to stop more enemies from coming. Meanwhile, Lissar was furious as Ingrid relentlessly attacked her. That nameless swordsman. She kept firing her vines like arrows straight at him. How dare he? In stark contrast to her anger, he remained incredibly calm, as if nothing was happening. He even had his own calculations. He had learned how to defend against a wizard's attack last time. This time, he carefully observed the vines charging at him. They are just like people. Slash them in half, and they will die. He had thought long and hard about the marking inside his bracelet, so he needed to find an opening to strike her. And he would picked up something useful for that. Ingrid had to keep attacking, so he barreled straight toward the vine arrows. His decisive strike swiftly cut through the creeping vines like butter. Seeing her summoned spirit getting sliced apart, Lessa became even angrier but was powerless to act. Just then, Ingrid appeared right in front of her, leaving her no time to react. He took a moment to eat and waited for what would happen next, formulating a plan in his head, a secret attack using the knife he had prepared. Flashback to when Ingrid was still getting his gear ready, and Grace had asked him in surprise, "What about the magic items we left behind when you grabbed the sword? Shouldn't we sell them off too?" The calm strategist looked at the crystals in his hand and shared his thoughts. "Let us hold on to them. They might come in handy at some point." That is why Ingrid hid those stones under his arm. As he approached Lisa, the crystal seemed to awaken its power, radiating strange lights continuously. This was all part of his plan. They were magical items taken from the magic cave. The bright blue light shone so intensely that Lisa could not believe this was happening. Even this blue light affected the fight, catching Lisa off guard, as she struggled to see below the palace. The onlookers were baffled by the sudden appearance of this blue light. Before everyone's eyes, a beam of blue light emerged from the city, as if a strange ritual was taking place. This time, Lessa was utterly defeated. Clutching her eyes in despair and screaming, her vines gradually lost their grip, and it felt like time had stopped. Ingrid swung his sword straight at Lisa, eager to see what would happen next. Just as he predicted, her body was cleaved in two. While she continued to wail in despair, Ingrid remained alert, already plotting his next move. When he relaxed his grip, the sword fell free and stunned her. Now he faced a tough decision. He did not need to get into a brawl. The crystals kept glowing, and he looked at the sight of the wilting vines right in front of him, ready to unleash all his power to take down this enemy. Lisa collapsed to the ground, her vines withering away into petals dancing in the wind. He had learned from experience, and those lessons shaped the victory of today. The corners of Ingrid's mouth curled into a smug smile as she realized things were getting way more interesting than she thought. Meanwhile, Finn was laser-focused on using ants to take down the soldiers blocking their path. Remembering something puzzling, she spun around in surprise and asked, "Wait, where did you get that item?" Torres quickly shot back, "Now's not the time for questions. The enemy will swarm us when they see that light." Realizing there was something urgent to do, she rushed ahead, not forgetting to inform Ingrid, "Let us move now." The scene shifted to another side, where soldiers were checking the tents for anything suspicious. Their cold stares scrutinized everything carefully. They had no idea that Ingrid and the others had disguised themselves as homeless people. While Ingrid was already plotting their next moves in her mind, "We got past the guards. Now it is time to execute the plan. We need to rescue Mu and get back," she declared, suddenly pointing ahead. That is where Mu was last contacted. Torres also sensed something was off and immediately warned the others. "Wait, look over there." Inside that rundown room, various objects appeared to have been oddly smashed. This left all three of them feeling puzzled. It was a sign of an attack. Has our Mu been discovered as a double agent? After a brief moment of contemplation, Finn sighed and broke the news. "It is confirmed Mu is dead." When Ingrid heard this, she fell into deep thought. The enemy was set up at every corner, and Mu, whom we were supposed to meet, had been dead for a while. She quickly informed her teammates. "This mission is a trap laid out by Laferne." His expression turned serious as he continued, sharing his thoughts about the crucial intel from Mu. "It was likely fabricated to lure us in and take us out. It was all orchestrated by his fan." Hearing this made Torres feel powerless. "We have totally been played here." While the three were still discussing, a guard suddenly rushed in to report. "Over there. Did you find them yet?" They searched every nook and cranny around here, signaling to each other. "Not here. Check every corner." Seeing how thorough they were, Finn worriedly told the others. "Right now, we at least need to get out of here alive." Torres quietly calculated their next move to escape. With guards everywhere, moving around was a huge gamble. Is there any way to distract them? While everyone was racking their brains on how to get out, Ingrid suddenly spoke up. "Well, I have an idea. Want to give it a shot?" And just like that, the three of them set fire to the whole place, causing the soldiers nearby to panic and shout, "Fire! There is a blaze." The screams echoed endlessly. "This place is on fire." But it gave Ingrid and the others the perfect opportunity to sprint ahead. Nothing draws attention like a good old fire. Just escaping from this place. You have got your own thoughts racing through your head. Doing this over and over makes you reconsider everything. At this rate, I am going to be a fire starter instead of a knight. I guess I will just have to practice my sword skills more when I get back. After a long stretch of running, Ingrid quickly tossed her shirt to the ground. "We have arrived." Everything Ingrid and her team did here turned into a pile of ashes. This was also reported by a soldier to Vinire. So the intruders escaped while the flames were raging. He was not surprised at all. In fact, He found it a bit puzzling all our plans crumbled in just one night, but in reality, Vinayar had already devised a plan to deal with people like Ingrid. They truly got the better of us. It is hard to believe that Mage Ressa died in a place like this. He slowly stood up with seriousness. It was a flawless plan to wipe out the enemy's spies and knights before the battle even began. Chloe was supposed to break them down mentally, but it failed. A smile appeared on his lips, one he had not worn in a long time. Come on. We still have plenty of options left. Vinayar moved forward, not forgetting to give orders to his subordinates. His gaze was icy as he declared, "We still have a lot to prepare for the next step." He was hailed as the brilliant strategist of Asfen. Vinayar, the sun was rising higher, and Ingrid along with her 2 teammates climbed aboard a small boat. After a long period of continuous travel, Finn and Tors were gradually wearing out, but Ingrid still felt strong after all that. Excited, she asked, "Tors, do you want to spar again after we disembark?" To which he snapped back in frustration. "You crazy? We have already fought a dozen matches before getting here." This left the red-haired man feeling a bit confused. Why are these guests always sweating like they just jumped into a pool? Just a short time in the water, and the boat had docked, after paying and stepping onto solid ground. Tors complained as he walked. "We have completed the mission, so why not rest?" "Oh right. Wanting to rest was your idea." Seeing she could not sway him, Ingrid turned to her other teammate, Finn, saying, though she too was exhausted from the long days of training, "What are you going to use to bribe me now? Your intentions are pretty clear. You training freak." The 3 of them were walking ahead when they suddenly stumbled upon a scene of a bald man pleading with the soldiers. "Well, when? Do I really have to be in a squad with a bunch of lunatics?" This piqued Marcus's curiosity. "What is wrong with that bald guy?" Ingrid quickly ordered the others. "You 2 go back and report. I know that bald dude." Just as the bald man turned to look at her, his face revealed something pitiful. Squad leader Ingrid. He rushed toward Ingrid, quickly reporting, "It is dangerous. You need to be careful. Chris is in trouble." While you remained calm as if nothing was happening, Jill Bin helplessly recounted everything. "It is the frog." This caught Ingrid a bit off guard, as it overwhelmed the entire Jill Bin group. Suddenly, he recalled Jill Bun's serious words. "The captain is dead. Just a pawn bound by a contract to work for Asfen for money." Every spring, Asfen sends people to investigate the group, and now a frog has arrived. With that thought, Ingrid focused ahead. "Is it here?" That frog. Time ruined to 3 days ago. A pile of gold coins was already placed on the table accompanied by a voice echoing, "This should be enough." After a long time managing finances, Chris was utterly exhausted and slumped in his chair, thinking about all the things he had to prepare before the force deployment. "It has been a week since I returned to the barracks." "Right. The higher-ups are enjoying the benefits from the supplies I have organized, so I can afford to take a break here." Just as he was still resting, Jup quickly entered to report, "The president has an announcement." His face turned extremely worried. A report came in that they spotted a suspicious individual, suspected to be an Asfen spy. Upon hearing this, he immediately ordered, "Send someone to check it out. If it is a spy, capture and eliminate them." And so everything unfolded just as he instructed. The Jup group now called themselves the Deep Night Patrol, quickly overpowering the situation. They took on the role of maintaining order in alleyways, where border forces could not fully control, and Grits made a lot of money from this decision. Thanks to them, community awareness has significantly improved. Gathering tribute became much easier. Now the residents here must report everything to me, completely changing the intelligence system. He had carefully calculated what the community was about to do. The more aggressively he expanded, the greater their influence would become. A satisfied smile even crept onto his lips, thinking, if everything goes smoothly, in maybe just 6 months, we can take over all the neighborhoods here. Chris was still happily contemplating, unaware of the trouble brewing outside. Where a tall man remained vigilantly guarding the door, a mysterious figure approached, catching his attention. Sensing something was off, he quickly pointed forward and shouted, "Hey, who are you?" But just as he spoke, the mysterious person, clad in enigmatic attire, struck the guard, startling Chris. The figure stared coldly at him. This left Jupin terrified and speechless. Wondering why, Chris sensed that something was about to go terribly wrong in the present. Frog Mulroon's footsteps marched straight ahead, each step causing the ground to tremble under his weight. His face had grown eerily frightening as he stared at Chris, deep in thought. Chris is doing his best to stay calm, quickly figuring out how to deal with the guy who has been a pain all year down in the underworld. He has no intention of killing. So there is still a chance to negotiate. This time, Chris knows he can't rush or react strangely. With that thought, he forces a wry smile and quickly gestures behind him, inviting him in. Come on in. Seeing this attitude from him, Mulroon is a bit surprised, but right after, a strange, wicked smile creeps across his face. So bright does he even know who I am. The murderous aura from him makes Chris feel the danger, but he still smiles in welcome, thinking it does not matter who he is, as long as he has already had lunch. This does not earn him any respect. Instead, it just makes Mulroon see him as a funny little fool. As he says this, Mulroon lunges forward as if he wants to devour Chris whole. Before Chris even realizes what is happening, he is grabbed by the throat. A punch lands squarely on him, sending Chris flying back without a chance to react. But it does not stop there. Mulroon quickly grabs the collar of his shirt, not letting him hit the ground. He looks at Chris with a judgmental stare and says some incredibly confusing words, claiming that a person's understanding and manners often improve after they have been stabbed. That is my philosophy. Even after being hit hard, Chris keeps his smile, saying, "But you do not have to hit me. Whatever you want to know, I will tell you. So what do you want to ask?" Seeing Chris still wearing that twisted smile only makes Mulroon more intrigued. How can he still be smiling after taking a hit? This is interesting. What happened to the previous president? How did we end up facing a freak like him? Hearing this, Chris chuckles and replies, "You mean the former president? He did." This piqued his curiosity immensely. "Who died?" You continue to share what you knew about the border guards. But it seemed like he was not letting you off the hook when he asked for the last bit of information. Chris hesitated, weighing whether to speak or not, but in the end, your reason won out. You quickly informed Moral. Ragna is the one who attacked. Hearing that name made him laugh in surprise, predicting that something even more interesting was about to unfold. He shot a quick glance at Jupin and barked an order. "Wait. That punk, bring Ragna here." This made Jupin a bit nervous, but Chris swiftly turned back, noticing his displeasure. Still, he did not back down, signaling Jupin to just do it. "Bring the real president here." Hearing your command, Jupin felt really awkward but knew he had no choice, and so, Jupin left you there and ran outside, trying to follow Moral's orders. Back to reality. Jupin's story had come to an end. He felt utterly powerless, unsure of what to do next, so he followed Chris's command. I searched for Ragna, but all the members of the independent Deku team were already called up for high-level military deployment to prepare for battle. After hearing this, Ingrid realized things were not going to be easy. That bulging-eyed guy was pretty sharp. You had a lot of different thoughts swirling in your head. Among all of us, Ragna was the laziest, only getting up to do his duty when absolutely necessary. His image quickly flashed in your memory, and you understood that his orders were to bring in any team member capable of taking down a frog like that. Now you were left wondering what to do next. But then again, he probably did not remember that all the team members were out on missions. The way he earned the enemy's trust in that situation was pretty impressive too. With that thought in mind, Ingrid asked, "It has been 3 days, and that bulging-eyed guy is still alive, right?" Zupin nodded immediately in confirmation. "Yeah, he is still alive. You wanted to double-check one more thing. He is all in one piece, right?" That made him a bit anxious. "What do you mean?" Ingrid elaborated on her question. "I mean, he has not been tortured, right?" He hurriedly replied. "He is doing just fine." Hearing this, you started to plot in your mind. Take down the commander, the dogs, successfully eliminate a mage, and I have gotten much stronger than before. But what about that frog? Could I take him down? You recalled how weak you used to be, having suffered a miserable defeat against someone like him before. Thinking about it, you feel a bit more confident in your current strength. And now, I believe I can do this. I am being completely honest. Ingrid's eyes revealed her determination along with a terrifying smile. I want to fight that guy. I want to test just how strong I have become. You quickly calculate and draft a plan in your head. Just 1 day to recover from the exhaustion after the recent infiltration into the enemy fortress. Ingrid orders Jupin to go tell that frog guy. The corners of your mouth curl into a confident smile, and you remind him to let that guy know Jukna will be coming tomorrow. Ingrid strides off decisively. Just a 1 day delay means Chris won't go down that easily. Just look at the enemy's actions, and you will see. Thoughts keep racing through your mind. Those frogs look like mindless animals, but they are just as cunning as humans. You have already thought about that name. Moral. Who is behind all this? This guy wants to use Chris as bait to draw me out. If he were just a mindless creature, he could not pull that off. After returning, Ingrid quickly reports everything to Commander Graham. The captain of the independent operations team in Battalion 4, Ingrid asked to report, nodding with a subtle smile. Getting the hint. All right. I heard your team has been merged into a higher unit. He continues to probe you, asking if you want to join right away. Unfortunately, you shake your head, declining this time. I am still a bit tired. I will join in 2 days. Later that evening, inside the tiny house, Ingrid lies there deep in thought. You are exhausted. Lost in your own thoughts. Thinking, what if that frog guy defeats me and I need a rematch? I have to make sure I am in top shape then. The next day, Ingrid quickly eats dry bread to build up strength. You even avoid lifting heavy items to make your power even stronger, not feeling like it is enough yet. Ingrid quickly looks at the 2 items in your hands. Just in case things go south, you quickly tuck these 2 items away inside your clothes. Since I could not fix all my weapons from the last fight, I only have 2 throwing knives left, and I need to find more. While you are still thinking, Esther rushes over, calling out. You gently call it by name. Esther, sitting down. You greet it like an old friend you have not seen in ages, smiling as you chat. You are so affectionate. It is. I guess you have been left alone for a long time. Ingrid still has things to do. You quickly open the door to step outside. Want to come with me? But you can only watch. Esther glances at you, but your gaze is incredibly determined. I am really looking forward to today. Only, the smile on your face has turned quite terrifying. The moment you get to rematch Frog, the scene shifts to an abandoned wooden house. A furious voice rings out. I think I have waited long enough. Morin holds a breakfast of earthworms in his hands, angrily voicing his frustration. He promised he would come today. You better keep your word. Grice rushes to announce beside him. Of course. Today is the day. Ragnar will definitely arrive. In the past few days, he has beaten you up pretty badly. But to save your own skin, you hurriedly served him those squirming dishes. But first, allow me to present this to you, fresh worm meat. It is perfect for your taste. Seeing you so obedient makes him a bit pleased. Realizing that, I am starting to feel that killing is not so dirty after all. Grice chuckles, seemingly unfazed by his words. You are exaggerating, but honestly, your mind is in chaos. Could someone from the team hurry up and get here? I might just die. Your smile is radiantly arrogant, not to mention the mess inside the warehouse. You are munching on delicious apple slices like there is no tomorrow. He just sits there eating, ignoring Grice, who is trembling in the corner, wondering why they are late. The more you think about it, the angrier you get. What the heck are they doing being so late? I want to go find them myself. But while you are still lost in thought, he suddenly gives a quick order. Bring that over here too. Grice can only nod in agreement.
Yep, sir.
You keep running back and forth, bringing him apples. Feeling like a total clown, this crazy frog hardly ever sleeps. Just keep a close watch. If we can hold on a little longer, we will crush that frog. Meanwhile, a hurried footstep rushes in from inside here. We just need one of our team to show up. It seems like Ingrid has just arrived here. You throw the item you prepared straight ahead while munching on an apple. He senses something's off. His gaze slowly shifts toward the outside. Ingrid bursts through the door right here, leaving both of them stunned. Your eyes are filled with determination, waiting for what is next. Seeing you appear makes Craze freeze for a moment. Sensing something's wrong, you quickly start shouting warnings. Not you. You are not supposed to be here. You are the weakest in the team. But Ingrid does not care about these words at all. You charge forward with your sword. The dart you threw heads straight for him, but he dodges it effortlessly. He even takes the chance to leap right in front of you. As usual, Ingrid attacks fearlessly. Pressing forward, the thing is, Mulan's body is incredibly agile and appears right above you. Ingrid remains vigilant, continuously dodging all of his attacks. Both sides land perfectly as if nothing happened. Ingrid guesses that this opponent won't be easy to handle. Seeing Ingrid shows up makes Mulan quite annoyed. The two dive into battle, neither wanting to back down. Watching the fierce fight unfold right in front of him, Grice appears shocked and confused. Wait, is that really our squad leader? How can he even hold his own against a frog like that? Mulan, with his quick reflexes, launches relentless attacks straight at Ingrid. You are not slacking off either. You have already got your own plans brewing in that head of yours. Only amateurs try to block a frog's moves with brute strength. Just one wrong step, and our bones will be nothing but dust. While you are still pondering, Mulan charges forward with his sword raised high. His swordplay is fierce as he strikes directly at Ingrid. But Ingrid's no pushover. He redirects Mulan's attack with a flowing, graceful motion. Their swords clash, ringing out with a sound that sends chills down your spine. This fight is far from over. Both sides dive back into combat, aiming for X's one weak spot. Ingrid has also pinpointed Mulan's vulnerability and calculates his move with precision, aiming straight for his heart to ensure he can't regenerate. Just as Ingrid prepares to strike, Mulan's attack lands squarely on him. Before he even processes what is happening, he is sent flying across the room in rapid succession. Objects in the room are shattered, causing Craze to clutch his head in fear. The panic is evident on his face. They have not even gone head-to-head yet, and if he passes out again like last time, he quickly glances at Ingrid, the team leader. While he is still unsure of what to do, Mulan strides over, questioning him. "Who dares aim for my heart?" His face is twisted in rage, but there is a flicker of respect for Ingrid's earlier move. Mulan has an eye for talent. This is indeed a formidable opponent. Only someone like us can see the strengths and weaknesses of the enemy. Looking at Ingrid still down on the ground, he is left puzzled, but that guy, he is truly an enigma. His gaze has taken on a strange intensity. He has reached a power level equal to his own. Suddenly, Ingrid's sword screeches across the ground. A thought strikes him: he is touching the limits of his strength. And I can't let him live to surpass that wall. Ingrid's eyes are now filled with fierce determination. It seems he is resolved not to lose this battle. A sly smile spreads across his face. Even X-Kicks, he can now withstand. Hearing Ingrid's words, Moral grows even more irritated. That damn punk. He charges straight at him, ready to kill right here. But Ingrid won't back down. He grips his sword and charges forward. Watching Chris' actions this time, Murun learns a lesson. This guy is aiming for the heart again. The two are slowly closing in on each other, Chris targeting his heart while Murun continues to strike at his head. Ingrid quickly sinks into his own thoughts, realizing he has to stab the heart to prevent regeneration. But then, he suddenly switches up his fighting style, freezing everyone in their tracks. This time he aims for Murun's arm, and in just a few brief seconds, he slices off both of Murun's hands. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Ingrid quietly prepares for his next move. Murun won't have the strength to recover his injured arm in the heat of battle, if he can slip into that opening. After seeing his arm severed, Murun becomes unnaturally calm. Even with just one hand, he claims he can still kill a bug like Chris. The two sides continue to clash, a new battle erupting. It seems this time Ingrid is at a disadvantage against him, even with one arm lost. Murun's strength right now is just overpowering. Witnessing this overwhelming power makes Ingrid realize he is not a match for him. So everything halts here. By this point, everything has come to an end. All Chris can do is helplessly think, "I will challenge you again." Suddenly, Murun drops a punch towards him. Just at the last moment, he suddenly stopped, leaving you feeling a bit confused. Time seemed to freeze. Mulon had the sword firmly in his grip, but still hesitated to strike Ingrid. His reaction was incredibly strange given the situation. He kept growling as if something was affecting him, and Ingrid could not hide her surprise. Why did he stop right before killing her? Mulan's gaze darted to another direction, and he could feel it. This time, an eye filled with ominous energy seemed to be staring right at him, sending chills down his spine. A powerful surge of magic radiated from that beast, as if it were warning him. He sensed that Esther was not just any wild animal. If he killed the person in front of him, his own life would be at risk. This made Mulan so furious that he clenched his teeth. He wanted to kill him. He etched Ingrid's face into his memory with hatred, a person who had surpassed the limits of talent. Someone utterly unpredictable. Right after that, he threw his weapon in another direction. Person who absolutely must be eliminated. Seeing this, Esther felt a bit puzzled by his actions. In front of everyone's astonished eyes, Mulan quickly turned and left, his mind racing with a single thought: his life mattered more than anyone else's. Before he actually left, he could not resist reminding them. "Remember this, human." His face was a cold mask, and he declared, "My name is Mulan. Next time, I will kill you." Ingrid watched him walk away, her gaze filled with dread. With no other choice, Mulan walked away like a defeated man under Esther's watchful eyes. Once he was gone, everyone in the room let out a collective sigh of relief. Grace finally lowered his guard, helplessly sitting down on the ground. He was still feeling that ominous energy radiating from the beast. Then he slowly stood up, sighed, and looked at Ingrid, saying, "I thought I was a goner. When did our team leader get strong enough to go toe-to-toe with a frog?" Ingrid responded with some cryptic words. "Just holding my own is not enough." Clearly, he did not really get what she was saying. Ingrid did not elaborate. She calmly examined her bruised hands, realizing that the final blow had broken her right wrist, and she had dropped her sword. She clenched her fist in anger, thinking 3 times. Yet, Her expression was more determined than ever if she could hold on for 3 more days. Today she could have won. The two walked down the long path. Grease sighed, crossing his arms and commenting, "Not worth it. I waited for you." But no one showed up. Who knew that crazy bunch was actually going to stealthily go into battle? But Ingrid remained calm about it. "I'm surprised too. Honestly." She lowered her head, finding it hard to explain. "At least that frog guy is gone now." But Ingrid did not see it that way. Her eyes were cold, wondering why he left so easily. He could have snapped his fingers and killed both her and Grease, so why? She glanced at Esther walking beside her, noticing something odd in its reaction, leaving her even more puzzled about what had just happened. "What the heck? Esther." Grease is just standing there in shock. "You have really lost it. Talking to a tiger now." While they were still walking, Graham suddenly stormed over, furious. "Hey, where the hell have you been? You look surprised." "Captain of the 1st Division." He looked a bit confused as he stared at the wound on your hand. "Ah, you are hurt." You sighed and replied, "Just ran into some annoying guys." Graham looked a bit regretful. At this point in life. Really, his face was thoughtful yet calm as he delivered some important news. "We do not really need your strength, but if possible, I hope you will join the fight. This is a request from your direct superior." This surprised Ingrid, who looked up at him. The captain of the elf tribe. Ah. The scene shifted to another place, where a fierce battle was still raging on, and Jo Young silently watched this war unfold. She sighed, feeling a strange contemplation. Now I get why it is called a war council. Below in the fray, the warriors were still fighting fiercely without pause. Men were relentlessly using their strength to knock back anyone in their way. But it seems Zem is not too keen on fighting this time. He is done with today's requirements, and everyone keeps pushing him. "There are more enemies behind us." He sighed in frustration. "My kill count request for today is already enough." Everyone was growing increasingly bored with this battle, constantly discussing it. Did not he go missing on the last battlefield? Thought he was dead, but here he is, back alive. Rana immediately brought the severed head before his subordinates. "If you guys moved camp, at least let me know. I have been searching everywhere for you," they hurriedly explained. "We did not move at all. You went to work, but as usual, you did not care much." "Whatever. I am sleeping here. Do not call me." His subordinate seemed at a loss for words. What the hell? Upon getting a good look at the severed head in the air, the subordinate felt fear. "It is the enemy commander's head." Another soldier quickly added. "That dude really infiltrated the enemy ranks and made it back alive." Aldine over here seemed to have an easier time. He continuously used his massive body to overpower all his opponents. Giant. He did not forget to remind them. "Hey, you need to learn some manners." His huge hands could easily snap the bones of anyone who dared to mess with him. The screams of terror echoed, causing everyone around to fearfully back away. He snapped that guy's arm like it was a toy. "We are allies. Why do we have to stay away from him?" "Because if we get too close, that is what happens." Another soldier. They tried to attack Jackson, but it seemed they did not succeed at all. "Why can't they land a single hit? Come on. Just one. Please. Hit him." You seemed calm despite the soldier's attitude this time. The guy was actually focused on this battle. While Jackson, bored out of his mind, turned to walk away, leaving the soldier behind still shouting, "Please, just one hit. I would rather you just hit me. Do not humiliate me like this." This scene left Joung silent, as if she was deep in thought about something. Time passed, and the scene shifted inside the command tent, where a voice echoed somehow. She managed to bring those unruly guys to the battlefield. Joung calmly sat there, voicing her suspicions. Actually getting them to go was the easy part. Just a moment ago, Joung quickly stepped into the tent and announced to everyone that they needed to head to the battlefield to fill in for their captain. The soldiers around nodded in agreement, saying, "Yeah, I am getting ready to fight." But Zem did not seem thrilled about this idea. He angrily questioned her. "Why did you drag our captain on a mission and leave us to cover for him?" She remained icy, her gaze sharp as she replied, "It is the captain's responsibility if team members disobey orders." "Are you trying to make things difficult for me?" Zem shot back. Her words only fueled his irritation further. He was really not happy with her attitude. After a moment of thought, Zem quickly proposed. "One day, 3 enemy lives." He stood up and voiced his thoughts. "I am not doing anything extra." Upon hearing this, Jo Young felt a bit helpless. She did not know what else to say. Just getting those troublemakers to do that much was a lot already. Yet the higher-ups would not see it that way. Back in reality, Marcus stared at the chess pieces right in front of him and slowly voiced his thoughts. "Our unit is responsible for leading this battle. Depending on the outcome here, the fate of the main forces will be greatly affected. The Asvan troops are still taunting us, challenging our soldiers. They just got wiped out and now they want to play games. So much has happened that she felt utterly exhausted and did not want to face anything else. Even so, only the strong enemies are showing up to fight. And we have not won a single duel against them yet after losing repeatedly. Some soldiers said, if the skill gap between both sides is this huge, we just lose in an all-out war. Hearing this, Marcus quietly calculated the next steps. If things stayed like this, the morale of Quanah would collapse. And we need to send someone skilled to take them on. His cold gaze shot over to Joung, signaling that those crazy ones would handle this situation perfectly. She pondered for a moment, realizing that just sending them to the battlefield was tough enough. If pushed too hard, they might outright refuse to join. Is he okay with that? He sighed at all this, thinking, yeah, it is definitely insubordination. It is a shame their combat skills are so good. There is no way to control them effectively. After hearing Marcus' opinion, Joung slowly stood up and nodded in agreement. Got it. I will bring their captain along. The scene shifted to the inside of the white tent. At this point, Marcus was the only one left inside. And he was extremely troubled while devising a plan to confront them. Those damn Avan bastards love to play dirty. We will never rely on such petty tactics to win. Suddenly, he recalled a figure lurking behind all of this, deeply contemplating. Recently, intel indicated that a young strategic genius had joined the Asvan army as a strategic advisor. This must be his doing. Time flew, and dusk settled over the command campsite. A group of people slowly marched forward, their faces twisted with anger. With each step, thoughts raced through Under's mind. He was Under, the future heir of the Gagner family. He reminded himself that he was currently leading a fierce fighting unit, taking the captain's place while he was away. Seeing Under acting strangely made Ellie, who was behind him, worry. Is he okay? Maybe it is time to pause the fight with Zem. Under coldly voiced his opinion. But who would satisfy that bloodthirsty urge of his? If left unchecked, he would turn our side into a slaughterhouse. Even though his face was swollen, Under did not care much. He clenched his fists, determined to achieve his own victory, especially against Zem. I might act like I am about to die, but I can see myself improving day by day, as if crossing a life and death threshold every day and growing stronger from it. As soon as he said those words, the eyes behind him nodded in agreement. I hate to admit it, but it is helpful for me. The scene shifted to inside the tent, where three troublemakers were each minding their own business, completely oblivious to anything going on. Luckily, the three members were too busy with their own things to stir up more trouble. But the problem was, as Andrew approached, an angry voice rang out. Are you independent or just insane? Wake up. This man was still picking a fight with Zem, unable to see that everyone was fighting for their lives. Do you think war is a joke? Seeing this man raise his voice made Andrew doubt his own eyes. Is that guy really the new captain here? Does he want to die or something? No longer able to stand by, Andrew quickly stepped in to shield Zem, explaining, our independent unit only takes orders from the direct commander. These words only fueled the man's anger, and he pointed a finger directly at Under, cursing him out. So you guys just pride yourselves on being lazy. If I saw your guts, maybe I would feel better. Just as he finished speaking, Zem slowly stood up, exuding an incredibly intimidating aura. This left Andrew feeling somewhat helpless. We need to save this innocent captain quickly. He rushed over and grabbed the collar of the angry man, saying, if there is an issue, fight me. His voice echoed with rage. Whoever wins calls the shots. Dare you? Who do you think you are? Just a regular team member. In response to Andrew's words, Zem remained seated, showing no reaction at all. When he lifted his head, he saw Andrew and the others dragging the man away. Here, I will show you what is what. This made Zem sigh warily. He did not want to face the present. It was so boring. With no other choice, he turned and stepped inside the tent. Fighting was dull, and when he finally found a place to vent, some jerk had to take that away from him. The longer he stayed in this never-ending cycle, the less he wanted to face it. There was nothing fun here. As he entered his familiar tent, the chaos around him only fueled his disgust. He quickly glanced outside, sighing in frustration, thinking, maybe I should get out of here soon. On the other side, Rafna lay in bed, feeling utterly despondent and unwilling to do anything. Captain. The more he thought about it, the more he spiraled into overthinking. No news. And if he is this late, could it mean he is dead? In a corner of the room, Auden was lost in his thoughts, playing by himself. Is it time for me to go back home? If there is no reason to stay here, then I might as well enlist. Even Jackson did not want to stick around for another second right now. He stared intently at the sword in his hand, sinking deeper into his own thoughts. I am about to fulfill my enlistment requirements for the Royal Army. There is no time to waste here. Zem understood his feelings better than ever. If he does not show up today, Rafna just wanted to lie there, doing absolutely nothing. And Auden, well, his face was always so contemplative. Finally, there was Jackson. Thoughts racing, urging him to leave this place as fast as he could. I need to get out of here. The scene shifted to another side, and Ingrid quickly made her way over. As soon as he spotted Jo-ung, he smiled and nodded in greeting, but she calmly advised him to hurry back to the team. Kiss kiss. Her words left him feeling a bit confused. He swiftly passed by Captain Bun, who was engrossed in sword training, opening the tent where the team members were feeling down. Ingrid looked pensive. In note, his face turned serious as he announced to everyone. Seeing him appear, Zim looked shocked. He never expected to see him right in front of him. Captain. Before he could react, Andrew rushed in from behind. The guy was so overwhelmed he was almost in tears. Screaming. Captain. Why did you take so long? He wrapped his arms around Ingrid, spilling out all the grievances he had endured. Do you know how long I had to wait? The pain I went through. Zem could not help but laugh in surprise. Seriously. He stood up, pulling Andrew away, scolding him. What is this? How did he get to you faster than I did? Then everyone grew even more cheerful as they approached Ingrid. Teasing. You are so late. Captain. He just lightly announced to everyone. Time quickly shifted to evening at the familiar tent. Ingrid sat on the bed, observing the actions of his team members, pondering why they were pushing him to take action. Maybe to keep these guys in check. He immediately ordered them. Try following your superior's orders for once. But it seems Zem dismissed this idea entirely, saying it was up to his own discretion. This left him a bit speechless. After all, no one really listened to him anyway. Not knowing how to address them, Zem quickly stood up to announce. More importantly, this is not the issue we need to discuss right now. His face broke into a smug smile. Feeling any better? Seeing him grin like that made Ingrid focus even more as the two waited to see what would happen next. A sword came crashing down hard against the ground. Ragna watched Ingrid with eager anticipation, ready for a showdown. Hearing this, even Craze, who was sleeping, jumped up in confusion, thinking, wait, did not the captain get hurt? This also made Zem furious, stepping closer and continuously criticizing. Are you blind or something? It is always my turn to spar with the captain first, but you did not care much about that. Since when did we start worrying about the order? The big guy shouted. Do you want me to mess up your face too? While the two of them were still arguing heatedly, Auden stepped in. Come on, cool it down. Guys, this time. It seemed like Auden wanted to join the fight too. It has been a while. We should loosen up first. How about a warm-up? Zem clearly showed his displeasure. Do not meddle. Just get lost. Seeing everyone act like this made Ingrid feel a bit helpless. Guys, stop stirring things up. Grace finally spoke up, letting out a sigh of relief. Right. Keep them in check. Captain. But Ingrid confidently announced to everyone. I will fight each of you one by one. Which left Kreyas in a panic. No way. Captain. You are injured. You should not be fighting. But it seemed like he did not care much about those words. It is not a broken bone. I can still move just fine. Jackson slowly walked over to check his injury. Do not underestimate the wound. Jackson even signaled to Ingrid. Take off the bandage and let me see. Hearing that made him think. He thought, yeah, I should not overdo it. But I feel like I can still swing my sword. He recalled the brutal battle he had to endure that day. Back then, he had to fight with all his strength against the woman Zelio Leza. After returning from Crossguard and that fight with Frog, he had gotten stronger. But all of this was just Ingrid building up his strength. Of course, the path of a knight is still very long. He needs to train more if he wants to be strong here, no matter how far the destination is. When Ingrid looked back at his journey, he realized something. He had already climbed a pretty high cliff. Back to reality. Ingrid's gaze was very determined. I want to show off. Show the strength I have been hunting up until now. While he was still lost in thought, Jackson quickly reminded him. Overexerting yourself could make the injury worse, but in the end, you will be the one to suffer. Ingrid heard this and laughed, nodding in understanding. This time, he stepped onto the field. And inside, there were members waiting for him. Zen calmly watched him step out into the arena, chuckling in surprise. Hearing him speak so confidently, he quickly gripped his weapon tightly, smiling as he chatted. Let us see how much you have improved. Before anyone could grasp what was happening, He charged straight at Ingrid. It was time to test him. His team immediately launched an attack. But he was not about to back down. Just as this assault came at him, it seemed he did not even flinch. In just a moment, Ingrid managed to block this attack with his sword. This also brought a refreshing feeling to Zen, a slightly different sensation. He focused intently on every move Ingrid made, his icy gaze unwavering. The kind of determination that only those who've reached a whole new level possess. The detail he displayed only fueled his intrigue further. Bring it on. Show me more. And so, the two charged at each other, ready to dive into this battle. Watching from the sidelines, Jackson noted seriously. We have only been away from the captain for a week, and yet his skills have advanced this much. Auden could not help but chuckle in surprise. I am running out of patience here. Jackna has been silent this whole time, deep in thought. Come on. Let us pick up the pace and get moving. All three were now staring at Zem, hoping fervently for him to lose. Seeing them wait for him like that made him feel a rush of excitement. Their eyes were sharp, like daggers. Who could hold back in a moment like this? Just as he was enjoying the moment, Ingrid charged at him with her sword. Time flew by in this place. After the training session ended, all the members were staring at Ingrid. Jackson, surprised, asked, "Let us hear it. How did you end up like this?" She was bandaging her hand, smiling as she explained, "It is nothing. I fought with Frog before coming here." This left Andrew speechless on the side. You call this nothing? But his curiosity could not be contained. Why was Frog there at Cross Gardner? Grise quickly chimed in to explain for Ingrid. Frog came because of the guild. I got hurt after returning from border guard, which only made him laugh with delight. So you could not take down that pesky Frog and came back like this. Meanwhile, Auden looked surprised and asked, how did the mission go? Was there a problem? Ingrid quickly updated everyone. The enemy set a trap. She went into more detail while maintaining a calm expression as if nothing had happened. A unit of hounds, a bunch of crazies, and a wizard were waiting for us there. Andrew seemed puzzled after hearing that. Hearing such a confident answer made Andahel feel a bit strange. Thinking to himself, I know I am still trying. I have been facing those maniacs non-stop. He questioned himself. Why can't I close the gap with the captain? He then complimented her. You are lucky to still be alive. Ingrid nodded in agreement. Yeah, it is true luck. Time flew by quickly that late night, and everyone had fallen into a deep sleep. Ingrid Rome lies there with Esther, deep in thought. Today's fight has taught me so much. But I can see he went easy on me because of my injured wrist. Looking at my hands, still carefully bandaged. I want to recover quickly and fight him at full strength. I want to see how far I can push this team with my current level. While she is still lost in thought, Zem suddenly nudges her from the side. From now on, do not let yourself lose to guys like Frog anymore. Even Ragna chimes in. There is still so much to learn. Auden silently agrees with a serious nod. The only answer is to train. Captain. Turns out everyone in the room has not gone to sleep yet. I see my own flaws, understanding everyone's feelings. Ingrid nods in agreement. Next time, I will. Zem chuckles as usual. Mocking her. Look at you. Getting all confident. Some time later, everyone drifts off to sleep, just like usual. Ingrid gradually falls into a deep slumber, unaware of what is happening around her. Just as she is about to drift off, Zem whispers in her ear, when your hand heals, let us have a proper match. He does not forget to remind her. I have to break that bad habit of yours. Discussing an endless cycle. Jackson sighs and adds to the conversation. There are many ways to use your senses. Ingrid sighs back. All right. When my hand heals. Esther seems irritated by the noise from earlier. Hearing this, the room falls silent. No one says a word. Suddenly, Zem breaks the silence again. Honestly, Frog is nothing. His words wake both Esther and Ingrid up. The more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets, sitting up to voice his thoughts. You just need a beatdown like that. Just like that. And boom. Keep recovering. I will turn myself into a frog-slaying machine from the ground up. Not just him. Even Ragna chimes in. It is time to master some other basic moves besides just attacking with the sword. Auden sits up, speaking to both of them. Even if your right hand is resting, do not neglect the isolation technique against the enemy. Bro. Jackson widened his eyes and voiced his opinion. Never let your guard down. A series of their actions left Ingrid speechless. Like, are not you guys going to sleep or what? Hearing this, everyone quickly lay down under their beds. Zem turned his head to look the other way and said, I am sleeping here. A peaceful slumber passed swiftly, and a new day was about to begin. Time rolled on to the next morning. As the sunlight streamed in, Ingrid woke up from a long sleep. Surprised, he thought, did I oversleep? He turned his head around to look. It has been a while since I woke up at this hour. Seeing Esther still sound asleep made him chuckle. Looks like someone else is sleeping in too. Ah, Esther. When he stepped outside, Grace seemed surprised and asked, "You are awake?" He continued to look around, wondering if all the team members had already gone to the front lines. This place seemed deserted, with no soldiers left, which surprised him. All the combat-ready soldiers had gone to the front lines. Only the logistics team and a security squad were left here, so he focused on training his strength. The injury to his arm made it tough for Ingrid to practice. It felt worse after yesterday's fight. Senza. I really overdid it this time, but this did not deter him. He was determined to push through. When he saw their motivation to fight, he could not just sit back. Now that I think about it, I want to wield a sword again. While he was lost in thought, Ingrid spotted his sword, gripping the sword in his hand. He had his own thoughts usually. A longsword should be held with both hands. But if I have enough strength, one hand is enough. I used to swing the longsword with just my right hand. He continued to practice fighting with his sword, using his other hand. But since he was not used to training with his left, it proved to be quite challenging. Clumsy, to say the least. Swinging the sword poorly, as if it were his first time holding one. But this only made him more excited about what he would learn. To revisit everything he had learned so far, there is no better time than now. In the training ground, Ingrid seriously executed all the moves with one hand. Starting over was not easy, thanks to isolation techniques. I do not quite understand the strength yet. He quickly used his non-dominant hand to practice swordplay repeatedly to prove he was not useless. Watching him train so intensely left Venzins beside him utterly bewildered. He muttered about being injured, so what the heck is going on here? Seeing him show up made Ingrid turn his head in surprise. Captain Venzins. Did not you go to the front lines? He calmly explained. Our team was assigned to defend the camp. Hearing this, he did not ask more and continued his training. He felt a bit of pain looking at his practicing arm. The string was frayed. Both the sword and its wielder were battered. Seeing this, Venzins immediately walked over to him and said, "Give it here. How do you plan to wrap it with one hand?" Watching him focus on fixing Ingrid's sword made him a bit emotional. He used to growl at me, and now he is being so friendly. Remembering the old Venzins made Ingrid wonder why he used to be such a jerk. This time, he directly asked, "Why do you hate me? Say it again." Upon hearing this, Venzins quickly glanced in his direction. After a moment of thought, he slowly replied, "Jenny. That name is a bit confusing to Ingrid. Try to remember who this strange person is. Who could it be?" Venzins was furious, shouting, "You idiot. Jenny the herbalist. That is her." Just looking at Ingrid's face was enough to see he had no clue who this unfamiliar name belonged to. This only made him angrier. He quickly pressed his sword against Ingrid. "Forget it. I am done talking to you." Venzin stormed off, but he seemed a little sulky about it. Ingrid sighed and informed him, "I do not even care." This left him momentarily speechless. Calmly, he closed his eyes and explained, "Jenny liked me. After all, I just remembered the girl named Jenny you mentioned. The image that appeared was of a gentle and sweet girl, stirring some memories. Jenny used to have an herbal shop here at the border patrol station. Her herbs were very effective, so I often visited many times." Jenny had approached Ingrid, always ignoring Venzins. Maybe she was secretly interested in me over time. Perhaps that really broke his heart. It turns out Venzins also had a crush on Jenny. Back in reality, Ingrid finally realized. I cared more about the herbs than I did about Jenny. Venzins had to silently nod in agreement. You have always been more serious with your sword than with women. Although he had his own thoughts. If he had to say it, it was a feeling of inferiority. This made him feel a bit helpless as he looked closely at Ingrid's handsome face. Jenny did not even glance at him. Yet she was infatuated with that face. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. That lucky bastard. Unable to bear Ingrid's handsome face, Venzins quickly turned and walked away. "Just make sure to handle your sword carefully. I have work to do." This also surprised Ingrid quite a bit. That guy had mood swings 5 times a minute. Without much time to ponder, he sighed deeply. After all, he really is a weirdo. Time quickly shifted back to the tent where Ingrid and his teammates were resting. Inside the tent, only Esther remained. Stretching and waking up, seeing her sleeping in so late made Ingrid a little worried. "You look strange today. Esther. Are you feeling unwell?" She shot him a cold, angry glance. Of course, thinking that Ingrid was depriving himself of rest only left her feeling helpless. Unsure of what to say. She was already injured and still had to train. I tried to use magic to ease the burden on her, but I overdid it. It seems I won't be able to use magic for a while. Sensing Esther's mood, Ingrid gently encouraged her. "Anyway, We will have time to rest when we are stationed in the back. So you should take a break. He then stepped outside the tent, looking for something new to discover. The scene shifts to another side outside, where two guards are slowly noticing something unusual in the river. Their curiosity piqued. They quickly approach to see what is going on. Suddenly, the water ripples, leaving them puzzled. This time, they exchange quick glances and discuss what is happening. Just now, there was a chalk at the riverbank. Something's there. Just as one guard finishes his sentence, a bullet shoots up from the water, ending the life of this poor guard. Hearing strange noises from outside, Ingrid jumps to action. Startled, realizing the situation is dire, Venzins rushes forward with his soldiers, signaling that the enemy is attacking. We must defend the camp. We can't let them steal our supplies. Ingrid and Esther hurry outside to confront. Where's the enemy? But the moment Kreis sees him, perhaps out of worry, he shouts at him. What can an injured person do? Captain. Get inside. Beneath the water, a mysterious man quickly appears. Meanwhile, Kreis is still trying to stop Ingrid from stepping outside. Seeing the man in front of him feels oddly familiar, causing him to gasp in surprise. He never thought he would see him here again. Below the water, soldiers with strange gazes keep surfacing. They all seem to share a common goal. Stepping onto the shore behind Meat. Seeing him appear, Ingrid's face shows immense shock. Meat hurried. Meat also notices his presence here. It seems like another battle between the two is about to ignite. Spotting Ingrid right in front of him, Meat suppresses his anger deep inside. The gods have answered my prayers. I wish to see you again. Ingrid. He tries to keep himself calm while facing him. So you still remember my name. Remembering everything that happened in the past only fuels his rage to the point of being speechless. Thanks to humanity, I have realized my own arrogance and awakened to a new level. He grips his sword tightly, shouting loudly, I have wanted to end this myself. Ingrid quickly informs all his teammates behind. Christ. Esther. Protect them. Mitt swings his sword straight at Ingrid, who refuses to back down and immediately fights back. Their blades clash, creating a deafening scream. But Mitt's strength is so overwhelming that it forces him to stumble back. The pain radiating from his wrist leaves him feeling helpless. Mitt senses something's off. Injured. He sighs, raising his sword towards him, determined to finish everything. What a bummer. Just as he aims to take Ingrid's life, another sword suddenly intervenes in the fight. Luckily, Venzins has used all his strength to attack him just in time. Charging forward with his sword, Venzins loudly warns. And Crest, run. Knowing he is no match for Might, Ingrid becomes extremely anxious. Venzins. Step back. He is not someone you can handle. But it is already too late. He swiftly used his sword to take Venzins' life. In an instant, he was killed, leaving Ingrid frozen in shock, never imagining this would happen. Even Venzins' head flew forward right in front of everyone's eyes. Ingrid tried to keep calm, but Venzins' head dropped heavily to the ground. Desperation filled his gaze as he witnessed this horrific scene. Clearly, Mid did not care about what happened. He coldly announced, leave the metal behind. Esther could not take it anymore and charged straight at him. Behind them, Kreis realized their opponent was no pushover, and he quickly yelled, Esther, stop. Turn back. Seeing their direction, Ingrid instantly panicked, realizing the danger ahead. No. If they go that way, Esther was still rushing toward Mid to avenge Venzins. But she might have underestimated his strength, as he was able to stab her right in the stomach. This made Ingrid extremely fearful, rushing forward. But it seemed like it was all too late. Mid now targeted Kreis, leaving him no time to react. Ingrid's gaze slowly reached out in a desperate attempt to stop everything. A scene he never wanted to witness had finally appeared. Kreis was brutally stabbed to death by Mid. Losing two friends in an instant left him in utter despair. Yet he felt powerless to do anything. Mid clearly was not going to let Ingrid off easy, charging straight at him with a fierce attack. How tragic. If only your wrist was intact, I could show you just how strong I have become. Blood splattered forward as the unwanted scene continued to unfold. A terrifying image emerged as Mid once again took Ingrid's head. The scene shifted to the makeshift camp, where everyone was stationed. Esther sleeps soundly, completely oblivious to what is happening. Ingrid gently strokes her, feeling helpless and blaming herself for being unable to do anything. You look a bit desperate staring at your injured hands. Just because of a wrist injury, you have become useless. Moments later, you step outside to ponder, and Kreis looks at you in surprise. The captain's up, but you remain helplessly sitting there. No teammates needing your help. You have trained so hard. But it all seems pointless before the afternoon, when the hounds will attack the camp. Ingrid is not bringing her current strength to the table. She is only spending time on training. Even your sword is drenched in sweat. But you do not care. Ingrid can only remember the taunts from her enemies back then. For that loved one. Those bugs die trying to save someone. Ingrid's sweat drips to the ground as she trains relentlessly. But she is not concerned about that. All she cares about is the lives of everyone around her. While Ingrid is still focused on training, Venzins quickly approaches to ask her a question. With her right hand injured, are you swinging with your left now? He is a bit curious, mixed with a hint of worry. Any progress? But you remain remarkably calm. Quickly replying, if there is none, I will make it happen. Ingrid's gaze is filled with determination as she stares ahead. Everyone, I will protect you. Her odd attitude leaves Venzins feeling puzzled. This time, Ingrid gets straight to the point, apologizing for the situation with Jenny, which surprises him a bit. You know, Venzins scratches his head, quickly explaining. Forget it. It was not intentional. He even tries to cheer him up with some words he thought of. Cheer up. There are plenty of women out there who do not care about looks. However, this concern only angers Venzins more. He tries not to punch you a few times. You jerk. And just like that, his angry voice rises. You keep boasting about your looks and acting all high and mighty, making you chuckle. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts dramatically. All the soldiers on guard rush forward to report. The enemy is attacking. We are under attack. Defend the camp. Only Ingrid had anticipated all of this. She slowly takes her sword and steps forward. Just like before, Mick and his troops emerge from the water, and she easily realizes one thing. I can say that Mick Hurrison is incredibly strong. Even now, Mick has his sword ready for action. He is beyond the elite level. And now that they have met again, he is even more cautious. Ingrid carefully used his sword to block the attack from the guy. The sheer strength of this opponent was extremely dangerous, forcing him to put all his effort into this careful defense. Because the guy's power was overwhelming, Ingrid quickly fell back, thinking to himself that he could not use both hands, and his strength was no match for Mick's. While he was still pondering, Mick seized the moment and charged forward with his sword. Luckily, Ingrid reacted just in time, raising his sword to block the attack. But Mick's superior swordsmanship swept him along. In a careless moment, he unfortunately let Mick's sword graze his neck, blood gushing out. Feeling the pain, Ingrid quickly clutched his neck and fell to the ground. This made Mick realize something was off. What is wrong with his right hand? He gasped, extending his arm forward. Injured now. This made Mick feel a bit regretful. But he still raised his sword high. What a shame. I wanted to defeat you with all my strength. This time, he aimed straight for Ingrid's stomach, wanting to end his life. Farewell. Ingrid lay there in the hospital, completely motionless, as he had his own plans running through his mind. No matter how strong Mick got, he only had one thing he could do. Once again, Ingrid focused on the sword right in front of him. With his left hand, he tried out different techniques, repeatedly practicing grips, swings, footwork, slashes, and thrusts. Without even needing his right hand, he continuously trained with the sword, learning various skills, everything he picked up from his childhood village instructor, the techniques he learned from sparring, and even the fundamentals of other sword styles. His eyes were filled with determination as he brought the sword down hard. Knowing there was nothing he did not understand, he would not lose his way. This time was no different. Mick reappeared before everyone once again. Ingrid made an effort to continuously take down the guy with his sword. Realizing something crucial, it was the path he had to take with his right hand. The slashes appeared in the air decisively. Once again, Ingrid trained with his left hand as usual. The only downside was that Mick was still the one wielding the sword, striking him down, forcing Ingrid to say goodbye to life once more. But he never gave up, which was precisely what made him stronger and allowed him to progress quickly. Yet many times he had taken down this guy with just one effortless slash. He panted after his exhausting training sessions, thoughts swirling in his head. Even after 40 days, his technique still felt off. Well, was he not used to it yet? Ingrid was still pushing himself to the limit, and all of this was witnessed by Venzins. He pondered after witnessing this scene. After a long moment of deliberation, Venzins quickly called out, "Hey, Ingrid, want to compare skills?" Hearing this, Ingrid felt a bit puzzled. Compared to Venz, this had never happened before. What kind of wind would blow today? But his gaze was serious, waiting for the answer from him. Seeing his serious face surprised him a bit. Is he for real? Ingrid lowered his sword to the ground and nodded in agreement. There was no reason to back down from a challenge, and so, the battle between the two was about to begin. Kicking things off, Venzins rushed forward, shouting loudly, I am coming in. His strength was no joke as he pressed down hard on him. The sheer force made him think, this guy is the captain after all. And with that kind of power, it is going to be tough to hold my ground using just my left hand. The two continued to clash fiercely, with Venzins clearly eager for this match. Their footfalls grew more solid as they unleashed their power against the ground beneath them. With just a few basic moves, Ingrid quickly sent Venzins flying, causing him to cry out in pain. He sighed and declared, looks like I win, which left Venzins feeling utterly defeated. Damn it, he muttered. And you only used your left hand, Ingrid calmly explained. I have been practicing my left for a while now, feeling a little surprised. Ingrid asked, why did you suddenly want to challenge me? Venzins' face turned thoughtful, and after a moment, he replied, I do not know. Seeing you just gets my blood pumping, he sighed and explained. I am just practicing the basics. But Venzins remained there, looking confused. Well, yeah. This time he looked at his scarred hands and shared his thoughts. You remind me of the first time I held a sword, that burning desire. The thrill of just swinging it. At this point, Venzins subtly glanced at Ingrid, feeling a bit puzzled. Your sword, it is strange. This intrigued Ingrid. What do you mean? Venzins, maintaining a calm demeanor, ventured a guess. How do I put it? It feels like a dead sword. Clearly, Ingrid still did not grasp what he was saying. A dead sword. Venzins seemed uncertain about how to explain further. I know it sounds confusing. What I mean is, Ingrid stood there, deep in thought. A dead sword. What does he mean by that? He wondered to himself. Am I lacking the power to swing the sword? Seeing him deep in thought, Venzins called out from behind. Hey. I am still talking here. Are you listening? After pondering these questions, it seemed he realized he had missed something important. He looked at his injured right arm, thinking, I have been trying to follow the path of my right hand. Right. I have been blindly copying it. Staring at the dummy in front of him, Ingrid sensed a bigger issue. His left and right hands never felt the same from the start. He raised his sword along a new trajectory, thinking, I need to find a path that fits my left hand. This time he swung the sword down hard at the dummy, just as he had anticipated. This time he easily struck the dummy down. It took until now for Ingrid to realize his initial mistake. A straight line, from the sound of the wind to the sword's path. It was completely different. A smile of joy spread across his lips. This time, he glanced over at Venzins, still sitting there, and said, Thank you. The corners of your mouth curl up, excited to see what happens next. Thanks to you, I have found the key to using my left hand. Ingrid glances at her still uninjured left arm, realizing that regularly using her left hand is the secret to mastering it. This time, you have decided to eat using your left hand, starting with a shift in your daily habits. Chris looks surprised. Wait, you usually eat with your left hand, Ingrid quickly explains. My right hand is injured, and not using it for a while will help it heal better. Chris seems skeptical. Really? Isn't that a bit much? Ingrid's left hand is such a mess that she spills food all over Esther, making her furious. You are unfazed, lost in thought about what you will do next. Eat. Change. Practice everything with your left hand. Ingrid plants her sword firmly into the ground after a long time of grueling practice. You are utterly exhausted, pushing yourself to get even better. You quickly roll up your sleeves to check your progress. Suddenly, you recall the stealth skill Zem once mentioned to you. It is all about technique, using the sensations in your hand to throw a knife. Ingrid attempts to train this skill Zem taught you. Just as you give it a shot, the small knife shoots out of the ground. Hidden. You rush over to pick up the little knife from the ground, confident that the technique you learned from Torres will work, and Ingrid has been counting down the days. 50 days today. Just like before, Venzins quickly approaches, proposing, Hey, Ingrid, want to spar with me? And, as usual, he ends up getting knocked back by Ingrid. This leaves him utterly stunned, unable to believe how well you are fighting with just your left hand. The way you wield your sword is, Even though Ingrid has defeated Venzins countless times, she still is not satisfied. The cycle continues, repeating itself. Venzins charges at Ingrid with his sword. I am coming in. You can easily parry his attack with a casual flare, and time passes 60 rounds in total. Your gaze hardens as you embrace your current strength, hitting 70 rounds. Each day, you become more skilled, easily sending Venzins flying backward 80 rounds. Seems Ingrid is getting more comfortable using her left hand. She even managed to learn the hidden knife skill Zem taught her without needing to make many moves. You can now launch the small knife hidden in your sleeve. This time, the knife knocks Venzins' sword out of his hand, leaving him stunned. And just like that, he still can't manage to throw the hidden knife from his sleeve. As usual, he once again falls short against Ingrid's victory. He mutters his usual line. Seriously? You are this good with just your left hand. Despite his frustration, he can't do anything else. Feeling a bit perplexed, Ingrid looks up at him, surprised by his serious expression. But it seems vengeance has been affected by your determination. Once I return from the battlefield, I guess I will need to work twice as hard as I am now. Seeing his strange reaction makes Ingrid a bit happy. No one calls her a useless sword anymore. You quickly turn away, reminding him, yeah, just keep trying. One day Jenny will lose to you. No surprise. Vengeance was fuming at those words. What a punk. He keeps shouting at you. It is not about skill. It is all about this face. You know that, right? Come back here. I will wipe the floor with you. This makes you find him a bit amusing. He always reacts like this, so entertaining. But you have got your own thoughts brewing. You need to make him confess to Jenny with a new plan set in your mind. And to do that, you can die here. Back to a familiar spot. Ingrid stands by the river, waiting for his opponent to show up. A gentle breeze blows by as you are deep in thought, oblivious to everything else. What is talent? It can just be summed up in one word. You recall the grueling training you went through to gain the strength you have now. Physical skills are one thing. You even relentlessly practiced with the sword in despair when you were just a weak kid. But the ability to forget everything and focus on what needs to be done is also part of talent. One thing that never changes is the look in Ingrid's eyes when he is heading towards his goal. Stronger than ever, you do not care about everyone's stares and just train like a madman. Even on the toughest days, you never back down, and that memory slowly fades as you fall to the ground. But now, Ingrid grips his current sword tightly in his hand, pulling it out. It feels like he is transformed into a different person. He is finally sensing his talent for the first time in his life. Holding the sword in his left hand, Ingrid has become incredibly determined. His mind racing with thoughts of his own, training with his left hand daily, bit by bit, after just 101 days. He is as proficient as if he would been using it for 30 years. His gaze remains as resolute as it was on the first day of training. Today marks the 112th time, facing a familiar opponent as Mid shows up with his minions. Mid's eyes are cold, but now Ingrid is ready to confront him. He will break through that wall. Spotting Mid, Vengeance quickly yells a warning to everyone. Stay strong. Push back the enemy. Grease, as usual, quickly picks up Esther and rushes in, cursing. While the injured are still fighting, get back here, Captain. But Ingrid is ready for the next battle. Seeing Ingrid has also arrived, Mid slowly draws his sword, saying, we should thank the gods. I have been waiting to see you again. Ingrid, you nod in understanding. Me too. Mintek Huri. Mid's eyes fixate on you as he steps forward. The one who made him reevaluate himself when he was lost. It seems Grise has no idea that Ingrid is not the same as he used to be. Grise even boldly declares, I will use everything to take you down, and from that, I will become even stronger. You maintain your composed demeanor. Sorry for saying this. Suddenly, you recall the moment Mid attacked your neck with his sword, and you think, I have seen all your power. Your gaze grows cold as you await the next battle to unfold. After hundreds of encounters today, you realize Ingrid charges straight at Mid while Grise is distracted. I can take you down in a sword fight. Sensing trouble, Grise quickly raises his sword to defend himself. Luckily, Grise managed to react in time, saving his own life. Mid's overwhelming strength pushed Grise back, leaving him unable to respond. Ingrid unleashed her overpowering strength, pinning G down in an instant. Realizing the danger he was in, G had no choice but to use an extra hand to push back, but it seemed like this was futile against Ingrid's power. Even if he died, Mid could not have predicted this turn of events. Jua thrust his hands forward, trying to move, but it felt like all his efforts were in vain. Sensing the situation was going south, Mid resorted to a dirty trick, kicking Ingrid straight in the gut. This unexpected move caught Ji off guard, forcing him to instinctively step back. At the same time, Ju's sword fell hard to the ground. He was so angry that he bit down on his thick lip, cursing that jerk for playing dirty. Ingrid, seeing a chance to take Jia's life, felt a tinge of regret. Today, he wanted to prove himself through his swordsmanship. I want that too. But no worries. He stared ahead, seemingly preparing to make a decision. Realizing that staying longer today would not help his left-hand skills develop any further. Seeing Mid still clutching his painfully injured arm, he recognized that this battle had become easier. Fighting Mintek was fun, but today he had to push through. After a moment of silence, Mid slowly asked, so that is how that guy plays it. It won't work on me. Ju walked over to pick up his sword, His face remained as cold as ever. This time, he seemed to be fighting with his left hand, balancing both hands. This plan also pleased Increase, who raised his sword high, saying, "Yeah, today I am in his mind." He had his own strategies while looking at his sword, preparing to strike and defeat him for tomorrow, but not relying on sword techniques. He sighed, feeling a bit regretful about this plan. It was truly desperate, meant to be used only as a last resort. But looking at his opponent and recalling all the chaos he had caused, Increase grew even angrier. Recalling the secret techniques of the hired sword style, he could not waste any more time. Immediately, he gripped his sword and charged forward. To Meat's surprise, he hurled his sword straight at him. Clearly, Jia did not see that coming, and just like that, his sword flew out of his hand. He would never have guessed this turn of events. Before he knew it, Increase landed a solid punch right on him. His gaze turned icy as he faced off against his opponent in this bare-knuckle brawl. Increase's decisive punch flew straight toward Meat. Luckily, he managed to dodge to the side. Otherwise, that punch would have sent him straight to meet his ancestors. Watching Increase relentlessly attack without mercy only fueled his anger, prompting him to charge forward. But it was clear that he was no match for Increase now. The relentless blows kept raining down on him as he desperately tried to survive. Feeling it still was not enough, Increase pressed down hard on Meat, driving him into the ground. Your legs quickly closed in on his sword-wielding arm from below, clawing for victory. Your face had turned utterly terrifying as you slowly raised a fist. With that, your powerful, decisive punch slammed straight into Meat's face, leaving him completely unable to respond. Using every trick in the book to win, Meat was still reeling from that last hit, and you lifted your fist again. Your gaze had become intensely frightening. In front of everyone, you brought your fist down again. This is the cost of battle. Meat's eyes widened in fear as he saw your next punch coming. This time, he relentlessly kicked at your body, hoping to turn the tide. Just as he predicted, you were caught off guard and fell hard to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Meat immediately charged at you with his sword raised, yelling to take things seriously. He had his sword ready, poised to strike. That last punch had infuriated Meat to the boiling point. He swung his sword down toward your head, prepared to strike hard. In an instant, you countered that attack in the blink of an eye. Your speed shocked him, leaving him stunned. There was a day when Meat actually missed. He glanced at the armor you had prepared. Your face was calm, even exuding an air of authority, declaring, "I am dead serious." Without even picking up the sword to fight, you simply raised your fist again. Little did he know you had a small knife hidden under your arm, and you struck past Meat's face. He did not realize that the previous fight had already left one of his eyes severely injured. His blood dripped from your hand onto the ground below. Feeling pain spreading through his body, Meat could not help but cry out in despair, perhaps mixed with a hint of hatred. The wound just kept getting worse under your shoulder, reminding you of the pain seeping from your own body. After the fight, both sides were gradually succumbing to pain and exhaustion. Blood from your body sprayed into the air, but you remained focused solely on your opponent. From my wrist to my shoulder, if this keeps up, I will lose. With one eye gone, my ability to gauge distance is shot. Even after losing an eye, Meat seemed to still have enough strength to keep fighting. You quickly regained your composure, firing arrows at him. It is time to finish this. Seeing those arrows flying at terrifying speed, he quickly used his sword to dodge. What a loser. While he was distracted, another arrow struck hard into Meat's hand, a shocking defeat. Seizing the moment, you charged straight at him, ready to deliver a decisive blow. Once again, you pinned Meat to the ground. This time, he could not react at all. Before the eyes of everyone, his sword was sent flying to the side. After a series of attacks from you, Meat was left filled with intense hatred. No matter how much he hated, he could not do anything at all. This time, you had him locked down. A loud crash echoed as Increase completely shattered his leg. Meat, for the first time, felt that desperate fear, screaming and begging in utter helplessness. He could not just sit around waiting for his own death, so he struggled to fight back with his leg. Unfortunately, the more he struggled, the more useless it became. Increase continued to grip his other leg tightly. After enduring a series of brutal tortures, Meat's unprecedented despair began to show. Now, he was drowning in a sea of deep sorrow and rage. Seeing Meat's desperation to the point of wanting to die made the soldiers around him extremely anxious, especially the captain. This battle had drained too much of Meat's energy, and he recalled a saying the hero once told him: "Geniuses do not need to struggle." Even though he had innate talent, he ultimately let himself rot in indifference. Meat Horierson have changed since that last battlefield. Even though my body is covered in wounds, I never cared. This realization jolted me upright in my bed. Remembering everything made him ponder. And in that moment, Meat's eyes shone with determination. He dove headfirst into a frenzied training regimen to become stronger, even setting clear goals in his mind. I never left the training ground and kept sharpening my sword. And then, what was destined to happen finally happened. With my efforts blending talent, my sword finally shone bright. But now, Meat still lay motionless on the battlefield, not moving an inch. Just thinking about everything that happened made him even more desperate, to the point of trembling. Why did this happen to me? Meat looked up at the opponent right in front of him. Teacher Ingrid stood there as if nothing had happened. He quickly called out, hearing his name. The boy slowly turned his head back. Looking confused, the image of Meat wielding his sword quickly emerged against that hopeless wall. He stood before Ingrid, utterly disdainful, the enemy helping him realize the truth. Remembering everything that had happened, Meat struggled to stand and intended to say something more. I never wanted a fight like this. The image of crumbling brick walls appeared before his efforts. Now, he could only helplessly raise his trembling hands forward. I just want to. No matter how hard Meat tried, the wall he built had completely collapsed. His eyes burned with resentment. Even though he was down to one side, he shouted loudly, a real fight with a person. In response to this overreaction, Ingrid calmly held the sword in his hand. Meat Churiel. He quickly raised his sword towards him. This is the battlefield. Meat knew that his life was nearing its end. Just like that, Ingrid used his sword to end Meat's life. Mother had caused so much turmoil. The sword pierced through his head in an instant. Blood sprayed into the air, even splattering Ingrid's face. But he did not think much about it. This time, he saw Miet's soldiers rushing forward, weapons in hand. Their faces were filled with desperation, perhaps witnessing the fall of someone they respected right before their eyes. Captain. Just as chaos began to unravel, Vesens's voice rang out. Fire. He ordered his troops to shoot straight at the approaching enemies invading their territory. Take them all down. Just like that, the uninvited soldiers were met with a hail of bullets and quickly fell. Ingrid remained silent, standing in the midst of the fierce battle. It seemed he had become lost in deep thought. This time, the image in his mind was like a stone finally sinking below the water's surface. He stood there, unresponsive, his eyes gradually widened, staring ahead. After all the struggle, Ingrid had finally taken down his arch-nemesis. It is so thrilling. Ryerson. Slowly, Ingrid stepped through the crumbled wall. Still, his eyes were filled with determination, refusing to give up on anything. I will walk over you and climb even higher. The scene shifted to the barracks where everyone was stationed. Grice's voice echoed. If this place falls, the situation could get much worse. He became extremely anxious, continuously bandaging Ingrid's wounds. The main unit knew this area was dangerous, so they sent archers. That is how we survived. While the two were still talking, Venzens rushed into the hut. Survived thanks to you stalling for time. This time, he immediately handed Ingrid a sword, grabbing his attention. This is your sword, right? Before leaving, Venzens did not forget to remind Ingrid. How could you leave your sword lying around like that? You should take better care of it. Hearing this made Grace feel quite confused. Did not I pick it up? Ingrid silently looked at the sword Venzens had just handed him, neatly placed on the bed. He gently gazed at the sword before him and informed both of them. This one belongs to Mithria, the sword of the enemy I just fought. This left Venzens utterly surprised. Not bad at all. Grice quickly glanced at the sword. Let me examine it closely. After observing the large sword in hand, Grice quickly analyzed. As the light hit it, a faint blue glow appeared, almost like it was made from night-forged iron. Ingrid felt puzzled upon hearing this. Speaking of which, Grice smirked and winked at Ingrid. That is a famous ore from Aspen. Definitely worth a lot more than Valerie's steel or the iron the captain usually uses. If you plan to sell it then. Remembering something, Ingrid immediately turned to Venzens. Venzens, are you heading to the front lines? This also made Grace feel quite disappointed. Am I being ignored here? Venzens nodded in agreement. What is it? You planning to go too? Ingrid slowly stepped outside. I can't leave the team hanging for too long. Seeing him hold that sword left Grace puzzled. Are you planning to switch swords? Venzens, right beside him, quickly added. No matter how good the sword is, it can't compare to the one I am used to. You keep coming back to grab Grice's sword and explain. But why stick to just one? Ingrid's face lit up, smugly announcing to both of them. Can I use both? Time flew. And soon all the soldiers were gathering to head back to camp. As Zim walked back to his quarters, he was filled with excitement, thinking, our captain is about to level up. On the long road, he was so lost in his thoughts that he did not notice anything around him. I never thought I could be so captivated by a mainlander in my life. A person like our captain deserves it. With that thought, He burst into a delighted laugh, eager to master the technique born from the heart of beast revenge. On this side, Auden seemed incredibly eager for Ingrid's recovery after the muscle training. Now it was time for the next step. When adjusting your posture, your body will change too. That is how you train your body to withstand locks and tricky attacks. He walked while lost in his musings, thinking, if I try to do everything at once, my body won't hold up, Captain. We will take it one step at a time. Oh my. Both of them shared the same thought as they walked. But unfortunately, they quickly bumped into each other. This left Zem rubbing his head in frustration. While Auden was still trying to figure out what just happened, no need to say, Zem was fuming over the previous incident. Hey, Giant, are your feet glued to the ground? Move. But Auden was not backing down either. Firing back. Looks like our buddy still needs a bit more growing up. Before anything else, both sides dove into battle. Let me bring your gaze down with my axe. Just seconds away from clashing, Ragna suddenly appeared like a swan between them. Seeing this, both had to back off but did not forget to argue. Dude, do you really think you can just slash through here, because you are lazy? You are just making a mess. Ragna was at a loss at this scene. He sighed, pondering, training to the point where the sword feels like a part of me. Ignoring his two brothers, he continued walking, deep in thought. Not just to master his swordplay, but to make the tip of the blade feel like a part of himself. But first, he needed some sleep. Not just the three of them were thinking about increase. Even Jackson, as he walked, was lost in his own thoughts, realizing it would be better if he adjusted his stance. He seemed oblivious to everything around him, focused solely on his thoughts, not needing to tread lightly like an assassin. But if he could move smoothly with minimal effort, it would definitely be a huge advantage. That was also what gave him a massive headache. But did it really have to be him who voiced the suggestions? What a hassle. While Jackson was still lost in thought, Aldine turned back to remind Ragna. Hey, that path is wrong. Zem quickly grabbed Ragna, exclaiming, whoa, he is charging straight at the enemy again. What a lunatic. But clearly, Ragna was not ready to let this slide. At least I am more sane than he is. Which only added to Zem's irritation. Oh really? You want to pick a fight? The two quickly fell into an argument. Are we dealing with crazy people again? Break it up, or you will get hurt. Watching these guys bicker over such ridiculous reasons, Jackson had a plan forming in his mind. He could not let the captain turn into one of those fools. He would have to set him straight himself. In front of the group, Jo Young was scouting ahead, realizing things were going south. She quickly signaled for everyone to stop. This time, she found herself staring at two strange soldiers kneeling before her. The sight left Jo Young momentarily stunned. The strange soldier slammed his hand against his chest and boasted loudly, I am Lo, a soldier of the Aspen Duchy. Is there no one brave enough to face me in combat? Seeing him act like such a punk, Jo Young could not help but look down on him. Here we go again. Aspen's has dirty games trying to showcase their strength through one-on-one duels. She continued to observe as her troops remained focused behind her. It was not a good look, but with casualties piling up like this, the morale of her men was clearly wavering. If she ignored it, they would say she was scared to fight and ran away. Fighting back was definitely a better choice. While Jo Young was still lost in her thoughts, Lowell cut in again, mocking. A commander would not dare show their face. Right, they burst into laughter, clearly enjoying themselves. Come on. Are they really lowering themselves this much? This left her feeling uncertain about what to do next. But in this situation, if she stepped in, it would be pretty awkward. If she crushed them in a duel, the tide would turn. Suddenly, she recalled Chris' advice back then. If you want to send someone out, just use those crazy guys. With the captain around, they would probably behave for a bit. With that thought, Jo Young immediately glanced at Ingrid's lackeys. Seeing the two sides still arguing, she finally spoke up. Do you want to handle this? This caught him off guard. Zem quickly glanced at the troublemakers standing off to the side. Lowell looked down on Zem's imposing figure, sneering. What is this? Just a crude savage. His words successfully provoked Zem, who pushed Zepna aside and nodded in agreement. All right then. Let us make this entertaining. With that, Zem stepped up to the three of them. Lowell did not forget to taunt. Look at that. They sent a savage because they had no one else. As soon as he finished that line, Zem landed a perfect kick, sending Lowell's head soaring like a balloon, splattering blood everywhere. This left the teammate next to him in shock, completely horrified. That attitude made Zem even more amused as he erupted in laughter. Who's next? The screams echoed all around, leaving the soldiers in shock. debating amongst themselves. Truly a man. But the fighting was terrifying. Even now, the remaining ones were begging desperately, pleading for mercy, telling him to stay back. This brought a hint of satisfaction to Zoe Ong regarding his recent actions. Just one master showing up, and morale skyrocketed, with cries of surrender ringing out. I give up. But it seems Zem had no intention of showing mercy to these guys, calling out for surrender. This left Zoe Ong at a loss for words. It was not just her who sensed something off about Zem. The soldiers behind her were equally at a loss for words, wondering how much longer he planned to keep this up. I have held on long enough. I can't bear to watch any longer. Realizing things were spiraling out of control, Zoe Ong slowly commanded. Stop it. The soldiers continued to take beatings from Zem, and even one stepped up to intervene, saying, I told you to stop, after taking a few punches. They grew utterly desperate, screaming like madmen. Monster. I already said I surrender. Please, spare me. Yet Zem paid no attention to their pleas and kept attacking. He even turned around, smirking mockingly. I can't hear anything. The blood of these people smeared across his face made him even more terrifying. Now, not just the enemy, but even those in Zoe Ong's ranks had become fearful, and were murmuring amongst themselves. I do not want to go to battle with that monster. I am too scared. I want to run. Seeing the current situation left Zoe Ong feeling utterly helpless. Unsure of what to say next, morale had plummeted, and they should not have sent him out there. She slowly opened her eyes, thinking of Ingrid. Of course. The only one who could handle that madness is him. At this moment, Ingrid and everyone else were getting ready to step outside and take action. Time quickly shifted to the evening at the camp, where an angry voice rang out. I told you to rest. How did you come back in such a sorry state? Jackson sighed wearily, unsure of what else to say. If you are going to battle, do not even think about fighting anymore. Sitting off to the side, quickly added, you are not fully recovered. You are just asking for trouble. While everyone was still chatting, Zoe Ong quickly pushed aside the curtain and walked in. My fiancé really has a habit of overworking himself. Seeing her arrive surprised Ingrid. Captain. She swiftly tossed him a strange vial. Take this. He looked puzzled. What is this? Glancing at the vial in his hand, Zoe Ong quickly explained. It is a healing potion. You can even buy it with a fortune. This left Jackson utterly amazed. Looks like it is even better than my ointment. Sitting to the side, chimed in. Captain. You really do care about our captain. Contrary to everyone else's attitude, Ingrid remained very serious as he directly asked. Thank you. I will use it wisely. But why are you giving me this? Zoe Ong calmly dropped some seriously confusing words, and it hit me hard. Even though we promised to walk into the future together, we have never exchanged any tokens of our bond. She did not forget to mention that nothing's happened yet. Just a tiny engagement gift. Captain. Hearing this, Ingrid was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. She quickly turned to leave, not forgetting to say goodbye. Happy to have him back, and told him to take a good rest. Just like that, the room fell into an awkward silence. To break the tension, Chris smiled and suggested, you should totally open a beauty salon with me. Ingrid shot back coldly. Get lost. The cinema owner, sitting nearby, nodded in agreement. It was genuinely captivating, which made me really confused as to why the captain kept jokingly calling me her fiancé. I sighed, not knowing what to say in this situation. I could never understand the heart of a tribe member. The story slowly unfolded, and it had been a few days since we arrived at the front lines. The scene shifting to where everyone was camped out. So far, Aspen had only sent a few reconnaissance units without launching any actual attacks. Ingrid, covered in wounds, lugged a big rock forward. Thanks to that, I had time to recover from my injuries while his face was set in determination, focusing on training his strength. Suddenly, Auden's voice rang out from behind, sounding more energetic than ever. He smiled and quickly approached to chat. Hey. How's it going, bro? Ingrid gently set the rock down on the ground and explained. Thanks to the healing potions, I am feeling a bit better now. Just hearing that answer made Auden's eyes light up. How about we train a bit then? What do you think? Seeing him so excited, she could only nod in agreement. All right then. A long time passed, and the two of them continued their training. Maybe because of his injuries, he did not have the strength to resist Auden anymore. He quickly explained. Your wrist, shoulders, and body are still pretty stiff. His face was serious as he assessed Ingrid from head to toe. You are not ready to push yourself yet, but even if I warn you, you will still jump into a fight, right? Hearing that made her laugh in surprise. As long as my body can move. He could only fall silent, unable to say anything more. Noticing something was off, he quickly glanced toward the front lines. This time, Auden called out, "Commander." Ingrid looked surprised and confused, asking, "What is wrong?" A stream of golden light appeared before her, making her feel something was off. Even this golden light surrounds the bodies of the two, creating an incredibly surreal scene. This surge of power seems to merge into both of their bodies, while they remain unaware of what is happening. In no time, Ingrid's mind was racing. Stunned by the realization that this power was divine, Auden placed his hands on Ingrid's shoulders, concentrating on something important. Surge of power flowed into Ingrid's body before he could even grasp what was happening. Once it was over, Ingrid sat up in a daze. "Audi, what just happened?" Auden gently reassured him. "Don't worry. Just do not mention this to anyone." He transferred his power to Ingrid, his hands trembling. Yet Auden still reminded him, "And you better not tell a soul. Swear to God you will keep this to yourself." After pondering for a moment, Ingrid nodded. "I swear." His master understood his intent. Auden stood up and quickly turned to leave. The mist covering the river felt like a gift from the heavens. Overwhelmed by the recent events, Ingrid was lost in thought. The divine power was a true testament to a priest's devotion, a miracle capable of healing wounds. Before him stood Auden, who seemed cold on the outside but cared deeply inside. Auden was always praying, but he never showcased his strength, which is why no one knew he was a priest from the start. On this side, Auden prayed sincerely, "Please forgive me, Lord." Seeing how much he valued his faith, Ingrid could not help but wonder. Was he bound by some doctrine that prevented him from using his power? Yet, he chose to use it for me, fully aware of the risks involved. Realizing there was much to be done, he quickly turned to leave. Thanking Auden. After he left, Auden's face revealed a storm of thoughts brewing within him. If this got out, those interrogators would come for him. He had left the church, burdened with countless chains of pain in his heart. His heart felt like it was being tightly bound by something. This had been a source of worry for him for a long time. That seal had always held back his divine power. Even though these chains were tearing him apart with unbearable pain, he could not let Ingrid suffer any longer. After thinking this through, Auden sighed about Chris. "Oh God. You are always there but never speak." Yet, after meeting the team leader, he was sure that now he had received a revelation from him. His face was incredibly serious, clearly valuing his commander. He decided to follow his heart. The scene shifted to the front lines. Spotting Increte struggling to bandage his wounds, Chris quickly approached and asked, "Do you need help with the ointment?" Increte immediately shook his head. "I can handle it." He sat there, steadily applying each type of medicine to his injuries. Lost in thought, "I am not fully healed yet, but my wounds are closed. I can't let anyone know this. I need to be even more careful on the battlefield." Remembering something important, Increte turned to Chris. "When does the battle start?" Chris thought for a moment before responding. "I heard both sides are gauging each other's strength." Hearing the answer he wanted, Increte immediately focused on the pieces arranged on the map, Chris's voice gradually resonating. "Our battalion is led by the Fierce Cuss, tasked with defending our front lines. It seems like Chris has meticulously calculated another plan, while our main forces are being deployed to Green Pund." After finishing his explanation, Chris turned back to elaborate further. "Since both sides have already used tactics like sorcery and magic from the previous battle, we are now deploying warrior units for a full-on assault." Listening in on this plan, Zem quickly added that we should also be sent over there, because it is getting boring here, with only small skirmishes. Chris, however, looked deep in thought, as if he had been contemplating this plan for quite a while. But it seems like things are starting to shift. This brutal battle is about to end. A gentle breeze sweeps through, seemingly signaling an upcoming event to everyone. At the same time, both sides have prepared meticulously for this clash. Kick off the battle. One side's soldiers even raised their horns to blow, subtly sending a signal. This time, both sides immediately faced off. A fierce fight was about to break out, and the enemy forces were advancing. Over here, Chris and all his teammates are ready for the next battle. Leading the charge is Marcus, sitting calmly on his white horse, assessing what will happen next. Stepping forward are 3 soldiers representing the enemy side. Their attitude is crystal clear. They are here to provoke. One of them shouted loudly, "Hey, losers." Seeing them throw insults right off the bat only adds to the irritation. Just a bunch of useless fools trying to provoke us. Are you looking to get yourselves killed? Chris thought, surprised by their brazen provocations. Usually, he would not react, just calmly lost in his thoughts. Both our side and Aspen are equal in military strength, But that will change if warriors or special forces are added. The folks from Aspen are still hurling insults. Those idiots. He silently calculated. They are trying to wear down our spirits before the battle. He continued to watch the soldiers preparing to strike, thinking we could shoot them with arrows. Seeing this, the enemy grew even more cocky. Thinking, what can you do with those tattered bows? This made him realize something important. If we act while our spirits are low like this, we will lose. Gryce glanced back at Marcus, who was witnessing everything. Our battalion commander knows this too, which is why he is holding back. Just as Gryce thought, Marcus remained silent, lost in his own thoughts. We have a plan, but we can't use it in this state. Relying on those crazies could backfire on us. He was still deep in thought about the next move. We need one. It seems Marcus and Gryce share the same thought, a glimmer of hope that if we can boost our troops' morale right now, we might turn this around. The Marcus team is still incredibly irritated by Aspen's taunts, but they can do nothing but stand still. It seems like those guys are still just a bunch of amateurs. They are still angry and do not know what to do when a quick hand reaches out to stop them. Chill out, Andrea. Gryce slowly steps forward and says something incredibly confusing. You will get a chance to vent that anger soon enough. His actions leave Andrew scratching his head in bewilderment. Gryce does not bother explaining anything. He just continues to ponder. Being an amateur is nothing to be shy about. His voice keeps echoing in the ears of his soldiers, catching everyone's attention. Save that anger for the real fight. The team is so chill. I am not even mad. I swear. This also makes the team members burst into amused laughter. His bird has not even flown the nest yet. They can't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Alden immediately chimes in. Dude, why not you just offer yourself up to the boss? Rana calmly stares ahead. Just wait. You will understand one day. Andrea looks a bit lost at everyone, wondering why everyone's picking on him today. Come on. There is nothing to be shy about. This leaves the soldiers behind him in shock, debating among themselves. What the heck are these crazy people doing? Looks like that amateur dude has taken the bait. An amateur? Is that guy really him? He is actually pretty good looking for an amateur, unable to take the teasing anymore. Andrew angrily turns around and snaps. Shut up. Everyone. I am not even mad. Another person smiles at the chaos. Want me to introduce you to a famous brothel in the capital? He quickly retorts. I do not need that. This makes Jackson a bit anxious. The teasing is getting a bit too far. But Increte seems unfazed. Come on. Andrew is still young. Let him chill a bit. Witnessing the entire scene also leaves Craze astonished. He can't believe his eyes. He is not sure if they are being serious or joking. But he really has managed to shift the topic and change the atmosphere so naturally. At the same time, a strange smile appears at the corner of his mouth. He is really something else. A voice from the back chimes. Captain, do not you have anything to say to them? Hearing this, Increte immediately pays attention. He shakes his head. I will. But Crace's face lights up with excitement. I have a plan. Crace quickly whispers his plan into his ear. And after hearing it, he is genuinely surprised. It is pretty simple, and so, as planned, Increte slowly stepped forward under the gaze of everyone. Seeing him prepare to act, Crace felt a surge of excitement. Thinking, with just a few words, the captain could turn the tide of this battle, igniting their motivation. Everyone turned their gaze toward Increte, who slowly asked, Mad Squad, I'm Increte. This time, he and his teammates stepped forward to showcase their spirit. Increte would lead, and they would use that momentum to win the battle for their kingdom. Back at that moment, Crace whispered to Increte, show the enemy your boldness. Get close enough to provoke them. Watching Increte advance made Andrew extremely curious. Increte, what are you up to? He coldly mocked Andrew. Just joined the front lines and already leading. Talk about bad luck. Clearly, this made Andrew furious as he retorted. Shut it. You idiot. As Increte and his teammates moved forward, Andrew did not forget to shout from behind. Where are you going now? Hey. What are you planning to do? The soldier from Team Aspen saw Increte appear without a hint of fear, even feeling a bit smug as he mocked. Look at this bunch of cowards. His gaze was incredibly calm as he stared down his enemies. He recalled moments earlier when Craze whispered a plan in his ear that left him utterly confused, telling him to provoke them with what? I have nothing to say. But Craze was adamant, saying once we are out there, I will figure something out. Craze even burst out laughing at his expense. The captain has everything covered after all. After a brief moment of thought, Increte pointed ahead and mocked their group. What kind of beings are they? Wearing those disgusting headgear. Those words left the soldiers from Team Aspen speechless, not knowing how to respond. Then, his whole demeanor shifted, his face turning red with anger. The jerk. Those words also pleased the soldiers from Team Marcus immensely. Did you hear that? Andrew was so enraged his body shook with fury. This guy is doing it on purpose. He knows the power of his words. While the other side was still fuming, Ancrete turned around and sighed. Walking away, get it? Sorry. With my narrow view, this is beyond imagination. But the thing is, his face remained completely calm. Like nothing had happened. Your mother's a demon. Ah. Clearly, that man could not handle his anger anymore. He quickly yelled. That jerk? Just hearing his provocations was enough to shock Auden. Even a god would struggle with that taunt. Zem was still laughing hard, his stomach hurting, while Ragna sighed, not knowing what else to say. Indeed. How could he even compete with this guy? This also made Andrew laugh heartily, feeling quite proud. Yeah. With such good material, wasting it on that face is just ridiculous. That kind of provocation is spot on. Seemed like Andrew had not let go of the earlier events. And what just happened made him even more cheerful, causing the soldier next to him to become anxious. Sir Andrew, are you still holding on to those previous matters? Infuriated by Ancrete's taunts, the soldier across quickly commanded with a voice full of hatred. Come here. I will cut that mouth of yours. Seeing that he was ready to strike, Ancrete prepared his sword to respond. The provoked enemy had walked right into the trap, asking for a duel, and all he needed was to win with overwhelming strength. He was about to step forward when suddenly something quickly blocked him. Turns out all his teammates had blocked him from attacking, and even Zem calmly looked at Ancrete. Where are you going? Worried for Ancrete, Jackson did not forget to remind him. Be careful with that wound. It probably is not fully healed yet. After listening to their words, he realized something important. Oh right. I need to take care of myself so I do not get exposed. Zim remained unusually calm, glancing over at Andrew standing to the side, giving the order. That guy is no big deal. Hey, kiddo, go take him down. This only fueled Andrew's determination even more. In his mind, he had his own thoughts. For him, living for the family meant a lot. Now, he had to bring glory back to the clan. Everything else did not matter. So there was nothing to be ashamed of. He angrily recalled the words that had made him the target of everyone's mockery earlier. Being teased like that was downright humiliating. Not wanting to dwell on that moment, Andrew immediately drew his sword. His face was now filled with hatred. All because of that guy who dared to provoke him. Seeing Andrew take direct action made the provocateur extremely uncomfortable, and he barked orders loudly. Don't bring out these low-life chumps. Summon that fool who called me a demon out here. Or are you too scared to show your face? Andrew swallowed his anger, clenching his jaw, sword in hand, determination blazing in his eyes. He charged forward to attack. Let us rip that ugly mouth of yours apart. The previous attacks he had faced, he managed to dodge just in time. It seemed a fierce battle was about to unfold. Watching this scene, Marcus remained remarkably calm, lost in his own thoughts beside Aspen. The soldiers in the duel were seasoned warriors, capable of taking down anyone on our side. They were definitely not easy opponents. Andrew and the provocateur were locked in a fierce battle. That guy's ability to dodge his attacks surprised Andrew somewhat. It seemed that his opponent was incredibly strong. This also intrigued Zem, but that guy was tough as nails. Perhaps the earlier provocation had further fueled Andrew's resolve for this fight. His power suddenly exploded, catching the provocateur off guard, making him doubt what he saw. Just looking at his face showed how strong his determination was. I am Andrew Gardner. He recalled all the suffering he had endured, no matter what hardships came his way, even during training. He would have been bullied by Zem to the point of being pinned down, despite the obstacles in his way. But even then, Andrew never chose to give up. There were many times he fought back hard enough to sit up. Surprising Zem, he always pushed through for his dream. Andrew's recent thoughts fueled him with the strength to win. In front of everyone, he completely took down his enemy in an instant, matching his fierce determination. A victorious smile finally crept onto his lips. That guy was just too weak. Witnessing this emotional scene moved Mark to the point of tears. Sir Andrew is indeed a talented individual, overshadowed only by the extraordinary people around him. Seeing him successfully defeat his opponent gave the soldiers behind him a newfound confidence. He can believe it. He just took down the demon's head. And this young warrior really pulled it off. Watching everything unfold according to plan, Ancrete was a bit surprised. It looks like it is really going smoothly. The soldiers around him kept cheering. And it was fantastic. Andrew, you have realized something crucial. He is also a member of that crazy squad. After this victory, Andrew has become incredibly different. He throws his head back and sings loudly to celebrate his triumph. going wild. He even raised his sword high in mockery of the enemy, saying, "See that? You losers. I have handled my part." This left Mark feeling quite embarrassed on the side. "Sir Andrew, why are you saying that out loud?" Zem burst into laughter before this battle. It was truly a sight to behold. Meanwhile, Ragna and Andy quickly applauded to celebrate the victory. Seeing the situation gradually improving, Incrid let out a gentle sigh. This was just as Grays had predicted. And he delightedly thought, just as expected. The captain did not go into battle directly. But this method is far more effective. After witnessing the victory's kickoff, Marcus was extremely pleased. It was the right moment. Heath took a deep breath and signaled to all his troops. "Move out. Break the Aspen formation." As soon as they heard the command, all the hidden soldiers sprang into action. They directly used their swords and their true strength to tear through the opposing team's defenses. This took the Aspen troops by surprise, sending them into a panic as they exchanged worried reports. Meanwhile, the Norelia troops on the flank were the border defense. Torres's face was calm as he led his team to shatter the place. Watching this scene, Marcus was silently calculating as everyone was still confused by the sudden appearance of the border defense. Seizing the opportunity, he called out, "Archers." His voice rang out, "Fire!" And the troops quickly drew their bows, shooting at the enemy. Thousands of arrows were launched straight at them without mercy. In that moment, Incrid and their teammates charged forward. The arrows pierced the bodies of the enemies, who were caught off guard. The situation was shifting. Observing this scenario, Marcus felt immensely pleased and thought, "Look closely, Aspen. No matter how many psychological tricks you use." He remained calm as the brutal battle between both sides raged on. And the undeniable truth of the battlefield was still there. He realized an important truth. The one who fights well wins. A rain of arrows combined with Uncred's powerful forces quickly overwhelmed the opposition. On this side, the situation began to destabilize, and a soldier hurriedly reported, "Commander." After closely observing the situation, he quickly turned to look at another side. Captain Grey Dog. The guy calmly watched the battle unfolding right in front of him. And this time he swiftly announced that all preparations were complete. It was time to retreat. Hearing this, a satisfied smile spread across Aspen's face finally. And just like that, Aspen's soldiers quickly pulled back, leaving Marcus's troops utterly thrilled. Aspen is retreating. They are scattering like smoke. We won. We actually won. While everyone was still going wild with celebration, Grey was left a bit stunned and confused. Even though the tides had turned against them, it was surprising how easily Aspen retreated. Even Marcus sensed that something was not right there. There was something fishy going on. A soldier quickly approached him with a suggestion. "Captain, let us chase them down and finish them off." Suddenly, he shook his head in refusal. "We are retreating here." His face grew more serious as he grasped the situation. There was definitely something else at play here. A shadow rushed towards the tents, and Horierson anxiously looked ahead. He saw a group of people gathered around a table as he entered the tent. Everyone was submerged in a gloomy atmosphere, and not a single word was spoken. Grey Dog asked him, "Did you deliver the message to them?" Horierson replied, "Yep. We are currently on standby, waiting at a distance from the camp." He recalled the dangers lurking in the forest. Grey Dog lowered his voice in frustration. "Those bastards from Norilla are still using those old, worn-out tactics. They have been throwing themselves at the skilled border guards and well-armored infantry. That is all they know. Your heat strategy is something else entirely." Vinayar analyzed that a small elite force could still gain the upper hand on the battlefield. The existence of knights has proven that time and time again, but those elite soldiers do not necessarily have to be knights. Grey Dog pondered. "The victors of this battle will be us. Aspen." Elsewhere, a strange object was thrown into the clear blue sky. Christum glanced around quietly. It had been 2 days since returning from the front lines, and he was still waiting, feeling more like the calm before the storm than an immediate battle. Right now, Aspen had only 2 viable moves: retreat or deploy matching forces to engage. The commander was preparing for the possibility that they might use magic again. The scouting team had doubled their efforts, but still found nothing. What the heck was Aspen plotting? And those people too. What were they thinking, being so carefree in the midst of a tense battle? Ingrid was still training with the others. A voice rang in his ear, ready to move. He looked puzzled at what was in front of him, wondering what wind had brought her here. She replied with curiosity, "Is it strange to check on a useful soldier during a battle?" Ingrid stared at her. Meaning, why would Captain Dixon do that? Rana slowly approached, and it seemed like his recovery time was finally aligning with nature. "Looks like we need to train a bit today." You slowly spoke up. "We are about to do this. Right." Ingrid looked at you with excitement. Last time I went easy on you because you were hurt. But today, no more holding back. Rana was fired up too. There is no way I am letting you do that. With that, he charged at Ingrid, the two of them clashing fiercely. You quietly assessed. Rana's swordsmanship had no wasted movements. The blade danced beautifully. In contrast, your own technique felt rough, lacking finesse but filled with raw power. Each style has its uniqueness. The skills you have absorbed over time, combined with the unconventional techniques the captain used. Could they be considered mercenary swordsmanship? Ingrid remained deep in thought. Owning your swordplay all this time, you resolved to strike at Rana, who deftly avoided that terrifying move. You calculated quietly. Only now, after honing your skills, did you have a chance to face someone powerful? Ingrid's expression darkened. A new possibility emerged in this battle that you had not anticipated. Ingrid's two swords aimed straight at Rana. You were startled and quickly dodged the blades. Rana looked puzzled, but Ingrid stared at you intently. I have chosen this path. Rana looked grimly at you. You intended to unleash both swords at once afterward. One sword lunged toward Rana, and the battle continued. Rana challenged boldly. Come on. Our sparring match is not over yet. Ingrid smiled back. The fight pressed on. While Zem sat there nervously biting his nails, you assessed silently. That sleepyhead is really giving it his all. Gosh, if only I'd not lost that last match. It is my turn. Hurry up. Let me join the fight. Jackson glanced over. I am not the type to volunteer like that. But I really want to battle the team leader. You snapped back to reality, turning to leave. Calm down. That is not like you. Aldine chuckled thoughtfully. Maybe you need to be a bit bolder. If it were me, I would go for a hit. Wait. Hold on. I still can sense the right moment. Last time I almost sent you packing with that weak move. Chris shot a look at N. Is your brain even functioning? Oh right. I forgot. His mind is not exactly normal. Jo Young glanced at the group. They are acting like kids. Even that lazy soldier showed enthusiasm when Ingrid joined the fight. What is up with that? You have a certain charm. I am drawn to him too. She suggested, if it is possible, I would like to face my fiancé as well. Chris sighed. Have those crazy people passed their madness onto the captain? Zem yelled in frustration. I can't take this anymore. Hurry up. Let me join in. I will take out anyone in that line. Even if it is the captain. Jo Young shot a glance at him. Does that count as disobeying orders? Ingrid looked at them. Those guys are both strong and crazy. Maybe because this is just practice. They are not going all out. But I can see it. Even just a little. Inside them is a fierce rivalry. He looks over at Ragna and silently assesses Jo Young. He reflects. On the day we return at the scout's command in that tall grass, I swore I would make everyone wear that shocked expression again. He challenges Ragna. Saying less. Hitting more. I want to stop until I take each one of you down. A member of the mercenary team steps up, pushing Ingrid aside. Get back. Now. Instantly. The beast lunges with claws aimed at the two of them. But thankfully, the mercenary blocks it with his shield. Ingrid thinks to herself, despite the rough words, they are comrades with real bonds. This mercenary team accepted me, a wandering soul with weak skills. Without a hint of prejudice, except for that bastard. He recalls the bloody scene. A blue-haired mercenary stabbed through a teammate's chest with his sword. Blood splattered everywhere. The ambushed mercenary's eyes widened in shock. He turned around and screamed in pain. But the beast had its claws aimed at him. He was instantly taken out by the monster, while another guy was ambushed from behind. He was tossed straight into the air by the beast. One mercenary runs toward Ingrid, shouting, Inky, we have to retreat. But before he could escape, a sword coming from nowhere pierced through his back, making him collapse right in front of him. He looks at the soldier who just betrayed his comrades in the mercenary group. He is the strongest, and with that strength, he mercilessly slaughtered those who were once his teammates. That soldier plunged his sword into the monster. You can't run away. Because all of you have to die here. Ingrid, confused, asks him, and the mercenary reveals. I got a better offer to join a more elite team than this cheap one. I will clean up these troublesome debts without leaving a trace. He sneers. You pathetic weaklings. Always jumping into other people's business. I am done with it. With that, he casually spits on the head of a dead soldier. Ingrid, furious at his actions, glares and thrusts his sword at him. But it is easily knocked away. He gets his throat grabbed and is pinned to the ground. He struggles, while the blue-haired guy remains calm. Just go. Weakling, even if I spare you, you can't do anything to me. You poor kid. He glares at him. Assessing him, he is really strong. He slumps down. It is me who is too weak, Ingrid realizes. Watching his comrades die before him is too painful. And what torments me even more is that I survived thanks to that filthy bastard's pity. Using my entire life just for revenge. I'm no different than being led around by him. He tightens his fists, burying the pain deep in his heart. I will move forward for my own dreams. Ingrid glances at the blue-haired guy walking away, thinking if only I had enough strength back then. This time, I will truly kill you. He brandishes his sword fiercely. But suddenly, Ingrid freezes. He sinks into a hazy space. A voice rises. Just a meaningless nightmare. Do not get caught up in it anymore. Esther sits quietly beside him, slowly stepping on Ingrid. Truly a nuisance. She recalled the scene from the past, at the rear base, where I had poured all my energy into draining the enemy's power to help Han. And yet, when my life was on the line, Han was too exhausted to do anything. That won't happen again. Back to the present. The rallying horn sounded. Hearing the noise, Ingrid turned to ask Zem. He prepared to leave. The Aspen squad hiding had come out to declare war. Throughout the battle, Ragna sleepily wandered out, and Jackson followed the crowd gearing up for the fight. Kristen sighed. Attacking at dawn was just brutal. Ingrid remembered last night. The voice in her dream inexplicably reminded her of Esther. She gently caressed her, saying to be careful while staying behind. With that, he turned and walked away. He headed straight for the assembled troops ready for battle. On the way to the front lines, Zem thought, feeling truly exhilarated. This feeling was just like the first time he stepped onto the battlefield. He pulled out his weapon, an axe. He had never used his beast heart skill before. Even with an axe flying at my face, I would not flinch. But I still practiced and honed this skill, because it brought me more benefits on the battlefield. With that, he activated the skill that made his heart beat faster than usual, pumping blood throughout his body. A soldier screamed in fear. Retreating, where's the retreat order? How can we fight that giant? Another soldier yelled, begging for mercy. The monster with the purple skin was roaring, preparing to attack the group. Zem charged straight toward the monster. He was ready to face the beast. The monster struck powerfully at Zem. Everyone gasped in shock, but the force of the blow pushed him back. He struggled to block the monster's attack. Zem continued to charge forward. He slid back from the monster's strike. Suddenly, Zem's heart raced even faster. His blood vessels dilated, muscles swelling with excitement. He felt stronger than ever before. The magical technique emanating from his heart infused power throughout his body. While blocking the monster's blow, he excitedly thought, this is the feeling. Zem stomped down with power, grinning wickedly. This is the strength of the monster's heart. The monster severed Zem's axe, sending it flying into the air. Two forces clashed, causing the surrounding wind to howl. The impact forced the soldiers to raise their shields in defense. The blonde-haired soldier stood there, mouth agape in shock. Zem gripped his remaining axe tightly and charged to attack again. The monster swung back in retaliation, roaring furiously. You damn bug. Zem stomped straight onto the monster's back and leaped up. He circled behind it, grabbing its beard. He delivered a powerful axe strike aimed directly at its temple. The monster was hit in its weak spot, howling in pain. It thrashed around, causing Zem to lose his grip on the axe, which broke. He sighed. This weapon is trash. Suddenly, he spotted a spear easily within reach. He glanced back and realized a soldier had thrown that spear to him. Take this and go crush it. Zem spoke with appreciation for these young kids. Now you are starting to think a little. As soon as he finished speaking, all the soldiers charged to attack the monster. Ingrid blocked the captain's sword and said, I did not get to give you something when we parted ways. You easily knocked the sword far away. He looked at you in shock. You said with a face full of hatred, this is revenge for my friend. He scoffed derisively. Revenge. I never understood how a pathetic loser like you could still be alive. So that is the reason. Christ panted, running up behind Ragna. Squad leader. Is he fighting again? A subordinate from the other side stepped closer, twirling his weapon in hand. This guy won't last long. The commander is not someone we can just gang up on and take down. He is not the kind of guy a regular soldier can handle. Ragna surveyed the situation and thought, that weapon and stance. The atmosphere was thick with tension. His skills were honed to perfection. On the battlefield, we practice swordplay just for the thrill of killing. The captain gripped the hilt of his sword and declared, while you are busy worrying about revenge, I have already gone mad. If I win this battle, I will become a noble in Aspen. Ingrid fell silent for a moment. You pathetic loser. Once you reach that position, you will never touch me again. He grit his teeth and charged forward like a rocket. Oh really? He dove straight to the ground and jumped up to attack. The captain screamed madly. You bastard. Those dead fish eyes. I have hated them from the start. Ingrid expertly dodged his strike, His face was unflinching as he thrust his sword forward like a curse. Eastern swordsmanship. The tip of his blade flicked up dirt. Ingrid continued to stab toward the captain. He immediately recalled the moment when the captain coldly said, "Even if you survive this long, you won't be able to do anything to me." They clashed once more, and he remembered the captain's words. Disgusting bug. The captain looked like he wanted to devour him whole. "This time, I will kill you," he shouted loudly, launching his sword forward. Ingrid. Grise yelled, his face drenched in sweat. I can read his sword movements. Captain. Ingrid's gaze remained fixed on his target. He stared down his opponent. "I learned how to harness sword energy from Ragna." He bent down and struck straight at the captain, staying calm and swinging his sword. He could not believe his eyes. Ingrid's expression turned fierce. And Ragna muttered, "No matter how strong he is with that sword, if he slips up even a little in battle, he will pay the price." The squad leader knew this well. Ingrid ruthlessly sliced into the captain's stomach. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the captain coughed up blood, his face pale. "You said coldly, 'Let me remind you of something you need to remember. You are no longer worthy of being my revenge target.'" The decisive strike plunged down, blood gushing like a fountain. The captain's torso now lifeless. You silently think to yourself, "You are no longer my nightmare. You bastard." I do not know how the dead would speak, but there he lies, motionless on the ground, while Ingrid gazes up at the gloomy sky. You recall the faces of the friends who have always stood by you, hoping this is enough to repay the loyalty they have shown. The sound of swords scraping against the ground echoes as Ragna steps forward, drawing his sword and declaring, "All right." You stand beside Ragna, silent. He takes a battle stance facing the minions, and thinks to yourself, "It is time to get moving." The thug jeers at you. "What the hell? Insect. You do not seriously think you can take us on alone, do you?" Without letting him finish, you raise your sword and charge at him. In an instant, his head rolls off, witnessed by the remaining soldiers. His head falls, shocking the minions. Ragna, expressionless, shoots him a glance. "What did you just say?" Christ mocks himself internally, thinking how can someone respond after having their head chopped off. The minions, enraged, rush forward. "You bastard." You step up. Ragna calmly slices off the head of the first one who approaches, and you continue to fight the next. Ragna swiftly drives his blade into the forehead of the one behind, blood spraying out. The next guy meets the same fate as Ragna finishes him off just as quickly, though he does not show it. Ingrid is somewhat taken aback. In just a few steps, he has taken the initiative, and he ends the enemy with a neat, efficient strike that still moves you to this day. Just how strong are the members of this team? Ragna stands tall over the corpses. The remaining thugs, angrier than ever, charge in continuously. "Get him," you whisper to Ingrid. "You should pay close attention, because this is the path a commander must walk." You look at him with a hint of admiration. Ragna's eyes blaze like fire. His low stance perfect. He assumes a ready position while the soldiers charge at him like rabid dogs. You take a deep breath. Sizing them up, Ragna moves like a gust of wind, slicing through their ranks one by one. Ingrid stands there, stunned. For a moment, it feels like a wall has appeared. A dazzling and flawless strike. Ragna pauses. "The technique I just used. I have thought of a name for it. I call it split in two." Ingrid watches you in silence. Ingrid, expressionless, chimes in. "Is that really the best name you could come up with?" Suddenly, the wind picks up. A horde of soldiers rushes straight towards them. The soldiers charge in with fervor. Giants among us. We still have the upper hand. The entire Aspen army moves forward to wipe out those beasts. Suddenly, they halt, shield raised. Auden appears. Stunned, he swings the wooden sword in his hand with force, using two wooden swords. He knocks the soldiers back. The soldiers are left gaping. They gasp in disbelief. "Wait, there are giants on the Narela side too." Auden chuckles, staring down the opponent. "A giant. This brother of mine. I am just a mere mortal here." The enemy is wildly swinging their weapons. Obviously, that towering figure is something else. So huge it is terrifying. Suddenly, his expression darkens. "From now on, I grant you a brief moment to cling to your lives." The enemy is in a panic. Then, Auden starts counting down. 5, 4. One guy screams out orders. "What are you still standing there for?" "Formation. Spearman, move up immediately. Charge straight ahead. Take him down." Auden continues counting. 3. He stumps his foot into the ground. The nearby soldiers are sent flying. Auden easily halts after that strike. He nonchalantly declares, "For today, I have heeded the call of the war god. Oh Lord, please take them back to your side." The enemy screams in panic. "Run. It is a monster. Kill him. We have to finish him right here." Auden prepares for his next move. He swings his weapon at them. The soldiers scream in fear and flee. Auden laughs with delight. Step into the embrace of the Lord. Dear brethren, a heavy silence blankets the air. Joung and her group stand calmly still. The Elven clan. Since ancient times, the Elven clan has kept to themselves in the deep forest, gathering with their kin. But as times have changed, so have the mysterious figure stares at Joung, realizing she is still one of his kind. They silently assess each other. Some elves have been captured and traded for gold by royal knights, becoming mercenaries or joining the army. The mysterious one challenges her. If you run, I won't chase you down to kill you. Joung tightly grips her sword. That was exactly what I intended to say to you. The mysterious figure points the sword at her. The antler blade of her kin against my Nido sword. Which of these two will be stronger? Both begin to confront each other, two forces clashing with intensity. The deafening sound of impact rings out as Joung fiercely battles the mysterious foe. He lunges forward with his sword aimed at her, rushing in aggressively. The mysterious one grits his teeth in resentment. The elves' weapons are never to be underestimated. Joung decisively strikes towards him, slowly asserting, it all depends on the skill of the wielder. She pushes the mysterious one back, and they continue to battle fiercely. Joung relentlessly charging at him just as he grabs her by the throat, grinning in triumph. That is when it happens, all of it. Done. Suddenly, he sees one of his subordinates taken down. The spear is abruptly thrust out from the guy's neck, blood splattering everywhere. Jackson boldly plunges that bloodied spear into the soldier's chest. The mysterious one can't believe his eyes. What? Joung casually explains, drawing attention to me, allowing my teammate to swoop in and finish off the enemy. My plan is pretty clever, is not? You fool. She drives her sword deep into his neck, the blade piercing deeper, blood spraying wildly. The mysterious one quickly collapses to the ground. Joung glances back at Jackson, who left his squad leader behind. Is it really okay? You calmly replied. If he was meant to die here, he would have dropped long ago. She laughed mockingly. Trusting your squad leader. Jackson turned his back and walked away. The tide was clearly shifting, Joung analyzed. Unlike the previous commander of this army, that guy was totally useless. Marcus. Now that is a commander who knows how to lead a fight in any situation. He won't miss his chance to claim victory. Marcus led the troops, shouting loudly. Armored infantry. Move out. The army gradually advanced, shields raised high. The enemy soldiers began to scream that the turtle-shelled infantry was coming. If they got sandwiched, they would be crushed. Retreat. Fall back now. Andrew chased frantically, not letting them escape. The soldiers scattered in panic. He was the one who showed up in the previous battle. Andrew the madman, who had never tasted defeat. Run or lose your head. Andrew decisively swung his sword down. I will kill every last one of you. You bastards. The soldiers began to tremble in fear, not expecting to see Zem's shadow in Andrew. His personality had been affected. That madman had seriously influenced his teammates, making them even more bloodthirsty in battle. The army kept pushing forward. They said the wind carried a magical power. Aldine continued to fight, frantically slaughtering the enemy. Zoying led the troops with dignity. She stared at the scene before her. Now, it was sweeping through this battlefield. The wind signaled a new beginning. From the front lines, the army began to flee amidst the screams. The enemy commanders were running away. Marcus ordered, send the border defense troops to hunt down the commanders to the end. He quietly calculated, to break the secret schemes the enemy had prepared. It had drastically changed the course and transformation on the battlefield. All thanks to just one squad of that madman. Grice pondered. If it were the crazies from before, they definitely would not have bravely charged into enemy lines like this. Squad leader. His influence had dominated this bloody battlefield. Zoyoung suddenly spoke up. We all seem to be intoxicated by the magic of the wind. Marcus shouted the slogan. Let us cheer for those who contributed the most to this battle. The soldiers began to shout loudly. The madman. Victory. Our legion has never tasted defeat. We will win. Grice suddenly felt awkward, unsure if this cheer was appropriate. But well, as long as our army is satisfied, that is what matters. The army enthusiastically shouted the slogan.